Letters from a Self-Made Merchant to His Son and His Son's Replies with More Letters. By George Horace Lorimer and Charles Eustace Merriman. Presented by TheFibRary.com. Your place for personal finance information. That's TheFibRary.com. If you would like an electronic or physical copy of 1000 Ways to Make $1,000, follow the link in the show notes. Published by Superb Stories. All rights reserved. Originally published in 1936. Being the letters written by John Graham, head of the House of Graham & Company, pork packers in Chicago, familiarly known on 'Change as Old Gorgon Graham, to his son, Pierrepont, facetiously known to his intimates as Piggy. And being the replies to letters from a self-made merchant to his son. To Cyrus Curtis, a self-made man. And to Mark Twain, a ready-made wit. Number 1. Father. From John Graham, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago, to his son, Pierrepont, at Harvard University, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Mr. Pierrepont has just been settled by his mother as a member, in good and regular standing, of the freshman class. Chicago, October 1st, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, your ma got back safe this morning and she wants me to be sure to tell you not to overstudy, and I want to tell you to be sure not to understudy. What we're really sending you to Harvard for is to get a little of the education that's so good and plenty there. When it's passed around, you don't want to be bashful, but reach right out and take a big helping every time, for I want you to get your share. You'll find that education's about the only thing lying around loose in this world, and that it's about the only thing a fellow can have as much of as he's willing to haul away. Everything else is screwed down tight and the screwdriver lost. I didn't have your advantages when I was a boy, and you can't have mine. Some men learn the value of money by not having any and starting out to pry a few dollars loose from the odd millions that are lying around, and some learn it by having 50,000 or so left to them and starting out to spend it as if it were 50,000 a year. Some men learn the value of truth by having to do business with liars, and some by going to Sunday school. Some men learn the cussedness of whiskey by having a drunken father, and some by having a good mother. Some men get an education from other men and newspapers and public libraries, and some get it from professors and parchments. It doesn't make any special difference how you get a half Nelson on the right thing, just so you get it and freeze onto it. The package doesn't count after the eye's been attracted by it, and in the end it finds its way to the ash heap. It's the quality of the goods inside which tells, when they once get into the kitchen and up to the cook. You can cure a ham in dry salt and you can cure it in sweet pickle, and when you're through you've got pretty good eating either way, provided you started in with a sound ham. If you didn't, it doesn't make any special difference how you cured it, the ham tryer's going to strike the sour spot around the bone. And it doesn't make any difference how much sugar and fancy pickle you soak into a fellow, he's no good unless he's sound and sweet at the core. The first thing that any education ought to give a man is character, and the second thing is education. That is where I'm a little skittish about this college business. I'm not starting in to preach to you, because I know a young fellow with the right sort of stuff in him preaches to himself harder than anyone else can, and that he's mighty often switched off the right path by having it pointed out to him in the wrong way. I remember when I was a boy, and I wasn't a very bad boy, as boys go, old Doc Hoover got a notion in his head that I ought to join the church, and he scared me out of it for 5 years by asking me right out loud in Sunday school if I didn't want to be saved, and then laying for me after the service and praying with me. Of course I wanted to be saved, but I didn't want to be saved quite so publicly. When a boy's had a good mother he's got a good conscience, and when he's got a good conscience he don't need to have right and wrong labeled for him. Now that your ma's left and the apron strings are cut, you're naturally running up against a new sensation every minute, but if you'll simply use a little conscience as a trier, and probe into a thing which looks sweet and sound on the skin, to see if you can't fetch up a sour smell from around the bone, you'll be all right. Old Doc Hoover asked me right out in Sunday school if I didn't want to be saved. I'm anxious that you should be a good scholar, but I'm more anxious that you should be a good clean man. And if you graduate with a sound conscience, I shan't care so much if there are a few holes in your Latin. There are two parts of a college education, the part that you get in the schoolroom from the professors, and the part that you get outside of it from the boys. That's the really important part. For the first can only make you a scholar, while the second can make you a man. Education's a good deal like eating. A fellow can't always tell which particular thing did him good, but he can usually tell which one did him harm. After a square meal of roast beef and vegetables, and mince pie and watermelon, you can't say just which ingredient is going into muscle, but you don't have to be very bright to figure out which one started the demand for painkiller in your insides, or to guess, next morning, which one made you believe in a personal devil the night before. And so, while a fellow can't figure out to an ounce whether it's Latin or algebra or history or what among the solids that is building him up in this place or that, he can go right along feeding them in and betting that they're not the things that turn his tongue fuzzy. It's down among the sweets, among his amusements and recreations, that he's going to find his stomach ache, and it's there that he wants to go slow and to pick and choose. It's not the first half, but the second half of a college education which merchants mean when they ask if a college education pays. It's the Willie and the Birdie boys, the Chocolate Eclair and Tutti Frutti boys, the La Da Da and the Ba Ba Billy Goat boys, the High Cock a Low Rum and the Cock a Doodle Doo boys, the Ba Jove, hair parted in the middle, cigaroot smoking, Champagne Charlie, up all night and an all-day boys that make 'em doubt the cash value of the college output, and overlook the roast beef and blood gravy boys, the shirt sleeves and high water pants boys, who take their college education and make some fellow's business hum with it. Does a college education pay? Does it pay to feed in pork trimmings at 5 cents a pound at the hopper and draw out nice, cunning, little country sausages at 20 cents a pound at the other end? Does it pay to take a steer that's been running loose on the range and living on cactus and petrified wood till he's just a bunch of barbed wire and sole leather, and feed him corn till he's just a solid hunk of porterhouse steak and oleo oil? You bet it pays. Anything that trains a boy to think and to think quick pays. Anything that teaches a boy to get the answer before the other fellow gets through biting the pencil, pays. College doesn't make fools, it develops them. It doesn't make bright men, it develops them. A fool will turn out a fool, whether he goes to college or not, though he'll probably turn out a different sort of a fool. And a good, strong boy will turn out a bright, strong man whether he's worn smooth in the grab what you want and eat standing with one eye skinned for the dog school of the streets and stores, or polished up and slicked down in the give your order to the waiter and get a 16-course dinner school of the professors. But while the lack of a college education can't keep number one down, having it boosts number two up. It's simply the difference between jump in, rough and tumble, kick with the heels and butt with the head nigger fighting, and this grin and look pleasant, dodge and save your wind till you see a chance to land on the solar plexus style of the trained athlete. Both styles win fights, but the fellow with a little science is the better man, providing he's kept his muscle hard. If he hasn't, he's in a bad way, for his fancy sparring is just going to aggravate the other fellow so that he'll eat him up. Of course, some men are like pigs, the more you educate them, the more amusing little cusses they become, and the funnier capers they cut when they show off their tricks. Naturally, the place to send a boy of that breed is to the circus, not to college. Speaking of educated pigs, naturally calls to mind the case of old man Whitaker and his son, Stanley. I used to know the old man mighty well 10 years ago. He was one of those men whom business narrows, instead of broadens. Didn't get any special fun out of his work, but kept right along at it because he didn't know anything else. Told me he'd had to root for a living all his life and that he proposed to have stands brought to him in a pail. Sent him to private schools and dancing schools and colleges and universities, and then shipped him to Oxford to soak in a little atmosphere, as he put it. I never could quite lay hold of that atmosphere dodge by the tail, but so far as I could make out, the idea was that there was something in the air of the Oxfordham house that gave a fellow an extra fancy smoke. Well, about the time Stan was through, the undertaker called by for the old man, and when his assets were boiled down and the water drawn off, there wasn't enough left to furnish Stan with a really nourishing meal. I had a talk with Stan about what he was going to do, but some ways he didn't strike me as having the making of a good private of industry, let alone a captain, so I started in to get him a job that would suit his talents. Got him in a bank, but while he knew more about the history of banking than the president, and more about political economy than the board of directors, he couldn't learn the difference between a fiver that the government turned out and one that was run off on a hand press in a Halstead Street basement. Got him a job on a paper, but while he knew 6 different languages and all the facts about the Arctic regions, and the history of dancing from the days of old Adam down to those of old Nick, he couldn't write up a satisfactory account of the Icemen's Ball. Could prove that 2 and 2 made 4 by trigonometry and geometry, but couldn't learn to keep books, was thick as thieves with all the high-toned poets, but couldn't write a good, snappy, merchantable streetcar ad, knew 1,000 diseases that would take a man off before he could blink, but couldn't sell $1,000 tontine policy, knew the lives of our presidents as well as if he'd been raised with them, but couldn't place a set of the Library of the Fathers of the Republic, though they were offered on little easy payments that made them come as easy as borrowing them from a friend. Finally I hit on what seemed to be just the right thing. I figured out that any fellow who had such a heavy stock of information on hand, ought to be able to job it out to good advantage, and so I got him a place teaching. But it seemed that he'd learned so much about the best way of teaching boys, that he told his principal right on the jump that he was doing it all wrong, and that made him sore. And he knew so much about the dead languages, which was what he was hired to teach, that he forgot he was handling live boys, and as he couldn't tell it all to them in the regular time, he kept them after hours, and that made them sore and put Stan out of a job again. The last I heard of him he was writing articles on why young men fail, and making a success of it, because failing was the one subject on which he was practical. I simply mentioned Stan in passing as an example of the fact that it isn't so much knowing a whole lot, as knowing a little and how to use it that counts. Your affectionate father. John Graham. Number 1. Son. Pierpont Graham, a newly fledged freshman at Harvard, writes his father, John, in Chicago, how he and the university are getting along together. Cambridge, October 10, 1890-something. Dear Father. I know you will accuse me of lack of the business promptness which is the red label on your brand of success, but I really couldn't answer your letter before. I have been trying to reconcile your maxims of life with the real thing, and I had to get busy and keep so. Reconciliation has not yet come, leastwise not so as you would notice it. I'm glad Ma got back safe to the stockyards, for when she left Cambridge that morning she didn't quite feel as if she would. I thought she had too large a role to be traveling around the country with, and convinced her that she ought to leave all but $8 and her return ticket with me. It's a great thing to have a good mother. I have already taken quite a course in art, fitting up my new flat. The fellows go in quite strong for art here, and it really is one of the most expensive courses in the curriculum, for although the photographers make special rates to the students, models come high. You will be glad to hear that I shook the room in College Hall that Ma picked out for me, and by extraordinary luck secured a small apartment of 5 rooms and bath in one of the big dormitories. The dingy hole in college was so horribly noisy that I found it impossible to do my best work. The building was fairly infested with pluggers, whose grinding made day and night hideous. Here I can work in peace and get a raft of culture from my art studies and other beautiful surroundings. I have had the bill for fitting up forwarded to you. Please settle within 30 days, or I shall be terribly disturbed in my course. Tell Ma not to worry about my overstudying. I have too much inherited common sense for that. It's a wise pig that knows when he is being crammed for John Graham's lightning sausage developer. I've heard the squeal. As for understudy, well, as Kip says, that's another floor to the building. I fail to find education as good and plenty at Harvard as you seem to think it. Some of it may be good, but it certainly isn't plenty, and it isn't passed around with the term bills. There's a fellow in our dormitory, one of the pluggers who escaped from College Hall, who is hot after education, and they say he has to dig for it. I haven't dug yet, although I had a spade given me last night. Unfortunately, what I needed just then was a club. You will be pleased to hear that I have already added several extra elective courses to my studies. I am especially interested in the topography course, in which we are making a careful study of Boston streets. I am glad to say that I am making rapid strides in the same. For this no textbooks are required, but the experimental apparatus is quite expensive. On our last tour of inspection we all required lanterns. I paid $10 in cost for mine, and it stood me $5 more to square things with the driver of the Herdic for a window broken while making a particularly interesting experiment. I feel that I am learning rapidly. I know the value of money as never before. Money talks here quite as much as in Chicago, not so loudly, perhaps, but faster. As you have always advised me to be sociable, I find it pretty lively work keeping up my share in the pecuniary conversation, especially as in all our little gatherings there are always several fellows whose money doesn't talk even in signs. Taking it by and large, as you say so often, Harvard seems all right, although the fellows say the term hasn't really opened, as there's nothing doing yet in the legitimate drama in the Boston theaters. They have a queer custom of colloquial abbreviation here, they call it leg. Drama, or leg. Show. Curious, isn't it? If you value my peace of mind, dear Father, don't write any more educated pig stories to me. Such anecdotes strike me as verging close on personalities. In fact, the whole pig question just now hits me in a tender spot. Even the pen I am using makes me shudder. I hate to look a gift hog in the mouth, but I wish you had made your money in coal or patent medicine, or anything that wasn't porcine. Fact is, I've got a nickname out of your business, and it'll stick so that even your boss Hogman, Milligan, couldn't scald it off. You see, I board at Memorial Hall with about 1,199 other hungry wretches, and let me tell you that your yarns about old Lem Hostitter and his skin-bruised hams wouldn't go for a cent here. Memorial is the limit for bad grub, and thereby hangs a curly tail. The other day at dinner, things were so rotten that an indignation meeting was held on the spot, and a committee of investigation was appointed to go to the kitchen and see what kind of vile stuff was being shoveled at us. There must have been a rough house in the culinary cellar, for we heard a tremendous racket in which the crash of crockery and the banging of tin predominated. Pretty soon the committee came back bringing a dozen or so of cans, waving them about and yelling like Indians. When they got near enough for me to see, I shuddered, for on every blessed can of them was your label, Father, that old red steer pawing the ground as if he smelt something bad. Just one table away from me the gang stopped, and a fat senior they call Hippo Smith rapped for order. Even the girls in the gallery quit gabbling. Gentlemen, yelled the senior, your committee begs leave to report that it has discovered the abominable truck that has been ruining our palates and torturing our vitals. It's these cans of trichinated pork, unclassable sausages and mildewed beef that have made life a saturnalia of dyspepsia for us, and every one of them bears the label Graham and Company, Chicago. Then you ought to have heard the roaring. Down with Graham and Company. Let's go to Chicago and lynch Graham. Confounded old skinflint. The fellows shouted. I turned pale and thought what a narrow escape I was having. Just then up got little Bud Hoover, old Doc's grandson, whom you have always held up to me as a model of truth-telling, you know. Bud's a sophomore, and thinks he's a bigger man than old Elliot. Here's Graham's son, he piped in his rat-tail file voice that you could hear over all the rumpus, and pointing right at me, ask him about it. There was nothing for it for me but to get up and defend the family honor. As I was about to speak, I saw another fellow running in from the kitchen with a big ham, yellow covered and bearing a big red label, your label. I had a great inspiration. I felt that ham would prove our salvation. Gentlemen, I am the son of John Graham, I said haughtily, and glad of it, for he has got more dough than this whole blamed college is worth, and, to show that you're all wrong, I'm going to quote something that he wrote me last week. Just you listen. If you'll probe into a thing which looks sweet and sound on the skin to see if you can't fetch up a sour smell from around the bone, you'll be all right. That hit him in great shape, and Hippo Smith took a big carver and slashed the ham into shoestrings in about 30 seconds. Then he lifted the bone to his nose and let out a yell that sent all the girls upstairs flying. The other fellows sniffed and bellowed with him. The next thing I knew, the bone landed violently on my neck and the air was full of tin cans, 4 of which met splendid interference from my head. When I came to, I could hear 400 voices shouting piggy, piggy, ooey, ooey ooey, at me, and I knew I had passed through a baptism of rapid fire. They were the roast beef and blood gravy boys you mentioned in your letter, for sure. The surgeon's bill is $75, which I know you will pay cheerfully for my gallant defense of the house. But I wish you'd put up better stuff. Your label is a dandy, but couldn't you economize in lithographs and buy better pigs? By the way, the fellows have nicknamed you the ham-fat philosopher. The letter did it. But don't feel hurt, I've already almost got used to being called piggy myself. I am appreciating more and more the golden truths of your cold storage precepts. As you say, right and wrong don't need to be labeled for a boy with a good conscience. Good consciences must be scarce around here, for on the other side of Harvard Bridge they label wrong with red lights, and I've failed to find a fellow yet who is color blind. In my pursuit of knowledge I have made the acquaintance of quite a number of the police force. They seem to me to be an undiscerning lot. For instance, I heard one of them say the other day that Harvard turned out fools. This isn't true, for, to my certain knowledge, there are quite a number of fools who have been in the university several years. I am unable to write at any further length this evening, as I must attend a lecture in Course 13. On Banks and Banking, by Professor Farrow. Your affectionate son. Pierrepont Graham. P.S. I am trying hard to be a good scholar, and am really learning a thing or two. But I respect your anxiety that I should also be a good, clean man, and almost every Sunday morning I wake up in a Turkish bath. Number 2. Father. From John Graham, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago, to his son, Pierrepont, at Harvard University. Mr. Pierrepont's expense account has just passed under his father's eye, and has furnished him with a text for some plain particularities. Chicago, May 4, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, the cashier has just handed me your expense account for the month, and it fairly makes a fellow hump-shouldered to look it over. When I told you that I wished you to get a liberal education, I didn't mean that I wanted to buy Cambridge. Of course the bills won't break me, but they will break you unless you are very, very careful. I have noticed for the last 2 years that your accounts have been growing heavier every month, but I haven't seen any signs of your taking honors to justify the increased operating expenses, and that is bad business, a good deal like feeding his weight in corn to a scalawag steer that won't fat up. I haven't said anything about this before, as I trusted a good deal to your native common sense to keep you from making a fool of yourself in the way that some of these young fellows who haven't had to work for it do. But because I have sat tight, I don't want you to get it into your head that the old man's rich, and that he can stand it, because he won't stand it after you leave college. The sooner you adjust your spending to what your earning capacity will be, the easier they will find it to live together. The only sure way that a man can get rich quick is to have it given to him or to inherit it. You are not going to get rich that way, at least, not until after you have proved your ability to hold a pretty important position with the firm. And, of course, there is just one place from which a man can start for that position with Graham and Company. It doesn't make any difference whether he is the son of the old man or of the cellar boss, that place is the bottom. And the bottom in the office end of this business is a seat at the mailing desk, with $8 every Saturday night. I can't hand out any ready-made success to you. It would do you no good, and it would do the house harm. There is plenty of room at the top here, but there is no elevator in the building. Starting, as you do, With a good education, you should be able to climb quicker than the fellow who hasn't got it. But there's going to be a time when you begin at the factory when you won't be able to lick stamps so fast as the other boys at the desk. Yet the man who hasn't licked stamps isn't fit to write letters. Naturally, that is the time when knowing whether the pie comes before the ice cream, and how to run an automobile isn't going to be of any real use to you. I simply mention these things because I am afraid your ideas as to the basis on which you are coming with the house have swelled up a little in the East. I can give you a start, but after that you will have to dynamite your way to the front by yourself. It is all with the man. If you gave some fellows a talent wrapped in a napkin to start with in business, they would swap the talent for a gold brick and lose the napkin, and there are others that you could start out with just a napkin, who would set up with it in the dry goods business in a small way, and then coax the other fellow's talent into it. I have pride enough to believe that you have the right sort of stuff in you, but I want to see some of it come out. You will never make a good merchant of yourself by reversing the order in which the Lord decreed that we should proceed, learning the spending before the earning end of business. Payday is always a month off for the spendthrift, and he is never able to realize more than 60 cents on any dollar that comes to him. But a dollar is worth 106 cents to a good businessman, and he never spends the dollar. It's the man who keeps saving up and expenses down that buys an interest in the concern. That is where you are going to find yourself weak if your expense accounts don't lie, and they generally don't lie in that particular way, though Baron Munchausen was the first traveling man, and my drummer's bills still show his influence. I know that when a lot of young men get off by themselves, some of them think that recklessness with money brands them as good fellows, and that carefulness is meanness. That is the one end of a college education which is pure cussedness, and that is the one thing which makes 9 businessmen out of 10 hesitate to send their boys off to school. But on the other hand, that is the spot where a young man has the chance to show that he is not a lightweight. I know that a good many people say I am a pretty close proposition, that I make every hog which goes through my packing house give up more lard than the Lord gave him gross weight, that I have improved on nature to the extent of getting 4 hams out of an animal which began life with 2, but you have lived with me long enough to know that my hand is usually in my pocket at the right time. Now I want to say right here that the meanest man alive is the one who is generous with money that he has not had to sweat for, and that the boy who is a good fellow at someone else's expense would not work up into first-class fertilizer. That same ambition to be known as a good fellow has crowded my office with second-rate clerks, and they always will be second-rate clerks. If you have it, hold it down until you have worked for a year. Then, if your ambition runs to hunching up all week over a desk, to earn $8 to blow on a few rounds of drinks for the boys on Saturday night, there is no objection to your gratifying it, for I will know that the Lord didn't intend you to be your own boss. I have seen hundreds of boys go to Europe who didn't bring back a great deal except a few trunks of badly fitting clothes. You know how I began. I was started off with a kick, but that proved a kick up, and in the end every one since has lifted me a little bit higher. I got $2 a week, and slept under the counter, and you can bet I knew just how many pennies there were in each of those dollars, and how hard the floor was. That is what you have got to learn. I remember when I was on the lakes, our schooner was passing out through the draw at Buffalo when I saw little Bill Riggs, the butcher, standing up above me on the end of the bridge with a big roast of beef in his basket. They were a little short in the galley on that trip, so I called up to Bill and he threw the roast down to me. I asked him how much, and he yelled back, about $1. That was mighty good beef, and when we struck Buffalo again on the return trip, I thought I would like a little more of it. So I went up to Bill's shop and asked him for a piece of the same. But this time he gave me a little roast, not near so big as the other, and it was pretty tough and stringy. But when I asked him how much, he answered about $1. He simply didn't have any sense of values, and that's the businessman's sixth sense. Bill has always been a big, healthy, hard-working man, but today he is very, very poor. The bills ain't all in the butcher business. I've got some of them right now in my office, but they will never climb over the railing that separates the clerks from the executives. Yet if they would put in half the time thinking for the house that they give up to hatching out reasons why they ought to be allowed to overdraw their salary accounts, I couldn't keep them out of our private offices with a poleaxe, and I wouldn't want to, for they could double their salaries and my profits in a year. But I always lay it down as a safe proposition that the fellow who has to break open the baby's bank toward the last of the week for car fare isn't going to be any Russell Sage when it comes to trading with the old man's money. He'd punch my bank account as full of holes as a carload of wild Texans would a fool stockman that they'd got in a corner. Now I know you'll say that I don't understand how it is, that you've got to do as the other fellows do, and that things have changed since I was a boy. There's nothing in it. Adam invented all the different ways in which a young man can make a fool of himself, and the college yell at the end of them is just a frill that doesn't change essentials. The boy who does anything just because the other fellows do it is apt to scratch a poor man's back all his life. He's the chap that's buying wheat at 97 cents the day before the market breaks. They call him the country in the market reports, but the city's full of him. It's the fellow who has the spunk to think and act for himself, and sells short when prices hit the high C and the house is standing on its hind legs yelling for more, that sits in the directors' meetings when he gets on toward 40. We've got an old steer out at the packing house that stands around at the foot of the runway leading up to the killing pens, looking for all the world like one of the village fathers sitting on the cracker box before the grocery, sort of sad-eyed, dreamy old cuss, always has 2 or 3 straws from his cud sticking out of the corner of his mouth. You never saw a steer that looked as if he took less interest in things. But by and by the boys drive a bunch of steers toward him, or cows maybe, if we're canning, and then you'll see old Abe move off up that runway, sort of beckoning the bunch after him with that wicked old stump of a tail of his, as if there was something mighty interesting to steers at the top, and something that every Texan in Colorado, raw from the prairies, ought to have a look at to put a metropolitan finish on him. Those steers just naturally follow along on up that runway and into the killing pens. But just as they get to the top, old Abe, someways, gets lost in the crowd, and he isn't among those present when the gates are closed and the real trouble begins for his new friends. I never saw a dozen boys together that there wasn't an old Abe among them. If you find your crowd following him, keep away from it. There are times when it's safest to be lonesome. Use a little common sense, caution and conscience. You can stock a store with those 3 commodities, when you get enough of them. But you've got to begin getting them young. They ain't catching after you toughen up a bit. You needn't write me if you feel yourself getting them. The symptoms will show in your expense account. Goodbye, life's too short to write letters and New York's calling me on the wire. Your affectionate father. John Graham. Number 2. Son. Paraponce University progress along rather unique lines is duly chronicled for the paternal information, and some rather thrilling experiences are noted. Cambridge, May 7, 1890-something. Dear Dad. I am sincerely sorry my last expense account has made you round-shouldered. I should think you pay your cashier well enough to let him take the burden of this sort of thing. Better try it when next month's bills come in, for I should hate to have a humpbacked father. You haven't the worst end of this expense account business, by any means. If it makes you round-shouldered to look it over, as you say, you can just gamble a future in the short ribs of your dutiful son that it made me cross-eyed to put it together. You see, there are so many items that a Philistine, that's what Professor Wendell calls men who haven't been to Harvard, couldn't be expected to understand. I was afraid that $150 for incidental expenses in the ethnological course wouldn't be quite clear to you. It may be necessary to tell you that ethnology is the study of races, and the textbooks are very costly and hard to procure. But the fellows are very fond of the course. It is so full of human interest that it is a real pastime for them. In fact, they sportively call it playing the races, to the great delight of dear old Professor Bookmaker, our instructor. Your suggestion that I appear to be trying to buy Cambridge proves you're not posted on conditions here. I am, and I may say en passant, the conditions are also posted on me. The dean sees to that. I wouldn't buy Cambridge if it were for sale. I never had any taste for antiques. There are purchasable things in Boston far more attractive. If you will come on, I'll be glad to let you look 'em over. I like Cambridge well enough daytimes, but the most interesting thing in it is the electric car that runs to Boston. I realize that my expenses grow heavier each month, but money not only has wings, but swims like a duck, and the fashionable fluid to float it is costly. I'm really beginning to believe that a man who can read, write and speak 7 or 8 languages may be an utter failure unless he's able to say no in at least one of them. The problem of how to get rich has not yet been reached in the higher mathematics course, and so it's not worrying me, as you seem to think. But of course I don't want to cast reflections on the solvency of the House of Graham and Company, so I try to keep my end up. It's expensive, for there are fellows here who've got bigger fools than I have for, but this wasn't what I started to say. All men may be born equal, but they get over it a good sight easier than they do the measles, and while some of the fellows have to study in cold rooms, others have money to burn. Poverty may not be a crime, but it's a grave misdemeanor in Cambridge. I am grieved, my dear father, to have you say that you haven't noticed any signs of my taking honors here at Cambridge. You cannot have read the society columns of the Boston papers, or you would have seen that I have already a degree from the Cotillion Society, as being a proficient student of the German, am entitled to the letters BAA after my name, a privilege granted by a learned Boston organization after very severe tests, and have been extended the freedom of Boston Common by the aldermen of the city. If these things don't justify the inking up of a few pink slips, you can souse my knuckles. It grieves me to have you fail to appreciate what I've accomplished. I am trying to do your credit. What a foolish little slip. Rub the R from here and you'll see my meaning. Another thing that proves my high standing in college is the fact that I've been admitted to the DKE, playfully known here as the Dickie, a very exclusive and high-toned literary and debating society, specially patronized by the faculty. The initiation ceremonies are very curious, and I really believe you would laugh to see some of the innocent little pranks the new men cut up. They are sent around town and over into Boston dressed in quaint garb and instructed to ask roguish questions of any they meet. This is to give them self-possession in debate and calmness in facing the battles of life. It would meet with your hearty approval, I am sure. For my little trial I was compelled to wear a yellow Mother Hubbard, with a belt of empty Graham and Company tin cans fastened around my waist and a double rope of your sausages hanging from my neck. A silk hat completed the rig. Thus accoutered I was told to promenade up and down Tremont Street over in Boston, a swell walk opposite the Common, and bark like a dog. Every 5 minutes I had to buttonhole someone and shout by Graham and Company's pork products and you'll never use any others. Well, the long and short of it is that I became a marked man on the gay boulevard. Small boys tendered me a free escort and made insulting remarks, which I endured cheerfully for the cause. It vexed me a bit, though, to find that one of the persons I advised as to our meets was Miss Vane of Chicago. She looked unutterable things and murmured something to her escort at which he smiled pityingly. If you hear that I drink, you will know exactly how the rumor started, and discredit it accordingly. Finally the crowd around me became so dense that street traffic was blocked, and I was taken in charge by a policeman for disorderly conduct. In another minute I was arrested by a meat inspector for exposing adulterated foods for sale. Between the two of them it was a simple little cot that night and a frugal breakfast next morning for Pierrepont. I was discharged on the disorderly conduct count, but fined $100 and costs on the bad meat item. The judge ordered all the windows open when it came into court. Father, it's up to Graham and Company to make good the deficit in my month's allowance. As a philosopher, you will see the point, I am sure. Perhaps a little bonus for mental suffering will suggest itself to you. I simply mention this in a general way to let you know how your pork products are regarded in the East, where the health laws are stricter than in Chicago. I would advise you to play harder for the Klondike trade and cut Boston off your drummer's maps. This is a bit of thinking for the house that I'm not charging anything for. It's cents, though, and you can coin it into dollars if you see fit. Dear old father, always planning for my comfort and pecuniary welfare. You wrote that when I have had my last handshake with John the Orangeman, I am to enter the Graham packing plant to lick postage stamps as a mailing clerk at $8 a week. Honestly, Dad, I don't feel worthy of so much. Make me an office boy at 3 per and let me grow up with a business. And I can't lick a postage stamp, really, I can't. Professor Plexus, our instructor in calisthenics, told me so the other day. He is a coarse and brutal man and I think I shall cut his elective out next semester. But of course I shall accept your offer, although I should prefer a partnership, no matter how silent, for I shall be glad to be on hand in case anything should happen to you. Despite the law of averages you never can tell, you know. As you say, there's plenty of room at the top. But that's where I'd like to start. I'd take all the chances of falling down the elevator well. Even if one starts at the bottom, he's not safe. The elevator may fall on him. You say that Adam invented all the different ways in which a young man can make a fool of himself. If he did, which, with all due respect to you, Pater, I doubt, it's a wonder to me that Beelzebub didn't quit his job in Adam's favor. I have no doubt it pays to be good, but you know better than I do that it often takes a long time to get a business well established. Misdeeds may be sure to find you out, but if they do they'll call again. I've devoted a good deal of thought to your maxims, which I realize to be sensible if homely, but, after all, if people practiced what other people preached, the preachers would have to take on a new line of goods. At all events I won't allow myself to worry. The man who's long on pessimism is usually short on liver pills. Misanthropy is only an aristocratic trademark for biliousness. I don't do things just because the other fellows do, as you suggest, but for the sake of the family name I must observe the proprieties. Even in this I do not go to such extremes as the Afro-American gentleman who sells hot corn and hot dogs in Harvard Square in their respective seasons. His wife died a few weeks ago and he found it pretty hard to get a living in crap steaks without a laundress in the family. So he married a stout wench about 10 days ago. Last Sunday, says our janitor, who tells the story, his new wife asked him to go to church with her. Go to church would you, Chilly, he cried, breast de Lord, bean't you got no mo sense ob de properties dan to think dat I'd go to church wid a neuter woman so soon after de death ob my wife? It is nearly midnight and I must close, for at 12 the art class meets at Soldiers Field to go and paint the John Harvard statue. Your affectionate son. Pierrepont Graham. P.S. I wired you today for $50. I couldn't explain by telegraph, but the fact is it cost me that sum to keep your name out of the police court records. Number 3. Father. From John Graham, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago, to his son, Pierrepont, at Harvard University. Mr. Pierrepont finds Cambridge to his liking, and has suggested that he take a postgraduate course to fill up some gaps which he has found in his education. June 1st, 1890-something. Dear Parapont, no, I can't say that I think anything of your postgraduate course idea. You're not going to be a poet or a professor, but a packer, and the place to take a postgraduate course for that calling is in the packing house. Some men learn all they know from books, others from life, both kinds are narrow. The first are all theory, the second are all practice. It's the fellow who knows enough about practice to test his theories for blowholes that gives the world a shove ahead, and finds a fair margin of profit in shoving it. There's a chance for everything you have learned, from Latin to poetry, in the packing business, though we don't use much poetry here except in our streetcar ads, and about the only time our products are given Latin names is when the State Board of Health condemns them. So I think you'll find it safe to go short a little on the frills of education. If you want them bad enough, you'll find a way to pick them up later, after business hours. The main thing is to get a start along right lines, and that is what I sent you to college for. I didn't expect you to carry off all the education in sight, I knew you'd leave a little for the next fellow. But I wanted you to form good mental habits, just as I want you to have clean, straight physical ones. Because I was run through a threshing machine when I was a boy, and didn't begin to get the straw out of my hair till I was past 30, I haven't any sympathy with a lot of these old fellows who go around bragging of their ignorance and saying that boys don't need to know anything except addition and the best policy brand of honesty. We started in a mighty different world, and we were all ignorant together. The Lord let us in on the ground floor, gave us corner lots, and then started in to improve the adjacent property. We didn't have to know fractions to figure out our profits. Now a merchant needs astronomy to see them, and when he locates them they are out somewhere near the 5th decimal place. There are 16 ounces to the pound still, but 2 of them are wrapping paper in a good many stores. And there are just as many chances for a fellow as ever, but they're a little gun shy, and you can't catch them by any such coarse method as putting salt on their tails. 30 years ago, you could take an old muzzleloader and knock over plenty of ducks in the city limits, and Chicago wasn't Cook County then, either. You can get them still, but you've got to go to Kankakee and take a hammerless along. And when I started in the packing business it was all straight sailing, no frills, just turning hogs into hog meat, dry salt for the niggers down south and sugar cured for the white folks up north. Everything else was sausage, or thrown away. But when we get through with a hog nowadays, he's scattered through 100 different cans and packages, and he's all accounted for. What we used to throw away is our profit. It takes doctors, lawyers, engineers, poets, and I don't know what, to run the business, and I reckon that improvements which call for parsons will be creeping in next. Naturally, a young man who expects to hold his own when he is thrown in with a lot of men like these must be as clean and sharp as a hound's tooth, or some other fellow's simply going to eat him up. The first college man I ever hired was old John Durham's son, Jim. That was a good many years ago when the house was a much smaller affair. Jim's father had a lot of money till he started out to buck the universe and corner wheat. And the boy took all the fancy courses and trimmings at college. The old man was mighty proud of Jim. Wanted him to be a literary fellow. But old Durham found out what everyone learns who gets his ambitions mixed up with number 2 red, that there's a heap of it lying around loose in the country. The Bears did quick work and kept the cash wheat coming in so lively that one settling day half a dozen of us had to get under the market to keep it from going to everlasting smash. That day made young Jim a candidate for a job. It didn't take him long to decide that the Lord would attend to keeping up the visible supply of poetry, and that he had better turn his attention to the stocks of mess pork. Next morning he was laying for me with a letter of introduction when I got to the office, and when he found that I wouldn't have a private secretary at any price, he applied for every other position on the premises right down to office boy. I told him I was sorry, but I couldn't do anything for him then, that we were letting men go, but I'd keep him in mind, and so on. The fact was that I didn't think a fellow with Jim's training would be much good, anyhow. But Jim hung on, said he'd taken a fancy to the house, and wanted to work for it. Used to call by about twice a week to find out if anything had turned up. Finally, after about a month of this, he wore me down so that I stopped him one day as he was passing me on the street. I thought I'd find out if he really was so red hot to work as he pretended to be. Besides, I felt that perhaps I hadn't treated the boy just right, as I had delivered quite a jag of that wheat to his father myself. "Hello, Jim," I called, "do you still want that job?" "Yes, sir," he answered, quick as lightning. "Well, I tell you how it is, Jim," I said, looking up at him. He was one of those husky, lazy moving 6-footers. "I don't see any chance in the office, but I understand they can use another good, strong man in one of the loading gangs." I thought that would settle Jim and let me out, for it's no joke lugging beef, or rolling barrels and tierces 100 yards or so to the cars. But Jim came right back at me with, "Done. Who'll I report to?" That sporty way of answering, as if he was closing a bet, made me surer than ever that he was not cut out for a butcher. But I told him, and off he started hotfoot to find the foreman. I sent word by another route to see that he got plenty to do. I forgot all about Jim until about 3 months later, when his name was handed up to me for a new place and a raise in pay. It seemed that he had sort of abolished his job. After he had been rolling barrels a while, and the sport had ground down one of his shoulders a couple of inches lower than the other, he got to scheming around for a way to make the work easier, and he hit on an idea for a sort of overhead railroad system, by which the barrels could be swung out of the storerooms and run right along into the cars, and 2 or 3 men do the work of a gang. It was just as I thought. Jim was lazy, but he had put the house in the way of saving so much money that I couldn't fire him. So I raised his salary, and made him an assistant timekeeper and checker. Jim kept at this for 3 or 4 months, until his feet began to hurt him, I guess, and then he was out of a job again. It seems he had heard something of a new machine for registering the men, that did away with most of the timekeepers except the fellows who watched the machines, and he kept after the superintendent until he got him to put them in. Of course he claimed a raise again for effecting such a saving, and we just had to allow it. I was beginning to take an interest in Jim, so I brought him up into the office and set him to copying circular letters. We used to send out a raft of them to the trade. That was just before the general adoption of typewriters, when they were still in the experimental stage. But Jim hadn't been in the office plugging away at the letters for a month before he had the writer's cramp, and began nosing around again. The first thing I knew, he was sicking the agents for the new typewriting machine onto me, and he kept them pounding away until they had made me give them a trial. Then it was all up with Mr. Jim's job again. I raised his salary without his asking for it this time, and put him out on the road to introduce a new product that we were making, beef extract. Jim made 2 trips without selling enough to keep them working overtime at the factory, and then he came into my office with a long story about how we were doing it all wrong. Said we ought to go for the consumer by advertising, and make the trade come to us, instead of chasing it up. That was so like Jim that I just laughed at first. Besides, that sort of advertising was a pretty new thing then, and I was one of the old-timers who didn't take any stock in it. But Jim just kept plugging away at me between trips, until finally I took him off the road and told him to go ahead and try it in a small way. Jim pretty nearly scared me to death that first year. At last he had got into something that he took an interest in, spending money, and he just fairly wallowed in it. Used to lay awake nights, thinking up new ways of getting rid of the old man's profits. And he found them. Seemed as if I couldn't get away from Graham's extract, and whenever I saw it I gagged, for I knew it was costing me money that wasn't coming back. But every time I started to draw on my horns, Jim talked to me, and showed me where there was a fortune waiting for me just around the corner. Graham's extract started out by being something that you could make beef tea out of, that was all. But before Jim had been fooling with it a month, he had got his girl to think up 100 different ways in which it could be used, and had advertised them all. It seemed there was nothing you could cook that didn't need a dash of it. He kept me between a chill and a sweat all the time. Sometimes, but not often, I just had to grin at his foolishness. I remember one picture he got out showing 16 cows standing between something that looked like a letterpress, and telling how every pound or so of Graham's extract contained the juice squeezed from a herd of steers. If an explorer started for the North Pole, Jim would send him a case of extract, and then advertise that it was the great heat maker for cold climates, and if some other fellow started across Africa he sent him a case, too, and advertised what a bully drink it was served up with a little ice. He broke out in a new place every day, and every time he broke out it cost the house money. Finally, I made up my mind to swallow the loss, and Mr. Jim was just about to lose his job sure enough, when the orders for extract began to look up, and he got a reprieve. Then he began to make expenses, and he got a pardon, and finally a rush came that left him high and dry in a permanent place. Jim was all right in his way, but it was a new way, and I hadn't been broad-gauged enough to see that it was a better way. That was where I caught the connection between a college education and business. I've always made it a rule to buy brains, and I've learned now that the better trained they are, the faster they find reasons for getting their salaries raised. The fellow who hasn't had the training may be just as smart, but he's apt to paw the air when he's reaching for ideas. I suppose you're asking why, if I'm so hot for education, I'm against this postgraduate course. But habits of thought ain't the only thing a fellow picks up at college. I see you've been elected president of your class. I'm glad the boys aren't down on you. But while the most popular man in his class isn't always a failure in business, being as popular as that takes up a heap of time. I noticed, too, when you were home Easter, that you were running to sporty clothes and cigarettes. There's nothing criminal about either, but I don't hire sporty clerks at all, and the only part of the premises on which cigarette smoking is allowed is the fertilizer factory. I simply mention this in passing. I have every confidence in your ultimate good sense, and I guess you'll see the point without my elaborating with a meat axe my reasons for thinking that you've had enough college for the present. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 3. Son. Raponte, about to forsake Harvard, supplies his father with some reasons for agreeing with him that a postgraduate course is not advisable. Cambridge, June 4, 1890-something. My dear father. No, you certainly need not get out a meat axe to elaborate your arguments against my taking a postgraduate course. What you have already said makes me feel as if a ham had fallen on me from the top of Pillsbury's grain elevator. There I go again with my similes derived from trade. It's exasperating how home associations will cling to a fellow even after 4 years of college life. But it's worse when these stockyard phrases bulge out in polite conversation. It's a case of head-on collision with your pride, when you are doing your very neatest to impress some sugar-cured beauty that you are the flower of the flock, to make a break like a Texas steer. The social circle was pretending to tell ages the other night. When it came my next, a pert little runabout, in a cherry waist and a pair of French shoes that must have come down to her from the original Cinderella, spoke up. And you, Mr. Graham, how old are you? I was established in 187, I said, with one of my fervid I'll meet you in the conservatory after the next dance glances. But I never added the odd figure. Everybody laughed. Fortunately they thought I intended a joke. I'll bet you a new hat, if you are still sporting your old friend you need one, that you couldn't say born. I caught the established from you. I trust my education will do all that you hope for my advancement in business. I've read somewhere, perhaps in one of your meaty letters, that good schooling is good capital. It may be, but the chances for investment are pretty poor hereabouts. Money is certainly more generally current. It may be the root of all evil, but I've noticed that it is a root that some very good people plant in the sunniest corner of their intellectual garden and keep well watered. While it may not be true that every man has his price, I note that many of those who do are ready to cut rates and give long time with discounts. With your customary capacity for banging the spike on its topknot, you diagnose my future correctly. I admit that I'm not going to be a poet or a professor. Even the Lampoon rejects my verses, though I am bound to say that if I wrote such hogwash as your streetcar at Smith grinds out, I would never dare criticize Alfred Austin again, while as for the professorial calling, there is nothing I could possibly teach except anatomy. We have had a splendid course in that at the various Boston amphitheaters, and the fellows say I'm way up on the subject. But I hardly think it serious enough for a life calling, so, as you so pleasantly intimate, I believe I will accept your offer to join fortunes with the packing house. I think I know enough of Latin to decline pig, and I always do when it's our label, but circumstances of a strictly pecuniary nature make it advisable for me to close with you at once. Better an $8 job and 6 o'clock dinner than a postgraduate course and free lunch. While I'm not prepared to admit that my soul soars to the azure at the thought of being a pork packer, perhaps it is just as well. When I was a boy my ambition oscillated between keeping a candy store and being a hero. Now candy makes my teeth ache and I've seen 2 or 3 heroes. I spent some time thinking what I had better do about meeting your desire that I desert literature for liver, but your last letter soldered my aspirations into a pretty small can. My chum doesn't like pork or relish my imminent intimate connection with it. Every day for a month he's asked me whether I had decided. Today I answered him with a story that Deacon Skinner used to tell about a young minister he once knew. He was parson of a small country church that paid a pretty skimpy salary, mostly in vegetables his flock could not eat themselves. There was precious little marrying and everybody that died seemed to be on the funeral free list. Altogether it was a case of laboring in a vineyard that had gone to seed, and the young preacher was more often full of inspiration than of roast turkey and fixins. But an empty stomach made a clear head and the eloquence of his sermons would have given Demosthenes a hard run for first money. You can't always hide away talent so that it can't be dug up, and one Sunday the Outlook Committee from a fashionable church came down to D, and listened to the minister. His text that day happened to be one of those which permit of much oratory without enough orthodoxy to set the soul into convulsions. The sermon made a hit with a regular Harvard H, and in a day or two the pastorate of the Wabash Avenue Church, whose steeple is nearer heaven than the majority of the congregation are likely to get, was offered to the young man, who told the committee that he must weigh the matter carefully. The news spread through the village instantly, as it always does, for any country town has Marconi beat to a custard on wireless telegraphy, and on the afternoon of the day on which the call to the new field of labor came, the young minister's parishioners inaugurated a special pilgrimage to find out the prospects. The first arrival was a woman. Strange, isn't it, that for all a woman takes so long to dress, she can always give a man a killing handicap and beat him from scratch to the scene of a scandal or a bargain sale? She was ushered into the parlor by the clergyman's little girl. No one else seemed to be visible. The mother Eve in her wouldn't let the visitor wait long, so she put the little girl in the quiz box. I've heard tell, Cicely, that your pa's been asked to go to a big church up to the city. Yes'm, answered Cicely, discreetly. Well, child, tell me, have you heard him say if he's a-goin'? No, ma'am, I haven't. Nor your mother neither? No, ma'am. Wall, my dear, you must know something about it. Do you think he's a-goin' to leave us? The child squirmed about uneasily and twisted her fingers. Speak right out now, that's a good girl. Be he a-goin' to go or stay? Urged the inquisitor. I don't know, ma'am, really. Papa's in his study praying for divine guidance. Where's your mother? Upstairs packing the trunks. I simply mention this in a general way, father, and would note in addition that in the absence of mother the janitor has helped me do my packing. I decided it was best to agree with you, for I realize that it never pays a man to act like a fool. There are too many doing it as a regular business. While I should have liked a postgraduate course, with an elective or two from Radcliffe, I realize that the difference between firmness and obstinacy is that the first is the exercise of willpower and the second of won't power. Give me a little vacation in Europe and I'll come home and let you can me as deviled ham if you want to. I don't want to brag about myself, but I'll bet you'll be surprised in me. We've all been cured of bragging by a New Yorker in my class who spends all his spare time proving why Gotham should be the only real splash on the map. To hear him, you'd think the good Lord moved the sun up and down simply to accommodate New York's business hours. A fellow from Dublin who's here studying home rule took him down the other day. Gotham was boasting of New York's high buildings when Dublin spoke up. Hoy buildings, is it? Begorra, we've buildings in Dublin so tall that we have to put hinges on the 4 upper stories. What in the world is that for? Asked Gotham. To let the sun by so it can reach New York, of course. By the way, you say that some men learn all they know from life. If you refer to the New York publication, you must have met some very gloomy and dyspeptic individuals of late. I'm not of that sort, nor, on the other hand, am I bound up in books, although, if I do say it, I have the finest set of the Decameron in college, and am considered quite an authority on the poetry of Rabelais. While on the subject of literature, I ought to state that the extra $100 in this month's expense account is for initiation fee and dues in the new reading club that a lot of us seniors have organized. We have for our motto Lord Bacon's great phrase reading maketh a full man, and it is wonderful to see how accurately the old philosopher hits our case. Owing to lack of accommodations here, we usually meet in some Boston hotel where we are safe from interruption. You would laugh to see how hot some of the fellows get arguing fine points. The other night I become so exercised myself discussing Schenk's theory of straights that I walked plumb into a pier glass, thinking I was up against another chap. I think the hotel man stuck us on the damages, but the club chipped in and paid like little men. Despite such occasional drawbacks, the club meetings are very popular. In fact, we have full houses every time we get together. The son in college. Yes, that being elected president of my class was a good thing, for at last I can get my name on programs and things without any reference to pigs tacked to it. But I don't know as it proves any overwhelming popularity on my part, for it was a dull season and I just slid in. Of course I would have liked to be marshal, but as I hadn't made any home runs and you wouldn't let me kick goals through your checkbook, I was put on the mourner's bench so far as that ambition went. I am glad to be able to write you the cheerful news that I shall graduate. Up to last week there seemed to be considerable doubt about it in certain high quarters not far removed from Prexy's mansion. But I went over to see one of the influential overseers, a Boston Brahmin with moss on his front steps, and plead with him. I was finally obliged to promise him that you would leave Harvard $100,000 by your will if he would see that I graduated. Of course it's a pretty stiff price, but as you won't have to pay it you ought not to mind. Besides, Dad, think of the pleasure to Ma and the girls to have one real commencement in their lives. It's cheap all round. Your affectionate son. Parapont. P.S. If my dream comes out and I get a diploma, I'll bring it home. It may be useful to you as a byproduct. It's sheepskin, you know. Number 4. Father. From John Graham, head of the House of Graham and Company, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago, to his son, Parapont Graham, at the Waldorf Astoria, in New York. Mr. Parapont has suggested the Grand Tour as a proper finish to his education. June 25, 1890-something. Dear Parapont, your letter of the 7th twists around the point a good deal like a setter pup chasing his tail. But I gather from it that you want to spend a couple of months in Europe before coming on here and getting your nose in the bullring. Of course, you are your own boss now and you ought to be able to judge better than anyone else how much time you have to waste, but it seems to me, on general principles, that a young man of 22, who is physically and mentally sound, and who hasn't got $1 and has never earned one, can't be getting on somebody's payroll too quick. And in this connection it is only fair to tell you that I have instructed the cashier to discontinue your allowance after July 15th. That gives you 2 weeks for a vacation, enough to make a sick boy well, or a lazy one lazier. I hear a good deal about men who won't take vacations, and who kill themselves by overwork, but it's usually worry or whiskey. It's not what a man does during working hours, but after them, that breaks down his health. A fellow and his business should be bosom friends in the office and sworn enemies out of it. A clear mind is one that is swept clean of business at 6 o'clock every night and isn't opened up for it again until after the shutters are taken down next morning. Some fellows leave the office at night and start out to whoop it up with the boys, and some go home to sit up with their troubles. They're both in bad company. They're the men who are always needing vacations, and never getting any good out of them. What every man does need once a year is a change of work, that is, if he has been curved up over a desk for 50 weeks and subsisting on birds and burgundy, he ought to take to fishing for a living and try bacon and eggs, with a little spring water, for dinner. But coming from Harvard to the packing house will give you change enough this year to keep you in good trim, even if you didn't have a fortnight's leeway to run loose. You will always find it a safe rule to take a thing just as quick as it is offered, especially a job. It is never easy to get one except when you don't want it, but when you have to get work, and go after it with a gun, you'll find it as shy as an old crow that every farmer in the county has had a shot at. When I was a young fellow and out of a place, I always made it a rule to take the first job that offered, and to use it for bait. You can catch a minnow with a worm, and a bass will take your minnow. A good fat bass will tempt an otter, and then you've got something worth skinning. Of course, there's no danger of your not being able to get a job with a house. In fact, there is no real way in which you can escape getting one, but I don't like to see you shy off every time the old man gets close to you with the halter. I want you to learn right at the outset not to play with the spoon before you take the medicine. Putting off an easy thing makes it hard, and putting off a hard one makes it impossible. Procrastination is the longest word in the language, but there's only one letter between its ends when they occupy their proper places in the alphabet. Old Dick Stover, for whom I once clerked in Indiana, was the worst hand at procrastinating that I ever saw. Dick was a powerful hearty eater, and no one ever loved mealtime better, but he used to keep turning over in bed mornings for just another wink and staving off getting up, until finally his wife combined breakfast and dinner on him, and he only got 2 meals a day. He was a mighty religious man, too, but he got to putting off saying his prayers until after he was in bed, and then he would keep passing them along until his mind was clear of worldly things, and in the end he would drop off to sleep without saying them at all. What between missing the Sunday morning service and never being seen on his knees, the first thing Dick knew he was turned out of the church. He had a pretty good business when I first went with him, but he would keep putting off firing his bad clerks until they had lit out with the petty cash, and he would keep putting off raising the salaries of his good ones until his competitor had hired them away. Finally, he got so that he wouldn't discount his bills, even when he had the money, and when they came due he would give notes so as to keep from paying out his cash a little longer. Running a business on those lines is, of course, equivalent to making a will in favor of the sheriff and committing suicide so that he can inherit. The last I heard of Dick he was 93 years old and just about to die. That was 10 years ago, and I'll bet he's living yet. I simply mention Dick in passing as an instance of how habits rule a man's life. There is one excuse for every mistake a man can make, but only one. When a fellow makes the same mistake twice he's got to throw up both hands and own up to carelessness or cussedness. Of course, I knew that you would make a fool of yourself pretty often when I sent you to college, and I haven't been disappointed. But I expected you to narrow down the number of combinations possible by making a different sort of a fool of yourself every time. That is the important thing, unless a fellow has too lively an imagination, or has none at all. You are bound to try this European foolishness sooner or later, but if you will wait a few years, you will approach it in an entirely different spirit, and you will come back with a good deal of respect for the people who have sense enough to stay at home. I piece out from your letter that you expect a few months on the other side will sort of put a polish on you. I don't want to seem pessimistic, but I have seen hundreds of boys graduate from college and go over with the same idea, and they didn't bring back a great deal except a few trunks of badly fitting clothes. Seeing the world is like charity, it covers a multitude of sins, and, like charity, it ought to begin at home. Culture is not a matter of a change of climate. You'll hear more about Browning to the square foot in the Mississippi Valley than you will in England. And there's as much art talk on the lake front as in the Latin Quarter. It may be a little different, but it's there. I went to Europe once myself. I was pretty raw when I left Chicago, and I was pretty sore when I got back. Coming and going I was simply sick. In London, for the first time in my life, I was taken for an easy thing. Every time I went into a store there was a bull movement. The clerks all knocked off their regular work and started in to mark up prices. They used to tell me that they didn't have any gold brick men over there. So they don't. They deal in pictures, old masters, they call them. I bought 2, you know the ones, those hanging in the waiting room at the stockyards, And when I got back I found out that they had been painted by a measly little fellow who went to Paris to study art, after Bill Harris had found out that he was no good as a settling clerk. I keep him to remind myself that there's no fool like an old American fool when he gets this picture paresis. The fellow who tried to fit me out with a coat of arms didn't find me so easy. I picked mine when I first went into business for myself, a charging steer, and it's registered at Washington. It's my trademark, of course, and that's the only coat of arms an American merchant has any business with. It's penetrated to every quarter of the globe in the last 20 years, and every soldier in the world has carried it, in his knapsack. I take just as much pride in it as the fellow who inherits his and can't find any place to put it, except on his carriage door and his letterhead, and it's a heap more profitable. It's got so now that every jobber in the trade knows that it stands for good quality, and that's all any Englishman's coat of arms can stand for. Of course, an American's can't stand for anything much, generally it's the burned in the skin brand of a snob. After the way some of the descendants of the old New York Dutchman with the hoe and the English general storekeepers have turned out, I sometimes feel a little uneasy about what my great-grandchildren may do, but we'll just stick to the trademark and try to live up to it while the old man's in the saddle. I simply mention these things in a general way. I have no fears for you after you've been at work for a few years, and have struck an average between the packing house and Harvard. Then if you want to graze over a wider range it can't hurt you. But for the present you will find yourself pretty busy trying to get into the winning class. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 4. Son. From the Waldorf Astoria, Pierrepont gives his father some inside information as to life and manners in New York and cites some experiences. Waldorf Astoria, June 30th, 1890-something. My dear father. I used to think you had a strong sense of fun, but I am beginning to fear that long connection with such essentially unhumorous animals as hogs condemned to the guillotine has dulled it. I say this because it is evident that you didn't take my little joke about wanting to go to Europe in the spirit I intended. The idea of suggesting to you, dear old practical pig sticker that you are, that Europe was in it for a minute with a pork packing house as a means of culture seemed so irresistibly comic to me that I thought you would roar with laughter also, and perhaps put another $1 on that 8 per I'm going to receive so soon. I can catch echoes of your roar even here, but I get no suggestion of cachinnation. Really, the laugh is on me for attempting such a feeble joke. When I get fairly into the pork emporium, I shall confine my witty sallies to Milligan. On the whole, and seriously, I'm glad you drew a red line through my scheme of letting the old world see what a pork packer's only looks like after his bristles have been scraped through college. Since I've been at the Waldorf Astoria I've seen so many misguided results of a few days in London that I never want to cross the duck pond. Monty Searles, who graduated when I was a soph, was a tip-topper at Cambridge, but he unfortunately got the ocean fever. I met him in the Palm Room last night and the way he dia-boyed me and worked his monocle overtime was pitiful. He's just got back and took the fastest steamer, for fear his British dialect would wear off before he got a chance to air it on Broadway. If I should borrow his clothes and come home in 'em you'd swap 'em for a straitjacket. They are so English that boys play tag with him in the streets waiting to see the H's drop, and so loud that every time he goes out of the hotel an auto gets frightened and runs away. After I left him last night I had to sing myself to sleep with Hail Columbia. Familiarity breeds contempt, no man is a hero to his own valet, and I'm afraid no son is taken seriously by his own father. For instance, you draw a pretty strong inference that I've never earned $1, which is hardly fair. I have earned considerable at times as a dealer in illustrated cards, and have picked up a tenner here and there by successfully predicting the results of various official speed tests. These things require hard labor and mental application. But the pay is sometimes uncertain, and on the whole I think your plan for me is better. I told Searles about the packing house job, and he pooh-poohed the idea. "Ma dia boy," he cried, "why don't you be independent? Try writing for money, old chap. That's what you were always doing in college." I'll bet he read that joke in Punch. This is the greatest hotel in the world for one thing, in it you can meet a more varied assortment of people than under any one roof on earth. Billionaires jog elbows with impecunious upstarts who saunter about the hotel corridors in evening clothes, and live on some cross street in hall rooms way up under the eaves. There is one young fellow who haunts the hotel and looks like a swell, who is said to be only a few dress shirts shy of being a pauper. But he actually believes he's the real thing, and the story goes that to keep up his self-deception he goes home every afternoon, sits on his trunk and toots a horn, after cleaning his trousers with gasoline, and thinks he's been automobiling. It's a long shot that you can't tell anything about a man in New York until you find out his business. He may look like a tramp and have curvature of the spine from carrying around certified checks, or he may seem the real thing in Lord's and only have a third interest in an ash collecting industry. I had an illustration last Sunday of how impossible it is to judge a man's motives until you know his business. I went to church, fact, I assure you. I saw a new style hat and followed its wearer into the sacred edifice, as I wanted to fix its details in my mind to tell Mother. She, I mean it, was very pretty. On second thought, I guess you'd better not mention this to Mother. In the course of his sermon, the minister, one of those preachers who seemed to think it necessary to shout out an occasional sentence to keep his congregation awake, declared in stentorian tones, "Wonders will never cease." A fat, bald-headed man in front of me nodded and murmured audibly, "Thank heaven." I wondered and asked the sexton who he was. It appears that he runs a dime museum on 6th Avenue. Here's a straight tip for Sis. If she must marry a title, let it be an American one, a coal or ice baron. Counts and earls are thicker than sand fleas here and about as useless and annoying. Speaking of straight tips, I've got a sure one on the horses sewed into the lining of my vest. If you want to go to the races without losing money, don't take any money with you. The subject of money reminds me that your old Kansas friend, Uncle Seth Slocum, was in town a day or two ago. With all due respect to him and his, you must admit that with his particularly flourishing facial lawn he looks more like a hayseed than a wheat king. At all events, the head clerk tipped off a house detective to keep an eye on him. They don't want anyone robbed in the hotel, by outsiders. Seth hadn't been in town an hour, most of which he spent in telling me how he once got you into a corner on July wheat, when he remembered that he had an appointment downtown and started out for the L. I went with him as far as the door, and as I stood there waiting for a cab, I saw a burly, flashily dressed man step up and grab Seth by the hand. "How do you do, my dear Mr. Haymaker? How are all the folks at the corners?" he cried. Uncle Seth looked at him a moment and said, "Haven't you made a mistake?" "In the name, perhaps, in the face, no," said the big chap, suavely. "Can it be possible that you are?" Seth took hold of the fellow's lapel and drew him closer to him. "No, my name's not Haymaker, nor am I from the corners. Come closer. I've heard tell a lot about those bunker men, and I don't want anyone to know my name, except you. You're such a likely chap." The burly man laughed and inclined his head. Then, in a stage whisper that could be heard a block, Uncle Seth said, solemnly, "SH, don't breathe it. I'm Sherlock Holmes, disguised as the real thing in gold brick targets, but don't give me away." Uncle Seth nearly started a riot one day at luncheon. It had been very hot in the morning, but the wind changed and the temperature went down rapidly. Seth saw me at a table in the palm room and came over. "Well, Ponty," he shouted, in that grain elevator voice of his, "quite a tumble, wasn't it? Dropped 15 points in half an hour. You ought to have seen him." It seemed as if everyone in the room jumped to his feet in wild excitement. You see, they thought he was talking stocks instead of thermometer. "By the way, Uncle Seth is infringing on your territory. He's going in for philosophy and gave me a little advice. If you ever want to build up a big trade, Ponty," he said, "mix up a little soft soap with your business life. Flattery counts. There's a man here in New York who's made his pile as a barber because it is his invariable rule to ask every bald-headed man that he shaves if he'll have a shampoo. I gather from your statement that my allowance dies a violent death on July 15th, that you are very anxious to see me on or about that date. You will. I have no desire to walk to Chicago, and my general mode of life trends toward Pullmans rather than freight cars. Ad interim, as we used to say in our debating societies, I think I shall run down to one of those jaw-twisting lakes in Maine to get some of New York soaked out of my system before dropping it on you. Billy Poindexter, a classmate of mine, has a camp there, and he writes me that hornpouts are biting like 60, and mosquitoes like 70. But I don't mind that, for I believe a little bloodletting will do me good after my stay here. I like New York, even if it is a bit commonplace and straight-laced compared with Chicago. They are great on Sunday observance in this town, and I find I am gathering a little of the same spirit myself. For instance, at an auditorium called the Haymarket, there is always a devotional service very early on Sunday mornings. I attended yesterday, and was much attracted by the ceremonies and the music. You would be surprised to see the number of ladies who are willing to be absent from their comfortable homes at such an inconvenient hour. Say what you will, Father, New York is a hospitable place. Although an utter stranger, I was invited the other night to the house of Mr. Canfield, a very wealthy gentleman who lives in great style. Mr. Canfield is well known as a philosopher who devotes a great deal of his time to the working out of the laws of chance and sequence. Beautiful experiments are made at his home every evening before a number of invited guests, among whom are some of the most prominent men in the city. It seems that it is the custom to have the youngest and least known guest contribute largely for the evening's entertainment, so naturally I went pretty deep into my available funds. I think I have just about enough to settle my hotel bill and buy my transportation to Lake Moose something or other. It will be quite necessary that I hear from you at that point, and to the point, if you don't want me to become a lumberman or a Maine guide. By the way, I've been observant and I've discovered something, though you'll doubtless not credit it. I see at last how so many dunderheads marry pretty girls. Two of them, pretty girls, not dunderheads, were talking at the next table to me the other day. So she's going to marry Dick Rogers, is she? Said one. Poor thing. He's awfully flat. Well, replied her companion, he's got a steam yacht, an auto, a string of saddle horses and his own golf links. Ah, I see, murmured her companion, a flat with all the modern improvements. Not bad for a New York girl, is it? Your affectionate son. P.S. I met Colonel Blau the other evening and he invited me to sit in at a poker game. Of course I refused. He was surprised, said he supposed it ran in the family, and related the details of a little business transaction he and some other gentlemen had with you when you were last in New York. I hope mother is well. I am very anxious to see her. I think you'd be in line for repute as a philanthropist if you would send me a check for 100. Number 5. Father. From John Graham, head of the House of Graham and Company, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago, to his son, Pierrepont Graham, at Lake Musgatchamoamuk, in the Maine woods. Mr. Pierrepont has written to his father withdrawing his suggestion. July 7, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, yours of the 4th has the right ring, and it says more to the number of words used than any letter that I have ever received from you. I remember reading once that some fellows use language to conceal thought, but it's been my experience that a good many more use it instead of thought. A businessman's conversation should be regulated by fewer and simpler rules than any other function of the human animal. They are: have something to say. Say it. Stop talking. Beginning before you know what you want to say and keeping on after you have said it lands a merchant in a lawsuit or the poorhouse, and the first is a short cut to the second. I maintain a legal department here, and it costs a lot of money, but it's to keep me from going to law. It's all right when you are calling on a girl or talking with friends after dinner to run a conversation like a Sunday school excursion, with stops to pick flowers, but in the office your sentences should be the shortest distance possible between periods. Cut out the introduction and the peroration, and stop before you get to secondly. You've got to preach short sermons to catch sinners, and deacons won't believe they need long ones themselves. Give fools the first and women the last word. The meat's always in the middle of the sandwich. Of course, a little butter on either side of it doesn't do any harm if it's intended for a man who likes butter. Remember, too, that it's easier to look wise than to talk wisdom. Say less than the other fellow and listen more than you talk, for when a man's listening he isn't telling on himself and he's flattering the fellow who is. Give most men a good listener and most women enough notepaper and they'll tell all they know. Money talks, but not unless its owner has a loose tongue, and then its remarks are always offensive. Poverty talks, too, but nobody wants to hear what it has to say. I simply mention these things in passing because I'm afraid you're apt to be the fellow who's doing the talking, just as I'm a little afraid that you're sometimes like the hungry drummer at the $1-a-day house, inclined to kill your appetite by eating the cake in the center of the table before the soup comes on. Of course, I'm glad to see you swing into line and show the proper spirit about coming on here and going to work, but you mustn't get yourself all head up before you take the plunge, because you're bound to find the water pretty cold at first. I've seen a good many young fellows pass through and out of this office. The first week a lot of them go to work there in a sweat for fear they'll be fired, and the second week for fear they won't be. By the third, a boy that's no good has learned just how little work he can do and keep his job, while the fellow who's got the right stuff in him is holding down his own place with one hand and beginning to reach for the job just ahead of him with the other. I don't mean that he's neglecting his work, but he's beginning to take notice, and that's a mighty hopeful sign in either a young clerk or a young widow. You've got to handle the first year of your business life about the way you would a trotting horse. Warm up a little before going to the post, not enough to be in a sweat, but just enough to be limber and eager. Never start off at a gait that you can't improve on, but move along strong and well in hand to the quarter. Let out a notch there, but take it calm enough up to the half not to break, and hard enough not to fall back into the ruck. At the 3/4 you ought to be going fast enough to poke your nose out of the other fellow's dust, and running like the limited in the stretch. Keep your eyes to the front all the time, and you won't be so apt to shy at the little things by the side of the track. Head up, tail over the dashboard, that's the way the winners look in the old pictures of Maud S. and Dexter and J.I.C. And that's the way I want to see you swing by the old man at the end of the year, when we hoist the numbers of the fellows who are good enough to promote and pick out the salaries which need a little sweetening. I've always taken a good deal of stock in what you call blood will tell if you're a Methodist, or heredity if you're a Unitarian, and I don't want you to come along at this late day and disturb my religious beliefs. A man's love for his children and his pride are pretty badly snarled up in this world, and he can't always pick them apart. I think a heap of you and a heap of the house, and I want to see you get along well together. To do that you must start right. It's just as necessary to make a good first impression in business as in courting. You'll read a good deal about love at first sight in novels, and there may be something in it for all I know, but I'm dead certain there's no such thing as love at first sight in business. A man's got to keep company a long time, and come early and stay late and sit close, before he can get a girl or a job worth having. There's nothing comes without calling in this world, and after you've called you've generally got to go and fetch it yourself. Our bright young men have discovered how to make a pretty good article of potted chicken, and they don't need any help from hens, either, and you can smell the clover in our butterine if you've developed the poetic side of your nose, but none of the boys have been able to discover anything that will pass as a substitute for work, even in a boarding house, though I'll give some of them credit for having tried pretty hard. I remember when I was selling goods for old Josh Jennings, back in the 60s, and had rounded up about $1,000 in a savings bank, a mighty hard $1,000, that came $1 or so at a time, and every dollar with a little bright mark where I had bid it. I roomed with a dry goods clerk named Charlie Chase. Charlie had a hankering to be a rich man, but somehow he could never see any connection between that hankering and his counter, except that he'd hint to me sometimes about an heiress who used to squander her father's money shamefully for the sake of having Charlie wait on her. But when it came to getting rich outside the dry goods business and getting rich in a hurry, Charlie was the man. Along about Tuesday night, he was paid on Saturday, he'd stay at home and begin to scheme. He'd commence at 8 o'clock and start a magazine, maybe, and before midnight he'd be turning away subscribers because his presses couldn't print a big enough edition. Or perhaps he wouldn't feel literary that night, and so he'd invent a system for speculating in weed and go on pyramiding his purchases till he'd made the best that Cheops did look like a 5-cent plate of ice cream. All he ever needed was a few hundred for a starter, and to get that he'd decide to let me in on the ground floor. I want to say right here that whenever anyone offers to let you in on the ground floor, it's a pretty safe rule to take the elevator to the roof garden. I never exactly refused to lend Charlie the capital he needed, but we generally compromised on $50 next morning, when he was in a hurry to make the store to keep from getting docked. He dropped by the office last week, a little bent and seedy, but all in a glow and trembling with excitement in the old way. Told me he was president of the Klondike Exploring, Gold Prospecting, and Immigration Company, with a capital of 10 millions. I guessed that he was the board of directors and the capital stock and the exploring and the prospecting and the immigrating, too, everything, in fact, except the business card he'd sent in, for Charlie always had a gift for nosing out printers who'd trust him. Said that for the sake of old times he'd let me have a few thousand shares at 50 cents, though they would go to par in a year. In the end we compromised on a loan of $10, and Charlie went away happy. The swamps are full of razorbacks like Charlie, fellows who'd rather make $1 million a night in their heads than $5 a day in cash. I have always found it cheaper to lend a man of that build a little money than to hire him. As a matter of fact, I have never known a fellow who was smart enough to think for the house days and for himself nights. A man who tries that is usually a pretty poor thinker, and he isn't much good to either, but if there's any choice the house gets the worst of it. I simply mention these little things in a general way. If you can take my word for some of them, you're going to save yourself a whole lot of trouble. There are others which I don't speak of because life is too short and because it seems to afford a fellow a heap of satisfaction to pull the trigger for himself to see if it is loaded, and a lesson learned at the muzzle has the virtue of never being forgotten. You report to Milligan at the yards at 8 sharp on the 15th. You'd better figure on being here on the 14th, because Milligan's a pretty touchy Irishman, and I may be able to give you a point or two that will help you to keep on his mellow side. He's apt to feel a little sore at taking on in his department a man whom he hasn't passed on. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 5. Son. Braypont goes fishing and writes his father some of his experiences, not all of which, however, seem directly identified with the piscatorial art. Lake Moose, etc., me, July 11, 1890-something. Dear Dad. Here I am in a little hut by the water, writing on the bottom of a canned meat box, not our label, for I gave Billy a bit of wholesome advice as to packing foods, which he accepted on the ground that mine was expert testimony, a tallow candle flickering at my side, and the hoarse booming of bullfrogs outside furnishing an obbligato to my thoughts. One particular bullfrog who resides here can make more noise than any Texas steer that ever struck Chicago. It isn't always the biggest animal that can make the loudest rumpus, as I sometimes fear you think. I simply mention this in passing that you may see that all the Graham philosophy isn't on one side of the house. As a spot for rest, this place has even Harvard skinned to death. It is so quiet here, when the frogs are out of action, that you can hear the march of time. Besides Billy Poindexter and our guide, Pete Sanderson, I don't believe there's another human being within 100 miles. It's a great change from the Waldorf Astoria, where you couldn't walk into the bar without getting another man's breath. The commissary department is different, too. The canned goods Billy bought are as bad as yours, Dad, upon my soul, while as for fish, there's nothing come to the surface yet but hornpouts, and they'll do for just about once. We have fried salt pork for a change, and Pete makes biscuits that would make excellent adjuncts to deep-sea fishing tackle. Altogether, this is great preparation for the packing house, for I shall be so hungry by July 15th that I'll do anything to get a square meal. By the way, you haven't said anything on the subject of board, whether I could live at home on a complimentary meal ticket or be landed in a boarding house and made to pay. I am going to write to Ma on this subject, for I think she is a good deal stronger on the fatted calf business than you. I think you would like to meet Pete Sanderson, for he's a veteran of the Civil War with a pension for complete disability, which he was awarded a little while ago. There isn't anything the matter with Pete except a few little scars, which he came by in a curious manner. It seems that he was examined by the pension board down at Bangor a few weeks back for complete paralysis. His home doctor swore that Pete couldn't move nor feel, and two strapping sons brought him to the office in their arms. The other doctors punched and pounded him nearly to a jelly, but Pete never yipped. As a last resort they jabbed him with pins in a dozen different places, yet he didn't budge. Complete paralysis, they declared, but they didn't know that Pete had been stuffed so full of opium that he couldn't see nor feel, either. But he says he helped just as hard to save the nation as anyone else, and ought to be recognized. At any rate, his case is quite as worthy as that of the man who visited a Washington pension agency and sought government aid on the ground that he had contracted gout from high living, due to his profits on army contracts. Pete is a great hand to spring stories of the war on us, and some of them are pretty good. One he tells about the chaplain of the Mass, when that regiment was lying on the Rappahannock or Chickahominy, or some other river during the summer of '62. It seems that the chaplain was acting as postmaster for the men, and had been much bothered by requests for the mail, which had got tangled up with the Rebs somewhere. One hot afternoon he allowed to himself that he'd like a good snooze free from interruption, so he affixed to the front of his tent a placard that read thus. This worked like a charm, and the reverend soldier had a fine sleep and came out several hours later, greatly refreshed in body and mind. He was just a bit surprised to find a row of grinning privates sitting outside his canvas residence, their eyes fixed on his warning in so noticeable a fashion that he himself turned to look at it. There, to his horror, mixed with amusement, for he was a very human sort of chaplain, he found that some wag had got at his card so that it now read. I merely mention this anecdote as evidence that a man cannot always be judged by what appear to be his deeds, as you seem to think, and that the devil often gives him a side wallop when he's engaged in perfectly innocent recreation. Thanks to your kind little remembrance, I shall be able to be officially introduced to Milligan on the 15th. I note that, through your customary forethought, the check is just sufficient to land me in Chicago with 11 cents in my pocket, provided I practice strict economy en route. Permit me to compliment you on being the most skillful promoter of labor any son ever had. I have racked my brain in vain to think what I could have said in the letter of the 4th of July to arouse your encomiums. Your assertion that it said more to the number of words than any letter you ever received from me suggests that it was brief. As it was written on the 4th, a day that, as a good American, I always celebrate, its brevity may be accounted for. The same explanation, however, will scarcely answer for the condensed power of expression you note. By the way, Poindexter isn't going to marry old Conway's widow, spite her millions. I quizzed him about it and he finally put me wise. Yes, I could have married her, he said. In fact, we agreed, but I squirmed out of it. The truth is I proposed by mail, I didn't have the nerve to do it face to face, and she accepted me on a postal card. Her evident economy was a bit too much for me. I've done a lot of thinking. This word is not written very plainly, but it is thinking and nothing else, since I have been in the woods. Billy says I only think I'm thinking, but he's a cynic. There's been little to do but think. The hunting is worse than the fishing and the only thing I've bagged is my trousers. The sum total of my thoughts seems to be a few resolutions. Although I know resolutions are not ripe till January 1st, I've had time to make them here and I'll have plenty of chance to get accustomed to them before I write them down in the Russia leather diary that I know you will be glad to include among my Christmas gifts. My resolutions may not be original, they may not even be good ones, but such as they are I am going to write them out for you have often told me that it was every man's duty to himself to set himself a goal and mark out the course by which to reach it. For this and a perfect wealth of other advice I can never thank you enough. Perhaps, however, the knowledge that I am really taking life seriously, as shown by my resolutions, will be some recompense to you for the midnight oil you have burned in the coinage of succinct sayings and meaty metaphors. I flatter myself that is pretty well expressed, although my English professor would object, as he often did, to my employment of trade terms as illustrations and similes. The stain on this sheet of paper is due to Poindexter, who shied a slice of fat pork at my head while I was writing. That was yesterday and he absolutely refused to let me finish my letter. He said a man who couldn't find anything better to do in the woods than write was several unpleasant sounding things. As he emphasized his remarks by war whoops, Comanche dances and the beating together of tin plates, I was forced to forsake my literary pursuits till this morning. Billy is asleep. He absolutely refused to rise without a pick-me-up and, as our canoe was upset last night, we lost all our camp utensils, including that indispensable adjunct to camp life, the pick-me-up. Billy is up and insists that we must go to the nearest settlement for a new camp kit. He misses the splendid assortment of pick-me-ups with which we started out and swears he won't know north from south till he gets one. The resolutions will have to wait till we return. July 13th. We did not get back till today. We found a fine collection of camp necessities at the settlement, and what we selected proved such a heavy burden that we were unable to start on the return trip till this morning. Billy is asleep again. I never knew he was such a heavy sleeper. It must be the bracing air of the woods. In Cambridge he had the reputation of never sleeping. I have reread the resolutions and I think it best not to send them to you until I am out of the woods. Surveyed in the light of this particular morning, they seem to need as many amendments as the Constitution of the United States. Just a word of warning not to be surprised when I show up for work in hunting costume. I was compelled to leave all my other clothes in New York for safekeeping. Storage rates are very high there. The tickets call for a payment of $150. I shall call at the Waldorf on my way through the city and shall get any letters, with enclosures, that may be there. Your hopeful son. P.S. Do you think that when a man finds he is catching 2 fish on 1 hook every time he hauls in his line, it is time for him to stop using bait? Billy assures me that it is. Number 6. Father. From John Graham, en route to Texas, to Pierrepont Graham, care of Graham & Company, Union Stock Yards, Chicago. Mr. Pierrepont has, entirely without intention, caused a little confusion in the mails, and it has come to his father's notice in the course of business. Private Car Parnassus, August 15, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, perhaps it's just as well that I had to hurry last night to make my train, and so had no time to tell you some things that are laying mighty heavy on my mind this morning. Jim Donnelly, of the Donnelly Provision Company, came into the office in the afternoon, with a full grin on his fat face, to tell me that while he appreciated a note which he had just received in one of the firm's envelopes, beginning Dearest, and containing an invitation to the theater tomorrow night, it didn't seem to have any real bearing on his claim for shortage on the last carload of sweet pickled hams he had bought from us. Of course, I sent for Milligan and went for him pretty rough for having a mailing clerk so no account as to be writing personal letters in office hours, and such a blunderer as to mix them up with the firm's correspondence. Milligan just stood there like a dumb Irishman and let me get through and go back and cuss him out all over again, with some trimmings that I had forgotten the first time, before he told me that you were the fellow who had made the bull. Naturally, I felt pretty foolish, and, while I tried to pass it off with something about your still being green and raw, the ice was mighty thin, and you had the old man running tiddledies. It didn't make me feel any sweeter about the matter to hear that when Milligan went for you, and asked what you supposed Donnelly would think of that sort of business, you told him to consider the feelings of the girl who got our brutal refusal to allow a claim for a few hundredweight of hams. I haven't any special objection to your writing to girls and telling them that they are the real sugar-cured article, for, after all, if you overdo it, it's your breach of promise suit, but you must write before 8 or after 6. I have bought the stretch between those hours. Your time is money, my money, and when you take half an hour of it for your own purposes, that is just a petty form of petty larceny. Milligan tells me that you're quick to learn, and that you can do a powerful lot of work when you've a mind to, but he adds that it's mighty seldom your mind takes that particular turn. Your attention may be on the letters you are addressing, or you may be in a comatose condition mentally, he never quite knows until the returns come from the dead letter office. A man can't have his head pumped out like a vacuum pan, or stuffed full of odds and ends like a bologna sausage, and do his work right. It doesn't make any difference how mean and trifling the thing he's doing may seem, that's the big thing and the only thing for him just then. Business is like oil, it won't mix with anything but business. You can resolve everything in the world, even a great fortune, into atoms. And the fundamental principles which govern the handling of postage stamps and of millions are exactly the same. They are the common law of business, and the whole practice of commerce is founded on them. They are so simple that a fool can't learn them, so hard that a lazy man won't. Boys are constantly writing me for advice about how to succeed, and when I send them my receipt they say that I am dealing out commonplace generalities. Of course I am, but that's what the receipt calls for, and if a boy will take these commonplace generalities and knead them into his job, the mixture'll be cake. Once a fellow's got the primary business virtues cemented into his character, he's safe to build on. But when a clerk crawls into the office in the morning like a six-setter pup, and leaps from his stool at night with the spring of a tiger, I'm a little afraid that if I sent him off to take charge of a branch house he wouldn't always be around when customers were. He's the sort of a chap who would hold back the sun an hour every morning and have it gain 2 every afternoon if the Lord would give him the same discretionary powers that he gave Joshua. And I have noticed that he's the fellow who invariably takes a timekeeper as an insult. He's pretty numerous in business offices. In fact, if the glance of the human eye could affect a clock face in the same way that a man's country cousins affect their city welcome, I should have to buy a new timepiece for the office every morning. I remember when I was a boy, we used to have a pretty lively camp meeting every summer, and Elder Hoover, who was accounted a powerful exhorter in our parts, would wrestle with the sinners and the backsliders. There was one old chap in the town, Bill Budlong, who took a heap of pride in being the Simon Pure Cuss. Bill was always the last man to come up to the mourner's bench at the camp meeting and the first one to backslide when it was over. Used to brag around about what a hold Satan had on him and how his sin was the original brand, direct from Adam, put up in cans to keep, and the can opener lost. Doc Hoover would get the whole town safe in the fold and then have to hold extra meetings for a couple of days to snake in that miserable Bill, but, in the end, he always got religion and got it hard. For a month or two afterward, he'd make the chills run down the backs of us children in prayer meeting, telling how he had probably been the triflingest and orneriest man alive before he was converted. Then, along toward hog-killing time, he'd backslide, and go around bragging that he was standing so close to the mouth of the pit that his whiskers smelt of brimstone. He kept this up for about 10 years, getting vainer and vainer of his staying qualities, until one summer, when the elder had rounded up all the likeliest sinners in the bunch, he announced that the meetings were over for that year. You never saw a sicker-looking man than Bill when he heard that there wasn't going to be any extra session for him. He got up and said he reckoned another meeting would fetch him, that he sort of felt the clutch of old Satan loosening, but Doc Hoover was firm. Then Bill begged to have a special deacon told off to wrestle with him, but Doc wouldn't listen to that. Said he'd been wasting time enough on him for 10 years to save a county, and he had just about made up his mind to let him try his luck by himself, that what he really needed more than religion was common sense and a conviction that time in this world was too valuable to be frittered away. If he'd get that in his head, he didn't think he'd be so apt to trifle with eternity, and if he didn't get it, religion wouldn't be of any special use to him. A big merchant finds himself in Doc Hoover's fix pretty often. There are too many likely young sinners in his office to make it worthwhile to bother long with the bills. Very few men are worth wasting time on beyond a certain point, and that point is soon reached with a fellow who doesn't show any signs of wanting to help. Naturally, a green man always comes to a house in a pretty subordinate position, and it isn't possible to make so much noise with a firecracker as with a cannon. But you can tell a good deal by what there is left of the boy, when you come to inventory him on the 5th of July, whether he'll be safe to trust with a cannon next year. It isn't the little extra money that you may make for the house by learning the fundamental business virtues which count so much as it is the effect that it has on your character and that of those about you, and especially on the judgment of the old man when he's casting around for the fellow to fill the vacancy just ahead of you. He's pretty apt to pick someone who keeps separate ledger accounts for work and for fun, who gives the house 16 ounces to the pound, and, on general principles, to pass by the one who is late at the end where he ought to be early, and early at the end where he ought to be late. I simply mention these things in passing. But, frankly, I am afraid that you have a streak of the bill in you, and you can't be a good clerk, let alone a partner, until you get it out. I try not to be narrow when I'm weighing up a young fellow, and to allow for soakage and leakage, and then to throw in a little for good feeling, but I don't trade with a man whom I find deliberately marking up the weights on me. This is a fine country we're running through, but it's a pity that it doesn't raise more hogs. It seems to take a farmer a long time to learn that the best way to sell his corn is on the hoof. Your affectionate father, John Graham. P.S. I just had to allow Donnelly his claim on those hams, though I was dead sure our weights were right, and it cost the house $60. But your fool letter took all the snap out of our argument. I get hot every time I think of it. Number 6. Son. The seat at his father's mailing desk does not appear especially comfortable to the junior Graham, if we may judge by the tone of his correspondence. Chicago, August 30th, 1890-something. My dear father. Permit me to say, most respectfully of course, that you are overdoing the emotional business as to my mistake in mailing a note of invitation to the theater to Jim Donnelly in place of a letter denying his claim of shortage on hams, and denouncing him as a double-distilled prevaricator for venturing the same. As a matter of fact, it was a great stroke, and I've ordered the cashier in your name to put a $2 L on my financial structure. Donnelly came in today and gave us a $1,000 order for short ribs, said he was devilish glad to find a bit of humanity and sentiment in the house of Graham, and that if you had more blood and less lard in your veins, Chicago would be a better place to live in. He's fond of the old burg, at that, for he licked a Boston drummer last week for claiming that the Boston Symphony Orchestra was better than Theodore Thomas. You see, Jim has just become engaged and my little break struck him in a tender spot. I note with pain, dear Dad, that you make a great hullabaloo over my robbing you of your time by writing that note. Theoretically you may be right, but practically your kick is so small that a respectable jackrabbit would be ashamed of it. Let's see, I work, theoretically, from 8 to 6, 1 hour out for lunch. Under your munificent system of payment I get about 15 cents an hour, or a quarter of a cent a minute. It took me 2 minutes to write the note. Ergo, I owe you half a cent, whereas you owe me the profit on the $1,000 order of short ribs, which Donnelly says must be something immense. Let's square up on that basis. But even had results been worse, absent-mindedness is a fault, not a crime. Literature is full of well-authenticated instances of that perversity of wit which makes one do the wrong thing instead of the much easier right one. The poet Cooper's feat of boiling his watch while he timed it by an egg is really a very commonplace illustration of the vagaries of the human mind. It was surpassed by Dean Stanley and Dr. Jowett, who were both extremely absent-minded and very fond of tea. One morning they breakfasted together and in their chat each of them drank 7 or 8 cups of tea. As the session broke up, Dr. Jowett happened to glance at the table. "Good gracious," he exclaimed, "I forgot to put in the tea." Neither had noticed it. Even this, I think, is excelled by the case of a remarkably absent-minded man in the western part of Massachusetts, whose freaks of memory made him the sport of the country for miles around. He once went for days without sleeping because he was very busy in his library and didn't leave it, so did not see his bed as a reminder. He capped the climax, however, when he came home one night and hanged himself to the bedpost by his suspenders. As he was wealthy and cheerful, with much to live for, it is generally believed that he mistook himself for his own pants. At all events, absent-mindedness, like bad penmanship, is a sign of genius, and, as a loving father, you should be glad that I have one of the symptoms. I must frankly admit that the addressing of envelopes is not the most fascinating of pursuits. If I must write in order to earn my salary from the house, I should much prefer to do it across the bottom of checks. I would then feel that the business was more dependent upon me and also that it might mean more to me. It has got so that the sight of a U.S. stamp after business hours gives me a bilious attack. Let me at least fill out the checks if I don't sign them. Then I'll be better able to imagine that I'm the real thing around here, even if my salary's attenuation continues to eat a big hole in my sainted mother's pin money. The next best thing to owning an auto, is to wear an auto coat. Of course Milligan made a noisy, braying, Hibernian ass of himself when he came around to take your cussing of him out on me. He swore and danced and waved his arms, and got still madder when I asked him what he was Donnybrooking around in Chicago for. He didn't seem to like it a bit when I told him that one little finger of the girl I wrote to was worth 1,000 times as much as himself and the hogs he associated with, put together. He allowed that I was an impudent young jackass and the dead copy of my father, went on to say that if he hadn't started the firm and kept his weather eye on it ever since, you would have been in the bankruptcy court or jail years ago. When I got mad and told him that I'd have him bounced, he said you didn't dare to fire him because he knew the secret of, but really I don't think it's safe to entrust it to paper. Milligan is a dirty beast who belongs to the Shy of Water tribe and smokes a horror of a clay pipe. To think that I, who have mingled with gentlemen for the past 4 years, should be compelled to breathe his air is too much. I won't work under a man who habitually insults my honored father. If you haven't pride enough to rebel, I have. He is vulgar enough to call you the old man, and I am morally certain he is a pretty liberal toucher of that private stock you keep in your inner office. For heaven's sake, throw him out and purify the place. Jim Donnelly seems to have taken quite a shine to me, and last night he invited me to his club for dinner. This was a great relief for yours truly, for between you and me, Ma has got pretty stingy with the table since you left, and is trying to use up a box of our products she found down cellar. By the way, I noticed from a slip Milligan gave me to file today, that you crossed off all the Graham Foods the steward of your private car had picked out for your trip, wise old dad, so Jim's invite was like an early cocktail to Colonel R.E. Morse. After dinner we hied ourselves to a vaudeville show, which I simply mention in a business way. I see you've an ad on the drop curtain at the Hyperion, and if you won't kill the poet who wrote those verses, I must. Such awful rot as. We corral the choicest hogs. Stab 'em, scald 'em, flay 'em. Then you get the superfine sausage made by Graham. May appeal to you as A1 inspiration, but trust an humble member of your family when he says that you simply nauseate the public by such tomfool stuff. You're rich enough to hire Howells if you like, so there's no excuse for this. Wish I was with you on the car instead of being compelled to hear Milligan blart about our house like an Irish Silas Wegg. They say around the office that the car is bully well stocked with things, and they even hint that you have been taking to it pretty regular of late to change climates with Ma. I don't encourage such idle talk. I've worried a lot since you went away. The business seems to have got on my nerves. Of course I realize that all I have to do is to lick stamps and try to look as if I enjoyed it, but as the family heir I can't help worrying about the firm. Several matters have come to my attention, in the way of business, that make me fearful that perhaps you made a mistake in going away without leaving one of the family at the helm here. The Celtic gentleman who signs himself superintendent and whom the boys call Soup, does not take kindly to my advice. When I told him yesterday that I feared that a carload of lard that was shipped to Indiana was not first chop and would be returned, he looked me over curiously for a minute and said, "Don't let that worry ye, me by, the time to fret is when they send it back." And then, in a very loud voice, so that everybody in the office could hear, he told me a story. "Your anticipation of trouble reminds me," he said, "of an old maid up in York State 20 years ago. She was so plaguey homely that if she'd been the last woman on earth the last man would 'a jumped off it when he met her. Arethusa Prudence Smillie, I've never forgot the name, how could I? Was as full of imagination as a Welsh rarebit is of nightmare, and ye never could tell what her next break what be. She was sittin' in the kitchen one winter's day, raidin' patry and toastin' her fate in the open oven door, while her good old slob of a mother was rollin' out pie crust, when all of a sudden she burst out cryin'. This startled her mother so that she dropped her rollin' pin and rushed to her daughter's side. She thought she'd had a warnin' or cramps or somethin'. It was a long time before she could squeeze a word out edgewise betune the wapes. "Fwhat is the matter?" she cried, again and again. Finally, with the tears a streamin' down her cakes and the sobs wrestlin' wid her breath, Arethusa took her mother into her confidence. "I was sittin' here, raidin'," she said, "when the patrie suggested somethin' to me and thin I got to thinkin', and here her gab trolley was trun off by sobs." "Thinkin' of fwhat, darlint?" cried her mother. "Oh, mother, I was thinkin', as I sot here wid my feet in the open oven door, that if I should get married and a little baby should come and, again she stopped to put on brakes wid her handkerchief, and then went on rapidly, "I was thinkin' how terrible it would be if I should get married and should leave the baby here in the kitchen and go out and it should crawl into the oven and you should shut it up with the pies and, boo-hoo, hoo." The point of this yarn appeared clear enough to the boys in the office, for they laughed like hyenas and looked at me as if I were the latest thing in tailor-mades. Strange how everybody knows when to laugh when the boss makes a joke. This morning one of the boys had the nerve to call me Arethusa. When I got through with him, in the vacant lot back of the hog pens, he couldn't have said Arethusa to save his life. You will commend this, I know, for the dignity of the family name must be upheld. I found long ago that in order to maintain the respect of the world it is sometimes necessary to give it a few drop kicks. I am disappointed in Milligan. Until recently I thought he really felt an interest in me. For instance, a day or two ago he expressed surprise that you had not established me in the real estate business, and said that it struck him that I was better suited for it than for the coarse details of pork packing. After that I went round like a pouter pigeon. But I have since learned that he followed his remark about the real estate business with a side speech to one of the clerks. He certainly knows more about the real estate business than he is likely to ever learn of this. He can tell the difference between a house and lot. Milligan is so full of jokes that it's safe betting that if he had the shaking up I'd like to give him he'd shed comic operas, and men's gags and sidewalk conversation enough to keep the show business running for years to come. Do you wonder that I have written you several letters demanding his resignation or acceptance of my own? You will not receive any of those letters, however, for home, although humble, is a place of shelter. I must say, though, that Milligan's penchant for presenting the naked truth without even the traditional fig leaf is annoying. Your chafing son. Parapon't. P.S. I have just learned that Milligan is at home, sick. I wish him well, of course, but if he should find a change of climate necessary I will gladly hunt up the timetables for him. Number 7. Father. From John Graham, at the Omaha branch of Graham & Company, to Parapon't Graham, at the Union Stock Yards, Chicago. Mr. Parapon't hasn't found the methods of the worthy Milligan altogether to his liking, and he has commented rather freely on them. Omaha, September 1st, 1890-something. Dear Parapon't, yours of the 30th ultimo strikes me all wrong. I don't like to hear you say that you can't work under Milligan or any other man, for it shows a fundamental weakness. And then, too, the house isn't interested in knowing how you like your boss, but in how he likes you. I understand all about Milligan. He's a cross, cranky old Irishman with a temper tied up in bow knots, who prods his men with the bull stick 6 days a week and schemes to get them salary raises on the 7th, when he ought to be listening to the sermon, who puts the black snake on a clerk's hide when he sends a letter to Oshkosh that ought to go to Kalamazoo, and begs him off when the old man wants to have him fired for it. Altogether he's a hard, crabbed, generous, soft-hearted, loyal, bully old boy, who's been with the house since we took down the shutters for the first time, and who's going to stay with it till we put them up for the last time. But all that apart, you want to get it firmly fixed in your mind that you're going to have a Milligan over you all your life, and if it isn't a Milligan it will be a Jones or a Smith, and the chances are that you'll find them both harder to get along with than this old fellow. And if it isn't Milligan or Jones or Smith, and you ain't a butcher, but a parson or a doctor, or even the President of the United States, it'll be a way back deacon, or the undertaker, or the machine. There isn't any such thing as being your own boss in this world unless you're a tramp, and then there's the constable. Like the old man if you can, but give him no cause to dislike you. Keep your self-respect at any cost, and your upper lip stiff at the same figure. Criticism can properly come only from above, and whenever you discover that your boss is no good you may rest easy that the man who pays his salary shares your secret. Learn to give back a bit from the base burner, to let the village fathers get their feet on the fender and the sawdust box in range, and you'll find them making a little room for you in turn. Old men have tender feet, and apologies are poor salve for aching corns. Remember that when you're in the right you can afford to keep your temper, and that when you're in the wrong you can't afford to lose it. When you've got an uncertain cow it's all okay to tie a figure 8 in her tail, if you ain't thirsty, and it's excitement you're after, but if you want peace and her 9 quarts, you will naturally approach her from the side, and say, "So boss," in about the same tone that you would use if you were asking your best girl to let you hold her hand. Of course, you want to be sure of your natural history facts and learn to distinguish between a cow that's a kicker, but whose intentions are good if she's approached with proper respect, and a hooker, who is vicious on general principles, and any way you come at her. There's never any use fooling with an animal of that sort, brute or human. The only safe place is the other side of the fence or the top of the nearest tree. When I was clerking in Missouri, a fellow named Jeff Hankins moved down from Wisconsin and bought a little clearing just outside the town. Jeff was a good talker, but a bad listener, and so we learned a heap about how things were done in Wisconsin, but he didn't pick up much information about the habits of our Missouri fauna. When it came to cows, he had had a liberal education and he made out all right, but by and by it got on to plowing time and Jeff naturally bought a mule, a little moth-eaten cuss, with sad, dreamy eyes and droopy, wiggly-woggly ears that swung in a circle as easy as if they ran on ball bearings. Her owner didn't give her a very good character, but Jeff was too busy telling how much he knew about horses to pay much attention to what anybody was saying about mules. So finally the seller turned her loose in Jeff's lot, told him he wouldn't have any trouble catching her if he approached her right, and hurried off out of range. Next morning at sunup Jeff picked out a bridle and started off whistling Buffalo Gals. He was a powerful pretty whistler and could do the mockingbird with variations, to catch the mule and begin his plowing. The animal was feeding as peaceful as a watercolor picture, and she didn't budge, but when Jeff began to get nearer, her ears dropped back along her neck as if they had lead in them. He knew that symptom and so he closed up kind of cautious, aiming for her at right angles and gurgling, "Muley, muley, here muley, that's a good muley," sort of soothing and caressing like. Still she didn't stir and Jeff got right up to her and put one arm over her back and began to reach forward with the bridle, when something happened. He never could explain just what it was, but we judged from the marks on his person that the mule had reached forward and kicked the seat of his trousers with one of her prehensile hind feet, and had reached back and caught him on the last button of his waistcoat with one of her limber 4 feet, and had twisted around her elastic neck and bit off a mouthful of his hair. When Jeff regained consciousness, he reckoned that the only really safe way to approach a mule was to drop on it from a balloon. I simply mention this little incident as an example of the fact that there are certain animals with which the Lord didn't intend white men to fool. And you will find that, as a rule, the human varieties of them are not the fellows who go for you roughshod, like Milligan, when you're wrong. It's when you come across one of those gentlemen who have more oil in their composition than any two-legged animal has a right to have, that you should be on the lookout for concealed deadly weapons. I don't mean that you should distrust a man who is affable and approachable, but you want to learn to distinguish between him and one who is too affable and too approachable. The adverb makes the difference between a good and a bad fellow. The bunco men aren't all at the county fair, and they don't all operate with the little shells and the elusive pea. When a packer has learned all that there is to learn about quadrupeds, he knows only 1/8 of his business, the other 7/8, and the important 7/8, has to do with the study of bipeds. I dwell on this because I am a little disappointed that you should have made such a mistake in sizing up Milligan. He isn't the brightest man in the office, but he is loyal to me and to the house, and when you have been in business as long as I have you will be inclined to put a pretty high value on loyalty. It is the one commodity that hasn't any market value, and it's the one that you can't pay too much for. You can trust any number of men with your money, but mighty few with your reputation. Half the men who are with the house on payday are against it the other 6. A good many young fellows come to me looking for jobs, and start in by telling me what a mean house they have been working for, what a cuss to get along with a senior partner was, and how little show a bright, progressive clerk had with him. I never get very far with a critter of that class, because I know that he wouldn't like me or the house if he came to work for us. Number 7. Son. Replies writes of independent work for the house and its results, of the methods of guidebooks to success philosophers, and of divers other topics. Chicago, September 10, 1890-something. Dear Father. What a clever, indulgent, far-seeing old boy you are, to be sure. Your ultimatum that I must continue to be subject to Milligan sounds harsh at first reading, but I see your motive. You think by keeping me under him for a while I shall work like a fiend to get promotion, and thus escape his Celtic cussedness. I shall. No greater incentive to rise was ever offered a poor young man. In fact, you couldn't keep me down with Mike if you gave me $10,000 a year. My lacerated feelings are worth much more than that. Ma is a pretty good Samaritan these days. I told her that Milligan was my bête noire, and she said it was a mean shame for a grandson of her father to have to affiliate with such an animal. Her sympathy cost her 10, but I feel that it was worth that to have her wellsprings of emotion tapped once more. I see the logic of what you said in your last. True it is that if it isn't a Milligan over us, it's someone else. I won't say worse, for that would be lying. I have Mike, Mike has you have Ma, and Ma has Mrs. Grundy. We are all traveling over the ocean of life in the same boat, but I'm hanged if I wouldn't prefer to be in the first cabin drinking champagne, than down in the stoke hole sweating like a galley slave. I am sincerely glad you are coming home. The old adage about the mice playing when the cat's away is a way off. Since you've been gone, except for the half day that your Brian Boru descended super was sick, I've not even had time enough in office hours to devote an occasional few moments thought to how I will improve methods here when you elect to add retired to your recital of personal facts for the city directory. The way Milligan keeps me jumping would have pinned all the Mott Haven medals on me, had his system of training been adopted in Harvard athletics. I've lost 7 pounds in 3 weeks, and if this thing keeps on I'll be so far underweight that I'll be sent out to pasture or to the boneyard. I used to think Milligan a well-balanced man, but I was wrong. No man whose lungs are so out of proportion to his brains can be. I'm getting used to being bossed, but I shall never be broke to being roared at in the fashion of the bull of Bashan. I don't object to being told that it is necessary to have a state as a component part of the superscription on a letter, but is it essential to the business code that the people in East Saginaw should have full particulars of my dereliction shouted at them? Milligan takes a special delight in introducing me to all the visitors who inspect the works, but never by any chance does he tell who I am. Not a bit of it. This is our new mailing clerk, he is just from Harvard, is the neat way he puts it. And then they look me over and say, Harvard? Oh, indeed. And the look passed out with it, you'd think I was a new line of prize pig. I've come to believe that I'm under suspicion here in Chicago, and I've locked up all my college pins and insignia in a closet down cellar, and couldn't be roped into confession of my alma mater with a lariat. Education is evidently not a thing to brag of in Chicago. I can't quite get onto what it is, but Milligan is up to some game. He's very chummy with the visitors and insists upon showing them about himself. An English lord who was here the other day, chatted with him for fully half an hour in your private office. Think of it, in your private office. I shall have it deodorized before you return. As usual, Milligan boasted and, as the door was open, we all heard. Something was said of the Irish Land Bill, and this opened the throttle of the super's conversation. It's no more than rowite to do something for Ireland. Who won the Boer War for ye? Kitchener, Lord Roberts, both Irish. Really, you don't tell me? Drawled his lordship. And were all our great fighters Irishmen? Was Wellington? Certainly, said Milligan. And Nelson? Sure. All great fightin' men were Irish. How about Alexander? Asked the Englishman. Celtic, for sure. So? And say now, how about, well, Balaam? Lisped the peer. Irish, cried Milligan, Irish to the backbone. But, and I asks ye to note this, your lordship, but the ass was English. I hate Milligan, but I love a joke, and I joined in the laugh that went up. Then I heard his lordship pipe up, how delightful, don't yer know, that your clerks are so merry. I do wonder what they are laughing at. Just then he toddled out and surveyed us through his monocle. As Milligan joined him he turned to him and said, so Balaam was Irish, too, Mr. Milligan? But I really didn't know the ass was a native animal in my country. Milligan certainly possesses self-control. He was as grave as a government inspector opening a Graham tin can as he replied, those laugh best who laugh last, your lordship. By the way, there was a little excitement in the packing house yesterday which you may hear of in some other way. I'll tell you the straight facts. I happened to be over in the refining house during the noon hour, to get some butterine for a sandwich, when a fellow with some sort of monkey togs blew in and acted in a very suspicious manner. He nosed around into the vats, poked a queer glass machine plumb through a keg of butterine, broke open some tins and raised particular Ned in the olive oil department when he started to put some stuff in his pockets. I remembered your oft-repeated injunctions to occasionally do some independent work for the house, to get out of the ruts, as it were, and I came an old-time soldier's field tackle on his jiglets, which resulted in his complete disappearance from the interior of the plant, and a compound fracture of the left shoulder blade where he landed on the cobblestones of the yard. He cursed me as he was being carried away on a stretcher, and said the concern would hear from him to its sorrow. I understand he's a government inspector, but I rely on your little way of settling such things. However, I think it would be just as well that you cut your expedition in two and get around here by the time the plot thickens. If you don't care to go home so much sooner than you intended, you can live in the private car right here in the railroad yard, and I won't let Ma know. You would enjoy the surroundings immensely. Think of being lulled to sleep by the squealing of your own hogs and awakened in the morning by the music of Texas steers that are going into Graham cans. Billy Poindexter is here for a day or two on a little trip from New York. He cut up horribly when I told him I couldn't get out to air myself all day long. But I pointed out to him that I was in training to carry Graham and Company around on my shoulders one of these days, and he admitted that it looked like a good game to follow. I showed him one or two of your letters, and he said they were too clever for a pork packer and too greasy for a philosopher. Asked if you weren't overdoing the Beyond the Alps Lies Italy business a trifle, and allowed that too much watering has killed many a promising plant. However, I don't believe water will be the death of me. Billy says my occupation would drive him to drink, but I guess he isn't on to my salary or else doesn't know the price of cabs out here. Besides, he doesn't need driving. Billy has developed quite a philosophical streak lately. I guess the girl he really wanted for better or worse decided it a long shot for worse and scratched Billy in the running. I taxed him with it. Young man, said he, he's only 14 months older than I, but how he does swell up over it. Young man, the pursuit of a girl is like running after a street car and missing it. You're never quite sure that it was the right car, after all. That's all I could coax out of him, but I guess he got the stuffed glove all right. The other night, after we had spent several hours in the Palmer house examining some very curiously shaped glasses and some quaintly embossed steins, Billy became pathetically confidential and imparted a secret to me. Piggy, my boy, he said, I once cherished rainbow visions of being a great man someday, but I've given it up. After all, the only sure guarantee that you are a great man is to have a 5-cent cigar named after you and see them sold at the drugstores at 7 for a quarter. The thought affected him so that he tried to conceal his emotion by hiding his face behind one of a couple of glasses that were just then submitted to our inspection. If Billy only could set his mind on anything, he'd be sure to make a success at it, but the only thing he has ever tried to do is to help spend his governor's money, and he is certainly the entire ping-pong at that. He is of a companionable nature, however, and is not averse to assistance in his pecuniary labors. I help him all I can, and, to square things up a bit, I invited him to be my guest at the house during his stay here. He doesn't eat much, so the family exchequer will not be lowered materially. He never has any appetite for breakfast. Mother has cottoned to him as if he were an orphan. She likes me to be with him for his good example, for she knows that he doesn't drink, he's always so thirsty in the morning. The other night at dinner Billy was very loquacious. He had been playing billiards all the afternoon, and there is something connected with the game that always loosens his tongue. Somebody mentioned success, and that started William, for he always spells it with a big S. Success is much easier to talk about than to discover, he said. The man of affairs who undertakes to point out the path to it to a young man anxious to tread it, is like the average man of whom you ask directions in a large city, and who says, well, but it's hard to tell a stranger. You'd better go up this street till you come to the city hall, then take the first street to the right and the second to the left and then ask someone else. I've noticed, said Billy, without a pause in his eloquence, that the prominent men who write magazine and newspaper articles on how to succeed, always tell their yearning readers to save part of each dollar they receive, but never tell them how to get the dollar. Fact is, if they knew where the dollar was they'd go get it themselves. And they never tell how they themselves succeeded. That would be betraying a business secret. Work hard, they say, do more than you're paid for doing, and you will soon be appreciated by your employer. Do $2 worth of work for $1 and you'll soon be getting $3. Here Billy leaned over the table and spoke more impressively than I thought he was able to. Search the career of one of these self-advisory boards for the community, he said, and you'll find that these men succeeded by hiring men to do $2 worth of work for $1 and then getting themselves incorporated and selling the work for $5. When Billy got through, Ma smiled across to me and said, "How much Mr. Poindexter talks like your father. Your hopeful son. P.S. We are going to a masquerade ball tonight at the DePorks. Old De P offers a prize of $100 for the most hideous makeup. I'm going as Milligan. I don't know anything that a young businessman ought to keep more entirely to himself than his dislikes, unless it is his likes. It's generally expensive to have either, but it's bankruptcy to tell about them. It's all right to say nothing about the dead but good, but it's better to apply the rule to the living, and especially to the house which is paying your salary. Just one word before I close, as old Doc Hoover used to say, when he was coming into the stretch, but still a good ways off from the benediction. I have noticed that you are inclined to be a little chesty and starchy around the office. Of course, it's good business, when a fellow hasn't much behind his forehead, to throw out his chest and attract attention to his shirt front. But as you begin to meet the men who have done something that makes them worth meeting, you will find that there are no keep off the grass or beware of the dog signs around their premises, and that they don't motion to the orchestra to play slow music while they talk. Superiority makes every man feel its equal. It is courtesy without condescension, affability without familiarity, self-sufficiency without selfishness, simplicity without snide. It weighs 16 ounces to the pound without the package, and it doesn't need a 4-colored label to make it go. We are coming home from here. I am a little disappointed in the showing that this house has been making. Pound for pound, it is not getting nearly so much out of its hogs as we are in Chicago. I don't know just where the leak is, but if they don't do better next month, I am coming back here with a shotgun, and there's going to be a pretty heavy mortality among our head men. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 8. Father. From John Graham, at Hot Springs, Arkansas, to his son, Pierrepont, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago. Mr. Pierrepont has just been promoted from the mailing to the billing desk and, in consequence, his father is feeling rather mellow toward him. Hot Springs, January 15, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, they've run me through the scalding vats here till they've pretty nearly taken all the hair off my hide, but that or something else has loosened up my joints so that they don't squeak any more when I walk. The doctor says he'll have my rheumatism cured in 30 days, so I guess you can expect me home in about a fortnight. For he's the breed of doctor that is always 2 weeks ahead of his patient's condition when they're poor, and 2 weeks behind it when they're rich. He calls himself a specialist, which means that it costs me $10 every time he has a look in at my tongue, against $2 that I would pay the family doctor for gratifying his curiosity. But I guess this specialist business is about the only outlet for marketing the surplus of young doctors. Reminds me of the time when we were piling up canned corned beef in stock faster than people would eat it, and a big drought happened along in Texas and began driving the canners into the packing house quicker than we could tuck them away in tin. Jim Durham tried to stimulate the consumption, as he put it, by getting out a nice little booklet called 100 Dainty Dishes from a Can, and telling how to work off corned beef on the family in various disguises, but, after he had schemed out 10 different combinations, the other 90 turned out to be corned beef hash. So that was no use. But one day we got together and had a nice, fancy, appetizing label printed, and we didn't economize on the gilt, a picture of a steer so fat that he looked as if he'd break his legs if they weren't shored up pretty quick with props, and with blue ribbons tied to his horns. We labeled it Blue Ribbon Beef, for fancy family trade, and charged an extra 10 cents a dozen for the cans on which that special label was pasted. Of course, people just naturally wanted it. There's nothing helps convince some men that a thing has merit like a little gold on the label. And it's pretty safe to bet that if a fellow needs a 6 or 7 syllabled word to describe his profession, he's a corn doctor when you come to look him up in the dictionary. And then you'll generally find him in the back part of the book where they tuck away the doubtful words. But that isn't what I started out to say. I want to tell you that I was very, very glad to learn from your letter that you had been promoted to the billing desk. I have felt all along that when you got a little of the nonsense tried out of you there would be a residue of common sense, and I'm glad to have your boss back up my judgment. There's 2 things you just naturally don't expect from human nature: that the widow's tombstone estimate of the departed, on which she is trying to convince the neighbors against their better judgment that he went to heaven, and the father's estimate of the son, on which he is trying to pass him along into a good salary, will be conservative. I had that driven into my mind and spiked down when I hired the widow's son a few years ago. His name was Clarence St. Clair Hicks, and his father used to keep books for me when he wasn't picking the winners at Washington Park or figuring out the batting averages of the Chicagos. He was one of those quick men who always have their books posted up half an hour before closing time for 3 weeks of the month, and spend the evenings of the 4th hunting up the 8 cents that they are out on the trial balance. When he died, his wife found that his life insurance had lapsed the month before, and so she brought Clarence down to the office and asked me to give him a job. Clarence wasn't exactly a pretty boy. In fact, he looked to me like another of his father's bad breaks, but his mother seemed to think a heap of him. I learned that he would have held the belt in his Sunday school for long-distance verse reciting if the mother of one of the other boys hadn't fixed the superintendent, and that it had taken a general conspiracy of the teachers in his day school to keep him from walking off with the Good Conduct Medal. I couldn't just reconcile those statements with Clarence's face, but I accepted him at par and had him passed along to the head errand boy. His mother cried a little when she saw him marched off, and asked me to see that he was treated kindly and wasn't bullied by the bigger boys, because he had been raised a pet. A number of unusual things happened in the offices that morning, and the head office boy thought Clarence might be able to explain some of them, but he had an alibi ready every time, even when a bookkeeper found the vault filled with cigarette smoke and Clarence in it hunting for something he couldn't describe. But as he was a new boy, no one was disposed to bear down on him very hard, so his cigarettes were taken away from him and he was sent back to his bench with a warning that he had used up all his explanations. Along toward noon, a big Boston customer came in with his little boy, a nice, plump, stall-fed youngster, with black velvet pants and hair that was just a little longer than was safe in the Stockyards district. And while we were talking business, the kid wandered off to the coachroom, where the errand boys were eating lunch, which was a pretty desperate place for a boy with velvet pants on to go. As far as we could learn from Willie when he came out of his convulsions, the boys had been very polite to him and had insisted on his joining in a new game which Clarence had just invented, called playing pig sticker. And, because he was company, Clarence told him that he could be the pig. Willie didn't know just what being the pig meant, but, as he told his father, it didn't sound very nice and he was afraid he wouldn't like it. So he tried to pass along the honor to someone else, but Clarence insisted that it was hot stuff to be the pig, and before Willie could rightly judge what was happening to him, one end of a rope had been tied around his left ankle and the other end had been passed over a transom bar, and he was dangling headforemost in the air, while Clarence threatened his jugular with a lath sword. That was when he let out the yell which brought his father and me on the jump and scattered the boys all over the stockyards. Willie's father cancelled his baloney contract and marched off muttering something about degrading surroundings brutalizing the young, and Clarence's mother wrote me that I was a bad old man who had held her husband down all his life and now wouldn't give her son a show. For, naturally, after that little incident, I had told the boy who had been raised a pet that he had better go back to the menagerie. I simply mentioned Clarence in passing as an instance of why I am a little slow to trust my judgment on my own. I have always found that, whenever I thought a heap of anything I owned, there was nothing like getting the other fellow's views expressed in figures, and the other fellow is usually a pessimist when he's buying. The lady on the dollar is the only woman who hasn't any sentiment in her makeup. And if you really want to look at the solid facts of a thing, you must strain off the sentiment first. I put you under Milligan to get a view of you through his eyes. If he says that you are good enough to be a billing clerk, and to draw $12 a week, I guess there's no doubt about it. For he's one of those men that never show any real enthusiasm except when they're cussing. Naturally, it's a great satisfaction to see a streak or two of business ability beginning to show under the knife, because when it comes closing time for me it will make it a heap easier to know that someone who bears the name will take down the shutters in the morning. Boys are a good deal like the pups that fellows sell on street corners, they don't always turn out as represented. You buy a likely setter pup and raise a spotted coach dog from it, and the promising son of an honest butcher is just as like as not to turn out a poet or a professor. I want to say in passing that I have no real prejudice against poets, but I believe that, if you're going to be a Milton, there's nothing like being a mute, inglorious one, as some fellow who was a little sore on the poetry business once put it. Of course, a packer who understands something about the versatility of cottonseed oil need never turn down orders for lard because the run of hogs is light, and a father who understands human nature can turn out an imitation parson from a boy whom the Lord intended to go on the Board of Trade. But on general principles it's best to give your cottonseed oil a Latin name and to market it on its merits, and to let your boy follow his bent, even if it leads him into the wheat pit. If a fellow has got poetry in him it's bound to come out sooner or later in the papers or the street cars, and the longer you keep it bottled up the harder it comes, and the longer it takes the patient to recover. There's no easier way to cure foolishness than to give a man leave to be foolish. And the only way to show a fellow that he's chosen the wrong business is to let him try it. If it really is the wrong thing you won't have to argue with him to quit, and if it isn't you haven't any right to. Speaking of bull pups that turned out to be terriers naturally calls to mind the case of my old friend Jeremiah Simpkins' son. There isn't a solider man in the Boston leather trade than Jeremiah, nor a bigger scamp that the law can't touch than his son Ezra. There isn't an ounce of real meanness in Ezra's whole body, but he's just naturally and unintentionally a maverick. When he came out of college his father thought that a few years' experience in the Hyde department of Graham & Company would be a good thing for him before he tackled the leather business. So I wrote to send him on and I would give him a job, supposing, of course, that I was getting a yearling of the steady, old, reliable Simpkins strain. I was a little uneasy when Ezra reported, because he didn't just look as if he had had a call to leather. He was a tall, spare New Englander, with one of those knobby foreheads which has been pushed out by the overcrowding of the brain, or bulged by the thickening of the skull, according as you like or dislike the man. His manners were easy or familiar by the same standard. He told me right at the start that, while he didn't know just what he wanted to do, he was dead sure that it wasn't the leather business. It seemed that he had said the same thing to his father and that the old man had answered, "Tut, tut," and told him to forget it and to learn hides. Simpkins learned all that he wanted to know about the packing industry in 30 days, and I learned all that I wanted to know about Ezra in the same time. Pork packing seemed to be the only thing that he wasn't interested in. I got his resignation one day just 5 minutes before the one which I was having written out for him was ready, for I will do Simpkins the justice to say that there was nothing slow about him. He and his father split up, temporarily, over it, and, of course, it cost me the old man's trade and friendship. I want to say right here that the easiest way in the world to make enemies is to hire friends. I lost sight of Simpkins for a while, and then he turned up at the office one morning as friendly and familiar as ever. Said he was a reporter and wanted to interview me on the December wheat deal. Of course, I wouldn't talk on that, but I gave him a little fatherly advice, told him he would sleep in a hall bedroom all his life if he didn't quit his foolishness and go back to his father, though I didn't really believe it. He thanked me and went off and wrote a column about what I might have said about December wheat, and somehow gave the impression that I had said it. The next I heard of Simpkins he was dead. The Associated Press dispatches announced it, the Cuban junta confirmed it, and last of all, a long dispatch from Simpkins himself detailed the circumstances leading up to the atrocity, as the headlines in his paper called it. I got a long wire from Ezra's father asking me to see the managing editor and get at the facts for him. It seemed that the paper had thought a heap of Simpkins, and that he had been sent out to Cuba as a correspondent, and stationed with the insurgent army. Simpkins in Cuba had evidently lived up to the reputation of Simpkins in Chicago. When there was any news he sent it, and when there wasn't he just made news and sent that along. The first word of his death had come in his own letter, brought across on a filibustering steamer and wired on from Jacksonville. It told, with close attention to detail, something he had learned since he left me, how he had strayed away from the little band of insurgents with which he had been out scouting and had blundered into the Spanish lines. He had been promptly made a prisoner, and, despite his papers proving his American citizenship, and the nature of his job, and the Red Cross on his sleeve, he had been tried by drumhead court-martial and sentenced to be shot at dawn. All this he had written out, and then, that his account might be complete, he had gone on and imagined his own execution. This was written in a sort of pidgin, or perhaps you would call it Black Spanish, English, and led on to be the work of the eyewitness to whom Simpkins had confided his letter. He had been the sentry over the prisoner, and for a small bribe in hand and the promise of a larger one from the paper, he had turned his back on Simpkins while he wrote out the story, and afterward had deserted and carried it to the Cuban lines. The account ended, then, as the order to fire was given by the lieutenant, Senor Simpkins raised his eyes toward heaven and cried, "I protest in the name of my American citizenship." At the end of the letter, and not intended for publication, was scrawled, "This is a bully scoop for you, boys, but it's pretty tough on me. Goodbye. Simpkins." The managing editor dashed a tear from his eye when he read this to me, and gulped a little as he said, "I can't help it, he was such a thoughtful boy." Why, he even remembered to enclose descriptions for the pictures. Simpkins' last story covered the whole of the front page and 3 columns of the second, and it just naturally sold cords of papers. His editor demanded that the State Department take it up, though the Spaniards denied the execution or any previous knowledge of any such person as this Senor Simpkins. That made another page in the paper, of course, and then they got up a memorial service, which was good for 3 columns. One of those fellows that you can find in every office, who goes around and makes the boys give up their lunch money to buy flowers for the deceased aunt of the cellar boss's wife, managed to collect $20 among our clerks, and they sent a floral notebook, with "Gone to Press," done in blue immortelles on the cover, as their tribute. I put on a plug hat and attended the service out of respect for his father. But I had hardly got back to the office before I received a wire from Jamaica, reading, "Cable your correspondent here, let me have 100. Notify father all hunk. Keep it dark from others. Simpkins." I kept it dark and Ezra came back to life by easy stages and in such a way as not to attract any special attention to himself. He managed to get the impression around that he'd been snatched from the jaws of death by a rescue party at the last moment. The last I heard of him he was in New York and drawing $10,000 a year, which was more than he could have worked up to in the leather business in a century. 50 or 100 years ago, when there was good money in poetry, a man with Simpkins' imagination would naturally have been a bard, as I believe they used to call the top-notchers, and, once he was turned loose to root for himself, he instinctively smelled out the business where he could use a little poetic license and made a hit in it. When a pup has been born to point partridges, there's no use trying to run a fox with him. I was a little uncertain about you at first, but I guess the Lord intended you to hunt with the pack. Get the scent in your nostrils and keep your nose to the ground, and don't worry too much about the end of the chase. The fun of the thing's in the run and not in the finish. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 8. Son. His governor's visit to Hot Springs, a contretemps with a British lord, together with experiences with a few physicians, inspire Parapon's pen. Chicago, January 23, 1890-something. Dear Pa. There's no doubt that the hot springs are great for a good many ailments, and I'm glad you are improving. Professor Plexus, our old instructor in calisthenics at Harvard, used to take the trip to Arkansas with John L. Sullivan, twice a year, and they both said the treatment was fine. I don't think Sullivan had rheumatism, but your case may not be the same as his, and the scalding process will probably do you more good than it does a regular Graham hog. The boys around the office laugh considerably when they mention you and the hot springs, which makes me rather warm under the collar, for I can't stand having a father of mine misapprehended. I know you for what you are, but they know you for what they think you are, and provisional knowledge, you know, goes a long ways in the provision business. Speaking of the hot springs reminds me of a story Professor Plexus used to tell about the Arkansas boiling vats. According to him, there used to be a morgue connected with the establishment, for the use of those who were unlucky enough to succumb to the treatment. An old Irishman was the general factotum of the place, and it happened that he was afflicted with a bronchial disturbance that was the envy of every cougher who visited the spot. Meeting him one day in the abode of the departed, one of the doctors remarked to him, on hearing a particularly sepulchral wheeze, "Pat, I wouldn't have your cough for $500. Is thought so, sore?" retorted the son of Aaron. "Well," pointing with his thumb to the inner room where the departed patients lay on slabs covered with sheets, "they's a felly in there who what give 5,000 UF cut havat." I simply mention this little incident in passing to show that all of us prefer the ills we have to those we know not of. I would rather be a mailing clerk at 8 per than a free man working freight trains for transportation and relying on handouts for sustenance in place of ma's frugal, but certain table d'hote. I sincerely trust, sir, that your trip to the Springs will do you the anticipated good. Billy Poindexter says, "By the way, I guess you didn't know he was back from the Klondike." Not exactly that, either, for he didn't reach the Klondike. The nearest he got to it was on the map he bought while he was here. He went no farther than San Francisco. His only object in starting for the Yukon, he says, was to see if he couldn't pick up a good thing or two, and as he found them in Frisco he stayed there. He was much concerned about you when I told him you had gone to the Springs. "Too bad for your governor," he said. "He must suffer terribly with them." "With them?" I asked. "With what?" "Why, boils, of course. What would he go to the hot springs for, if not for boils?" It cost me 5 minutes' time in a very busy evening to find out that he had made a very bad joke, a paranomasia as we called it in college, in other words, a pun or play upon words. I've advised Billy to publish a chart of this joke. If he does, I'll send you one. He says I'm as dense as that English lord who visited the works while you were away last fall. Apropos, we met him, the lord, the other night. We were having a bite to eat at a Rathskeller after the theatre when his lordship wandered in. He was built up regardless, with an Inverness coat with grey plaids, that looked like a countrybred rag carpet. It was the real thing, of course, and I made up my mind to save the $4 that have been added to my stipend until I could get one like it. I decided, however, that I shall not make my possession of it public until he has left the country. I should really hate to be mistaken for him. I even prefer to be known as connected with your business. Strange to say, when his lordship reached our table, he halted uncertainly as he saw me, and then stepped forward. "You'll, pardon me, donker no, but, is not this, young Mr., Graham?" I pleaded guilty, with a mental plea for mercy, and the next thing I knew his dukelets had made his monocle a part of the setup of our table. I was very much embarrassed, for I didn't know how to introduce him to Billy. But his earlship quickly backed me out of that corner by calling Billy by name. "Yas, old chap," he was saying, "I met you, at the Ring Club, donker no." Billy didn't know, because his sight is often very bad, especially at the Ring Club. So the Marquis gave his memory a push. "I'm Fitzherbert," he said. This gave us the route, for his picture has several times filled up space between breakfast food ads in the newspapers. Not that he ever seems to do anything, he's always being done for, as the guest of this, that and the other. He was desperately civil, wouldn't have us Lord Percying him, he said. So it was plain Percy after that, and plain Percy he surely is. A homelier man I've never seen outside the comic weeklies. It would be great if you could hire him, Dad, to scare the steers into the killing pens. He likes American ways, he told us, between orders to the waiter. The way he did keep Garcon bringing things was a caution, and he ate and drank them, too. but he is bright and sees a point oftener than most Britishers. Some things he said made it seem almost impossible that he could be other than a Yankee. Billy was very hard to keep in order. About midnight he usually feels patriotic, and he said some things that would have riled his lordship if I hadn't tipped him the wink not to mind. Billy waved the Star-Spangled Banner at every opportunity, and if the British Isles could have heard and believed him, they'd have sunk in sheer chagrin. He bragged so loudly of Uncle Sam and the greatest nation on earth, that the night clerk woke up and came down to see how many police reserves were needed to quell the riot. Lord Percy stood it like a weathered sport, but finally, when Billy was too busy for a minute to talk, he smiled over to me and said, "America's a great country, Mr. Poindexter, but, you must admit, donker no, that London is ahead of New York, in one thing." Billy was right on his feet to deny everything. "Ahead of New York," he cried, with a scornful laugh, "in what, pray? Why, my dear boy, you must know that it's 9 o'clock in London when it's only 4 in New York." This seemed to daze Billy, and while he was recovering, Lord Percy excused himself to speak to some friends at the other end of the café. He hadn't come back when the place closed, and his pile of checks was credited to Poindexter's account by the obsequious head waiter. I've since seen by the newspapers that Lord Percy's engagement to Millicent Wheatley is announced. As she's got more money than any girl should be allowed to spend all alone, I presume Lord Percy will be less thoughtless about café checks after the wedding march. As you already know, I'm no longer a stamp licker at the old figure, but a billing clerk at 12 per. I take it that they wanted to get rid of me in my earlier situation, and pass me along toward the ownership of the house with a right good will. Whatever the motive, I appreciate the fact, for the extra 4 bones will enable me to get my boots blacked occasionally, and justify my acquiring better cigars than the kind that used to drive my friends away. As you say, if I am good enough to warrant my boss pushing me upward, I ought to satisfy you that I am a rising young man in the splendid enterprise of murdering hogs. I am really learning a good deal of the business, for I can now tell a ham fat from a legitimate actor, and heaven knows we have few enough of the latter in Chicago. Billy Poindexter says that in the East they speak of trying it on the hog, when they produce a new play in this town, and that if the animal squeals and shows signs of displeasure, they know the thing will be a great success in New York. But to return to business. I am glad you are so worked up about my rapid rise in Graham & Company. To be sure, an ordinary bill poster around town can earn more than $12 a week, but his future is generally limited to 3-sheet bills and a pail of slush. While I am ticketed to a considerable share in the assets of Graham & Company, of course, we all know that this starting away down and rising by merit is considerable of a bluff, for I am your heir at law, and could very likely break your will if you should become cantankerous in your final testament. Of course you understand that I am not threatening you at all, but there are certain physiological facts in my position which cannot very well be overlooked. You didn't consult me when I became Pierrepont Graham, nor did I ask you to go into the pork packing business. Since each enterprise was a success in a way, we ought to make mutual concessions. I think I ought to tell you that Ma is getting uneasy about you. She even goes so far as to say that she takes no stock in the hot springs business, but thinks you are in St. Louis, having a deuce of a time. I can't see why she should be so suspicious. When I showed her the postmark on your letter, she sniffed and said it was easy enough to get someone to mail it from the Arkansas boiling out place. She threatens to start for St. Louis in a day or two if you don't show up, which might be a pretty good thing, for I could telegraph you as soon as she left, and you could be at home when she returned, and give her the grand laugh. It's a wise wife who doesn't know her own husband, after all. I am getting into the social swim with both hands and feet, spite of our business. Made a great hit at the Deportes the other night. The girls are getting up a new dancing association and wanted me to name it, because I was a Harvard man. I told them to call it the St. Vitus Club, and you ought to have seen their faces. I regret to learn that you are in the hands of a specialist. I had one of that brand of doctors when I had the grip at Cambridge. I grew worse suddenly one night, and as my chum couldn't reach the regular physician by phone, he called in another. He had not been in the room 3 minutes when Doctor Number 1 drew alongside. They were painfully cordial and had what they called a consultation. My chum said it was a fight. At all events, they decided that a specialist be called. I was feeling better by that time and began to take notice. From what I saw then and have since learned from others similarly afflicted, I gather that a specialist always wears gloves and a beard and speaks with great deliberation and gravity. After feeling my pulse with excessive care, he turned to each of the medical men in turn and inquired what they had done and recommended. To each statement he muttered, "Very good," or "That as well," although the 2 regulars had failed to agree on any point. The other 2 doctors went away, with lingering glances, as if they hated to give me up. Then the specialist came out strong. "This young man," he said slowly and impressively, "has the grip. You will continue his medicines regularly tonight, mark me, regularly. I will prescribe for him in the morning. Then he walked out. When he called in the morning, I had done the same thing, walked out. I felt a moral certainty that if he got after me, I should eventually have to be carried out. The bunco business is not confined to gentlemen with beetle brows, big mustaches and checked trousers. But doctors have their troubles, the conscientious ones. Doc Mildmay, my chum Frank's brother, once had an experience with a chronic invalid, one of the kind that changed their doctor and their disease every 2 weeks. That was an eye-opener. A nervous, choleric old man sent for him. He was chock full of symptoms and his conversation sounded like a patent medicine folder. He wound up thusly: when I go upstairs or up a hill, I find difficulty in breathing and often get a stitch in the side. These conditions, doctor, denote a threatening affection of the heart. Mildmay, finding the old fellow fat and thick-necked, decided he was a too liberal feeder, so, with a desire to set his fears at rest, he said, "I trust not. These are by no means necessary symptoms of heart trouble." Here the old man switched in, glaring at Mildmay. "I am sorry, sir," he said fiercely, "to note such lack of discretion. How can you presume to differ with me as to the significance of my symptoms? You, a young physician, and I an old and, well, I may say, a seasoned, experienced invalid." Doc needed a fee badly enough, but just then needed the air more and got out. "Ma might send her love if I asked her, but I guess you'd better trim ship for the home anchorage. Dutifully, Pierrepont. P.S. I've just learned that Lord Percy Fitzherbert's engagement to Millicent Wheatley has been broken off. It seems she refused to marry him because of his family. It was a wife and 3 children in Maine, which is the nearest he's known to have ever been to London. Number 9. Father. From John Graham, at Hot Springs, Arkansas, to his son, Pierrepont, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago. Mr. Pierrepont has been investing more heavily in roses than his father thinks his means warrant, and he tries to turn his thoughts to staple groceries. Hot Springs, January 30th, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, I knew right off that I had made a mistake when I opened the enclosed and saw that it was a bill for $52, for roses sent, as per orders, to Miss Mabel-Com. I don't just place Miss-Com, but if she's the daughter of old Job-Com, on the open board, I should say, on general principles, that she was a fine girl to let some other fellow marry. The last time I saw her, she inventoried about $10,000 as she stood, allowing that her diamonds would scratch glass, and that's more capital than any woman has a right to tie up on her back. I don't care how rich her father is. And Job's fortune is one of that brand which foots up to $1 million in the newspapers and leaves the heirs in debt to the lawyers who settle the estate. Of course I've never had any real experience in this sparking business, except with your ma, but I've watched from the other side of the fence while a heap of fellows were getting it, and I should say that marrying a woman like Mabel-Com would be the first step toward becoming a grass widower. I'll bet if you'll tell her you're making 12 a week and ain't going to get any more till you earn it, you'll find that you can't push within a mile of her even on a Sioux icebreaker. She's one of those women with a heart like a stock ticker, it doesn't beat over anything except money. Of course you're in no position yet to think of being engaged even, and that's why I'm a little afraid that you may be planning to get married. But a $12 clerk, who owes $52 for roses, needs a keeper more than a wife. I want to say right here that there always comes a time to the fellow who blows $52 at a lick on roses when he thinks how many staple groceries he could have bought with the money. After all, there's no fool like a young fool, because in the nature of things he's got a long time to live. I suppose I'm fanning the air when I ask you to be guided by my judgment in this matter, because, while a young fellow will consult his father about buying a horse, he's cocksure of himself when it comes to picking a wife. Marriages may be made in heaven, but most engagements are made in the back parlor with the gas so low that a fellow doesn't really get a square look at what he's taking. While a man doesn't see much of a girl's family when he's courting, he's apt to see a good deal of it when he's housekeeping, and while he doesn't marry his wife's father, there's nothing in the marriage vow to prevent the old man from borrowing money of him, and you can bet if he's old Job-Com he'll do it. A man can't pick his own mother, but he can pick his son's mother, and when he chooses a father-in-law who plays the bucket shops, he needn't be surprised if his own son plays the races. Never marry a poor girl who's been raised like a rich one. She's simply traded the virtues of the poor for the vices of the rich without going long on their good points. To marry for money or to marry without money is a crime. There's no real objection to marrying a woman with a fortune, but there is to marrying a fortune with a woman. Money makes the mare go, and it makes her cut up, too, unless she's used to it and you drive her with a snaffle bit. While you are at it, there's nothing like picking out a good-looking wife, because even the handsomest woman looks homely sometimes, and so you get a little variety, but a homely one can only look worse than usual. Beauty is only skin deep, but that's deep enough to satisfy any reasonable man. I want to say right here that to get any sense out of a proverb I usually find that I have to turn it wrong side out, Then, too, if a fellow's bound to marry a fool, and a lot of men have to if they're going to hitch up into a well-matched team, there's nothing like picking a good-looking one. I simply mention these things in a general way, because it seems to me, from the gate at which you're starting off, that you'll likely find yourself roped and branded any day, without quite knowing how it happened, and I want you to understand that the girl who marries you for my money is getting a package of green goods in more ways than one. I think, though, if you really understood what marrying on 12 a week meant, you would have bought a bedroom set instead of roses with that 52 you owe. Speaking of marrying the old man's money by proxy naturally takes me back to my old town in Missouri in the case of Chauncey Witherspoon Hoskins. Chauncey's father was the whole village, barring the railroad station and the saloon, and, of course, Chauncey thought that he was something of a pup himself. So he was, but not just the kind that Chauncey thought he was. He stood about 5'3" in his pumps, had a nice pinky complexion, pretty wavy hair, and a curly mustache. All he needed was a blue ribbon around his neck to make you call, "Here, Fido," when he came into the room. Still, I believe he must have been pretty popular with the ladies, because I can't think of him to this day without wanting to punch his head. At the church sociables he used to hop around among them, chipping and chirping like a dicky bird picking up seed, and he was a great hand to play the piano, and sing saddish, Swedish songs to them. Always said the smooth thing and said it easy. Never had to choke and swallow to fetch it up. Never stepped through his partner's dress when he began to dance, or got flustered when he brought her refreshments and poured the coffee in her lap to cool instead of in the saucer. We boys who couldn't walk across the floor without feeling that our pants had hiked up till they showed our feet to the knees, and that we were carrying a couple of canvased hams where our hands ought to be, didn't like him, but the girls did. You can trust a woman's taste on everything except men, and it's mighty lucky that she slips up there or we'd pretty nigh all be bachelors. I might add that you can't trust a man's taste on women, either, and that's pretty lucky, too, because there are a good many old maids in the world as it is. One time or another Chauncey lolled in the best room of every house in our town, and we used to wonder how he managed to browse up and down the streets that way without getting into the pound. I never found out till after I married your ma, and she told me Chauncey's heart secrets. It really wasn't violating any confidence, because he'd told them to every girl in town. Seems he used to get terribly sad as soon as he was left alone with a girl and began to hint about a tragedy in his past, something that had blighted his whole life and left him without the power to love again, and lots more slop from the same pail. Of course, every girl in that town had known Chauncey since he wore short pants, and ought to have known that the nearest to a tragedy he had ever been was when he sat in the top gallery of a Chicago theater and saw a lot of barnstormers play Othello. But some people, and especially very young people, don't think anything's worth believing unless it's hard to believe. Chauncey worked along these lines until he was 24, and then he made a mistake. Most of the girls that he had grown up with had married off, and while he was waiting for a new lot to come along, he began to shine up to the widow Sharpless, a powerful, well-preserved woman of 40 or thereabouts, who had been born with her eye-teeth cut. He found her uncommon sympathetic. And when Chauncey finally came out of his trance, he was the stepfather of the widow's 4 children. She was very kind to Chauncey, and treated him like one of her own sons, but she was very, very firm. There was no gallivanting off alone, and when they went out in double harness, strangers used to annoy him considerable by patting him on the head and saying to his wife, "What a bright-looking chap your son is, Mrs. Hoskins." She was almost 70 when Chauncey buried her a while back, and they say that he began to take notice again on the way home from the funeral. Anyway, he crowded his mourning into 60 days, and I reckon there was plenty of room in them to hold all his grief without stretching, and his courting into another 60. And 4 months after date he presented his matrimonial papers for acceptance. Said he was tired of this mother and son foolishness, and wasn't going to leave any room for doubt this time. Didn't propose to have people sizing his wife up for one of his ancestors anymore. So he married Lulu Little Brown, who was just turned 18. Chauncey was over 50 then, and wizened up like a late pippin that has been out overnight in an early frost. He took Lou to Chicago for the honeymoon, and Mose Greenebaum, who happened to be going up to town for his fall goods, got into the parlor car with them. By and by the porter came around and stopped beside Chauncey. "Wouldn't your daughter like a pillow under her head?" says he. Chauncey just groaned. Then, "Git, you Senegambian son of darkness." And the porter just naturally got. Mose had been taking it all in, and now he went back to the smoking room and passed the word along to the drummers there. Every little while one of them would lounge up the aisle to Chauncey and ask if he couldn't lend his daughter a magazine, or give her an orange, or bring her a drink. And the language that he gave back in return for these courtesies wasn't at all fitting in a bridegroom. Then Mose had another happy thought, and dropped off at a way station and wired the clerk at the Palmer House. When they got to the hotel, the clerk was on the lookout for them, and Chauncey hadn't more than signed his name before he reached out over his diamond and said, Ah, Mr. Hoskins, would you like to have your daughter near you? I simply mentioned Chauncey in passing as an example of the foolishness of thinking you can take any chances with a woman who has really decided that she wants to marry, or that you can average up matrimonial mistakes. And I want you to remember that marrying the wrong girl is the one mistake that you've got to live with all your life. I think, though, that if you tell Mabel what your assets are, she'll decide she won't be your particular mistake. Your affectionate father. John Graham, number 9. Son. Barrapont gives his pa a line on the up-to-date methods of courtship, relates an episode of calf love and has a fling at matrimonial adages. Chicago, February 10, 1890-something. Dear Father. I realize that you mean well by me and I accept your advice on courtship, love and marriage, and all that rot, in the spirit in which it is given. But really, my dear Pater, you are hopelessly in arrears in your information on those subjects. Of course you know a lot about marriage. I cannot dispute that, it is too obvious, but in matters of courtship detail you are back in the stagecoach age, hopelessly old style. Nowadays, if a fellow is spoons on a girl he makes it public in quite different fashion than when you sparked ma as you rather vulgarly, as it seems to me, express it. Methods have changed since your salad days, when courtship consisted of escorting the same girl home from singing school 3 weeks running and then going in the cherished best suit to keep company with her 1 or 2 evenings a week. The modern swain has an entirely different system, although I grant you that he makes an ass of himself quite as much as his predecessors. There is no more sitting in the back parlor with the gas low. All reputable back parlors are electrically illuminated and the situation is therefore changed. I do not say, however, that lamps are not sometimes provided by thoughtful parents of large families of daughters of marriageable age. The average young man, however, would regard the presence of a lamp in such circumstances as a danger signal, and run on to the first siding. No eligible young man likes to feel that he is walking into a specially set matrimonial trap. As you may judge from the florist's bill brought to your attention, Cupid, nowadays, is very partial to flowers. In your day a straw ride once or twice a winter, a few glasses of lemonade or plates of ice cream, and church sociables and picnics were about the only obligations attendant upon making a girl think herself your particular one. Today hothouse roses and violets, boxes of chocolate, appreciated only when expensively trademarked, matinee tickets, auto rides, dainty luncheons with chaperones on the side, but I could fill 2 pages in enumeration of the little, but expensive attentions which the up-to-date city girl demands. And all these things may mean much or little. Because a fellow runs up a florist's bill is no sign that his next purchase will be an engagement ring. Lots of fellows with lots of money buy lots of things for lots of nice girls and no questions asked. You certainly don't want your only son and heir to be a rank outsider. As a matter of fact, the joke is on you in regard to that bill of $52 for roses sent to Mabel.com and charged up to me. To be sure, I don't quite see how the thing reached you at the Springs. Pollen and Stalk ought to be called down good and plenty for chasing you around the country with a thing they should have known you took no interest in. It reflects on me, and I'll see that such a gross insult isn't repeated. But about the joke. I didn't send the roses to Mabel.com at all. Since dallying with hogs I seem to have acquired an improved taste in girls, and her face doesn't warm me in the least. The fact is that little Bud Hoover, who is just at present in town, living a life of mysterious ease, has conceived the idea that he could stand being Job.com's son-in-law. He thinks there is a gold mine in the old man's backyard. Evidently, he isn't at all afraid that Job will ever borrow money of him, and he's right there. Well, it came around to Mabel's birthday, and Bud, who'd been doing the grand social at the house for some time, saw that it was up to him to celebrate the occasion with a trifling nosegay, as he put it. He nailed me for the wherewithal, urging that I was in duty bound to help a struggling young man to a position. When I couldn't quite focus my approval on that proposition, he declared that I owed the service to him because his grandfather had saved my father's soul. That was a clincher, and I let him get the roses and charge 'em to me. As you say, most young fellows who explode 52 for flowers at one blast will wish they had the money for provisions some time or other. Not so with Bud, however, he never can be poorer than he is now, and he calculates to eat on Job for the rest of his natural life. There's a good deal of his grandfather in Bud. You needn't worry about my acquaintance with Mabel. She's bully good sort and always ready for a good time in good company. But just because a fellow is civil to her doesn't jump her to the conclusion that he sits up nights trying to fit her name into meter. That's what I like about her. A fellow can invite her to go golfing without any danger of her knocking the ball into the first grove she sights that looks suitable for a proposal. The girls are not as dead crazy to marry as they were when you were young. I have proof positive of this. Even mother admits that it is true. Your matrimonial adages and observations please me quite considerably, dear father. It's a long time since you had your little fling with Cupid, and the world has moved a bit since then, but at the same time you strike 12 pretty often. You warned me against marrying a poor girl who's been raised like a rich one. I can think of but one thing worse, and that's marrying a rich girl who's been raised like a poor one. And what you say about picking out a good-looking wife is eminently sane, if not always practicable. I'm bound to observe, however, that if you'd put your theory into practice when you married, I'd probably be a good bit handsomer than I am. As for Mabel, she wouldn't marry me if I could move the whole Graham plant into her father's backyard on the wedding morning. Her father's curbstone brokerage in wheat may not be as high class or as remunerative as trying out hog fat, but it's certainly less malodorous. Besides, Mabel has aspirations. Although I am not in her confidence, she is known as committed to the theory that love in a cottage, or its municipal equivalent, a flat, is an obsolete form of existence. The legitimate inference is that the eligible men who are several times millionaires in their own right had better wear smoked glasses when they get up against Mabel. Marriage, to date, does not appeal to me strongly. I hope to trot quite a number of speedy miles alone before I have to slow down under a double hitch. Naturally, considering the fact that I am your son and in view of your business, I have not escaped a few attacks of calf love. I suppose it is as inevitable as the measles. The worst case I ever had was when, in my first year at Cambridge, I made desperate love to the accompanist who banged the piano for the Glee Club rehearsals. She was a widow with a small child who always accompanied her, and her desolateness appeared to touch a hidden, sympathetic chord in my nature. Whatever the cause, I was dippy for fare. I fairly bombarded her with music, and the kid must have thought me an edition deluxe of Santa Claus. It's only fair to say that she seemed to try to avoid me, but I was not to be turned aside. I insisted on seeing her to her door after rehearsals, and then stood under her window for hours, like a cross between a hitching post and a jackass. She was courteous, almost maternal, in her attitude towards me. The boys said she was 35, but I scorned them. What was age to love, which is eternity? Sometimes she smiled at me and I bounded up into the seventh heaven, although I often wondered if she was only too well-bred not to laugh outright. Her father and husband had both been connected with Harvard. She was pretty, I have no doubt of that, even now, but her hair was flaming red. I called it Titian then, but love is colorblind with all the rest. The fatal day came in about 6 weeks. I proposed in the front hall of her boarding house and she took me into the parlor and closed the door. That would have been the overture to a breach of promise suit or a Dakota divorce purchased by my loving papa, if she had been some women, but she wasn't. She thanked me for the honor. I have since realized that she was not afraid of a white lie, and then she began to try to argue me out of it. She referred to the disparity in our ages, to her widowhood in my youth, to the difference in our stations, etc. Of course I pooh-poohed it all and vowed everlasting devotion. I dimly recollect that I made some mention of the Charles River. After I had delivered a passionate oration that would have given a long-time discount to Demosthenes and Romeo rolled into one, she looked at me searchingly a moment and then rose and said, "Very well, I will marry you, on one condition." What were conditions to me? Just the usual. I wanted to name the day then and there, and the next day at that, but she insisted upon the condition. "I will go to my room," she said, "and put the condition in writing, that there may never be any doubt in the future." When she returned she placed in my hand a sealed envelope and exacted a pledge that I would not open it until I reached my room. "If, when you know the condition," she said at parting, "you are still determined on marriage, you will find me until noon tomorrow." I ran all the way to the dormitory, and when I reached my rooms I was so nervous that it took me 5 minutes to unlock the door and 5 more to light a match. Then I sat down at my study table, for the first time in some weeks, tore open the envelope, spread out the single sheet of paper it contained, and read. "The condition upon which I will entertain an offer of marriage from you is this: I am, unfortunately, unduly sensitive about the color of my hair. Will you dye yours the same red to keep me in countenance?" I scarcely imagine she waited till noon the next day, that is, if she had anything to do. She probably explained to the kid that Santa Claus had died suddenly. I didn't recover my self-respect nor my common sense for a week. When I did I sent her a box of flowers and enclosed a note in which I said that ever afterwards I should regard red hair as the accompaniment of strong common sense. As for now, there is scarcely any danger, as you suggest, of a girl marrying me for your money, that is, if she has seen you. You look as if you were a goodly representative of a line of ancestors dating back to the original Methuselah. Natural demise is evidently afar off, and really there is nothing about you to suggest that you are likely to blow out the gas in the next hotel you stop at. As for love, I've none of the symptoms. There isn't a girl in Chicago who can boast that I've let her beat me at golf. Almost all girls are all right to meet occasionally, but when you're picking one to sit opposite you at breakfast every morning you want to be sure you will get one who will not take away your appetite. It's safer, I believe, to select a wife for what she is not rather than for what she is. Al Packard, you know him, with his father on the board of trade, married his wife, Sophie Trent, because she was a brilliant conversationalist. Now he has applied for a divorce for the same reason. A man and his wife should be one, of course, but the question often is, which one? It is rather trying to the male disposition to have the wife the one and the husband the cipher on the other side of the plus sign. That you may feel more confidence in me, I will make a confession. I was a bit smitten last fall. I won't tell the girl's name. She had really done nothing to encourage me. I called one afternoon and her little sister received me and said, "Sister's out." "Tell her," I called. "Susie, will you?" I did, she smiled back. That ended my pool selling on that race. You don't say anything about your condition at the Vattery, nor when you are coming home. You needn't hurry, necessarily, for Ma's disquiet about your whereabouts has quite disappeared. It seems that old Wheatley, who bobbed up at the house the other night, must have divined her suspicions, for he remarked casually that he'd just seen you at the hot springs and that you were looking out of sight. The odd part of it was that he hadn't been anywhere near Arkansas. It's curious how a woman will believe all men but her own husband. I think I must be making a hit at this billing business, for I hear a rumor about the place that I'm to be sent out collecting. I sincerely hope you'll use what influence you've got to prevent this, for I can't even collect my thoughts in this porkery, much less gather an accounts due it outside. I'm afraid I've got too much conscience to face debtors to Graham and Company. Your heart-whole son. P.S. Talking about women suggests that I tell you that old Mrs. Delancey Cartwright is evidently heartbroken over her husband's loss, although he's been dead 6 months. Her mourning is so deep that her hair has turned black again. Number 10. Father. From John Graham, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago, to his son, Pierrepont, at the Commercial House, Jeffersonville, Indiana. Mr. Pierrepont has been promoted to the position of traveling salesman for the house, and has started out on the road. Chicago, March 1, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, when I saw you start off yesterday I was just a little uneasy, for you look so blamed important and chesty that I am inclined to think you will tell the first customer who says he doesn't like our sausage that he knows what he can do about it. Repartee makes reading lively, but business dull. And what the house needs is more orders. Sausage is the one subject of all others that a fellow in the packing business ought to treat solemnly. Half the people in the world take a joke seriously from the start, and the other half if you repeat it often enough. Only last week the head of our sausage department started to put out a tin tag brand of Frankfurts, but I made him take it off the market quicker than lightning, because I knew that the first fool who saw the tin tag would ask if that was the license. And, though people would grin a little at first, they'd begin to look serious after a while. And whenever the butcher tried to sell them our brand they'd imagine they heard the bark, and ask for that real country sausage at twice as much a pound. He laughs best who doesn't laugh at all when he's dealing with the public. It has been my experience that, even when a man has a sense of humor, it only really carries him to the point where he will join in a laugh at the expense of the other fellow. There's nothing in the world sicker looking than the grin of the man who's trying to join in heartily when the laugh's on him, and to pretend that he likes it. Speaking of sausage with a registered pedigree calls to mind a little experience that I had last year. A fellow came into the office here with a shriveled-up toy spaniel, one of those curly, hairy little fellows that a woman will kiss, and then grumble because a fellow's mustache tickles. Said he wanted to sell him. I wasn't really disposed to add a dog to my troubles, but on general principles I asked him what he wanted for the little cuss. The fellow hawed and choked and wiped away a tear. Finally, he fetched out that he loved the dog like a son, and that it broke his heart to think of parting with him, that he wouldn't dare look Dandy in the face after he had named the price he was asking for him, and that it was the record-breaking, marked-down sacrifice sale of the year on dogs, that it wasn't really money he was after, but a good home for the little chap. Said that I had a rather pleasant face and he knew that he could trust me to treat Dandy kindly, so, as a gift, he would let me have him for 500 cents? Says I. Dollars, says he, without blinking. It ought to be a mastiff at that price, says I. If you thought more of quality, says he, in a tone of sort of dignified reproof, and less of quantity, your brand would enjoy a better reputation. I was pretty hot, I can tell you, but I had laid myself open, so I just said, the sausage business is too poor to warrant our paying any such price for lightweights. Bring around a bigger dog and then we'll talk, but the fellow only shook his head sadly, whistled to Dandy, and walked off. I simply mention this little incident as an example of the fact that when a man cracks a joke in the Middle Ages he's apt to affect the sausage market in the 19th century, and to lay open an honest butcher to the jeers of every dog stealer in the street. There's such a thing as carrying a joke too far, and the fellow who keeps on pretending to believe that he's paying for pork and getting dog is pretty apt to get dog in the end. But all that aside, I want you to get it firmly fixed in your mind right at the start that this trip is only an experiment, and that I am not at all sure you were cut out by the Lord to be a drummer. But you can figure on one thing, that you will never become the pride of the pond by starting out to cut figure eights before you're firm on your skates. A real salesman is 1 part talk and 9 parts judgment, and he uses the 9 parts of judgment to tell when to use the 1 part of talk. Goods ain't sold under Marquis of Queensberry rules anymore, and you'll find that knowing how many rounds the old un can last against the Boilermaker won't really help you to load up the junior partner with our corn-fed brand hams. A good many salesmen have an idea that buyers are only interested in baseball, and funny stories, and Tom Lipton, and that business is a sideline with them. But as a matter of fact, mighty few men work up to the position of buyer through giving up their office hours to listening to anecdotes. I never saw one that liked a drummer's jokes more than 1/8 of a cent a pound on a tierce of lard. What the house really sends you out for is orders. Of course, you want to be nice and mellow with the trade, but always remember that mellowness carried too far becomes rottenness. You can buy some fellows with a cheap cigar and some with a cheap compliment, and there's no objection to giving a man what he likes, though I never knew smoking to do anything good except a ham, or flattery to help anyone except to make a fool of himself. Real buyers ain't interested in much besides your goods and your prices. Never run down your competitor's brand to them, and never let them run down yours. Don't get on your knees for business, but don't hold your nose so high in the air that an order can travel under it without your seeing it. You'll meet a good many people on the road that you won't like, but the house needs their business. Some fellows will tell you that we play the hose on our dry salt meat before we ship it, and that it shrinks in transit like a Baxter Street Jew's all-wool suits in a rainstorm, that they wonder how we managed to pack solid gristle in 2-pound cans without leaving a little meat hanging to it, and that the last car of lard was so strong that it came back of its own accord from every retailer they shipped it to. The first fellow will be lying, and the second will be exaggerating, and the third may be telling the truth. With him you must settle on the spot, but always remember that a man who's making a claim never underestimates his case, and that you can generally compromise for something less than the first figure. With the second you must sympathize, and say that the matter will be reported to headquarters and the boss of the canning room called up on the carpet and made to promise that it will never happen again. With the first you needn't bother. There's no use feeding expensive hen food to an old Dominic that sucks eggs. The chances are that the car weighed out more than it was billed, and that the fellow played the hose on it himself and added 1,000 pounds of cheap salt before he jobbed it out to his trade. Where you're going to slip up at first is in knowing which is which, but if you don't learn pretty quick you'll not travel very far for the house. For your own satisfaction I will say right here that you may know you are in a fair way of becoming a good drummer by 3 things. First, when you send us orders. Second, more orders. Third, big orders. If you do this you won't have a great deal of time to write long letters, and we won't have a great deal of time to read them, for we will be very, very busy here making and shipping the goods. We aren't specially interested in orders that the other fellow gets, or in knowing how it happened after it has happened. If you like life on the road you simply won't let it happen. So just send us your address every day and your orders. They will tell us all that we want to know about the situation. I was cured of sending information to the house when I was very, very young, in fact, on the first trip which I made on the road. I was traveling out of Chicago for Hammer and Hawkins, wholesale dry goods, gents furnishings and notions. They started me out to round up trade in the river towns down Egypt ways, near Cairo. I hadn't more than made my first town and sized up the population before I began to feel happy, because I saw that business ought to be very good there. It appeared as if everybody in that town needed something in my line. The clerk of the hotel where I registered wore a dickie and his cuffs were tied to his neck by pieces of string run up his sleeves, and most of the merchants on Main Street were in their shirt sleeves, at least those that had shirts were, and so far as I could judge there wasn't a whole pair of galluses among them. Some were using wire, some a little rope, and others just faith, buckled extra tight. Pride of the Prairie 30 flour sacks seemed to be the knobby thing in boys' suitings there. Take it by and large, if ever there was a town which looked as if it had a big, short line of dry goods, gents furnishings and notions to cover, it was that one. But when I caught the proprietor of the general store during a lull in the demand for navy plug, he wouldn't even look at my samples, and when I began to hint that the people were pretty ornery dressers he reckoned that he would paste me one if I weren't so young. Wanted to know what I meant by coming swelling around in song and dance clothes and getting funny at the expense of people who made their living honestly. Allowed that when it came to a humorous get-up my clothes were the original end man's gag. I noticed on the way back to the hotel that every fellow holding up a hitching post was laughing, and I began to look up and down the street for the joke, not understanding at first that the reason why I couldn't see it was because I was it. Right there I began to learn that, while the Prince of Wales may wear the correct thing in hats, it's safer when you're out of his sphere of influence to follow the styles that the hotel clerk sets, that the place to sell clothes is in the city, where everyone seems to have plenty of them, and that the place to sell mess pork is in the country, where everyone keeps hogs. That is why when a fellow comes to me for advice about moving to a new country, where there are more opportunities, I advise him, if he is built right, to go to an old city where there is more money. I rode into the house pretty often on that trip, explaining how it was, going over the whole situation very carefully, and telling what our competitors were doing, wherever I could find that they were doing anything. I gave Old Hammer credit for more curiosity than he possessed, because when I reached Cairo I found a telegram from him reading, "Know what our competitors are doing, they are getting all the trade. But what are you doing?" I saw then that the time for explaining was gone and that the moment for resigning had arrived, so I just naturally sent in my resignation. That is what we will expect from you, or orders. Your affectionate father. John Graham. Number 10. Son. First experiences on the road inspire little confidence on the part of Parapont either in himself, the Graham goods, or country hotels. Fosterville, Indiana, March 4, 1890-something. My dear father. Although I have not succeeded to date in getting far enough from Chicago to escape the odors of your refinery and have yet to ascertain how a man looks when he gives an order, I feel that I'm going to like being a drummer. There is a certain independence about it which pleases me. While I, of course, shall labor early and late in the interests of the house, there is a great deal in not having a timekeeper staring you in the face every morning. The call left at the hotel office is sufficient reminder to me of the flight of time, especially after I have sat up till 4 a.m. trying to make things come my way. I may not, as you hint, be cut out by the Lord for a drummer. In fact, I don't believe I was, for from what I have seen of the species I am of the belief that the Lord does not number its manufacture among his responsibilities. At all events it is sufficient for me to know that you, the head of the house, have selected me as one. Let me reassure you on one point. I may have looked chesty and important when I started from Chicago the other morning, but my experience as a drummer for Graham & Company has so completely knocked the self-esteem out of me that I don't believe my hat will ever cock on one side again. It's all right enough to sit in the office and talk about the big business you have built, but just get out into the world and stack up against the fact that you've got to sell our stuff to suspicious buyers or lose your job, and you'll find yourself a first-class understudy for Moses in short order. The first 2 days out I felt so proud of the house that I added Graham & Company to my name on the hotel register. But I dropped that little flourish just as soon as I saw that it got me the worst room on the key rack and the toughest steak in the dining room. What on earth have we been doing to people for the last 30 years that makes them all down on us? I see that I'm going to have no trouble in making the concern known. In fact, if I may venture to say so, it seems to be too well known. For some reasons I regret leaving the house. Business may go on well enough in my absence, but it's a mighty poor fiddler who thinks the orchestra plays as loud as it did before he breaks a string. I thank you for your hints as to methods in soliciting trade, but I also appreciate the truth that, after all, the man on the spot must give the decision. So far, I see no reason for your belief that a fund of anecdote is not necessary to the commercial traveler. I may say in passing that I much prefer this phrase to drummer, although I am prepared to admit that after I sell a bill of goods I may be ready to accept any title. Jokes may not be profitable as the main stock in trade, but they are certainly essential as a sideline. So far, I have been utterly unable to get up early enough in the morning to reach a customer before he has fallen into the clutches of one or more of my competitors, and when I arrive they are usually so hilarious over funny stories that business, especially serious business, like the buying of our products, is the thing farthest from their thoughts. Because a man who wanted to sell you a dog once indulged in flippant, but you must admit, clever repartee about your needing such things in your business, you must not draw the inference that the sense of humor has entirely departed from storekeepers. Of course the joke must not be on the prospective customer, as was that of the dog fancier in your case. I found that out to my sorrow the other day. I had almost persuaded a country grocer to try a couple of pails of lard and a ham, not munificent, but a beginning, when I tipped the fat into the fire by being over keen to take a joke. A small boy came running in with a wad of paper, apparently containing money, clutched in one fist and a card in the other hand. "How much is 10 pounds of sugar at 5.5 cents a pound?" he asked. 55 cents, said the grocer. "And a quarter of a pound of 60-cent tea?" 15 cents, to your mother, smiled the grocer. "And a half peck of potatoes at 28 cents a peck?" asked the boy. 14, said the grocer. "And 4 cans of tomatoes at 12.5 cents each," said the boy, consulting his list. "Just 50 cents, said the grocer. "And 6 pounds of rice at 3.5 cents? 21 cents. "Is that all?" asked the grocer, as the boy put his card in his pocket. "Yes," said the boy. "What does it all cost?" The grocer figured with a bit of charcoal on a bag and said, $1.55. "Will you take the package?" "Nope," said the boy, edging towards the door. I'm on my way to school. Very well, I'll send it right up, said the grocer, urbanely. Wouldn't if I were you, said the boy. Ma ain't at home. She don't want the stuff, anyhow. That was only my arithmetic lesson. As the lad vanished, I laughed and said bon voyage to my prospective order. The worst of it is, the boys say that this story dates back to Joe Miller's great-grandfather. But it taught me that it is sometimes wise to be deaf, dumb and blind to the point of a joke. Unfortunately, I am short on the joke market, and to date have been unable to meet the keen competition I encounter in this line. Job Withers, a big-faced, big-voiced chap, who travels for Soper and Company, spins yarns with the speed, ease and penetrating quality of a well-greased circular saw. When he goes into a store he looks about, comments on any changes or improvements that may have occurred since his last visit, asks the proprietor about his dog, if he has one, and about his wife, if he has not, sits on a barrel and says, "Did I ever tell you?" At that there is a great shuffling of feet and all the store loungers sit up and take notice. Then he launches into a story and follows it with another and another. Then, when the boss is wiping away the tears that come with the laughter, Job pulls out an order blank and, with a look about the store, says, "I see you're almost all out of," and he writes off a list of things. Before the echoes of the laughter have ceased, the order is rolling along towards the house in the custody of a 2-cent stamp. If there is one thing needed more than nerve in this business, it is hypnotism, and in the practical part of this science Job Withers has Mesmer and Professor Carpenter backed clear over the divide. It's no trick to sell a man anything he wants, but unfortunately no one ever wants anything. The Job Witherses see to that by their delicate attentions in keeping everybody stocked up. A man'll never get the V.H.C. from the house till he learns how to sell goods that his customer doesn't want, and I tell you, Pater, a good swift game of talk, the right kind, is what gives the shelves and refrigerators of country stores indigestion. If you pursued a different policy, I do not wonder that when you tried traveling you had, as you hint, to run the last quarter in record time in order to anticipate a request for your resignation. But I have a suspicion that you have not dealt squarely by me. I will be frank and tell you why. In view of the paucity of my supply of stories, and nothing, I assure you, but extremity would have induced me to do it, I overhauled your letters the other day and weeded out the best of your anecdotes and tried them on some of my intended customers. It immediately became clear to me why you do not believe in storytelling as an adjunct to trade. You must have been less philosophical during your brief stay on the road than you are now, otherwise you would have realized that the failure of your crop of anecdotes to yield a harvest does not prove the futility of planting a different class of seed. The well-known facts concerning our hams do not demonstrate that there are no good hams in the market. One thing is sure. I shall send the house an order before the week is out, even if I have to eat the stuff myself. It really can't be worse than the food I get at some of the hotels. The hotel in the town before this was a wonder. I asked for a napkin and the table girl said they used to have them, but the boarders took so many with them that it was too expensive. I guess they ate them in preference to the food. I told the girl I'd have a piece of steak and an egg. She returned, cheerful but empty-handed. "I am sorry, sir," she lisped, "but cook says the last piece of steak has been used for a hinge on the landlord's daughter's trunk. She is to be married today," she added, with a smile evidently intended to be engaging. But I didn't care to be engaged, at least not to her. "Well, bring an egg and some toast," I said, amiably. "Sorry, sir," chirped up Bright Eyes, "but cook's just beaten up the egg. She says you can have your share of it in the meringue pudding at dinner." "What have you got, then?" I demanded with some acrimony. "Hot lamb, cold lamb, roast lamb, and minced lamb," she gurgled. I subsequently ascertained that they sheared the lamb a few days before and that the poor innocent caught cold and died. If they were as strict in their menu in these country hotels as they are in their rules, it would be all right. No hotel is complete without a long list of don'ts for guests, plastered on the inside of the door. Here are a few that appealed to me with especial force. Please do not tip the waiters or the porter. As the waiters did nothing for me and the porter weighed 285 pounds, I conformed to this rule. In event of fire, an alarm will be sounded on the gongs if the night clerk is awake. The fire escapes are in the office safe. In case of fire you can have one after you have paid your bill. It is hard to get a decent night's rest in these hostelries. If it isn't one thing it's another. Last Saturday I was so tired that I felt I wouldn't care if I jumped Sunday right out of the calendar. Sunday morning I was sleeping beautifully when there was a rap on the door. "Ain't you a-goin' to get up?" came a squeaky voice. "What time is it?" I asked. 7:30, was the reply. "Get up?" "No, go away," I shouted. "Breakfast comes in half an hour," said the squeak. "Don't want any breakfast," I thundered back. "All right, the other boarders do." "What in blazes is that to me?" I snarled. We want your sheets for tablecloths. Do not worry. I shall not write long letters to the house. They will be as short as my expense account will permit. Your hungry but hopeful son. P.S. on the dead. Now, did my recital of my hotel experiences make you laugh? They are not quite genuine. How do you think they would go as a part of my sample line of stories for the trade? Number 11. Father. From John Graham, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago, to his son, Pierrepont, at the Planters Palace Hotel, at Big Gap, Kentucky. Mr. Pierrepont's orders are small and his expenses are large, so his father feels pessimistic over his prospects. Chicago, April 10, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, you ought to be feeling mighty thankful today to the fellow who invented fractions, because while your selling cost for last month was within the limit, it took a good deal of help from the decimal system to get it there. You are in the position of the boy who was chased by the bull, open to congratulations because he reached the tree first, and to condolence because a fellow up a tree, in the middle of a 40-acre lot, with a disappointed bull for company, is in a mighty bad fix. I don't want to bear down hard on you right at the beginning of your life on the road, but I would feel a good deal happier over your showing if you would make a downright failure or a clean-cut success once in a while, instead of always just skinning through this way. It looks to me as if you were trying only half as hard as you could, and in trying it's the second half that brings results. If there's one piece of knowledge that is of less use to a fellow than knowing when he's beat, it's knowing when he's done just enough work to keep from being fired. Of course, you are bright enough to be a halfway man, and to hold a halfway place on a halfway salary by doing half the work you are capable of, but you've got to add dynamite and ginger and jounce to your equipment if you want to get the other half that's coming to you. You've got to believe that the Lord made the first hog with the Graham brand burned in the skin, and that the drove which rushed down a steep place was packed by a competitor. You've got to know your goods from A to Izzard, from snout to tail, on the hoof and in the can. You've got to know 'em like a young mother knows baby talk, and to be as proud of 'em as the young father of a 12-pound boy, without really thinking that you're stretching at 4 pounds. You've got to believe in yourself and make your buyers take stock in you at par and accrued interest. You've got to have the scent of a bloodhound for an order, and the grip of a bulldog on a customer. You've got to feel the same personal solicitude over a bill of goods that strays off to a competitor as a parson over a backslider, and hold special services to bring it back into the fold. You've got to get up every morning with determination if you're going to go to bed with satisfaction. You've got to eat hog, think hog, dream hog, in short, go the whole hog if you're going to win out in the pork packing business. That's a pretty liberal receipt, I know, but it's intended for a fellow who wants to make a good-sized pie. And the only thing you ever find in pastry that you don't put in yourself is flies. You have had a wide-open chance during the last few months to pick up a good deal about the practical end of the business, and between trips now you ought to spend every spare minute in the packing house getting posted. Nothing earns better interest than judicious questions, and the man who invests in more knowledge of the business than he has to have in order to hold his job as capital with which to buy a mortgage on a better one. I may be mistaken, but I am just a little afraid that you really did not get beyond a bowing acquaintance with Mr. Porker when you were here at the packing house. Of course, there isn't anything particularly pretty about a hog, but any animal which has its kindly disposition and benevolent inclination to yield up a handsome margin of profit to those who get close to it, is worthy of a good deal of respect and attention. I ain't one of those who believe that a half knowledge of a subject is useless, but it has been my experience that when a fellow has that half knowledge he finds it's the other half which would really come in handy. So, when a man's in the selling end of the business what he really needs to know is the manufacturing end, and when he's in the factory he can't know too much about the trade. You're just about due now to run into a smart aleck buyer who'll show you a sample of lard which he'll say was made by a competitor, and ask what you think the grand jury ought to do to a house which had the nerve to label it leaf. Of course, you will nose around it and look wise and say that, while you hesitate to criticize, you are afraid it would smell like a hot box on afraid if anyone tried to fry donuts in it. That is the place where the buyer will call for Jack and Charlie to get in on the laugh, and when he has wiped away the tears he will tell you that it is your own lard, and prove it to you. Of course, there won't be anything really the matter with it, and if you had been properly posted you would have looked surprised when he showed it to you and have said, "I don't quite diagnose the case your way, Mr. Smith, that's a blamed sight better lard than I thought Muggins and Company were making." And you'd have driven a spike right through that fellow's little joke and have nailed down his order hard and tight with the same blow. What you know is a club for yourself, and what you don't know is a meat axe for the other fellow. That is why you want to be on the lookout all the time for information about the business, and to nail a fact just as a sensible man nails a mosquito, the first time it settles near him. Of course, a fellow may get another chance, but the odds are that if he misses the first opening he will lose a good deal of blood before he gets the second. Speaking of finishing up a subject as you go along naturally calls to mind the case of Josh Jenkinson, back in my hometown. As I first remember Josh, He was just bone and byproducts. Wasn't an ounce of real meat on him. In fact, he was so blamed thin that when he bought an outfit of clothes his wife used to make them over into 2 suits for him. Josh would eat a little food now and then, just to be sociable, but what he really lived on was tobacco. Usually kept a chew in one cheek and a cob pipe in the other. He was a powerful hand for a joke and had one of those porous heads and movable scalps which go with a sense of humor in a small village. Used to scare us boys by drawing in on his pipe and letting the smoke sort of leak out through his eyes and ears and nose. Pretended that he was the devil and that he was on fire inside. Old Doc Hoover caught him at it once and told us that he wasn't, but allowed that he was a blood relation. Elder Hoover was a Methodist off the tip of the sirloin. There weren't any evasions or generalities or metaphors in his religion. The lower layers of the hereafter weren't Hades or Gehenna with him, but just plain hell, and mighty hot, too, you bet. His creed was built of sheet iron and bolted together with inch rivets. He kept the fire going under the boiler night and day, and he was so blamed busy stoking it that he didn't have much time to map out the golden streets. When he blew off it was superheated steam and you could see the sinners who were in range fairly sizzle and parboil and shrivel up. There was no give in doc, no compromises with creditors, no fire sales. He wasn't one of those elders who would let a fellow dance the Lancers if he'd swear off on waltzing, or tell him it was all right to play whist in the parlor if he'd give up penny ante at the Dutchman's, or wink at his smoking if he'd quit whiskey. Josh knew this, so he kept away from the camp meeting, though the elder gunned for him pretty steady for a matter of 5 years. But one summer when the meetings were extra interesting, it got so lonesome sitting around with the whole town off in the woods that Josh sneaked out to the edge of the camp and hid behind some bushes where he could hear what was going on. The elder was carrying about 250 pounds, by the gauge, that day, and with that pressure he naturally traveled into the sinners pretty fast. The first thing Josh knew he was out from under cover and hallelujahing down between the seats to the mourner's bench. When the elder saw what was coming he turned on the forced draft. Inside of 10 minutes he had Josh under conviction and had taken his pipe and plug away from him. I am just a little inclined to think that Josh would have backslid if he hadn't been a practical joker, and a critter of that breed is about as afraid of a laugh on himself as a raw colt of a steamroller. So he stuck it out, and began to take an interest in meal time. Kicked because it didn't come 8 or 10 times a day. The first thing he knew he had fatted up till he filled out his half suit and had to put it away in camphor. Then he bought a whole suit, living skeleton size. In 2 weeks he had strained a shoulder seam and looked as if he was wearing tights. So he retired it from circulation and moved up a size. That one was a little loose, and it took him a good month to crowd it. Josh was a pretty hefty man now, but he kept right on bulging out, building on an addition here and putting out a bay window there, all the time retiring new suits, until his wife had 14 of them laid away in the chest. Said it didn't worry him, that he was bound to lose flesh sooner or later. That he would catch them on the way down, and wear them out one at a time. But when he got up to 350 pounds he just stuck. Tried exercise and dieting and foreign waters, but he couldn't budge an ounce. In the end he had to give the clothes to the widow Doolin, who had 14 sons in assorted sizes. I simply mention Josh in passing as an example of the fact that a fellow can't bank on getting a chance to go back and take up a thing that he has passed over once, and to call your attention to the fact that a man who knows his own business thoroughly will find an opportunity sooner or later of reaching the most hardened cuss of a buyer on his route and of getting a share of his. I want to caution you right here against learning all there is to know about pork packing too quick. Business is a good deal like a nigger's wool, it doesn't look very deep, but there are a heap of kinks and curves in it. When I was a boy and the fellow in pink tights came into the ring, I used to think he was doing all that could be reasonably expected when he kept 8 or 10 glass balls going in the air at once. But the beautiful lady in the blue tights would keep right on handing him things, kerosene lamps and carving knives and miscellaneous cutlery and crockery, and he would get them going, too, without losing his happy smile. The great trouble with most young fellows is that they think they have learned all they need to know and have given the audience its money's worth when they can keep the glass balls going, and so they balk at the kerosene lamps and the rest of the implements of light housekeeping. But there's no real limit to the amount of extras a fellow with the right stuff in him will take on without losing his grin. I want to see you come up smiling. I want to feel you in the business, not only on payday but every other day. I want to know that you are running yourself full-time and overtime, stocking up your brain so that when the demand comes you will have the goods to offer. So far, you promise to make a fair to ordinary salesman among our retail trade. I want to see you grow into a car lot man, so strong and big that you will force us to see that you are out of place among the little fellows. Buck up. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 11. Son. Barrapont meets with some curious experience on the road, attends a badger fight, and relates some of his adventures in country hotels. Harrods Creek, Indiana, April 16, 1890-something. Dear Dad. There's no use in telling me that I've got to dream hog if I want to get a raise, for that's what all this rumpus on the road amounts to, after all. There's no need, I say, to enforce the lesson, for I have porcine nightmares every time I go to bed out in this uncivilized country. And I do wake up with determination, the determination to do something to get back to dear old Chicago, if I have to do the weary Waggles act over the pike. When I think that I used to disparage our city in comparison with Boston, I feel very humble indeed. In comparison with the villages I've struck since I've been the Avon courier of Graham and Company, Chicago is a paradise which no sensible man ought to depreciate. Milligan used to tell about a purgatory to which wandering souls have to go for a bit of scrubbing up to fit them for the good things of heaven. Of course he referred to experience on the road. You complain because my selling cost in this sort of life just balances the profit I turn into the house, but I think it should be a source of great satisfaction that you've got a son who can so rise superior to circumstances as to pay his way with the Graham incubus hitched to his shoulders. It's worth something to make an Ananias of yourself a dozen times a day, with bad dreams thrown in at the end of it. A liar is popular only when his cause hits the popular taste, and I've yet to find a town where our bluff is worth more than 25 cents in the pot. Of course life isn't all a vale of tears, even during the quest for orders. There was a rift of sunlight yesterday at Simpkinsville Four Corners, where I assisted at the annual spring dog and badger fight. This function is gotten up with such a regard for the proprieties that even a college man has to give it his approval. I happened to arrive in town on the day of the festivity, and just naturally wanted to see it. A big crowd gathered in an open space back of the town hall, and all other interests were neglected for the time being. Even the Presbyterian minister was on hand to see that the thing was carried out in a fair and square manner, and I felt that with such spiritual backing the fight ought to be a good go. There was a good-sized box in the center of the ring, under which someone told me was a badger of exceptional fierceness. About 10 feet away was a bull terrier who looked like the veteran of 100 fields. He was kept in leash by a muscular Negro, and the way he strained at his chain convinced me that badger was his particular meat and that he ate a good many pounds a day. At the time I arrived on the scene there seemed to be a difference of opinion as to who should pull the string of the box and liberate the badger. Finally the row grew so intense that an election was proposed, and nominations for the exalted office were made. But every one who was mentioned seemed to have some out about him. He had bet heavily on either the dog or the badger, and such a thing as pulling the string with impartiality was thought to be out of the question. Meantime the odds were being chalked up on a big blackboard amid the excited roars of the crowd, and it began to look as if there wouldn't be any dog and badger fight at all. Just at this point somebody suggested me as the proper string puller, on the ground that I was a stranger and not biased either way. Besides, he urged, as a college athlete he is an expert on sport. Then the whole crowd yelled Graham, Graham, and I felt that I ought to respond to the confidence imposed in me. So I made a little speech in which I said I was highly honored by the nomination and would accept the duty with the firm determination to do unswerving justice to all. I took the string as the bulldog was making frantic endeavors to get at the box, and turned my head away so as to give a pull that should be absolutely fair. Then the umpire began to count, amid the breathless silence of the crowd. At the word 3 I gave a tremendous yank at the box, and, well, the result wasn't exactly conducive to the dignity of yours truly, for there, where I had uncovered what was supposed to be a fierce badger, stood a full-fledged cuspidor. I don't know which looked the sickest, the dog or I, but he had the advantage of being able to sneak off into the crowd, while I had to stand and take the wild cheers of the populace like a true hero of the Graham stock. It cost me considerable to wipe out the disgrace in drink for the gathering, but it simply had to be done if I am to sell any goods in this vicinity. And as what I am out for is orders with a capital O, it follows that I've got to have the capital necessary to get 'em. You understand, of course, and will approve my next expense account with a glad hand. In this town I am staying at the Eagle Hotel, a hostelry that would probably carry you back to your boyhood days. It's the kind where one roller towel does duty for every one in the washroom, and a big square trough filled with sawdust is the general office cuspidor. There's no table in my room, of course, so I'm writing this on the slanting pine board they call the writing desk, listening to the shouts of the natives and the stories of mine host, Major Jaggins. The Major is a slab-sided, lantern-jawed individual, who got his title all right in the war, as his 2 cork legs prove. He's a very tall man, and when I ventured to remark on his unusual height the crowd roared and voted that I was elected to buy. All strangers buy on this particular proposition, I was told. It seems that Major Jaggins was a regular sawed-off before the war, and he felt his lack of height keenly, especially as he had a soaring mind and had to answer to the name of Stumpy. But his time came. At the Battle of Cold Harbor he had both legs taken off by a shell. When he came to he gave a yell of delight that paralyzed the nurses and nearly scared the rest of the hospital to death. He was simply thinking of what he was going to do on the leg matter, and he realized that he wasn't going to be Stumpy Jaggins anymore. After he was cured, he just gave his order to the cork leg people to make him 2 of the longest pins he could stand up on. Consequently, he now walks the earth a trifle shakily, to be sure, but way above the general run of mankind, and that's what he likes. He swore he'd been short long enough. I simply mention the case of Major Jaggins as a reminder that nature doesn't know everything, and that art sometimes has the last word. Even if I'm not cut out by an obliging providence to be the proprietor of a big packing house, and your letters sometimes have a pessimistic ring that implies your belief that I am not, a good deal can be done by kindness and a judicious expenditure of money. Which leads me quite naturally to remark that your ideas of a traveling man's expenses are evidently founded on your early knowledge of pack peddling. Then again, these country yokels have to be conciliated, and, although whiskey is cheap, they have blamed long throats. This hotel belies its name, for they say eagles don't feed on carrion. But it's no use kicking at the table, for Major Jaggins simply stivers out to the pantry and brings back a lot of Graham cans which he places at your plate with an injured air. I suppose he has the same gag for the drummers of all the different houses, but it's effective, just the same. Apropos of hotels, I have discovered a curious fact: the farther you go the worse they get, and even if you strike a good one occasionally it only increases your sorrow, for comparison augments the future misery. It's no use to try to pick your hotel. No matter which one you select in a town, you'll be sorry you didn't go to the other. And if you make a change and go to the other, you're dead certain to regret that you didn't know when you were well off and stay where you were. It's no use to complain. I've tried it. Night before last I slept in a room that was apparently a gymnasium for rats. About 2 o'clock, when they began to use the pit of my stomach for a springboard, I went down to the office and pried the clerk out from behind the cigar counter. "See here," I said, "I can't sleep, there's so much noise." "Sorry, sir, but I can't help it," he replied, flicking a dust atom from the register. "This is a hotel. The sanatorium is on the next street. Ever try powders?" "What on?" I queried, not to be outdone. "The rats?" "Rats? I do hope you haven't got them." "The last man that." "No, I haven't got 'em, but the room has. They're all over the place." "Rats, eh?" And the clerk gave the register a twirl. "Let's see, you're in $51 room. Couldn't expect buffaloes at that price, could ye?" I stayed in the office the rest of the night, and in the morning the clerk pointed me out to his chief. "That gent," he said, "has insomnia." "That won't do, young man," said the landlord, with a withering look. "We can't have such things in this house. It's a family hotel." I tried making inquiries, but it's no good. Every man in town will swear that some particular hotel is the best this side the Mississippi. Foolishly enough, I tried to quiz the clerk of one house, while I was registering. I wound up a few queries about the table with the conundrum: "Are your eggs fresh?" He knew the answer. "Fresh?" he drawled, looking straight at me. Then he rang a bell, and cried, "Front." The one bellboy appeared from somewhere, eating what was once an apple. "Gent 113, said the clerk. "And, boy, stop at the dining hall on your way back and tell the head waiter that this gentleman is to have his eggs laid on his toast by the hens direct." That was the end of my attempts at previous investigating. Now if I cannot eat the food, I content myself with chewing the cud of bitter reflection. But I'd barter my immortal soul for a square meal at Mother's round table. The time I've put in at the different grocery stores today has served as a regular eye-opener to me as to the game I'm up against. Apparently nobody in this whole country except the patrons of the Eagle eat any packed provisions at all, and our special brand seems to be a dead one on all the shelves. I couldn't give the stuff away, much less sell it. I did place one order for 100 pails of lard, but I learned tonight that the fellow is going into insolvency in a day or two, so I guess you'd better not send the stuff. Taking it by and large, I have discovered that a thorough course in hypnotism would be the best equipment for a successful salesman of our particular kind of goods. For instance, if I could look old Saul Blifkins of the Harrods Creek Bazaar and Emporium in the eye, and make him believe that folks were just clamoring for Frankforts instead of rum in these parts, and compel him to see a blank space where our aged cans are still lumbering his shelves, I fancy the thing would be a cinch. One of our fellows at Harvard, the son of an Episcopal bishop, wrote me a while ago that his father had decided upon his taking orders, and that it was a blamed hard proposition. I don't know what his special line is, but if it can match this gunning for pork buyers, he has my sincere sympathy. I keep running across Job Withers. I think he's detailed by his house to watch me. He arrived at the City Hotel this morning just as I was leaving it to go on a still hunt for a ham sandwich. He greeted me cheerily. "Ah. Been stopping at the city? Good hotel. Fine table. Is it?" I said calmly. "Yes, indeed, best this side of Indianapolis. Thank heaven, I'm going the other way." I didn't tell him that. What I did say was, "You say this is a good hotel and a good table." He nodded. "Well," I went on, "let me tell you a story." That staggered him, for I saw he realized that if I'd reached the story stage I was due for business. "There was once a little boy," I proceeded, "who was sitting on the walk under a green apple tree, doubled up with cramps and howling like a pocket edition fiend. A bespectacled lady of severe cast of countenance stopped and asked him his trouble. "Them," said the boy, pointing to the tree, "and I've an orful pain." "Pain?" said the lady, "don't you know there's no such thing? You only think so. Have faith and you'll have no pain." "Gee," said the boy, "that's all right. You may think there's no pain, but," rubbing his stomach dolefully, "I've positive inside information. And so have I about this hotel," I said to Withers as I left him. Confidentially, I think Withers' label reads N.G. My one object in life is to put him off the reservation. From now on, watch. Your hustling son. Paraponte. P.S. Please ask the cashier to forward an immediate check for enclosed voucher, a bill presented by the landlord of the Eagle Hotel. The medical services were for typhoid fever, contracted by his family. It appears that your drummer who came here last fall emptied part of the contents of his sample case in a vacant lot back of the hotel. Number 12. Father. From John Graham, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago, to his son, Paraponte, at Little Delmonico's, Prairie Center, Indiana. Mr. Paraponte has annoyed his father by accepting his criticisms in a spirit of gentle, but most reprehensible, resignation. Chicago, April 15, 1890-something. Dear Paraponte, don't ever write me another of those sad, sweet, gentle sufferer letters. It's only natural that a colt should kick a trifle when he's first hitched up to the brake wagon, and I'm always a little suspicious of a critter that stands too quiet under the whip. I know it's not meekness, but meanness, that I've got to fight, and it's hard to tell which is the worst. The only animal which the Bible calls patient is an ass, and that's both good doctrine and good natural history. For I had to make considerable of a study of the Missouri mule when I was a boy, and I discovered that he's not really patient, but that he only pretends to be. You can cuss him out till you've nothing but holy thoughts left in you to draw on, and you can lay the rawhide on him till he's striped like a circus zebra, and if you're cautious and reserved in his company he will just look grieved and pained and resigned. But all the time that mule will be getting meaner and meaner inside, adding compound cussedness every 30 days, and practicing drop kicks in his stall after dark. Of course, nothing in this world is wholly bad, not even a mule, for he is half horse. But my observation has taught me that the horse half of him is the front half, and that the only really safe way to drive him is hind side first. I suppose that you could train one to travel that way, but it really doesn't seem worthwhile when good roadsters are so cheap. That's the way I feel about these young fellows who lazy along trying to turn in at every gate where there seems to be a little shade, and sulking and balking whenever you say get apt to them. They are the men who are always howling that Bill Smith was promoted because he had a pull, and that they are being held down because the manager is jealous of them. I've seen a good many pulls in my time, but I never saw one strong enough to lift a man any higher than he could raise himself by his bootstraps, or long enough to reach through the cashier's window for more money than its owner earned. When a fellow brags that he has a pull, he's a liar or his employer's a fool. And when a fellow whines that he's being held down, the truth is, as a general thing, that his boss can't hold him up. He just picks a nice, soft spot, stretches out flat on his back, and yells that some heartless brute has knocked him down and is sitting on his chest. A good man is as full of bounce as a cat with a small boy and a bull terrier after him. When he's thrown to the dog from the second-story window, he fixes while he's sailing through the air to land right, and when the dog jumps for the spot where he hits, he isn't there, but in the top of the tree across the street. He's a good deal like the little red-headed cuss that we saw in the football game you took me to. Every time the herd stampeded it would start in to trample and paw and gore him. One minute the whole bunch would be on top of him and the next he would be loping off down the range, spitting out hair and pieces of canvas jacket, or standing on one side as cool as a hog on ice, watching the mess unsnarl and the removal of the cripples. I didn't understand football, but I understood that little sawed off. He knew his business. And when a fellow knows his business, he doesn't have to explain to people that he does. It isn't what a man knows, but what he thinks he knows that he brags about. Big talk means little knowledge. There's a vast difference between having a carload of miscellaneous facts sloshing around loose in your head and getting all mixed up in transit, and carrying the same assortment properly boxed and crated for convenient handling and immediate delivery. A ham never weighs so much as when it's half cured. When it has soaked in all the pickle that it can, it has to sweat out most of it in the smokehouse before it is any real good, and when you've soaked up all the information you can hold, you will have to forget half of it before you will be of any real use to the house. If there's anything worse than knowing too little, it's knowing too much. Education will broaden a narrow mind, but there's no known cure for a big head. The best you can hope is that it will swell up and bust, and then, of course, there's nothing left. Poverty never spoils a good man, but prosperity often does. It's easy to stand hard times, because that's the only thing you can do, but in good times the fool killer has to do night work. I simply mention these things in a general way. A good many of them don't apply to you, no doubt, but it won't do any harm to make sure. Most men get cross-eyed when they come to size themselves up, and see an angel instead of what they're trying to look at. There's nothing that tells the truth to a woman like a mirror, or that lies harder to a man. What I am sure of is that you have got the sulks too quick. If you knew all that you'll have to learn before you'll be a big, broad-gauged merchant, you might have something to be sulky about. When you've posted yourself properly about the business, you'll have taken a step in the right direction. You will be able to get your buyer's attention. All the other steps are those which lead you into his confidence. Right here you will discover that you are in the fix of the young fellow who married his best girl and took her home to live with his mother. He found that the only way in which he could make one happy was by making the other mad, and that when he tried to make them both happy he only succeeded in making them both mad. Naturally, in the end, his wife divorced him and his mother disinherited him, and left her money to an orphan asylum, because, as she sensibly observed in the codicil, orphans cannot be ungrateful to their parents. But if the man had had a little tact he would have kept them in separate houses, and have let each one think that she was getting a trifle the best of it, without really giving it to either. Tact is the knack of keeping quiet at the right time, of being so agreeable yourself that no one can be disagreeable to you, of making inferiority feel like equality. A tactful man can pull the stinger from a bee without getting stung. Some men deal in facts, and call Bill Jones a liar. They get knocked down. Some men deal in subterfuges, and say that Bill Jones's father was a kettle-rendered liar, and that his mother's maiden name was Sapphira, and that anyone who believes in the Darwinian theory should pity rather than blame their son. They get disliked. But your tactful man says that since Baron Munchausen no one has been so chuck full of bully reminiscences as Bill Jones, and when that comes back to Bill he is half tickled to death, because he doesn't know that the higher criticism has hurt the Baron's reputation. That man gets the trade. There are two kinds of information, one to which everybody's entitled, and that is taught at school, and one which nobody ought to know except yourself, and that is what you think of Bill Jones. Of course, where you feel a man is not square you will be armed to meet him, but never on his own ground. Make him be honest with you if you can, but don't let him make you dishonest with him. When you make a mistake, don't make the second one, keeping it to yourself. Own up. The time to sort out rotten eggs is at the nest. The deeper you hide them in the case, the longer they stay in circulation, and the worse impression they make when they finally come to the breakfast table. A mistake sprouts a lie when you cover it up. And one lie breeds enough distrust to choke out the prettiest crop of confidence that a fellow ever cultivated. Of course, it's easy to have the confidence of the house, or the confidence of the buyer, but you've got to have both. The house pays you your salary, and the buyer helps you earn it. If you skin the buyer you will lose your trade, and if you play tag with the house you will lose your job. You've simply got to walk the fence straight, for if you step to either side you'll find a good deal of air under you. Even after you are able to command the attention and the confidence of your buyers, you've got to be up and dressed all day to hold what trade is yours, and twisting and turning all night to wriggle into some of the other fellows. When business is good, that is the time to force it, because it will come easy, and when it is bad, that is the time to force it, too, because we will need the orders. Speaking of making trade naturally calls to my mind my old acquaintance, Herr Dr. Paracelsus von Münsterberg, who, when I was a boy, came to our town fresh from his healing triumphs at the courts of Europe, as his handbills ran, not to make money, but to confer on suffering mankind the priceless boon of health, to make the sick well, and the well better. Münsterberg wasn't one of your common, coarse, county fair barkers. He was a pretty high-toned article. Had nice, curly black hair and didn't spare the bear's grease. Wore a silk hat and a Prince Albert coat all the time, except when he was orating, and then he shed the coat to get freer action with his arms. And when he talked he used the whole language, you bet. Of course, the priceless boon was put up in bottles, labeled Münsterberg's miraculous medical discovery, and, simply to introduce it, he was willing to sell the small size at 50 cents and the large one at $1. In addition to being a philanthropist, the doctor was quite a hand at card tricks, played the banjo, sung coon songs and imitated a saw going through a board very creditably. All these accomplishments, and the story of how he cured the Emperor of Austria's sister with a single bottle, drew a crowd, but they didn't sell a drop of the discovery. Nobody in town was really sick, and those who thought they were had stocked up the week before with Quackenboss quick quinine cure from a fellow that made just as liberal promises as Münsterberg and sold the large size at 50 cents, including a handsome reproduction of an old master for the parlor. Some fellows would just have cussed a little and have moved on to the next town, but Munsterberg made a beautiful speech, praising the climate, and saying that in his humble capacity he had been privileged to meet the strength and beauty of many courts, but never had he been in any place where strength was stronger or beauty beautifuller than right here in Hoskins Corners. He prayed with all his heart, though it was almost too much to hope, that the cholera, which was raging in Kentucky, would pass this Eden by, that the yellow fever, which was devastating Tennessee, would halt abashed before this stronghold of health, though he felt bound to add that it was a peculiarly malignant and persistent disease, that the smallpox, which was creeping southward from Canada, would smite the next town instead of ours, though he must own that it was no respecter of persons, that the diphtheria and scarlet fever, which were sweeping over New England and crowding the graveyards, could be kept from crossing the Hudson, though they were great travelers and it was well to be prepared for the worst, that we one and all might providentially escape chills, headaches, coated tongue, pains in the back, loss of sleep and that tired feeling, but it was almost too much to ask, even of such a generous climate. In any event, he begged us to beware of worthless nostrums and base imitations. It made him sad to think that today we were here and that tomorrow we were running up an undertaker's bill, all for the lack of a small bottle of medicine's greatest gift to man. I could see that this speech made a lot of women in the crowd powerful uneasy, and I heard the widow Judkins say that she was afraid it was going to be a mighty sickly winter, and she didn't know as it would do any harm to have some of that stuff in the house. But the doctor didn't offer the priceless boon for sale again. He went right from his speech into an imitation of a dog, with a tin can tied to his tail, running down Main Street and crawling under C. Hooper's store at the far end of it, an imitation, he told us, to which the Sultan was powerful partial, him being a cruel man and delighting in torturing the poor dumb beasts which the Lord has given us to love, honor and cherish. He kept this sort of thing up till he judged it was our bedtime, and then he thanked us one and all for our kind attention, and said that as his mission in life was to amuse as well as to heal, he would stay over till the next afternoon and give a special matinee for the little ones, whom he loved for the sake of his own golden-haired Willie, back there over the Rhine. Naturally, all the women and children turned out the next afternoon, though the men had to be at work in the fields and the stores, and the doctor just made us roar for half an hour. Then, while he was singing an uncommon funny song, Mrs. Brown's Johnny let out a howl. The doctor stopped short. "Bring the poor little sufferer here, madam, and let me see if I can soothe his agony," says he. Mrs. Brown was a good deal embarrassed and more scared, but she pushed Johnny, yelling all the time, up to the doctor, who began tapping him on the back and looking down his throat. Naturally, this made Johnny cry all the harder, and his mother was beginning to explain that she reckoned she must have stepped on his sore toe, when the doctor struck his forehead, cried Eureka, whipped out a bottle of the priceless boon, and forced a spoonful of it into Johnny's mouth. Then he gave the boy 3 slaps on the back and 3 taps on the stomach, ran one hand along his windpipe, and took a small buttonhook out of his mouth with the other. Johnny made all his previous attempts at yelling sound like an imitation when he saw this, and he broke away and ran toward home. Then the doctor stuck one hand in over the top of his vest, waved the buttonhook in the other, and cried, "Woman, your child is cured. Your buttonhook is found." Then he went on to explain that when baby swallowed safety pins, or pennies, or fish bones, or buttonhooks, or any little household articles, that all you had to do was to give it a spoonful of the priceless boon, tap it gently fore and aft, hold your hand under its mouth, and the little article would drop out like chocolate from a slot machine. Every one was talking at once, now, and nobody had any time for Mrs. Brown, who was trying to say something. Finally she got mad and followed Johnny home. Half an hour later the doctor drove out of the Corners, leaving his stock of the priceless boon distributed, for the usual consideration, among all the mothers in town. It was not until the next day that Mrs. Brown got a chance to explain that while the boon might be all that the doctor claimed for it, no one in her house had ever owned a buttonhook, because her old man wore jackboots and she wore Congress shoes, and little Johnny wore just plain feet. I simply mention the doctor in passing, not as an example in morals, but in methods. Some salesmen think that selling is like eating, to satisfy an existing appetite, but a good salesman is like a good cook, he can create an appetite when the buyer isn't hungry. I don't care how good old methods are, new ones are better, even if they're only just as good. That's not so Irish as it sounds. Doing the same thing in the same way year after year is like eating a quail a day for 30 days. Along toward the middle of the month a fellow begins to long for a broiled crow or a slice of cold dog. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 12. Son. Barrépont puts one of the paternal theories into execution with unfortunate results and recites some drummer's yarns with philosophical addenda. Muddy Fork, Indiana, April 21, 1890-something. Dear Father, the tone of your last letter isn't altogether pleasing to me, nor does it reflect credit on yourself. You hint that because I am patient under this life of hardship and abuse, spent in trying to convince people that what they know about Graham and Company's stuff is all wrong, you hint, I say, that I am a mule. If that is so, your knowledge of natural history ought to show you that you are not patting yourself on the back to any great extent. You are my father, you know. You remind me of what Johnny Doolittle, who used to live next door to us, once said to his father when the old man remonstrated at his lack of table manners. "Johnny, you are a perfect pig," shouted old Doolittle. "Well, Pa," replied Johnny, as innocent as could be, "ain't a pig a hog's little boy?" I mention Johnny merely to remind you that the sort of reviling I have been getting of late out here in this godforsaken country, on duty for the house, has its recoil, and you're the fellow who's getting hit. It's worse than old Elder Hoover's famous gun that Uncle Ephraim used to tell me about. According to him, there was a big rabbit hunt one day, and the elder was persuaded to join. Some of the backsliders had rigged up a gun for his special use, loaded with a double charge of powder and shot and rammed tighter than glue. At last Doc drew a bead on a big jack and let go. When the roar had ceased and the smoke lifted, the elder was seen on his back, pawing the air with hands and feet and shouting for help. "Did the gun kick, Elder?" asked one of the bad hunters. "Kick," roared the good man, "it nearly kicked me into hell, for if I hadn't been so stunned I'd have taken the name of the Lord in vain, as sure as I'm a miserable sinner. Now if you want me to kick, dear father, I can do a job that would make a Missouri mule look like a grasshopper. I'm shod with good hard facts which you know as much about as I do. If decency doesn't suit you, I'll give you an exhibition of bag punching that will make your head swim. I now beg leave to report on the result of one of your pieces of advice as to ways and means in selling. A little while back, you remember, you said that I was pretty sure to run into a buyer who would bring me a pail of lard which he would say was made by a competitor, and ask what I thought of such stuff. Then, when I had condemned it by and large, you allowed he would tell me it was our own lard and the store would have the grand cashination on me. What I ought to say, you observed, was, that I didn't think so-and-so could produce such good stuff. That would clinch an order, sure enough, still according to you. Well, I ran into the identical thing at Higginbottom Brothers, in this town. Just as I was nailing an order for 200 pails with Lige Higginbottom, his brother Nat blew in with some lard that he said was made by Skinner and Company, our big rivals, and asked me what I thought of that for a bucket of slush. I had presence of mind enough to remember what you had said, and I told him that it was a blamed sight better lard than I thought Skinner and Company were capable of putting out. Then I waited for the laugh at Nat's expense, but there wasn't any. It was very, very quiet, a stillness relieved only by the working of Lige's jaws on his quid. "Well," said he, after a pause that I knew was deadly, "if you, a competitor, say it's good lard, why, gosh dang it, it must be all right. And seeing that Skinner's always treated us white, I guess I'll telegraph that order for 200 pails instead of giving it to you." You see, the lard was Skinner's, as I saw minute afterwards by the cover on the pail. This little incident gives me serious doubts whether you can safely regard all men as liars. There happens to be quite a jolly crowd of drummers of various persuasions at this hotel just at present, and last night we had a little séance in the smoking room for mutual inspiration and advancement. The talk naturally got rather shoppy at last, and the fellows began bragging of the business they did. A drummer for Grindstones said that he thought he'd average up about 6 sales a day, and a fellow in whiskey allowed that he would make at least 10. Then a Hebrew, who traveled with neckties, declared that he could take in about a dozen orders, and so it went. I modestly admitted that I was handicapped, and that 2 sales per diem were about all I could attain to under the circumstances. Of course that's more than I do make, but, as you say, you've got to impress the world with the fact that you're some pumpkins or you won't get assessed at even cucumbers. They'd all got through their little yarns, except one thin-faced, quiet chap who sat in a corner and didn't have much to say. Finally the Hebrew pounced on him, thinking he'd have some fun at his expense. "You haven't told us vat you do, mein friend," he said to the quiet fellow. "Everybody must speak in this experience meeting. How many sales do you make?" The man looked up with a sort of weary expression on his face and replied, "Well, if I make 1 sale a year, I think I'm doing pretty well." "Von sale a year," exclaimed the descendant of Aaron, with a pitying smile. "Von sale a year. Why, what do you travel for?" "Suspension bridges," replied the quiet man, and we all regarded our cigar ashes in silence. After a while we suspended the Hebrew from the association for not making good at the bar. One of the crowd is a Boston fellow who is out selling encyclopedias. He has the usual hub classicism, aided and abetted by a desire to ask conundrums. He hit everybody good and hard, and then landed on me. "Why are you so different from Circe?" he asked. Of course I gave it up. Does anybody ever guess conundrums they don't know? Because Circe turned men into hogs, while you are trying to turn hogs into men, he replied, and I started for bed then and there. Always on the hog, always. When will it end? This town is full and boiling over with drummers. I never saw so many in one day in my life. There is more shop talk going on here tonight than occurs in a week in all the Siegel Cooper stores. I verily believe that there are 10 men here to try and sell something, for every man there is to buy. Somehow or other the town has assumed the proportions of a junction, or a drummer's fair. The townspeople, they say, are much excited over it, and the village constable is at the town hall swearing in 2 deputies. As Job Withers has made himself very conspicuous during the day, I think the reason for the reign of terror is evident. Job, by the way, had a bit of the conceit taken out of him at the depot this evening. Several of us were down there to inquire about trains, etc. As no train would stop for nearly an hour, none of the station hands were about. Withers took the fact as a text and delivered a short, but exceedingly ornate, sermon to the crossing flagman on the moribund condition of the town. He fairly tore its reputation to shreds. Finally, with one finger laying down the law in the palm of his other hand, Job fired this at the defenseless old flagman. I tell you, sir, this town needs more life and energy. Something needs to come along and shake things up. Just then the Interstate Express dashed by at 60 miles an hour, and something came along. It was a heavy mail bag tossed from Uncle Sam's car, and it took poor Job plumb in the center of gravity. Over he went, like an Arabian acrobat. When we picked him out of the ditch he looked like what's left after a Kansas cyclone. But he was game. Boys, this time the laugh's on me, he cried. The evening's artificial irrigation will be charged to my house. I hate to do it, but I must. When Job tries to cut me out of a trade with his stories, I'll make him the hero of one of mine. Then I guess I'll coax a little business by his fat sides. Speaking of trains, reminds me of the laugh some of the boys had on Saul Lichtenstein the other day. He was to take the 3.30 out of Michigan City, and about 2:45 his great bulk, he is very corpulent, was seen dashing down the street at furious pace. A half hour later 2 or 3 other drummers, who had proceeded leisurely to the station, found him still out of breath. What made you run so, Saul? Asked one of them. Hang it all. He answered, the clock in front of the jeweler's store in the hotel block was wrong. It said 3.20. The clock on the post, Saul? Asked one of the party. Yes, confound it. Well, Saul, that clock said 3.20 every time I've been here for 4 years. The hands are painted on. When the story was told to a party of us, one man spoke up after the laugh and said, well, it's not surprising. Lichtenstein is always chock full of business. I met him today for the first time and found this statement is true. He is chock full of business, liquor business is his line. Apropos of business, I may state that I think you must find some cause to congratulate yourself on the gains I'm making. As you say, new methods are better than old and I am beginning to believe I have discovered a few of them. It has taken me some time, for it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks and, although I'm not so old, still I'm somewhat removed from the young pup you once called me. Still, an old dog can learn new tricks, by himself. Old Gabe Short, of Harrods Creek, says the only reason you cannot teach an old dog new tricks is because he has got onto the game and refuses to learn them, knowing that he will be called up to perform for company. Old Gabe knows, for he has heaps of opportunity for observation. He hasn't done any work for over 30 years. The story goes that he was such a coward at the outbreak of the rebellion that he said, that rather than go to war he'd stay at home and lick stamps. And he did it, too. After all the men went to war he got the postmastership. Gabe has a fat old water spaniel who is too lazy to do anything but eat and chase fleas. The latter task is usually performed in half-hearted fashion. One day, but I'll try to tell it as old Gabe does. One day an out-of-town dog was friendly with Neb and after he left there seemed to be a heap of worry on my dog's mind. He just couldn't keep still. It was scratch here and nibble there. Fleas never seemed to stir him up like that afore and I made up my mind that the strange cur had imported a new brand of the critters. Finally the old fellow was so bad that I gave him a dose of flea powder. Seems like it druv the varmints all into his tail, for he chased it for hours, as he hadn't done since he was a pup. I was busy and anyway I'd used all the powder I had. He's so fat he couldn't catch that tail and it was funny and a bit pitiful, too, the way he went after it. Finally, just as he seemed driven to desperation, he stopped short. He stood and looked around at that tail. Then he slowly backed up against the counter till his tail laid alongside. Then he pushed hard and grabbed. When he got through chewing that tail if there was a flea left it was mincemeat. I merely mention this in passing to illustrate that experience is a pretty good teacher, and that it must be your own experience, no one's else will do. Your counsels and rules of life are very enlightening and all that, but they are really of little value compared with the hard knocks of actual experience. You may explain to a boy till you're black in the face that fire is a dangerous element to monkey with, but it takes a few burnt fingers to instill real dread of a cannon cracker. You are giving me the experience and I have no doubt that it's the best thing that could happen to me. But really, Father, you may overdo it. Your anxiety for my future may make my present unduly uncomfortable. In this connection I am reminded of a story told by the pastor of Tremont Temple in Boston, Dr. George C. Lorimer, in a lecture that I attended. He didn't vouch for the truth of the story, but thought it enforced a moral. A nestful of linnets, he said, were in a field in India. Their mother had flown away and left them. They were cold and hungry and flapped their wings and cried. An enormous elephant chanced to note their plight. "Poor little things," said the elephant. "No mother, no one to keep you warm and nestle you. My mother's heart aches for you. I will nestle you and keep you warm." And the elephant, in pure goodness of heart, sat down upon the nest of poor little linnets. It may not be out of order to mention that you quite frequently sit upon your loving son. Paraponte. P.S. Just a suggestion. A leading grocer here says that if the labels on our canned goods did not display the name Graham so prominently, he thinks he could sell some of them. Number 13. Father. From John Graham, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago, to his son, Paraponte, care of the Hoosier Grocery Company, Indianapolis, Indiana. Mr. Paraponte's orders have been looking up, so the old man gives him a pat on the back, but not too hard a one. Chicago, May 10, 1890-something. Dear Paraponte, that order for a carload of spotless snow leaf from Old Shorter is the kind of back talk I like. We can stand a little more of the same sort of sassing. I have told the cashier that you will draw 30 a week after this, and I want you to have a nice suit of clothes made and send the bill to the old man. Get something that won't keep people guessing whether you follow the horses or do buck and wing dancing for a living. Your taste in clothes seems to be lasting longer than the rest of your college education. You look like a young widow who had raised the second crop of daisies over the deceased when you were in here last week. Of course, clothes don't make the man, but they make all of him except his hands and face during business hours, and that's a pretty considerable area of the human animal. A dirty shirt may hide a pure heart, but it seldom covers a clean skin. If you look as if you had slept in your clothes, most men will jump to the conclusion that you have, and you will never get to know them well enough to explain that your head is so full of noble thoughts that you haven't time to bother with the dandruff on your shoulders. And if you wear blue and white striped pants and a red necktie, you will find it difficult to get close enough to a deacon to be invited to say grace at his table, even if you never play for anything except coffee or beans. Appearances are deceitful, I know, but so long as they are, there's nothing like having them deceive for us instead of against us. I've seen a 10-cent shave and a 5-cent shine get a $1,000 job, and a cigarette and a pint of champagne knock the bottom out of $1 million pork corner. 4 or 5 years ago little Jim Jackson had the bears in the provision pit hibernating and living on their own fat till one morning, the day after he had run the price of mess pork up to $20 and nailed it there, someone saw him drinking a small bottle just before he went on change, and told it round among the brokers on the floor. The bears thought Jim must have had bad news, to be bracing up at that time in the morning, so they perked up and everlastingly sold the mess pork market down through the bottom of the pit to solid earth. There wasn't even a grease spot left of that corner when they got through. As it happened, Jim hadn't had any bad news, he just took the drink because he felt pretty good, and things were coming his way. But it isn't enough to be all right in this world, you've got to look all right as well, because 2/3 of success is making people think you are all right. So you have to be governed by general rules, even though you may be an exception. People have seen 4 and 4 make 8, and the young man and the small bottle make a damned fool so often that they are hard to convince that the combination can work out any other way. The Lord only allows so much fun for every man that he makes. Some get it going fishing most of the time and making money the rest, some get it making money most of the time and going fishing the rest. You can take your choice, but the two lines of business don't G. The more money, the less fish. The farther you go, the straighter you've got to walk. I used to get a heap of solid comfort out of chewing tobacco. Picked up the habit in Missouri, and took to it like a Yankee to pie. At that time pretty much everyone in those parts chewed, except the elder and the women, and most of them snuffed. Seemed a nice, sociable habit, and I never thought anything special about it till I came north and your ma began to tell me it was a vile relic of barbarism, meaning Missouri, I suppose. Then I confined operations to my office and took to fine cut instead of plug, as being tonier. Well, one day, about 10 years ago, when I was walking through the office, I noticed one of the boys on the mailing desk, a mighty likely looking youngster, sort of working his jaws as he wrote. I didn't stop to think, but somehow I was mad in a minute. Still, I didn't say a word, Just stood and looked at him while he speeded up the way the boys will when they think the old man is nosing around to see whose salary he can raise next. I stood over him for a matter of 5 minutes, and all the time he was pretending not to see me at all. I will say that he was a pretty game boy, for he never weakened for a second. But at last, seeing he was about to choke to death, I said, sharp and sudden, "Spit." "Well, sir, I thought it was a cloudburst." You can bet I was pretty hot, and I started in to curl up that young fellow to a crisp. But before I got out a word, something hit me all of a sudden, and I just went up to the boy and put my hand on his shoulder and said, "Let's swear off, son." Naturally, he swore off. He was so blamed scared that he would have quit breathing if I had asked him to, I reckon. And I had to take my stock of fine cut and send it to the heathen. I simply mention this little incident in passing as an example of the fact that a man can't do what he pleases in this world, because the higher he climbs the plainer people can see him. Naturally, as the old man's son, you have a lot of fellows watching you and betting that you are no good. If you succeed they will say it was an accident, and if you fail they will say it was a cinch. There are 2 unpardonable sins in this world, success and failure. Those who succeed can't forgive a fellow for being a failure, and those who fail can't forgive him for being a success. If you do succeed, though, you will be too busy to bother very much about what the failures think. I dwell a little on this matter of appearances because so few men are really thinking animals. Where one fellow reads a stranger's character in his face, 100 read it in his get-up. We have shown a dozen breeds of dukes and droves of college presidents and doctors of divinity through the packing house, and the workmen never noticed them except to throw livers at them when they got in their way. But when John L. Sullivan went through the stockyards it just simply shut down the plant. The men quit the benches with a yell and lined up to cheer him. You see, John looked his job, and you didn't have to explain to the men that he was the real thing in prizefighters. Of course, when a fellow gets to the point where he is something in particular, he doesn't have to care because he doesn't look like anything special, but while a young fellow isn't anything in particular, it is a mighty valuable asset if he looks like something special. Just here I want to say that while it's all right for the other fellow to be influenced by appearances, it's all wrong for you to go on them. Back up good looks by good character yourself, and make sure that the other fellow does the same. A suspicious man makes trouble for himself, but a cautious one saves it. Because there ain't any rotten apples in the top layer, it ain't always safe to bet that the whole barrel is sound. A man doesn't snap up a horse just because he looks all right. As a usual thing that only makes him wonder what really is the matter that the other fellow wants to sell. So he leads the nag out into the middle of a 10-acre lot, where the light will strike him good and strong, and examines every hair of his hide, as if he expected to find it near seal, or some other base imitation, and he squints under each hoof for the grand hailing sign of distress, and he peeks down his throat for dark secrets. If the horse passes this degree the buyer drives him 20 or 30 miles, expecting him to turn out a roarer, or to find that he balks, or shies, or goes lame, or develops some other horse nonsense. If after all that there are no bad symptoms, he offers 50 less than the price asked, on general principles, and for fear he has missed something. Take men and horses, by and large, and they run pretty much the same. There's nothing like trying a man in harness a while before you bind yourself to travel very far with him. I remember giving a nice-looking, clean-shaven fellow a job on the billing desk, just on his looks, but he turned out such a poor hand at figures that I had to fire him at the end of a week. It seemed that the morning he struck me for the place he had pawned his razor for 15 cents in order to get a shave. Naturally, if I had known that in the first place I wouldn't have hired him as a human arithmetic. Another time I had a collector that I set a heap of store by. Always handled himself just right when he talked to you and kept himself looking right up to the mark. His salary wasn't very big, but he had such a persuasive way that he seemed to get $1.50's worth of value out of every dollar that he earned. Never crowded the fashions and never gave him any slack. If sashes were the thing with summer shirts, why Charlie had a sash, you bet, and when tight trousers were the knobby trick in pants, Charlie wore his double-reefed. Take him fore and aft, Charlie looked all right and talked all right, always careful, always considerate, always polite. One noon, after he had been with me for a year or two, I met him coming in from his route looking glum, so I handed him $50 as a little sweetener. I never saw a 50 cheer a man up like that one did Charlie, and he thanked me just right, didn't stutter and didn't slop over. I earmarked Charlie for a raise and a better job right there. Just after that I got mixed up with some work in my private office and I didn't look around again till on toward closing time. Then, right outside my door I met the office manager, and he looked mighty glum, too. "I was just going to knock on your door," said he. "Well?" I asked. "Charlie Chasenberry is $800 short in his collections." I said, without blinking, but I had a gone feeling just the same. I had a plainclothes man here to arrest him this evening, but he didn't come in. Looks as if he'd skipped, eh? I asked. I'm afraid so, but I don't know how. He didn't have $1 this morning, because he tried to overdraw his salary account and I wouldn't let him, and he didn't collect any bills today because he had already collected everything that was due this week and lost it bucking the tiger. I didn't say anything, but I suspected that there was a sucker somewhere in the office. The next day I was sure of it, for I got a telegram from the always polite and thoughtful Charlie, dated at Montreal. Many, many thanks, dear Mr. Graham, for your timely assistance. Careful as usual, you see, about the little things, for there were just 10 words in the message. But that many, many thanks, dear Mr. Graham, was the closest to slopping over I had ever known him to come. I consider the little lesson that Charlie gave me as cheap at $850, and I pass it along to you because it may save you $1,000 or $2 on your experience account. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 13. Son. A farmhouse, a farmer's daughter, and bucolic pleasures and pastimes give Parapont a respite from commercial activities, but not from the study of pig. Doolittle Mills, Indiana, May 25, 1890-something. Dear Father, I take it that you are now enough of a philosopher to suppress any surprise you may feel to see a letter dated at this outpost of civilization. I admit that it's somewhat off the beaten track for the distribution of lard and pork products, but I got here legitimately enough, as you shall learn. The people hereabouts raise their own hogs, and I believe it would interest you to see the real article. Their lard is so attractive in appearance that I mistook it for vanilla ice cream when shown some last night, not stopping to think that your Simon Pure farmer never uses his cream for such frivolous purposes. However, their stuff showed me that the nearer you get to nature and the farther from the stockyards, the more respectable an animal is the pig. But to the adventure that brought me here. I left for the southern part of the state yesterday morning on the Gatling Gun Express, and all went well until we struck a cow at about noon, a few miles from where I have pitched the Graham headquarters. The cow is now beef, all right, but the locomotive is also scrap iron. The track was blocked for keeps at the lonely crossing where the horror occurred, and there seemed to be no escape from a dreary wait for the wrecking train. But I investigated, and soon discovered an ancient farmer with a horse whose meridian of life had long since passed, jogging along toward somewhere, anywhere, away from the slough of despond in which the cow had deposited us. I grabbed my samples, which, by the way, are of no earthly use in this section of the world, and begged for transportation. I got it for 25 cents and a cigar whose antecedents I fain would forget, and started for the interior. It was an interesting locality where we brought up. Doolittle's Mills are apparently so named because there's so little doing in them that the building which gives the place its name looks like a church where all the citizens are atheists. Once a year, in the time of the early spring freshets, they saw a few boards for exercise. But just now the farmers have the call, and the call is usually the tin horn summons to dinner, which is the only sound that awakes any interest in the people. Just now they are putting in potatoes, corn, and beans, and the only fertilizer they use are cuss words and hard cider, which go well enough together at the start, but don't hitch worth a cent at harvest time. My rustic benefactor was christened Martin Van Buren Philpott, but long use has shrunk his cognomen considerably, and he is now known as Veeb. He has a big quiverful of children, the 13th of whom arrived about 3 weeks ago. Veeb has named him Theodore Roosevelt, and is still waiting for the silver mug. Says he's afraid the 13 part of it will queer the kid's chances. You would like Mrs. Philpott, I think. She is full of homely philosophy and has a face to match. Her cooking, though, might be improved by a course of training under Oscar of the Waldorf. I don't just remember the sort of biscuits Ma used to produce, but if they were anything like Mrs. Philpott's I can account for your dyspepsia. The little Philpotts are sportive creatures who insist on showing me the pigs about a dozen times a day. I believe I unwarily dropped a hint as to my occupation when I arrived, and they seem to think I want to see pork all the time. They call me the hog man, but they are such innocent kids that I can't show any resentment. This afternoon they took me out to the pasture to view a sit-still's nest. Said the mother bird was on the eggs and wouldn't fly, even when handled. Just before we reached the place 2 of them ran ahead, and Johnny Philpott clapped his straw hat on the ground and signaled me to hurry. She's here, all right, mister, said Johnny, quivering with excitement. Now you just stoop down, and when I lift my hat, you grab the bird. Slowly the brim of yellow straw rose, and with lightning-like celerity I dashed my hand through the opening. Then there was a sharp click and a wild whoop from myself as a steel trap closed its jaws on my fingers and held on like death. You never saw such delighted children in your life. They danced around me all the while I was trying to get the confounded thing off my hand, and said I swore awful. I guess I did. After a while Johnny helped me, and allowed I was real funny. He'll never know how near he came to a violent death in his happy childhood. The way these simple people combine business and pleasure would be a revelation to the packing house. I saw a good example of this peculiarity at a barn raising that Veeb Philpott arranged for this morning. It showed, too, that the countryman was the original socialist. About 40 farmers gathered at the place in vehicles that would simply make the lakefront howl. Every man then visited the tool house, where a tin wash boiler filled with what they call here horse's neck, a savage compound of whiskey and hard cider, occupied the place of honor. They tell me that horse's neck and barn raisings are one and inseparable in these parts, and that any attempt to preach temperance at such occasions would lead to rioting. I'll do old Philpott the justice to say that his wash boiler was the real thing, and erred a bit on the side of hard liquor, if anything. Having gotten themselves in first-class trim, the barn raisers proceeded to business. The way they do the work is this: 2 uprights lying on the ground are fastened top and bottom by crossbeams and a long rope is hitched to each end. About 15 men attach their persons to each rope, and the other 10 jam big crowbars against the bottom beam to prevent it slipping. Then somebody yells "hist her!" and the crowd on the ropes tug like bulls and that part of the frame goes slowly up. They prop this up lightly to prevent its falling, and proceed to get the other end perpendicular in the same fashion. Then up go the sides to be cleated to the end, and the thing is done. But it wasn't quite done this morning, for just as the second side was being fastened in place by my genial host, who had been boosted up on the corner to do the job, one of the props broke, and the whole blamed frame, including Veeb, came to the ground in a grand crash. Veeb wasn't hurt very much physically, but his spirits were greatly damaged. "Father, you may think you can juggle expletives pretty well, you may believe that Milligan can swear good and plenty, but neither of you ever dreamed of such a Niagara of blue-streaked and sulfur-fumed cuss words as came from that irate farmer." The rest of the crowd lit out, after a farewell visit to the wash boiler, for, as one weazened old veteran told me confidentially, when Veeb wore in tantrums it wore no use treatin' him like a civilized critter. To that mishap of the morning I attribute the rather doleful ending of something that occurred this evening. It seems that old Philpott's son Ike got married a day or 2 ago, and, after the poetic custom of the country, the neighbors determined to give him a serenade. Tonight was the chosen time. I guess it was a surprise, all right, for when the awful pandemonium of tin horns, cowbells, rattles, cracked cornets and whistles broke upon the peaceful air like a blast from a madhouse, old Veeb made a dash for his double-barreled shotgun and let go twice into the crowd. "Dern fresh fools," he growled, as he cleaned his smoking gun. "Guess that'll season 'em all right." I was horrified and asked him if he wasn't afraid he had killed somebody. "Kill nothin'," he snorted. "That thar was good honest rock salt. It'll melt inside their blasted pelts and sting like all possessed, but that's all. Don't you worry about any of 'em dyin', they're too consarned tough." Of course Ike and his new wife appeared on the scene as soon as the rumpus began, and the young husband bitterly upbraided his dad, until I thought I should have to serve as referee in a good bout then and there. Ike said that the old man had ruined his credit in the town forever, that he never could hold his head up again. He appealed to me, and asked why fathers always wanted to make jackasses of themselves where their sons were concerned. I couldn't tell him, of course. Finally the household quieted down, but the upshot of it is that Ike is going to quit tomorrow and get out a handbill, saying that his father was drunk when the unfortunate affair occurred, and inviting the town to serenade him again in his new home. You see, it's almost a religious point with young couples in this section of the world that their bands be blessed with the most outrageous racket man can devise. They actually feel sort of shamefaced otherwise. Speaking of bands naturally leads me to remark, that however shy on personal beauty Mrs. Philpott may be, she has a daughter of the A1 Pure Leaf brand. Her name is Verbena, and she can certainly give points to her namesake in the matter of sweetness. Naturally, she was somewhat upset after the stirring experiences of this evening, and I felt it my duty to restore her equanimity, especially as I was a guest in the house. We sat for quite a while in the best parlor and Verbena grew somewhat confidential. She said she had a beau over at Bumstead Four Corners, but that as a sparker he was about as useful as a pig of lead. Asked me if I didn't think that city men had more real romance and made better husbands. At this point I slowly withdrew my hand from her pretty one, for there was something in the suggestion that looked ominous. I think I might have kissed Verbena goodnight had not old Philpott appeared on the scene. I am almost inclined to believe that he had some notion as to what I meditated and that he was simply a little ahead of time. For, before coming to my room to write, I strolled out for a smoke and met one of Philpott's neighbors, a garrulous old fellow. "Verbena's a likely gal," was the way he opened on me. I admitted it. "Engaged yet?" was his astounding query. Quietly but firmly, I denied the soft impeachment. "Soho," he said, "Veeb's a gettin' slow." Curiosity got the better of me and in a half-hour's talk I wormed considerable information out of my companion. It seems that the 3 oldest girls married recently and that their husbands were traveling men who, for some occult reason, had penetrated into this country. In 2 cases there was an elopement, said my informant. What did the father do? I asked, thinking of old Philpott's shotgun. Do? Echoed the old farmer. Wall, he helped the hired man to sot the ladder under Dahlia's window, and when Lobelia skipped with her feller, Veeb routed the hired man out of bed at 2 a.m. to hitch up the best hoss, so's he could fuller the elopers with the girl's trunk. I tell yer, it's tough tripe to have so many darters in this country. I've made up my mind that Verbina's flyer than she looks and that she and her old man have an understanding. Tomorrow I leave this sylvan retreat and start once more on the pursuit of the man who wants pig. I believe this little outing has given me new nerve, and that you will soon get orders, more orders, and big orders, the only trinity you seem to think has any holiness in it. I wonder how Verbena will take my departure. Your dutiful son. Paraponte. P.S. I've been thinking over old Philpott's rock salt shooting, and it suggests a great idea. Why not kill hogs with volleys of the stuff, thus obviating the necessity of salting them? Do I get a raise for this invention? Number 14. Father. From John Graham, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago, to his son, Paraponte, at the Travelers' Rest, New Albany, Indiana. Mr. Paraponte has taken a little flyer in short ribs on change, and has accidentally come into the line of his father's vision. Chicago, July 15, 1890-something. Dear Paraponte, I met young Horsey, of Horsey and Horter, the grain and provision brokers, at luncheon yesterday, and while we were talking over the light run of hogs your name came up somehow, and he congratulated me on having such a smart son. Like an old fool, I allowed that you were bright enough to come in out of the rain if somebody called you, though I ought to have known better, for it seems as if I never start in to brag about your being sound and sweet that I don't have to wind up by allowing a rebate for skippers. Horsey was so blamed anxious to show that you were overweight, he wants to handle some of my business on change, that he managed to prove you a lightweight. Told me you had ordered him to sell 100,000 ribs short last week, and that he had just bought them in on a wire from you at a profit of $460 odd. I was mighty hot, you bet, to know that you had been speculating, but I had to swallow and allow that you were a pretty sharp boy. I told Horsey to close out the account and send me a check for your profits and I would forward it, as I wanted to give you a tip on the market before you did any more trading. I enclose the check herewith. Please endorse it over to the treasurer of the Home for Half Orphans and return it once. I will see that he gets it with your compliments. Now, I want to give you that tip on the market. There are several reasons why it isn't safe for you to trade on change just now, but the particular one is that Graham and Company will fire you if you do. Trading on margin is a good deal like paddling around the edge of the old swimming hole. It seems safe and easy at first, but before a fellow knows it he has stepped off the edge into deep water. The wheat pit is only 30 feet across, but it reaches clear down to hell. And trading on margin means trading on the ragged edge of nothing. When a man buys, he's buying something that the other fellow hasn't got. When a man sells, he's selling something that he hasn't got. And it's been my experience that the net profit on nothing is nit. When a speculator wins he don't stop till he loses, and when he loses he can't stop till he wins. You have been in the packing business long enough now to know that it takes a bull only 30 seconds to lose his hide, and if you'll believe me when I tell you that they can skin a bear just as quick on change, you won't have a Board of Trade Indian using your pelt for a rug during the long winter months. Because you are the son of a pork packer you may think that you know a little more than the next fellow about paper pork. There's nothing in it. The poorest men on earth are the relations of millionaires. When I sell futures on change, they're against hogs that are traveling into dry salt at the rate of 1 a second, and if the market goes up on me I've got the solid meat to deliver. But, if you lose, the only part of the hog which you can deliver is the squeal. I wouldn't bear down so hard on this matter if money was the only thing that a fellow could lose on change. But if a clerk sells pork, and the market goes down, he's mighty apt to get a lot of ideas with holes in them and bad habits as the small change of his profits. And if the market goes up, he's likely to go short his self-respect to win back his money. Most men think that they can figure up all their assets in dollars and cents, but a merchant may owe $100,000 and be solvent. A man's got to lose more than money to be broke. When a fellow's got a straight backbone and a clear eye, his creditors don't have to lie awake nights worrying over his liabilities. You can hide your meanness from your brain and your tongue, but the eye and the backbone won't keep secrets. When the tongue lies, the eyes tell the truth. I know you'll think that the old man is bucking and kicking up a lot of dust over a harmless little flyer. But I've kept a heap smarter boys than you out of Joliet when they found it easy to feed the Board of Trade hog out of my cash drawer, after it had sucked up their savings in a couple of laps. You must learn not to overwork a dollar any more than you would a horse. 3% is a small load for it to draw. 6, a safe one. When it pulls in 10 for you it's likely working out west and you've got to watch to see that it doesn't buck. When it makes 20 you own a blame good critter or a mighty foolish one, and you want to make dead sure which, but if it draws 100 it's playing the races or something just as hard on horses and dollars, and the first thing you know you won't have even a carcass to haul to the glue factory. I dwell a little on this matter of speculation because you've got to live next door to the Board of Trade all your life, and it's a safe thing to know something about a neighbor's dogs before you try to pat them. Sure things, straight tips and dead cinches will come running out to meet you, wagging their tails and looking as innocent as if they hadn't just killed a lamb, but they'll bite. The only safe road to follow in speculation leads straight away from the Board of Trade on the dead run. Speaking of sure things naturally calls to mind the case of my old friend Deacon Wiggleford, whom I used to know back in Missouri years ago. The deacon was a powerful pious man, and he was good according to his lights, but he didn't use a very superior article of kerosene to keep them burning. He used to take up half the time in prayer meeting talking about how we were all weak vessels and stewards. But he was so blamed busy exhorting others to give out of the fullness with which the Lord had blessed them that he sort of forgot that the Lord had blessed him about $50,000 worth, and put it all in mighty safe property, too, you bet. The deacon had a brother in Chicago whom he used to call a sore trial. Brother Bill was a broker on the Board of Trade, and, according to the deacon, he was not only engaged in a mighty sinful occupation, but he was a mighty poor steward of his sinful gains. Smoked 2-bit cigars and wore a plug hat. Drank a little and cussed a little and went to the Episcopal Church, though he had been raised a Methodist. Altogether it looked as if Bill was a pretty hard nut. Well, one fall the deacon decided to go to Chicago himself to buy his winter goods, and naturally he hiked out to Brother Bill's to stay, which was considerable cheaper for him than the Palmer House, though, as he told us when he got back, it made him sick to see the waste. The deacon had his mouth all fixed to tell Brother Bill that, in his opinion, he wasn't much better than a faro dealer, for he used to brag that he never let anything turn him from his duty, which meant his meddling in other people's business. I want to say right here that with most men duty means something unpleasant which the other fellow ought to do. As a matter of fact, a man's first duty is to mind his own business. It's been my experience that it takes about all the thought and work which one man can give to run one man right, and if a fellow's putting in 5 or 6 hours a day on his neighbor's character, he's mighty apt to scamp the building of his own. Well, when Brother Bill got home from business that first night, the deacon explained that every time he lit a 2-bit cigar he was depriving a Zulu of 25 helpful little tracts which might have made a better man of him, that fast horses were a snare and plug hats a wile of the enemy, that the Board of Trade was the temple of Belial and the brokers on it his sons and servants. Brother Bill listened mighty patiently to him, and when the deacon had pumped out all the scripture that was in him, and was beginning to suck air, he sort of slunk into the conversation like a setter pup that's been caught with the feathers on its chops. "Brother Zeke," says he, "I shall certainly let your words soak in. I want to be a number 2 red, hard, sound and clean sort of a man, and grade contract on delivery day. Perhaps, as you say, the rust has got into me and the inspector won't pass me, and if I can see it that way I'll settle my trades and get out of the market for good." The deacon knew that Brother Bill had scraped together considerable property, and, as he was a bachelor, it would come to him in case the broker was removed by any sudden dispensation. What he really feared was that this money might be fooled away in high living and speculation. And so he had banged away into the middle of the flock, hoping to bring down those 2 birds. Now that it began to look as if he might kill off the whole bunch he started in to hedge. "Is it safe, William?" says he. "As Sunday school," says Bill, "if you do a strictly brokerage business and don't speculate. I trust, William, that you recognize the responsibilities of your stewardship?" Bill fetched a groan. "Zeke," says he, "you cornered me there, and I suppose I might as well walk up to the captain's office and settle. I hadn't bought or sold a bushel on my own account in a year till last week, when I got your letter saying that you were coming. Then I saw what looked like a safe chance to scalp the market for a couple of cents a bushel, and I bought 10,000 September, intending to turn over the profits to you as a little present, so that you could see the town and have a good time without its costing you anything." The deacon judged from Bill's expression that he had got nipped and was going to try to unload the loss on him, so he changed his face to the one which he used when attending the funeral of anyone who hadn't been a professor, and came back quick and hard. "I'm surprised, William, that you should think I would accept money made in gambling. Let this be a lesson to you. How much did you lose?" "That's the worst of it, I didn't lose, I made $200, and Bill hove another sigh. "Made $200. Echoed the deacon, and he changed his face again for the one which he used when he found a lead quarter in his till and couldn't remember who had passed it on him. "Yes," Bill went on, "and I'm ashamed of it, for you've made me see things in a new light. Of course, after what you've said, I know it would be an insult to offer you the money. And I feel now that it wouldn't be right to keep it myself. I must sleep on it and try to find the straight thing to do." I guess it really didn't interfere with Bill's sleep, but the deacon sat up with the corpse of that $200, you bet. In the morning at breakfast he asked Brother Bill to explain all about this speculating business, what made the market go up and down, and whether real corn or wheat or pork figured in any stage of a deal. Bill looked sort of sad and dreamy-eyed, as if his conscience hadn't digested that 200 yet, but he was mighty obliging about explaining everything to Zeke. He had changed his face for the one which he wore when he sold an easy customer ground peas and chicory for OG Java, and every now and then he gulped as if he was going to start a hymn. When Bill told him how good and bad weather sent the market up and down, he nodded and said that part of it was all right, because the weather was of the Lord. Not on the Board of Trade it isn't, Bill answered back, at least, not to any marked extent. It's from the weatherman or some liar in the Corn Belt, and, as the weatherman usually guesses wrong, I reckon there isn't any special inspiration about it. The game is to guess what's going to happen, not what has happened, and by the time the real weather comes along everybody has guessed wrong and knocked the market off a cent or two. That made the deacon's chin whiskers droop a little, but he began to ask questions again, and by he discovered that away behind, about 100 miles behind, but that was close enough for the deacon, a deal in futures there were real wheat and pork. Said then that he'd been misinformed and misled, that speculation was a legitimate business, involving skill and sagacity, that his last scruple was removed, and that he would accept the 200. Bill brightened right up at that and thanked him for putting it so clear and removing the doubts that had been worrying him. Said that he could speculate with a clear conscience after listening to the deacon's able exposition of the subject. Was only sorry he hadn't seen him to talk it over before breakfast, as the 200 had been lying so heavy on his mind all night that he'd got up early and mailed a check for it to the deacon's pastor and told him to spend it on his poor. Zeke took the evening train home in order to pry that check out of the elder, but old Doc Hoover was a pretty quick stepper himself and he'd blown the whole 200 as soon as he got it, buying winter coal for poor people. I simply mention the deacon in passing as an example of the fact that it's easy for a man who thinks he's all right to go all wrong when he sees a couple of $100 lying around loose a little to one side of the straight and narrow path, and that when he reaches down to pick up the money there's usually a string tied to it and a small boy in the bushes to give it a yank. Easy come money never draws interest, easy borrow dollars pay usury. Of course, the Board of Trade and every other commercial exchange have their legitimate uses, but all you need to know just now is that speculation by a fellow who never owns more pork at a time than he sees on his breakfast plate isn't one of them. When you become a packer you may go on change as a trader, until then you can go there only as a sucker. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 14. Son. A companionable deputy sheriff, a hospitable townsman, and the best-natured wife on earth inspires Parapon's pen to the narration of lively incidents. Jasper, Indiana, July 21, 1890-something. My dear father, I am surprised that my broker should have given you the particulars of my little flyer in short ribs, I mean ribs short, and in future I shall patronize another broker. The few hundreds I made in that deal I had relied upon to dispose of a little bill I owe in Chicago. When it started it wasn't quite so much like the national debt as it is now. But the fact is, I have been carting a deputy sheriff round the country for 3 weeks, paying for his time and board. Now you want me to return the check, endorsed to the treasurer of some orphanage. If you saw that deputy sheriff you wouldn't have the heart. If I sent you back the check it was lost in the mail and we'll forget it. I've been so busy arranging to sell carloads of our stuff that I really haven't been able to write before, but when I got rid of that deputy a great load was removed from my mind. It's a tough thing to go in to try and sell a hard proposition a bill of goods, this is a euphemism in our case, and know that the eye of the law is glued upon the show window, lest you escape by the back door. If I'm to keep up my present spurt in the market you'll have to raise the limit. 30 a week might do for a drummer when you started business, but for a commercial traveler of today it's only tip money. I'm making good now, and if I'm not worth more than 30 I'm useless to you. I may mention in passing that I've had an offer from Soper and Company to jump over to them. They don't know I'm your son. They know that I'm the same fellow who was at your mailing desk a while back, and probably cannot imagine that you would treat your only the way I was treated. You will agree with me that business is business and I can learn it quite as well selling car lots for Soper as for anyone else. A word to the wise, and to the cashier, is sufficient. Don't worry about my becoming a victim to gambling on margin. Your tip on the market, that you will fire me if I keep it up, is valuable. I will see to it that you hear no more of my trading. I should not have taken this particular flyer had it not been for the fact that you wrote the last sheet of one of your recent letters on the back of a typewritten note from Gamble and Chance, in which they advised you that they had placed your order to sell ribs short. I just made up my mind that what was good enough for Pop must be real velvet for Sonny. You know you have always urged me to follow your example. I am quite certain that, now you are in possession of the full facts, you will revise your idea about that check. At all events, as I have hinted, that particular check is so full of bank teller's stamps that its own father would scarcely know it. I never did take much stock in trading on change. It's a form of gambling where interest is sacrificed by the fact that you do not see the ball rolled or the cards dealt. Even when you see the play, you may be up against a brace game, so what can you expect when 2 or 3 big dealers, like my revered parent, get together and mark the cards for a big game? Anyway, I'd rather bet any day on something straight. If a man gambles on whether the sun will shine or not on certain days, he may be unlucky enough to lose every trip, but he will at least have the satisfaction of knowing that no thimble rigging in somebody's back office introduced the clouds. Finance, as I understand it, is the art of making the other fellow's dollar work for the financier, but this requires a sort of hypnotism that I do not yet possess. I may grow to it, indeed, now that I find myself able to sell the goods manufactured by our house. I am almost afraid to look a mirror in the face lest I discover that I am possessed of the evil eye. The marts of trade, as the poet puts it, strike me as queer places. The interior of a stock or produce exchange is certainly an understudy for bedlam, if my imagination is correct. Give you 86 for CP and N, shouts one. No, comes the reply, 186 and an eighth. All right. Sold. I'll take 500. And nobody takes a thing, for the man who sells it hasn't got it and the man who buys don't want it. No wonder the poor lambs lose their fleece and their heads. Nevertheless, that short-trib check was a lifesaver. I was actually so poor that I had to descend to living in lodgings for 3 days. Think of it, the heir of Graham and Company and lodgings. What would the street say of that? But I have found that the Graham credit is all covered with NGs at the hotels, and I scarcely cared to come home with a deputy sheriff among my excess baggage. So I went into lodgings in an over-Sunday town. It gave me a lesson on the danger of officiousness that I'm not likely to forget, but, although for a few minutes I could see the danger lights of a sound thrashing dead ahead, it ended pleasantly. Lodgings were hard to find, but the cigar store man finally recommended me to a place. The woman who answered my ring was willing to let me, and the sheriff, a room, but before we arranged terms she took me one side and made an explanation. Her husband, she said, was apt to stay out very late at night in convivial company and I might be disturbed by his noise when he came home. I assured her that, as a patron of hotels, I was quite used to this sort of thing, and forthwith negotiated for the use of her front parlor. About 2 o'clock in the morning we were awakened by the sound of bacchanalian revelry outside the window. I looked out and saw a man on the grass plot in front of the house. He was just able to move, and howl, and his frantic struggles to get on his feet were funnier than Milligan's attempts to put on superior airs. Ah, the inebriate husband, I said to the sheriff, who agreed with me that it would be a good scheme to get him off the lawn and into the house. So we slipped on enough clothing to cover the law and the major part of our persons and went out. The serenader was lightweight and we carried him up the steps without difficulty. He stopped singing long enough to roar. "Was yer doin', lemme go, I tell yer. Come to bed," I said, soothingly. "Done when tear go tear bed, never go tea bed Saturday night," he hiccuped. "This not, my bed." We bore him into the front hall, and laid him down to get a fresh hold for the journey upstairs. He was happy again and started a new song. Just then a light appeared at the top of the stairs, and I saw the landlady's face peering over the balustrade. In my most courteous manner I asked, "Shall we bring him upstairs, madam?" "Who?" she asked. "Your husband." She did not reply, but another voice did. "I am her husband, sir," and another head, with a jolly face and a big mustache, appeared beside the landlady's. We dumped our operatic load across the street and I hid my shamed head in the pillows, making a sacred vow that forevermore I shall keep very busy attending to my own affairs. This led to a very pleasant Sunday for me, and the sheriff, however. The landlady's husband could take a joke, especially when it was on me, and at breakfast we became very good friends. He invited me to his club and we, and the legal limb, spent the afternoon there. His face grew bigger and jollier each hour, and finally he became very confidential. Referring to his own peccadillos, he made the statement that he had the best-natured wife in the world. I had no reason to controvert this, but he seemed to think that I doubted it, and went on to accumulate testimony. "We've never had a quarrel yet, though we've been married 16 years, he declared. "I'll bet that no matter what I might do when I go home, she'd smile through it all." This didn't interest me, but my legal guardian seemed curious. He even went so far as to doubt our friend. It wasn't long before they had patched up some sort of a wager between them. The husband was to go home to supper, appear intoxicated, raise a row, break dishes and otherwise generally make an ass of himself. If his wife kept her temper it was on the sheriff, and vice versa. Bill, his name was William Jenks, started off ahead. We were to follow at a distance and observe results from the yard. Bill began to totter and sway as he neared the house, and presently Mrs. J ran out of the front gate to meet him. She picked up his hat from the ground, brushed it and put it on, and then kissed him. Then she guided his uncertain legs into the house. When we reached the window which looked into the parlor, we saw Bill sitting on the floor, howling incoherencies at his wife, who was trying to help him pull off his shoes. When they were off, he commanded, "Put 'em on the mantelpiece," and she did it. Then he got up and staggered across the room and fell, just before he reached a sofa. "What did your pull sofa away for?" he howled. "Oh, William, forgive me. I didn't know. I'm so awkward. Did you hurt yourself?" And she tried to help him up. But he wouldn't get up, and continued to abuse her like a pickpocket. Finally she induced him to go into the dining room and sit down at the supper table. As a prelude he shied a teacup past her head and against the wall. Then he pulled away the tablecloth and with it the dishes, and sat down on the floor amid the ruins. What did that wonder of a woman do but plump down on the floor in front of him and say, with a smile as of gratified pleasure, "Why, William, isn't this nice? We haven't eaten on the floor since we were married. So like the old picnic days." Then she tried to rearrange the broken crockery and rescue the supper. It was too much for me, and I guess Bill thought he had gone far enough, for he began to smile and abandon his assumed inebriety. "Mary, my dear," he said, "I brought home a couple of friends to supper. They're outside and—" "Brought home friends to supper," cried his wife, jumping to her feet. "Brought them home to supper, did you, without notice to me, when you knew it was Sally's afternoon out? I'll teach you," and she set both hands in his hair and shook him. "I've stood your freaks for 16 years and been patient and loving, but this is more than human nature is capable of. Friends? No warning? What would they think of me?" Our entrance relieved the tragedy, but Jenks was terror-stricken. The surprise was too much for him. For the first time he realized that even the most docile of women have reservations and that every worm has some turning point. He finally explained the joke and it was received with his wife's smiles. He was desperately anxious to square himself and then and there presented her with $20, to which the sheriff added the $10 bill which he insisted he had lost on the wager. I saw Jenks the following evening. "You'll never guess," he said, "what that woman did with the 30. I acknowledged my incapacity to cope with the subject. Bought me a smoking jacket, a meerschaum pipe and 3 boxes of Havanas. And, my boy," he added, "I've quit drinking. She's so good that I'm going to see all I can of her in my lifetime, for we'll keep house separately in the next world." I guess he's right, for they'll certainly feel called upon to build a special alcove in heaven when she reaches there. Your snappy observation that the poorest men on earth are the relations of millionaires strikes me in a very sensitive spot. I realize its truth, and I can assure you that if something is not done speedily to decrease the discrepancy between my income and my outgo, there will be a sensational story for the newspapers, with cuts of you and me, with possibly a picture of the hog plant thrown in for decorative purposes. If you think this would be a good ad, I'll play the cards as they lay. If not, please see to it that my expense accounts are accepted more in the spirit in which they are made. My ex-guardian, the sheriff, has given me many pointers on how to escape the debt trap. It was after I settled his particular claim, but I don't think you'd care to have me get a reputation as a shirker of obligations. Sometimes, though, the escapes from the clutches of the law are very amusing. The sheriff tells of a good one that happened recently in Indianapolis. It seems that a young spendthrift was arrested for debt on the very day he was to be married to a wealthy widow. Knowledge of his plight would put an end to his expectations in this direction, and he was at his wits' ends as the 2 officers escorted him along the street. In front of the city hall a carriage was standing, and as they approached, the mayor of the city entered it and conversed for a moment through the window with a friend. Mr. Spendthrift had an inspiration and said to the officers, "You know that gentleman who got into that carriage?" "Yes," said one of them, "it's Mayor B. Well, he's my uncle, and if I ask him he'll see me out of this thing." "You'll take his guarantee, of course." The deputies thought it would be satisfactory, and when they reached the carriage the men hung back. The young man took off his hat and put his head into the carriage window just as it was about to start. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Mayor," he said, "but there are 2 men with me who have influence in the 7th Ward. They say they'll be glad to work for you at the election next week if you'll give them any encouragement." "Very well," said the mayor, "bring them here." The spendthrift beckoned to the deputies and they approached. The mayor looked them over and said, "Come around to my office at 5 o'clock this afternoon and I'll fix up this matter." Then he drove off and the spendthrift borrowed $50 of one of the deputies, went and got shaved and then married. I simply mention this to illustrate to what extremities an appetite for truffles and mushrooms may lead a young man whose pocket money prescribes cheese sandwiches and spinach. For the honor of the name I must not be permitted to be set down as deficient in credit. This really must appeal to you. As you say, a man must not overwork $1, and the 30 of them I am now receiving per week get fatigued to a standstill within 24 hours after I make their acquaintance. Yours in trust. P.S. I would respectfully suggest that you do not show this letter to Mother. The story of Bill Jenks' wife might not appeal to her. Number 15. Father. From John Graham, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago, to his son, Pierrepont, at the Scrub Oaks, Spring Lake, Michigan. Mr. Pierrepont has been promoted again, and the old man sends him a little advice with his appointment. Chicago, September 1st, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, I judge from yours of the 29th that you must have the black bass in those parts pretty well terrorized. I never could quite figure it out, but there seems to be something about a fish that makes even a cold water deacon see double. I reckon it must be that while Eve was learning the first principles of dressmaking from the snake, Adam was off bass fishing and keeping his end up by learning how to lie. Don't overstock yourself with those 4-pound fish yarns, though, because the boys have been bringing them back from their vacations till we've got enough to last us for a year of Fridays. And if you're sending them to keep in practice, you might as well quit, because we've decided to take you off the road when you come back, and make you assistant manager of the lard department. The salary will be $50 a week, and the duties of the position to do your work so well that the manager can't run the department without you, and that you can run the department without the manager. To do this you will have to know lard, to know yourself, and to know those under you. To some fellows lard is just hog fat, and not always that, if they would rather make $1 today than 5 tomorrow. But it was a good deal more to Jack Summers, who held your new job until we had to promote him to canned goods. Jack knew lard from the hog to the frying pan, was up on lard in history and religion, originated what he called the Hammond theory, proving that Moses' injunction against pork must have been dissolved by the circuit court, because Noah included a couple of shoats in his cargo, and called one of his sons Ham, out of gratitude, probably, after tasting a slice broiled for the first time, argued that all the great nations lived on fried food, and that America was the greatest of them all, owing to the energy-producing qualities of pie, liberally shortened with lard. It almost broke Jack's heart when we decided to manufacture our new cottonseed oil product, seed oilene. But on reflection he saw that it just gave him an extra hold on the heathen that he couldn't convert to lard, and he started right out for the Hebrew and vegetarian vote. Jack had enthusiasm, and enthusiasm is the best shortening for any job. It makes heavy work light. A good many young fellows envy their boss because they think he makes the rules and can do as he pleases. As a matter of fact, he's the only man in the shop who can't. He's like the fellow on the tightrope, there's plenty of scenery under him and lots of room around him, but he's got to keep his feet on the wire all the time and travel straight ahead. A clerk has just one boss to answer to, the manager. But the manager has just as many bosses as he has clerks under him. He can make rules, but he's the only man who can't afford to break them now and then. A fellow is a boss simply because he's a better man than those under him, and there's a heap of responsibility in being better than the next fellow. No man can ask more than he gives. A fellow who can't take orders can't give them. If his rules are too hard for him to mind, you can bet they are too hard for the clerks who don't get half so much for minding them as he does. There's no alarm clock for the sleepy man like an early rising manager, and there's nothing breeds work in an office like a busy boss. Of course, setting a good example is just a small part of a manager's duties. It's not enough to settle yourself firm on the box seat, you must have every man under you hitched up right and well in hand. You can't work individuals by general rules. Every man is a special case and needs a special pill. When you fix up a snug little nest for a Plymouth Rock hen and encourage her with a nice porcelain egg, it doesn't always follow that she has reached the fricassee age because she doesn't lay right off. Sometimes she will respond to a little red pepper in her food. I don't mean by this that you ever want to drive your men, because the lash always leaves its worst soreness under the skin. 100 men will forgive a blow in the face where one will a blow to his self-esteem. Tell a man the truth about himself and shame the devil if you want to, but you won't shame the man you're trying to reach, because he won't believe you. But if you can start him on the road that will lead him to the truth, he's mighty apt to try to reform himself before anyone else finds him out. Consider carefully before you say a hard word to a man, but never let a chance to say a good one go by. Praise judiciously bestowed is money invested. Never learn anything about your men except from themselves. A good manager needs no detectives, and the fellow who can't read human nature can't manage it. The phonograph records of a fellow's character are lined in his face, and a man's days tell the secrets of his nights. Be slow to hire and quick to fire. The time to discover incompatibility of temper and curl papers is before the marriage ceremony. But when you find that you've hired the wrong man, you can't get rid of him too quick. Pay him an extra month, but don't let him stay another day. A discharged clerk in the office is like a splinter in the thumb, a center of soreness. There are no exceptions to this rule, because there are no exceptions to human nature. Never threaten, Because a threat is a promise to pay that it isn't always convenient to meet, but if you don't make it good, it hurts your credit. Save a threat till you're ready to act, and then you won't need it. In all your dealings, remember that today is your opportunity, tomorrow some other fellows. Keep close to your men. When a fellow's sitting on top of a mountain, he's in a mighty dignified and exalted position, but if he's gazing at the clouds, he's missing a heap of interesting and important doings down in the valley. Never lose your dignity, of course, but tie it up in all the red tape you can find around the office, and tuck it away in the safe. It's easy for a boss to awe his clerks, but a man who is feared to his face is hated behind his back. A competent boss can move among his men without having to draw an imaginary line between them, because they will see the real one if it exists. Besides keeping in touch with your office men, you want to feel your salesmen all the time. Send each of them a letter every day so that they won't forget that we are making goods for which we need orders, and insist on their sending you a line every day, whether they have anything to say or not. When a fellow has to write in 6 times a week to the house, he uses up his explanations mighty fast, and he's pretty apt to hustle for business to make his 7th letter interesting. Right here I want to repeat that in keeping track of others and their faults, it's very, very important that you shouldn't lose sight of your own. Authority swells up some fellows so that they can't see their corns, but a wise man tries to cure his own while remembering not to tread on his neighbors. In this connection, the story of Lemuel Hostetter, who kept the corner grocery in my old town, naturally comes to mind. Lem was probably the meanest white man in the state of Missouri, and it wasn't any walkover to hold the belt in those days. Most grocers were satisfied to adulterate their coffee with ground peas, but Lem was so blamed mean that he adulterated the peas first. Bought skin bruised hams and claimed that the bruise was his private and particular brand, stamped in the skin, showing that they were a fancy article, packed expressly for his fancy family trade. Ran a soda water fountain in the front of his store with homemade syrups that ate the lining out of the children's stomachs, and a blind tiger in the back room with moonshine whiskey that pickled their daddy's insides. Take it by and large, Lem's character smelled about as various as his store, and that wasn't perfumed with lily of the valley, you bet. One time and another most men dropped into Lem's store of an evening, because there wasn't any other place to go and swap lies about the crops and any of the neighbors who didn't happen to be there. As Lem was always around, in the end he was the only man in town whose meanness hadn't been talked over in that grocery. Naturally, he began to think that he was the only decent white man in the county. Got to shaking his head and reckoning that the town was plumb rotten. Said that such goings-on would make a pessimist of a goat. Wanted to know if public opinion couldn't be aroused so that decency would have a show in the village. Most men get information when they ask for it, and in the end Lem fetched public opinion all right. One night the local chapter of the WCTU borrowed all the loose hatchets in town and made a good, clean, workmanlike job of the back part of his store, though his whiskey was so mean that even the ground couldn't soak it up. The noise brought out the men, and they sort of caught the spirit of the happy occasion. When they were through, Lem's stock and fixtures looked mighty sick, and they had Lem on a rail headed for the county line. I don't know when I've seen a more surprised man than Lem. He couldn't cuss even. But as he never came back to ask for any explanation, I reckon he figured it out that they wanted to get rid of him because he was too good for the town. I simply mention Lem in passing as an example of the fact that when you're through sizing up the other fellow, it's a good thing to step back from yourself and see how you look. Then add 50% to your estimate of your neighbor for virtues that you can't see, and deduct 50% from yourself for faults that you've missed in your inventory, and you'll have a pretty accurate result. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 15. Son. The oddities and humors of railroad travels appeal so strongly to Pierrepont that he writes his father of them, as well as of a breach of promise suit. Fall Lake, Michigan, September 7, 1890-something. Dear Father. Replying to your last budget of aphorism and advice, I must say that it pains me somewhat to find my own father skeptical as to the history of the fish I caught at Spring Lake. The only lies I have ever told thus far have been on the road for Graham and Company, and I'm not going to begin any outside prevaricating on such trivial articles as fish. By the way, why do they use the term fish stories as a generic description for falsehoods? If the world only knew its business, pork yarns would be the synonym henceforth and forevermore. But a truce to the finny tribe. I note with joy that the wisdom of the House has decreed that I am to be assistant manager of the lard department on my return. Now, to be honest, there's nothing very fascinating about tried out pig fat, but the prospects of staying in good old Chicago right along atone for anything. We college men at first condemn our city because it seems the right and proper thing to do, after Boston, but let me tell you that a few months on the road will knock all that nonsense out of a fellow for good, and he's willing to swear that Old Chi is the nearest copy of the New Jerusalem that's yet been invented. Allow me to congratulate you on your good taste, my dear father, in gilding the lard pail with the 50 per you mention. I haven't sold so very many goods, but I like to see that you recognize good intentions. I have always believed that the Graham products could be made to sell better if certain imperfections could be eliminated, and these I have tried to point out to you, from time to time. It speaks well for your good sense that you haven't got offended at my blunt speech. Of course I can't help feeling elated, also, at my rapid rise in the business. It isn't every young man who can climb from $8 a week to $50 in about a year. It only goes to prove my pet theory that to the son of the old man all things are possible. I'm coming back to town with a firm determination to make the manager of the lard department look like 3 battered dimes. As you say, it's my business to do my work so well that I can run the department without him, and I'm going to bring that about pretty deuced quick, because I need his job. I rely on your shrewd sense of economy to fire him the moment he becomes superfluous. Your observation to the effect that a man who can't take orders can't give them, may be true enough in the pork packing business, but did you ever watch a Pullman car conductor? The only person I can conceive of giving him orders is the porter, and I presume there's sufficient esprit de corps to lead the subordinate functionary to at least make a pretense of deference due, and take out all his bossing on the passengers. As you must be aware from the way I've been eating my way through mileage books, I've made some long jumps lately. It was necessary, for as soon as I gladdened your paternal heart by becoming the car lot man you once expressed some doubt of my ever being, I saw at once that I had no business in towns where a car load of anybody's lard, to say nothing of ours, would last so long as to become eventually a public nuisance. My long railroad trips have broadened my point of view of life materially, and have incidentally given me no little amusement. I tell you, Father, outside of your letters there's no place where human nature can be studied so well as on a railroad train, whether it is the nervous strain of travel, or the clickety-click of the wheels, or the rapid motion. A man on a train comes pretty near acting out his real nature. It's pretty hard to be a hero to a limited conductor. Thanks to the methods of American railroading, democracy is at its zenith on the cars. True, we have gradations, but the people who ride second class are seldom appealing, while the parlor car is really very little of a barrier against the touching elbows of the most diverse elements of society. For a collection of all sorts, commend me to the parlor coach of an express. You are quite as likely to be bled in a game of freeze-out in the smoker next to the buffet, as you are in a less expensive portion of the train. There was a very merry crowd of traveling men on the Gilt Edge Express the other afternoon when I came through. It was a hot day and very few of the boys took the parlor, preferring the greater freedom from constraint of the ordinary smoker. If this had not been the case, perhaps the incident which I am to relate, merely as a warning to you, for I know you take the Gilt Edged occasionally, might not have occurred. The train stops at the junction, you know, about 10 minutes, and the majority of the boys got down to stretch their legs on the platform and get a bit of air, for even Indiana air is better than no air at all. As I strolled along, smoking, my attention was attracted by a young woman who was pacing slowly up and down the extreme end of the platform. As I am not especially observant of the fair sex, the fact that I noticed her at all is proof that she was considerably out of the ordinary in the feminine line. In fact, she was ripe fruit from the very top layer. She had a music roll under her arm, and a tailor-made gown that, fitting perfectly, showed that not quite all the modern Venuses have been corralled for the showgirl department of musical comedy. It was little wonder, then, that one of the band of traveling men should have disentangled himself from his fellows and extended his promenade up into the reservation affected by the beauty, for closer inspection subsequently proved that she was entitled to the name and to the initial capital I've employed. The two paced up and down, as people will, and passed each other several times. It chanced that just as this passing was about to occur again, the music roll fell to the platform. A raised hat, a returned music roll, a smile, a murmured, "Thank you," were the preludes to a more extended conversation. I noted that at the fall of the music roll a slight laugh arose from several of the older fellows, but I paid no attention to it at the time, being otherwise engaged. When the train started, the young woman was helped into the parlor car by her new acquaintance, and provided with a seat which, as he put it, he had secured for his sister, who, at the last moment, had postponed her journey. He was rather young, this traveling man, so his trepidation is explained. It was scarcely necessary, as I have since learned, for him to sneak out and surreptitiously pay for both seats. It was surprising how this little incident affected the railroad business. Almost all the drummer clan moved up into the parlor coach. I imagined at the time that they envied their associate his prize and wished at least to share his very evident satisfaction by witnessing it. The young man was most gallant, and everything that the train boy offered, from the latest novel to chocolates and smelling salts, was left in the young woman's custody. Never have I seen a train boy who made as many trips in a given time. The dining car had been put on at the junction. The train, you know, gets in just between hay and grass on the meal question, and the porter's announcement had scarcely left his lips before the couple were at the table. Most of the boys went, too, and watched with evident delight the exquisite taste and lavish appetite with which the young woman selected from the à la carte menu. I was one of the few who saw the check after it was all over, and its duplicate would practically annihilate half a week's salary for me. It was over quite soon, for, just as the pair had begun to sip their cordial, the train whistled and slowed down. I thought there must have been an accident, for the train is an express with no stops indicated between the junction and the terminus. But the young woman was better posted, for she interrupted the flow of conversation and liqueur, by gathering up the beneficences heaped upon her, for sundry considerations, by the train boy. The young man expostulated, but she nodded her head and said something in a low tone. Just then the conductor of the regular train came into the dining car. "Oh, there you are, Bessie. I thought I'd find you here. Hurry now. Remember, you nearly got a fall yesterday by being slow." The car was rosy with grinning faces by this time, but the red flush on the young man's cheeks was certainly the most conspicuous feature. But I am pleased to say that he kept a stiff upper lip and assisted the young woman off the train. When he returned it was on the run. In the gathering up of the books, boxes and magazines, the young woman had forgotten her music roll. He had to throw it at her as the train rolled ahead. There was no hope for him. He had to go back into the dining car, for the check had not been paid. As he opened the door he met the porter and hurled one question at him. "Why in thunder did the train stop here?" "Stops every day, sir," answered the grinning son of Ham. "Dere's a bridge ahead and we has to slow down, and as Miss Bessie's de engineer's daughter, he makes it a full stop so she kin ride home on the express." It was really pitiful what the young man was forced to endure as he walked back to his table. It is but simple justice to him to say that he stood his ground bravely, doubled the denomination of his check for the benefit of his guyers, and tried to drop vague hints as to future carriage rides. It was of no avail, however, for every man jack of them, except himself, knew that Bessie was an established institution on the gilt edge, and that it was accounted a pretty dull trip when she failed to add to the revenue of the dining car. Of course she is doing a certain sort of good in the world, on her daily trip from her music lesson, in taking some of the conceit out of fresh young men, but I really think it would be quite as well for her if she rode on the engine with her father. The balance of that run was devoted to stories of somewhat similar experiences. Job Withers, he is sure to be around when anything happens, told one on himself which sounded a bit apocryphal, but is nevertheless worth repeating, as illustrating how easy it is to simplify a situation by speaking the right word at the right time. As Job tells it, he draws a verbal picture of a very pretty girl in a crowded car and confesses to having honored her with glances more admiring than strictly decorous. She was a beauty, boys, and no mistake, and I envied the old lady who sat with her. When the old lady left the train I sauntered out upon the platform and stayed there till the train slowed down for the next stop. Then I wandered in again and, stopping beside the young Hebe, I inquired in my most dulcet tones, "Is this seat engaged, miss?" She looked up straight into my face, and her baby blue eyes seemed to be making a bill of lading of me. Then she spoke up in a sweet, clear, distinct voice, that must have been heard in every part of the car. "No," she said, "this seat isn't engaged, but I am, and he is just getting aboard the train." And he was, 6'7" of him, with hands like friend Piggy's hams. I tell you, boys, concluded Job, I felt about as cheap as the man who raised a warranted watchdog from a pup, taught him to fetch and carry things, and, when burglars broke into the house, discovered their presence without his dog's assistance, and found that the faithful brute was doing credit to his training by trotting about after the burglars with their lantern in his mouth. I got quite a shock today by the receipt of a letter, forwarded from Chicago, from one Silas Pettingle, attorney at Doolittle's Mills, Indiana, informing me that Miss Verbena Philpott had decided to sue for breach of promise in the sum of $10,000. The only way in which this calamity could be staved off, according to Mr. Pettingle, was by my going to Doolittle's Mills and making other arrangements, which I firmly declined to do. Verbena is all right on her native heath, but I fear that transplanting her to Chicago wouldn't be healthful for her or me. Talk about your simple, confiding farmers and all that sort of rubbish. I believe that if old Veeb Philpott should come to Chicago and walk up and down State Street a couple of times, he would have the biggest bunco artist in town skinned to his last nickel before sundown. As it is, however, the thing looks rather ugly, and I don't know but I had better be absent from home for a year or so. Why couldn't I be made manager of your London branch instead of monkeying with the lard department? Your threatened son, P.S. In some roundabout way you may hear of the train escapade with the engineer's daughter. The boys on the road are no respecters of persons and are likely to make most anyone the hero of a story. Should some hint connecting me with the affair reach you, it will be only necessary to recall that you heard the story first from me. Number 16. Father. From John Graham, at the Schweizerzenhof, Karlsbad, Austria, to his son, Pierrepont, at the Union Stockyards, Chicago. Mr. Perepone has shown mild symptoms of an attack of society fever, and his father is administering some simple remedies. Carlsbad, October 6, 1890-something. Dear Perepone, if you happen to run across Doc Titherington, you'd better tell him to go into training, because I expect to be strong enough to lick him by the time I get back. Between that 10-day boat which he recommended and these Dutch doctors, I'm almost well and about broke. You don't really have to take the baths here to get rid of your rheumatism, their bills scare it out of a fellow. They tell me we had a pretty quiet trip across, and I'm not saying that we didn't, because for the first 3 days I was so busy holding myself in my berth that I couldn't get a chance to look out the porthole to see for myself. I reckon there isn't anything alive that can beat me at being seasick, unless it's a camel, and he's got 3 stomachs. When I did get around, I was a good deal of a maverick, for all the old fellows were playing poker in the smoking room and all the young ones were lollygagging under the boats, until I found that we were carrying a couple of hundred steers between decks. They looked mighty homesick, you bet, and I reckon they sort of sized me up as being a long ways from Chicago, for we cottoned to each other right from the start. Take 'em as they ran, they were a mighty likely bunch of steers, and I got a heap of solid comfort out of them. There must have been good money in them, too, for they reached England in prime condition. I wish you would tell our people at the beef house to look into this export cattle business, and have all the facts and figures ready for me when I get back. There seems to be a good margin in it, and with our English house we are fixed up to handle it all right at this end. It makes me mighty sick to think that we've been sitting back on our hind legs and letting the other fellow run away with this trade. We are packers, I know, but that's no reason why we can't be shippers, too. I want to milk the critter coming and going, twice a day, and milk her dry. Unless you do the whole thing, you can't do anything in business as it runs today. There's still plenty of room at the top, but there isn't much anywheres else. There may be reasons why we haven't been able to tackle this exporting of live cattle, but you can tell our people there that they have got to be mighty good reasons to wipe out the profit I see in it. Of course, I may have missed them, for I've only looked into the business a little by way of recreation, but it won't do to say that it's not in our line, because anything which carries a profit on 4 legs is in our line. I dwell a little on the matter because, while this special case is out of your department, the general principle is in it. The way to think of a thing in business is to think of it first, and the way to get a share of the trade is to go for all of it. Half the battle's in being on the hilltop first, and the other half's in staying there. In speaking of these matters, and in writing you about your new job, I've run a little ahead of your present position, because I'm counting on you to catch up with me. But you want to get it clearly in mind that I'm writing to you not as the head of the house, but as the head of the family, and that I don't propose to mix the two things. Even as assistant manager of the lard department, you don't occupy a very important position with us yet. But the great trouble with some fellows is that a little success goes to their heads. Instead of hiding their authority behind their backs and trying to get close to their men, they use it as a club to keep them off. And a boss with a case of big head will fill an office full of sore heads. I don't know anyone who has better opportunities for making himself unpopular than an assistant, for the clerks are apt to cuss him for all the manager's meanness, and the manager is likely to find fault with him for all the clerk's cussedness. But if he explains his orders to the clerks, he loses his authority, and if he excuses himself to the manager, he loses his usefulness. A manager needs an assistant to take trouble from him, not to bring it to him. The one important thing for you to remember all the time is not to forget. It's easier for a boss to do a thing himself than to tell someone twice to do it. Petty details take up just as much room in a manager's head as big ideas, and the more of the first you store for him, the more warehouse room you leave him for the second. When a boss has to spend his days swearing at his assistant and the clerks have to sit up nights hating him, they haven't much time left to swear by the house. Satisfaction is the oil of the business machine. Some fellows can only see those above them, and others can only see those under them, but a good man is cross-eyed and can see both ends at once. An assistant who becomes his manager's right hand is going to find the left hand helping him, and it's not hard for a clerk to find good points in a boss who finds good ones in him. Pulling from above and boosting from below make climbing easy. In handling men, your own feelings are the only ones that are of no importance. I don't mean by this that you want to sacrifice your self-respect, but you must keep in mind that the bigger the position, the broader the man must be to fill it. And a diet of courtesy and consideration gives girth to a boss. Of course, all this is going to take so much time and thought that you won't have a very wide margin left for golf, especially in the afternoons. I simply mention this in passing, because I see in the Chicago papers which have been sent me that you were among the players on the links one afternoon a fortnight ago. Golf's a nice, foolish game, and there ain't any harm in it so far as I know, except for the balls, the stiff balls at the beginning, the lost balls in the middle, and the high balls at the end of the game. But a young fellow who wants to be a boss butcher hasn't much daylight to waste on any kind of links except sausage links. Of course, a man should have a certain amount of play, just as a boy is entitled to a piece of pie at the end of his dinner, but he don't want to make a meal of it. Anyone who lets sinkers take the place of bread and meat gets bilious pretty young, and these fellows who haven't any job, except to blow the old man's dollars, are a good deal like the little niggers in the pie-eating contest at the county fair. They've ate plenty of pastry and they're attracting a heap of attention, but they've got a stomach ache coming to them by and by. I want to caution you right here against getting the society bug in your head. I'd sooner you'd smoke these Turkish cigarettes which smell like a fire in the fertilizer factory. You're going to meet a good many stray fools in the course of business every day without going out to hunt up the main herd after dark. Everybody over here in Europe thinks that we haven't any society in America, and a power of people in New York think that we haven't any society in Chicago. But so far as I can see, there are just as many 99-cent men spending million-dollar incomes in one place as another, and the rules that govern the game seem to be the same in all three places. You've got to be a descendant to belong, and the farther you descend the harder you belong. The only difference is that, in Europe, the ancestor who made money enough so that his family could descend, has been dead so long that they have forgotten his shop. In New York he's so recent that they can only pretend to have forgotten it, but in Chicago they can't lose it because the ancestor is hustling on the board of trade or out at the stockyards. I want to say right here that I don't propose to be an ancestor until after I'm dead. Then, if you want to have some fellow whose grandfather sold bad whiskey to the Indians sniff and smell pork when you come into the room, you can suit yourself. Of course, I may be off in sizing this thing up, because it's a little out of my line. But it's been my experience that these people who think that they are all the choice cuts off the critter, and that the rest of us are only fit for sausage, are usually chuck steak when you get them under the knife. I've tried 2 or 3 of them, who had gone broke, in the office, but when you separate them from their money there's nothing left, not even their friends. I never see a fellow trying to crawl or to buy his way into society that I don't think of my old friend Hank Smith and his wife Kate Botts she was before he married her, and how they tried to butt their way through the upper crust. Hank and I were boys together in Missouri, and he stayed along in the old town after I left. I heard of him on and off as tending store a little, and farming a little, and loafing a good deal. Then I forgot all about him, until one day a few years ago when he turned up in the papers as Captain Henry Smith, the Klondike Gold King, just back from Circle City, with $1 million in dust and anything you please in claims. There's never any limit to what a miner may be worth in those, except his imagination. I was a little puzzled when, a week later, my office boy brought me a card reading Colonel Henry Augustus Boda Smythe, but I supposed it was some distinguished foreigner who had come to size me up so that he could round out his roast on Chicago in his new book, and I told the boy to show the general in. I've got a pretty good memory for faces, and I'd bought too much store plug of Hank in my time not to know him, even with a clean shave and a plug hat. Some men dry up with success, but it was just spouting out of Hank. Told me he'd made his pile and that he was tired of living on the slag heap, that he'd spent his whole life where money hardly whispered, let alone talked, and he was going now where it would shout. Wanted to know what was the use of being a knob if a fellow wasn't the knobbiest sort of a knob. Said he'd bought a house on Beacon Hill, in Boston, and that if I'd prick up my ears occasionally I'd hear something drop into the back bay. Handed me his new card 4 times and explained that it was the rawest sort of dog to carry a brace of names in your card holster, that it gave you the drop on the swells every time, and that they just had to throw up both hands and pass you the pot when you showed down. Said that Boda was Old English for Botts, and that Smythe was New American for Smith. The Augustus was just a fancy touch, a sort of high card kicker. I didn't explain to Hank, because it was congratulations and not explanations that he wanted, and I make it a point to show a customer the line of goods that he's looking for. And I never heard the full particulars of his experiences in the East, though, from what I learned afterward, Hank struck Boston with a bang, all right. He located his claim on Beacon Hill, between a Mayflower descendant and a Declaration signer's great-grandson, breeds which believe that when the Lord made them he was through, and that the rest of us just happened. And he hadn't been in town 2 hours before he started in to make improvements. There was a high wrought iron railing in front of his house, and he had that gilded first thing, because, as he said, he wasn't running a receiving vault and he didn't want any mistakes. Then he bought a nice, open barouche, had the wheels painted red, hired a nigger coachman and started out in style to be sociable and get acquainted. Left his cart all the way down one side of Beacon Street, and then drove back leaving it on the other. Everywhere he stopped he found that the whole family was out. Kept it up a week, on and off, but didn't seem to have any luck. Thought that the men must be hot sports and the women great gadders to keep on the jump so much. Allowed that they were the liveliest little lot of fleas that he had ever chased. Decided to quit trying to nail 'em one at a time, and planned out something that he reckoned would round up the whole bunch. Hank sent out 1,000 invitations to his grand opening, as he called it, left one at every house within a mile. Had a brass band on the front steps and fireworks on the roof. Ordered 40 kegs from the brewery and hired a fancy mixer to sling together mild snorts, as he called them, for the ladies. They tell me that, when the band got to going good on the steps and the fireworks on the roof, even Beacon Street looked out the windows to see what was doing. There must have been 10,000 people in the street and not a soul but Hank and his wife and the mixer in the house. Someone yelled speech, and then the whole crowd took it up, till Hank came out on the steps. He shut off the band with one hand and stopped the fireworks with the other. Said that speech-making wasn't his stranglehold, that he'd been living on snowballs in the Klondike for so long that his gas pipe was frozen, but that this welcome started the ice and he thought about 3 fingers of the plumber's favorite prescription would cut out the frost. Would the crowd join him? He had invited a few friends in for the evening, but there seemed to be some misunderstanding about the date, and he hated to have good stuff curdle on his hands. While this was going on, the Mayflower descendant was telephoning for the police from one side and the signer's great-grandson from the other, and just as the crowd yelled and broke for the house 2 patrol wagons full of policemen got there. But they had to turn in a riot call and bring out the reserves before they could break up Hank's little Boston Tea Party. After all, Hank did what he started out to do with his party, rounded up all his neighbors in a bunch, though not exactly according to schedule. For next morning there were so many descendants and great-grandsons in the police court to prefer charges that it looked like a reunion of the Pilgrim Fathers. The judge fined Hank on 16 counts and bound him over to keep the peace for 100 years. That afternoon he left for the West on a special, because the limited didn't get there quick enough. But before going he tacked on the front door of his house a sign which read, "Neighbors paying their party calls will please not heave rocks through windows to attract attention. Not in and not going to be. Gone back to Circle City for a little quiet. Yours truly, Hank Smith. NB too swift for your uncle." Hank dropped by my office for a minute on his way to Frisco. Said he liked things lively, but there was altogether too much roughhouse on Beacon Hill for him. Judged that as the crowd which wasn't invited was so blamed sociable, the one which was invited would have stayed a week if it hadn't slipped up on the date. That might be the Boston idea, but he wanted a little more refinement in his. Said he was a pretty free spender, and would hold his end up, but he hated a hog. Of course I told Hank that Boston wasn't all that it was cracked up to be in the school histories, and that Circle City wasn't so tough as it read in the newspapers, for there was no way of making him understand that he might have lived in Boston for 100 years without being invited to a strawberry sociable. Because a fellow cuts ice on the Arctic Circle, it doesn't follow that he's going to be worth beans on the Back Bay. I simply mentioned Hank in a general way. His case may be a little different, but it isn't any more extreme than lots of others all around you over there and me over here. Of course, I want you to enjoy good society, but any society is good society where congenial men and women meet together for wholesome amusement. But I want you to keep away from people who choose play for a profession. A man's as good as he makes himself, but no man's any good because his grandfather was. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 16. Son. The game of golf, a most peculiar banquet, a social lion's fall and his escape from threatening legal meshes, inspire Parapon's pen. Chicago, September 20th, 1890-something. Dear Father, your little joke about being almost well and about broke at Carlsbad strikes me as about the limit in sarcastic humor. It's always so easy for millionaires to talk about being broke, that they're about the only ones who do it. It's the same with clothes, you know. If I dressed like Russell Sage, you wouldn't have me in the lard department 10 minutes. On the whole, I guess you'll get back somehow, even if you have to draw on London for 1,000 or 2. I don't mind telling you that I'm doing great work in my new position. I don't know whether the manager of the large section could do without me or not, but I'm dead sure I could do without him, for a more pompous ass never yet brayed in an office. He told me today that I ought to be very thankful for the accident of birth, and I countered on him by telling him he ought to be devilish glad my father was a good-natured man. I think that when you get home, we'll revolutionize this department. I can already see that there is great waste going on here. The amount of hog fat they are putting into the lard is simply scandalous. While I think about it, I want to ask you if you can't find a good place for my old college friend, Cortland Warrington. Court is a perfect gentleman, and would be an ornament to the packing house, if you could only manage to keep him out of Milligan's way. I think that Wild Irishman would kill him if he ever caught sight of his stockings. Of course Cortland ought to have something that wouldn't grate on his refined tastes and dignified style. Pasting labels on cans might do, but I don't think sorting livers would appeal to him. Anyway, I rely on you to fix up something nice and genteel for Court. He is very unfortunate in having an unsuccessful father. I'll tell the beef house people to look up the export cattle business, as you request, and tell it to him good and hard. If there's anything I like to do it's to give orders to fellows that are not under me. I believe this shows that I have the making of a successful businessman concealed within me. I'd like to know, However, what this general principle is you speak of as being in my department, up to now I never thought there was any principle in it. Don't worry that I am to become a golf maniac, dear Dad. My first day on the links was my last, and the article you saw in that Chicago paper about my appearance as a putter was very misleading. The fact is that I had gotten half around the promenade when I unfortunately allowed my brassy niblick, or something of that sort, to come into contact with my caddy's head, and the game ended at the moment he was carried away on a stretcher. The caddy's father, a bullet-headed Dutchman, who was utterly unamenable to reason, had me arrested for assault and battery, and it made terrible inroads into my surplus to get him to withdraw the charge and to square the police reporters. No golf for Parapont, so you may calm your perturbed spirit. If I want highballs, I know where I can connect with them, and the place isn't 1,000 miles from the packing house, either. Curiously, they have a concoction there known as a Graham fertilizer. I tried one, and I must say that the man who could drink two must have a stomach of brass. Speaking of the stomach reminds me of a banquet. I can't imagine how it happened, but when the news leaked out that you had gone to Europe, so soon after calling me in from the road, the impression gained currency in some quarters that I had been placed in charge at the house. You will appreciate that it's a pretty leathery sort of a proposition to have to go around denying a report that your own father has done the square thing by you, and explaining that you are in reality only first assistant manager of the lard department, and that a salt-pickled Celt named Milligan is still so far above me that I get a crick in the neck looking up at his exaltedness. So I decided that the best thing I could do was not to deny the rumor and to accept all the honors likely to be thrust upon me. This may be obtaining distinction under false pretenses, but it's less embarrassing than confessing that one's father is so thoroughly under the domination of a man who eats, drinks, sleeps and thinks pig, as to ignore the claims of blood and heredity. What could I do, for instance, when a number of friends proposed to give a banquet in my honor? If I had refused, they would have said that I was a hog myself, besides being in the business, for people who get up banquets for other people are really only seeking an excuse to give themselves a good time. How could I disappoint them? Anyway, the banquet came off on the appointed date. It was really an elaborate affair, the 60 guests sitting at tables fairly buried in flowers. It was doubtless thought to be a delicate compliment to the guest of the evening, meaning your only, that a few feet down the table at whose head I sat, and facing towards me, stood the life-sized figure of a hog, done in white roses and with a pail of our lard in its mouth, but I submit that there are better appetizers than a reminder of the source of our prosperity. I accepted the situation and swallowed the pig, metaphorically, of course, with all the grace I could assume. The menu card at my plate was an elegant affair, evidently handwork, and was different in design from those of the others, although I was kept too busy in conversation with my neighbors to read it. The service of the dinner was perfect, the well-trained waiters moving noiselessly to and fro and depositing the various courses without a word. A special attendant had evidently been assigned to me and I appreciated the distinction. The food that he served me, however, was, to say the least, peculiar. The soup tasted queer, like medicine, the oysters were replaced by curious-tasting lumps served on shells, while the fish course was fishy enough in smell, but tasteless. I had eaten practically nothing, and when the entrees brought me only a spoonful of something that looked surprisingly like hash, I looked around at the other fellows. I saw twinkling eyes, some of which fell upon the plates in front of their owners. A glance at the plates of my nearest neighbors showed that they were being served with quite different food from that which reached me. I began to smell something familiar, and surreptitiously glanced at my menu. The first thing that struck my eye was this line in gilt letters at the bottom. This dinner prepared from recipes in Graham's celebrated booklet, 100 dainty dishes from a can. You should hear the roar that went up, as the crowd saw that I was no longer shut out of their executive session. I could do no less than order up a case of wine, which you, of course, will pay for and charge to advertising account, and after that they let me have something to eat. It's a terrible thing to have one's father's business chickens come home to roost so frequently. I did not recover from this affair for 2 days, which will explain the absence from the office, of which I have no doubt Milligan has duly informed you. I have had a hearty laugh over your story of Hank Smith and his attempt to butt into Boston society with money, a brass band and fireworks. Hank made the great mistake of thinking that noise would go very far on Beacon Street. And this just naturally reminds me of Baron Bonsky, a self-made social lion, who had Boston's upper Tendom on tiptoe about the time I was a freshman in college. Bonsky's method was the very antithesis of Hank's, and it worked as long as he chose to have it. The Baron floated gently into Boston one spring day, armed with letters of introduction to a few of the literati from men of prominence in Europe. He straightway attended various afternoons of poets, artists and bohemian philosophers. He was a little chap with a sad, pale face, dark and soulful eyes, a voice as mellow as new cider, and a gift of gab unceasing as the flow of the tides. He hinted at tragic love affairs and allowed it to get around that he had been expelled from Russia for revolutionary work. He was modest and retiring, and the more he retired at the literary functions the more people tumbled over themselves to dig him out. He made a distinct hit without doing anything in particular, except to look pensive and sow a crop of romantic rumors. The Baron quickly got next the residence problem in Boston. He hired a room in a side street, just far enough off Beacon Street to be cheap, and just near enough to catch the sacred aroma of that classic thoroughfare. He filled up his place with oriental toggery, and kept it lighted dimly and religiously with queer Eastern lanterns. A mysterious odor always hung over the apartment. Here the Baron began to receive the swells at 5 o'clock teas, over which he presided with a huge samovar. The thing was so new, so captivating, so full of charm, that half the society women in town, including Mrs. Bob Tiller, the leading lady of the whole bunch, used to drop in quite informally. They do say that the Baron became pretty well acquainted with the interiors, not to speak of boudoirs, of a good many of the great houses in town, and that his living expenses were pretty small during his first year in Boston. But in an evil hour Baron Bonsky fell. He decided that he wanted more money, and he could conceive no better way of getting it than by writing novels. He found a publisher easily enough, and then he used his knowledge of society people for his books. He paraded the foibles of his friends under thin disguises, and even trotted out Mrs. Bob as one of his leading characters. The novels were pretty poor stuff, on the whole, but they got everybody hot, and the Baron's social star went down behind the horizon with a thud. Then his creditors began to worry him, his later books failed, ugly stories about his fraudulent title got around, and finally a brother novelist lampooned him. At last the town, which had warmed toward him at first, got too hot to hold him, and he resigned in favor of the next impostor. I simply mention the Baron's case to show you that you can get into Boston society all right by knowing just how to do it, but that you've got to stick to your original role if you want to stay there. You will be gratified to learn that the little difficulty with Verbena Philpott and her pa is at an end. Although, when I asked your advice on how to meet the absurd charge, you politely informed me that it was my breach of promise suit, I know you will be glad not to find this particular verbena blooming beneath your roof tree. When you refused to aid me with your vast experience, I went to see George Damon, who graduated from Harvard Law in my sophomore year. I told him the facts and he looked so solemn that I made up my mind that all was over, and I tried to decide between Canada and South America as a place of residence. He never even laughed when I told him that old man Philpott had the reputation of bribing the drivers of rural conveyances to lose a tire off a wheel when they were driving by his place with an eligible stranger as passenger. "You won't marry the girl?" he asked. With as much courtesy to Verbena as I could at the time command, I replied in the negative. "How much can you give to settle the thing?" Came next. I said almost any sum, but it would have to be an expectancy, for you had definitely declared yourself against any appropriation to take up mortgages for indigent farmers with beguiling daughters. "But you must get out of this without publicity," he said. "You'd be the laughing stock of the town." I admitted it sadly and he said he would do what he could. He began by writing letters, but Papa Philpott was evidently too old a bird to be caught by legal chaff. It was settle up, or marry and settle down, and that settled it. Finally, Damon told me that there was only one chance for me. He would go down to Doolittle's Mills and see the old man in person and try and argue him out of it. I was deeply grateful that he should make it such a personal matter, but he said it wasn't much, he needed a vacation anyway. Well, he went about 3 weeks ago and I accompanied him to the railroad station in a great state of nervousness. 3 days later I received a letter from him stating that, although he had not sounded the old man yet, he had some hopes. 2 other letters reached me within the next week, but no definite result had been attained. Then I heard no more and for the last fortnight I have dreamt of bridal wreaths that changed into halters and wedding cake with iron bars embedded in the frosting. Yesterday I received this telegram. Niagara Falls, Sept. 19. I am on my wedding tour. Verbena sends kind regards. George Damon. I am much relieved, but my mind will not be at complete rest till I find out whether Damon is a modern martyr or just plain damn fool. Your freed son. Parapont. P.S. I wonder if Damon, but there are some things in life before which even the most riotous imagination falters. Number 17. Father. From John Graham, at the London House of Graham and Company, to his son, Parapont, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago. Mr. Parapont has written his father that he is getting along famously in his new place. London, October 24, 1890-something. Dear Parapont, well, I'm headed for home at last, checked high and as full of prance as a spotted circus horse. Those Dutchmen ain't so bad as their language, after all, for they've fixed up my rheumatism so that I can bear down on my right leg without thinking that it's going to break off. I'm glad to learn from your letter that you're getting along so well in your new place, and I hope that when I get home your boss will back up all the good things which you say about yourself. For the future, however, you needn't bother to keep me posted along this line. It's the one subject on which most men are perfectly frank, and it's about the only one on which it isn't necessary to be. There's never any use trying to hide the fact that you're a Jim dandy, you're bound to be found out. Of course, you want to have your eyes open all the time for a good man, but follow the old maid's example, look under the bed and in the closet, not in the mirror, for him. A man who does big things is too busy to talk about them. When the jaws really need exercise, chew gum. Some men go through life on the sarsaparilla theory, that they've got to give 100 doses of talk about themselves for every dollar which they take in, and that's a pretty good theory when you're getting $1 for 10 cents worth of ingredients. But a man who's giving $1 worth of himself for 99 cents doesn't need to throw in any explanations. Of course, you're going to meet fellows right along who pass as good men for a while, because they say they're good men, just as a lot of fives are in circulation which are accepted at their face value until they work up to the receiving teller. And you're going to see these men taking buzzards and coining eagles from them that will fool people so long as they can keep them in the air, but sooner or later they're bound to swoop back to their dead horse, and you'll get the buzzard smell. Hot air can take up a balloon a long ways, but it can't keep it there. And when a fellow's turning flip-flops up among the clouds, he's naturally going to have the farmers gaping at him. But in the end there always comes a time when the parachute fails to work. I don't know anything that's quite so dead as a man who's fallen 3,000 or 4,000 feet off the edge of a cloud. The only way to gratify a taste for scenery is to climb a mountain. You don't get up so quick, but you don't come down so sudden. Even then, there's a chance that a fellow may slip and fall over a precipice, but not unless he's foolish enough to try shortcuts over slippery places, though some men can manage to fall down the hall stairs and break their necks. The path isn't the shortest way to the top, but it's usually the safest way. Life isn't a spurt, but a long, steady climb. You can't run far uphill without stopping to sit down. Some men do a day's work and then spend 6 lolling around admiring it. They rush at a thing with a whoop and use up all their wind in that. And when they're rested and have got it back, they whoop again and start off in a new direction. They mistake intention for determination, and after they have told you what they propose to do and get right up to doing it, they simply peter out. I've heard a good deal in my time about the foolishness of hens, but when it comes to right down, plumb foolishness, give me a rooster, every time. He's always strutting and stretching and crowing and bragging about things with which he had nothing to do. When the sun rises, you'd think that he was making all the light, instead of all the noise. When the farmer's wife throws the scraps in the henyard, he crows as if he was the provider for the whole farmyard and was asking a blessing on the food. When he meets another rooster, he crows, and when the other rooster licks him, he crows, and so he keeps it up straight through the day. He even wakes up during the night and crows a little on general principles. But when you hear from a hen, she's laid an egg, and she don't make a great deal of noise about it, either. I speak of these things in a general way, because I want you to keep in mind all the time that steady, quiet, persistent, plain work can't be imitated or replaced by anything just as good, and because your request for a job for Cortland Warrington naturally brings them up. You write that Court says that a man who has occupied his position in the world naturally can't cheapen himself by stepping down into any little piddling job where he'd have to do undignified things. I want to start right out by saying that I know Court and his whole breed like a glue factory, and that we can't use him in our business. He's one of those fellows who start in at the top and naturally work down to the bottom, because that is where they belong. His father gave him an interest in the concern when he left college, and since the old man failed 3 years ago and took a salary himself, Court's been sponging on him and waiting for a nice, dignified job to come along and steal him. But we are not in the kidnapping business. The only undignified job I know of is loafing, and nothing can cheapen a man who sponges instead of hunting any sort of work, because he's as cheap already as they can be made. I never could quite understand these fellows who keep down every decent instinct in order to keep up appearance, and who will stoop to any sort of real meanness to boost up their false pride. They always remind me of little Fatty Wilkins, who came to live in our town back in Missouri when I was a boy. His mother thought a heap of Fatty, and Fatty thought a heap of himself, or his stomach, which was the same thing. Looked like he'd been taken from a joke book. Used to be a great eater. Stuffed himself till his hide was stretched as tight as a sausage skin, and then howled for painkiller. Spent all his pennies for cakes, because candy wasn't filling enough. Hogged 'em in the shop, for fear he would have to give someone a bite if he ate them on the street. The other boys didn't take to Fatty, and they didn't make any special secret of it when he was around. He was a mighty brave boy and a mighty strong boy and a mighty proud boy, with his mouth, but he always managed to slip out of anything that looked like a fight by having a sore hand or a case of the mumps. The truth of the matter was that he was afraid of everything except food, and that was the thing which was hurting him most. It's mighty seldom that a fellow's afraid of what he ought to be afraid of in this world. Of course, like most cowards, while Fatty always had an excuse for not doing something that might hurt his skin, he would take a dare to do anything that would hurt his self-respect, for fear the boys would laugh at him, or say that he was afraid, if he refused. So one day during recess Jim Hicks dared him to eat a piece of dirt. Fatty hesitated a little, because, while he was pretty promiscuous about what he put into his stomach, he had never included dirt in his bill of fare. But when the boys began to say that he was afraid, Fatty up and swallowed it. And when he dared the other boys to do the same thing and none of them would take the dare, it made him mighty proud and puffed up. Got to charging the bigger boys and the lounger around the post office a cent to see him eat a piece of dirt the size of a hickory nut. Found there was good money in that, and added grasshoppers, at 2 cents apiece, as a sideline. Found them so popular that he took on chinch bugs at a nickel, and fairly coined money. The last I heard of Fatty he was in a dime museum, drawing 2 salaries, one as the Fat Man, and the other as Launcelot, the Locust Eater, the only man alive with a gizzard. You are going to meet a heap of fatties, first and last, fellows who'll eat a little dirt for fun or to show off, and who'll eat a little more because they find that there's some easy money or times in it. It's hard to get at these men, because when they've lost everything they had to be proud of, they still keep their pride. You can always bet that when a fellow's pride makes him touchy, it's because there are some mighty raw spots on it. It's been my experience that pride is usually a spur to the strong and a drag on the weak. It drives the strong man along and holds the weak one back. It makes the fellow with the stiff upper lip and the square jaw smile at a laugh and laugh at a sneer. It keeps his conscience straight and his back humped over his work. It makes him appreciate the little things and fight for the big ones. But it makes the fellow with the retreating forehead do the thing that looks right, instead of the thing that is right. It makes him fear a laugh and shrivel up at a sneer. It makes him live today on tomorrow's salary. It makes him a cheap imitation of some Willie who has a little more money than he has, without giving him zip enough to go out and force luck for himself. I never see one of these fellows swelling around with their petty larceny pride that I don't think of a little experience of mine when I was a boy. An old fellow caught me lifting a watermelon in his patch, one afternoon, and instead of cuffing me and letting me go, as I had expected if I got caught, he led me home by the ear to my ma, and told her what I had been up to. Your grandma had been raised on the old-fashioned plan, and she had never heard of these newfangled theories of reasoning gently with a child till its under lip begins to stick out and its eyes to fill with tears as it sees the error of its ways. She fetched the tears all right, but she did it with a trunk strap or a slipper. And your grandma was a pretty substantial woman. Nothing of the tootsie-wootsy about her foot, and nothing of the airy-fairy trifle about her slipper. When she was through I knew that I'd been licked, polished right off to a point, and then she sent me to my room and told me not to poke my nose out of it till I could recite the 10 Commandments and the Sunday school lesson by heart. There was a whole chapter of it, and an Old Testament chapter at that, but I laid right into it because I knew Ma, and supper was only 2 hours off. I can repeat that chapter still, forward and backward, without missing a word or stopping to catch my breath. Every now and then old Doc Hoover used to come into the Sunday school room and scare the scholars into fits by going around from class to class and asking questions. That next Sunday, for the first time, I was glad to see him happen in, and I didn't try to escape attention when he worked around to our class. For 10 minutes I'd been busting for him to ask me to recite a verse of the lesson, and, when he did, I simply cut loose and recited the whole chapter and threw in the 10 Commandments for good measure. It sort of dazed the doc, because he had come to me for information about the Old Testament before, and we'd never got much beyond, and Ahab begat Jahab, or words to that effect. But when he got over the shock he made me stand right up before the whole school and do it again. Patted me on the head and said I was an honor to my parents and an example to my playmates. I had been looking down all the time, feeling mighty proud and scared, but at that I couldn't help glancing up to see the other boys admire me. But the first person my eye lit on was your grandma, standing in the back of the room, where she had stopped for a moment on her way up to church, and glaring at me in a mighty unpleasant way. "Tell 'em, John," she said right out loud, before everybody. There was no way to run, for the elder had hold of my hand, and there was no place to hide, though I reckon I could have crawled into a rat hole. So, to gain time, I blurted out. "Tell 'em what, ma'am?" "Tell 'em how you come to have your lessons so nice." I learned to hate notoriety right then and there, but I knew there was no switching her off onto the weather when she wanted to talk religion. So I shut my eyes and let it come, though it caught on my palate once or twice on the way out. "Hooked a watermelon, ma'am." There wasn't any need for further particulars with that crowd, and they simply howled. Ma led me up to our pew, allowing that she'd tend to me Monday for disgracing her in public that way, and she did. That was a 12-grain dose, without any sugar coat, but it sweat more cant and false pride out of my system than I could get back into it for the next 20 years. I learned right there how to be humble, which is a heap more important than knowing how to be proud. There are mighty few men that need any lessons in that. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 17. Son. A boomerang wager, a story of Illinois justice, and a futile attempt at small economy, furnish the inspiration for Parapon's correspondence. Chicago, October 21, 1890-something. Dear Father. The enclosed clippings will doubtless prove even more explanatory to you than to me. I regret to learn from them and others, for all the newspapers had it, that you are being squeezed by being short on November lard. Couldn't you substitute some of the September variety that we have been unable to sell? It is naturally surprising to learn that you have become so involved, when I recall the wealth of good advice you have given me to avoid this sort of thing. I realize that you have the justification of a long line of precedent in not practicing what you preach, but do you think it wise to jeopardize the future of the house by being mixed up in deals of this sort, especially when you are not at home to look after them? Of course, had you placed the matter in my charge, the conditions today would be quite different. The gambling mania, and what is dealing in futures of grain or pork but gambling, is certainly a terrible disease to encourage. No one who begins knows where he will leave off. Of course, I do not presume to comment on your conduct, these remarks are purely impersonal, but I must admit that I am glad you did not include Monte Carlo in your European itinerary. The late John T. Raymond, the actor, used to say that he'd gambled away several acres of business blocks. Not that he ever owned any, but he might have done so had he not gambled. For he lost, as every man who gambles does in the long run, I am told. He would bet on anything, from the time of day to the complexion of the next person to turn a corner. His infirmity was well known in the theatrical profession, and sometimes advantage was taken of it to lay prearranged wagers in which Raymond must get the worst of it. A veteran actor whom I met the other evening tells of an incident of this sort. It occurred here in Chicago years ago, when Raymond was playing Mulberry Sellers at McVicker's. One afternoon he came into the hotel office and sat down to chat with some friends. As he crossed one leg over the other, a particularly striking pattern of fancy sock was exposed to view. Someone commented on the brilliant colors and Raymond held up his foot and looked at it admiringly. "Isn't it great?" he said. "I found that in Wanamaker's in Philadelphia. I guess they had the only line, for I've never seen a duplicate of the pattern." "Come now, Mr. Raymond," spoke up a young actor. "They don't have all the good things in Philadelphia. Chicago has anything that any city has." "Most things, young man," laughed Raymond, "but not a stocking like this," and he surveyed it again critically. "No siree, there's not another stocking like it in Chicago, I'll bet." "What will you bet?" asked the young man quickly, with a laugh. "Oh, anything," answered Raymond. "Cigars for the crowd?" "Certainly, and the best in the house," agreed the actor. "You bet, Mr. Raymond, that there's not another stocking in Chicago like that one?" "Yes." "Well, what's the matter with the one on your other foot?" cried the young man, triumphantly, while a roar of laughter went up from the bystanders. "Well," drawled Raymond, "strangely enough, young man, you have propounded a conundrum for which I've been unable to find an answer. What is the matter with the stocking on my other foot? This is the way it came back from the laundry." He pulled up his trouser leg and exhibited a faded stocking that looked as if it had been exposed to some powerful bleach. "This certainly isn't like the other one. Now if there is one in Chicago I'd like to have it, for I never did care for a fancy matched span." The young man had no zest for further search. His own joke, the inspiration of the moment, had turned upon him, and the arrival of the cigars he knew to be the best antidote for the general laughter and jests of which he was the victim. This instance of circumstances and a laundry conspiring to defeat a practical joker may not have a dyed-in-the-wool moral, but it has a philosophical ring, and I have often noted that your wise saws and modern instances often sound better than they look when dissected. For example, I fail to see the application to me of your sententious observation that some men do a day's work and then spend 6 days admiring it. From your knowledge of me, as expressed in your letters, you cannot believe me guilty of the day's work. As for self-admiration, the glass which you are constantly holding before me is no flatterer, and conceit has been thumped out of me with the unremitting persistency of a pile driver. After the perusal of one of your letters, I always feel so small that if I looked as I felt I'd be valuable as a midget. As you say, there is room at the top, but not much elsewhere. That's just exactly how I feel about the pork packing business. In order to expedite my progress, I, day before yesterday, informed the manager of the lard department that either he or I would have to quit the employ of Graham and Company in case he decided that I had better go. I warned him that it was my intention to take the first European steamer to lay certain facts before you. I knew that it would be no use for me to appeal to Milligan, for it is a bedrock principle of that dignitary's life that I am always wrong. The next day the manager of the lard department was not on hand. Milligan asked for him and I said, "I am the manager." Oomph. He grunted. Did you ever notice how exceedingly porcine is Milligan's grunt? Where's Welch? I discharged him yesterday, I replied. You discharge him? It's impossible. You have no right, blustered your Hibernian auxiliary. Haven't I the right? I answered. Well, perhaps not. Then I told him one of my stock stories, a true tale of Illinois in the early days. A newly appointed justice of the peace had as his first case a charge of horse stealing. The accused man's guilt was palpable enough, and there were grounds for belief that a recent epidemic of this sort of thieving was to be attributed to him. At all events, the J.P. decided that it was no case for halfway measures and that he would try it himself without wasting time getting together a jury. In about 15 minutes he found the prisoner guilty and ordered the constable to get the nearest available rope and hang the condemned directly. The horse thief had a friend within hearing, who, when he saw how things were going, went in hot haste after the only lawyer the settlement boasted. The lawyer, inspired by a liberal retainer, galloped up in hot haste and sought the justice of the peace. Your Honor, he exclaimed at the close of a fervent plea, you have no jurisdiction or power to condemn the prisoner to death. You can only hold him for a higher court. You cannot hang him. Wah Al, said the justice, aiming a quid of tobacco at the window, you seem to know a lot about the law and I'm obliged to you. But as to hanging this man, if you'll look out that thar window p'raps you'll change your mind as to whether I can do it or not. And he pointed calmly to a most potent argument, a body swinging from the end of a limb of a neighboring tree. I may not have the right, I added to Milligan, to fire Welch, but, by George, I had the power, for he's gone. The fact is, I didn't tell Milligan, for I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. I happened to learn that Welch was giving the house the double cross. For half a dozen years he's been running a sort of illicit still for lard and been selling it on the quiet to our customers. As our business has grown rapidly and as his sales were but a flea bite, it was not noticed until I probed his secret. If it hadn't been for my affection for exercise about a green table, I shouldn't have spoilt Welch's sport. Old C. Higginbottom came to town last week and I met him one evening when he was pretty well steam heated. He insisted on trying to tear up the cloth with a cue and, for the trade's sake, I gave him his head. The more games we played, with lubricants, the mellower he became, and before I could get him to bed he had wept the color completely out of the shoulder of my coat. Incidentally, he blurted out about Mr. Welch's neat side line, and after I had verified the facts I taxed him with it. As I do not want to interfere too much in the business during your absence, I have appointed no successor to my former place as assistant manager of the lard department, but am holding down both salaries. There is really no need of an assistant. The only duty of the manager is to boss the assistant, and you ought to hear me order myself around. I'm not particularly enraptured with the job, and if you think I deserve further promotion, please cable, at my expense. You will be pleased, I know, to learn that a week ago Thursday I quit smoking. It may sound strange to you when I say that I did it simply and solely because I was argued into it. I met Fred Pennypacker, paying teller in the Michigan National, you know, and offered him a cigar, which he declined, with the information that he had not smoked for 5 years. Heart trouble? I asked. No, he replied, marriage. Oh, wife objected? Not at all, he answered. Mrs. Pennypacker likes the odor of a good cigar. The fact is, Graham, after little Ernest came as boy, I made up my mind to begin a special bank account for him by denying myself something. So I determined that it should be smoking, which did me no real good and cost a lot, for I cared only for the best cigars. I found it was costing me on an average over $1 a day for tobacco. So ever since I have placed $30 a month to the young man's credit in the savings bank. In 5 years, with compound interest and a little extra change, it has amounted to nearly $2,000. When he is 21 it will be the nucleus of a fortune. Try it, Graham, it's much better than smoking. I suggested that I had no son to make it an object. Well, you may have, was the reply, and even if you don't you may be glad someday you've got the money. I fancy that perhaps he was thinking of the rumors that have placed you in a particularly splintery corner on November lard. But I thought of what he said several times, and the next day, after trying in vain to smoke a cigar that I found in your desk, I decided to relegate smoking to the list of my banished small vices. That was a week ago last Thursday. Last Friday, day before yesterday, I met Pennypacker in the Palmer House Cafe. Hello, Fred, I said, I want to tell you something. I've followed your advice. Advice? What advice? He asked. Why, to quit smoking and save the money. Did I tell you that? He asked nervously, as he fumbled in his breast pocket. Certainly. You told me about little Ernest and, why, what are you doing? He had pulled a case from his pocket and was biting off a cigar. I thought you didn't smoke, eh? Well, I didn't till yesterday, when that blasted savings bank suspended. I resumed smoking Friday. In fact, Pennypacker and I had a regular smoke talk. I've decided that if ever I save money, it will not be by small personal economies. I've made up my mind that, as a general rule, economy is only a species of self-deception. The man who walks 2 or 3 miles to save car fare gets the exercise as a bonus, but what sense is there in using postal cards to save postage and then sending telegrams to hurry up the answer? There was a fellow in college whose mania was to save shoestrings. He thought they ought to wear as long as the shoes, and sooner than indulge in the lavish expenditure of a nickel for a new pair, he'd cover his feet all over with knots and blacken up twine with ink. Yet when this chap wanted a cuspidor, nothing but an $18 Majolica affair would satisfy him. The man who makes his money by slow saving seldom knows when he's got enough, and even if he finds out, he never knows how to let down the bar so that he can enjoy it. Habit is a stern taskmaster, and I have no wish to degenerate into a miser. There is, of course, a mean between a spendthrift and a miser, but the difficulty is in determining where it is located. If I seem prolix on this subject, it is because I find that my $50 salary and that of the late manager Welch combined seem to go no farther than did the 8 per with which I started my tumultuous business career. If a man has $1 a week clear, he is seldom likely to have very expensive tastes, but give him a few hundred a year more than demanded for the absolute necessities of life and he forthwith becomes a plutocrat in his longings. This may be backhanded philosophy, but it's pretty straight goods so far as the majority of the rising generation are concerned. But I am infringing, dear father, on your chosen prerogative. Let me change the subject. Why is it that life on the road as a drummer seems to mark a man for life? Every time I meet a commercial traveler in a hotel, he invariably fires at me, "What line are you in?" I have changed my tailor 3 times and have repeatedly altered my style of dress, but still they seem to recognize me as one of them. Can I never shake off the earmarks of the road? I am thinking seriously of taking a course with a professor of deportment, for perhaps it is my manner. I am more inclined to think it due to daily association with Milligan. The drummer's stock query, "What line are you in?" is natural enough, but it gets to be a bore after a time. Job Withers tells a story that illustrates how it may annoy some people. It also illustrates how smart Job Withers is, which Job's stories usually do. One day, in the train, he says, he sat beside a rather striking-looking man who, he afterward learned, is a professor in Chicago University. Job tried to start up conversation, but with little encouragement. "Fine day," he ventured. "Well, yes," said the stranger. "Pretty good crops." "Fair. Think we'll have a shower?" "Don't know." Job didn't give up, but all his questions begot monosyllables. Somewhat nettled, he said at last, "What line are you in?" "Brains," said the professor, laconically. "Oomph," said Job, "lucky, isn't it, that you don't have to carry any samples? I'm glad your gout is better, father. It will not pain you so much when I try to, but I know you hate slang. Your rising sun. P.S. Milligan talks a good deal about me around the office. He said this afternoon he expected that some day I'd discharge him. Thus do coming events cast their shadows before. Number 18. Father. From John Graham, at the London House of Graham & Company, to his son, Pierrepont, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago. Mr. Pierrepont is worried over rumors that the old man is a bear on lard, and that the Longs are about to make him climb a tree. London, October 27, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, yours of the 21st inst. To hand, and I note the enclosed clippings. You needn't pay any special attention to this newspaper talk about the Comstock crowd having caught me short a big line of November lard. I never sell goods without knowing where I can find them when I want them, and if these fellows try to put their 4 feet in the trough, or start any shoving and crowding, they're going to find me forgetting my table manners, too. For when it comes to funny business, I'm something of a humorist myself. And while I'm too old to run, I'm young enough to stand and fight. First and last, a good many men have gone gunning for me, but they've always planned the obsequies before they caught the deceased. I reckon there hasn't been a time in 20 years when there wasn't a nice Gates Ajar piece all made up and ready for me in some office near the Board of Trade. But the first essential of a quiet funeral is a willing corpse. And I'm still sitting up and taking nourishment. There are 2 things you never want to pay any attention to, abuse and flattery. The first can't harm you and the second can't help you. Some men are like yellow dogs. When you're coming toward them they'll jump up and try to lick your hands, and when you're walking away from them they'll sneak up behind and snap at your heels. Last year, when I was bulling the market, the Longs all said that I was a kind-hearted old philanthropist, who was laying awake nights scheming to get the farmers a top price for their hogs, and the Shorts allowed that I was an infamous old robber, who was stealing the pork out of the working man's pot. As long as you can't please both sides in this world, there's nothing like pleasing your own side. There are mighty few people who can see any side to a thing except their own side. I remember once I had a vacant lot out on the avenue, and a lady came into my office and in a soothing syrupy way asked if I would lend it to her, as she wanted to build a creche on it. I hesitated a little, because I had never heard of a creche before, and some ways it sounded sort of foreign and frisky, though the woman looked like a good, safe, reliable old heifer. But she explained that a creche was a baby farm, where old maids went to wash and feed and stick pins in other people's children while their mothers were off at work. Of course, there was nothing in that to get our pastor or the police after me, so I told her to go ahead. She went off happy, but about a week later she dropped in again, looking sort of dissatisfied, to find out if I wouldn't build the creche itself. It seemed like a worthy object, so I sent some carpenters over to knock together a long frame pavilion. She was mighty grateful, you bet, and I didn't see her again for a fortnight. Then she called by to say that so long as I was in the business and they didn't cost me anything special, would I mind giving her a few cows. She had a surprised and grieved expression on her face as she talked, and the way she put it made me feel that I ought to be ashamed of myself for not having thought of the livestock myself. So I threw in half a dozen cows to provide the refreshments. I thought that was pretty good measure, but the carpenters hadn't more than finished with the pavilion before the woman telephoned a sharp message to ask why I hadn't had it painted. I was too busy that morning to quarrel, so I sent word that I would fix it up, and when I was driving by there next day the painters were hard at work on it. There was a 60-foot frontage of that shed on the avenue, and I saw right off that it was just a natural signboard. So I called over the boss painter and between us we cooked up a nice little ad that ran something like this. Graham's Extract. It makes the week strong. Well, sir, when she saw the ad next morning that old hen just scratched gravel. Went all around town saying that I had given a $500 shed to charity and painted a $1,000 ad on it. Allowed I ought to send my check for that amount to the creche fund. Kept it till I began to think there might be something in it, after all, and sent her the money. Then I found a fellow who wanted to build in that neighborhood, sold him the lot cheap, and got out of the creche industry. I've put a good deal more than work into my business, and I've drawn a good deal more than money out of it, but the only thing I've ever put into it which didn't draw dividends in fun or dollars was worry. That is a branch of the trade which you want to leave to our competitors. I've always found worrying a blamed sight more uncertain than horse racing. It's harder to pick a winner at it. You go home worrying because you're afraid that your fool new clerk forgot to lock the safe after you, and during the night the lard refinery burns down. You spend a year fretting because you think Bill Jones is going to cut you out with your best girl, and then you spend 10 worrying because he didn't. You worry over Charlie at college because he's a little wild, and he writes you that he's been elected president of the YMCA, and you worry over William because he's so pious that you're afraid he's going to throw up everything and go to China as a missionary, and he draws on you for 100. You worry because you're afraid your business is going to smash, and your health busts up instead. Worrying is the one game in which, if you guess right, you don't get any satisfaction out of your smartness. A busy man has no time to bother with it. He can always find plenty of old women in skirts or trousers to spend their days worrying over their own troubles and to sit up nights waking his. Speaking of handing over your worries to others naturally calls to mind the widow Williams and her son Bud, who was a playmate of mine when I was a boy. Bud was the youngest of the widow's troubles, and she was a woman whose troubles seldom came singly. Had 14 altogether, and 4 pair of 'em were twins. Used to turn 'em loose in the morning, when she let out her cows and pigs to browse along the street, and then she'd shed all worry over them for the rest of the day. Allowed that if they got hurt the neighbors would bring them home, and that if they got hungry they'd come home. And some ways, the whole drove always showed up safe and dirty about meal time. I've no doubt she thought a lot of Bud, but when a woman has 14 it sort of unsettles her mind so that she can't focus her affections or play any favorites. And so when Bud's clothes were found at the swimming hole one day, and no Bud inside them, she didn't take on up to the expectations of the neighbors who had brought the news, and who were standing around waiting for her to go off into something special in the way of high strikes. She allowed that they were Bud's clothes, all right, but she wanted to know where the remains were. Hinted that there'd be no funeral, or such like expensive goings-on, until someone produced the deceased. Take her by and large, she was a pretty cool, calm cucumber. But if she showed a little too much Christian resignation, the rest of the town was mightily stirred up over Bud's death, and everyone just quit work to tell each other what a noble little fellow he was, and how his mother hadn't deserved to have such a bright little sunbeam in her home, and to drag the river between talks. But they couldn't get a rise. Through all the worry and excitement the widow was the only one who didn't show any special interest, except to ask for results. But finally, at the end of a week, when they'd strained the whole river through their drags and hadn't anything to show for it but a collection of tin cans and dead catfish, she threw a shawl over her head and went down the street to the cabin of Louisiana Clytemnestra, an old yellow woman, who would go into a trance for 4 bits and find a fortune for you for $1. I reckon she'd have called herself a clairvoyant nowadays, but then she was just a voodoo woman. Well, the widow said she reckoned that boys ought to be let out as well as in for half price, and so she laid down 2 bits, allowing that she wanted a few minutes private conversation with her bud. Clitty said she'd do her best, but that spirits were mighty snifty and high-toned, even when they'd only been poor white trash on earth, and it might make them mad to be called away from their high jinks if they were taking a little recreation, or from their high-priced New York customers if they were working, to tend to cut-rate business. Still, she'd have a try, and she did. But after having convulsions for half an hour, she gave it up. Reckoned that Bud was up to some cussedness off somewhere, and that he wouldn't answer for any 2 bits. The widow was badly disappointed, but she allowed that was just like Bud. He'd always been a boy that never could be found when anyone wanted him. So she went off, saying that she'd had her money's worth in seeing Clitty throw those fancy fits. But next day she came again and paid down 4 bits, and Clitty reckoned that ought to fetch Bud sure. Some ways though, she didn't have any luck, and finally the widow suggested that she call up Bud's father. Buck Williams had been dead a matter of 10 years, and the old man responded promptly. "Where's Bud?" asked the widow. Hadn't laid eyes on him. Didn't know he'd come across. Had he joined the church before he started? No. Then he'd have to look downstairs for him. Clitty told the widow to call again and they'd get him sure. So she came back next day and laid down $1. That fetched old Buck Williams' ghost on the jump, you bet, but he said he hadn't laid eyes on Bud yet. They hauled the sweet by and by with a drag net, but they couldn't get a rap from him. Clitty trotted out George Washington, and Napoleon, and Billy Patterson, and Ben Franklin, and Captain Kidd, just to show that there was no deception, but they couldn't get a whisper even from Bud. I reckon Clitty had been stringing the old lady along, intending to produce Bud's spook as a sort of Red Fire, Calcium Light, Grand March of the Amazons climax, but she didn't get a chance. For right there the old lady got up with a mighty set expression around her lips and marched out, muttering that it was just as she had thought all along, Bud wasn't there. And when the neighbors dropped in that afternoon to plan out a memorial service for her lost lamb, she chased them off the lot with a broom. Said that they had looked in the river for him and that she had looked beyond the river for him, and that they would just stand pat now and wait for him to make the next move. Allowed that if she could once get her hands on that lost lambs, well, there might be an opening for a funeral when she got through with him, but there wouldn't be till then. Altogether, it looked as if there was a heap of trouble coming to Bud if he had made any mistake and was still alive. The widow found her lost lamb hiding behind a rain barrel when she opened up the house next morning, and there was a mighty touching and affecting scene. In fact, the widow must have touched him at least 100 times, and every time he was affected to tears, for she was using a bed slat, which is a powerfully strong moral agent for making a boy see the error of his ways. And it was a month after that before Bud could go down Main Street without some man who had called him a noble little fellow, or a bright, manly little chap, while he was drowned, reaching out and fetching him a clip on the ear for having come back and put the laugh on him. No one except the widow ever really got at the straight of Bud's conduct, but it appeared that he left home to get a few Indian scalps, and that he came back for a little bacon and corn pone. I simply mention the widow in passing as an example of the fact that the time to do your worrying is when a thing is all over, and that the way to do it is to leave it to the neighbors. I sail for home tomorrow. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 18. Son. How an elder's conscience was amused at a church fair, the folly of telling a wife the truth, are among Parapon's topics. Chicago, November 2, 1890-something. Dear Father, I am sending this letter to you, special delivery, care of the New York branch, that you may feel that you are welcomed home. Although you have been abroad but a few weeks, I know that you will be glad to set foot on American soil once more. I wish I could be on hand to meet you and help sing the Star Spangled, but I want to stay here and keep an eye on Milligan. In my absence he would be very likely to try and queer my record. It's a great pleasure to find from your last that you don't give a rag for the bulls on pork, because when I heard that they were going to have your heart's blood and make you squeal louder than any hog you ever assassinated, it just naturally made me feel a bit uneasy. I don't want to see the Graham money go flying on flyers, and ever since you showed me the error of my ways in dabbling in the open board, I thought that you, too, must have reformed. However, if you have got the bulls by their tails and can twist 'em till the critters bellow again, I'll forgive your little lapse from righteousness. But, somehow, I can't help thinking of old Elder Blivens, of the little New Hampshire town where we used to go summers before you got very rich. You remember the elder, a tall, thin man, with a conscience as highly developed as dyspepsia. Well, one Sunday he preached a mighty powerful sermon on gambling, and the way he did sock it at the sinners made my young blood run cold. There happened to be several summer visitors in his congregation that day, among them Colonel Porter, a big stockbroker of Boston, but that only inflamed the elder all the more. He declared that the stock market was run by the devil in person, and that every man who took part in those hideous games of chance was predestinedly and teetotally damned. It was a scorcher, and the deacons congratulated him so heartily after the service that he naturally looked for a $50 raise in his salary, which was just then running more to potatoes than his needs seemed to warrant. Colonel Porter looked a little hot under the frying, but he didn't make a fool of himself by going out. About the middle of the week the church had a grand fair and sale for the purpose of raising funds to mend the chimney. There were candy tables, flower tables, and knit goods tables, kissing booths, lemonade stands, cider stands, and coffee stands. But the crowds were always around the grab bag in the place where tickets were sold for the grand drawing of a piece of Roger's statuary, representing two old codgers at a heartbreaking game of checkers. Colonel Porter was on hand as chipper as a lark, spending money like a hero and earning the blessings of all the ladies. He kept away from the grab bag until he saw Elder Blivens standing by, and then he sailed up. He allowed that he wanted the gold ring that was said to be in the bag, and he paid his money and took a draw. He got a birchbark napkin ring tied with a yellow ribbon. "Pshaw, Elder," said the colonel, looking old Blivens right in the eye, "this is a hideous game of chance." The elder blinked a moment, as if he were trying to think of something, but he never yipped. "Come on, Elder," said the colonel heartily. "I want that Rogers group the worst way. One of the old bucks looks just like my grandfather used to when grandmother wigged him. I'm willing to gamble good and hard for that group. I'll take." "Put up your filthy lucre, sir," shouted the elder. "The devil don't run this church, and there isn't going to be any drawing." So saying, he knocked off one of the heads of the Rogers group with his cane, kicked the grab bag down the cellar door, ordered the crowd to vamoose, put out the lamps, and locked up the vestry. Then he disappeared from public view until the following Sunday, when he preached his memorable discourse on the text, "Let him that standeth take heed lest he fall." And they do say that Colonel Porter put a century-run dollar bill into the contribution box that day to make up for the loss the fair sustained through his little joke on the parson. I simply mention this story of the elder as an example of how a man's conscience for other folks may be extraordinarily active, while that section reserved for himself may be sound asleep. And some graceless individual generally holds the alarm clock. In commenting on the elder's sudden change of heart, Colonel Porter admitted that he was pretty hard on the old chap. But if he was ever to reform, it was time he began, he said. Some people seem to think that it's never too late to reform or softly, or to become a lawyer. This meant a story, for the colonel never chuckled except when he felt anecdotal. "Speaking of lawyers," mused the colonel, "there's a man in Boston who's done more things, it seems to me, than anyone I ever knew. He has run stores of all sorts, has been a real estate agent, a promoter, a journalist, a fiddler in an orchestra, and tuba in a band. A few years ago he opened a fish market in the winter, sold it out 2 days before Lent, and went into the cultivation of strawberries. He couldn't be content long enough to make a success of anything. He didn't stick at anything long enough to even lose money at it, to say nothing of making it. One day I met him near the courthouse, hurrying along with an earnest, rapt look in his eyes. I knew at once that he had a new call of duty, for he always began like a steam engine. "Helloa, Caldwell," I said, "what you up to?" "Got to hurry to court," he answered. "What's up?" I asked. "Not in trouble, I hope?" "No, indeed," he said. "But perhaps you haven't heard. I'm in new business." "Indeed?" I said, with as great a show of interest as I could command in a man whom I never met without learning of a change of calling. "What now?" "Oh, I'm an expert," he said, proudly. My face must have expressed interrogation, for he hastened to explain. "An expert for legal cases, you know." "In what line?" I ventured. "Oh, anything," he replied. In view of his record, I was free to admit mentally that his experience was no better in any one thing than in any of the others. A month or so later I was riding in an open car with a friend of Caldwell's, when we passed that chameleon. He had a blue bag under his arm and looked happy. "There's Caldwell," I remarked. "Wonder how he is doing as an expert witness?" "Oh, he gave that up several weeks ago," retorted my companion. "His court attendance gave him a new inspiration. He's studying law now." "Studying law?" I cried, in amazement. "Studying law at 65? The idiot." "I don't know about that," said my friend. "He may not be such a fool as he looks." I was surprised when he told me that he was going to try the bar examination next spring, and expressed it. He smiled significantly and said he guessed he'd get through all right. "You see," he said, "my wife's word is law, and she's been laying it down to me for 30 years. Hence," said the colonel, "it's never too late for some men to reform, to desert or to take to the bar. I'm sure I have no desire to be a hummingbird in life, to flit from flower to flower, But I shall not be sorry if some day a stentorian call comes to me to forsake the pork industry. I am not much of a farmer, but I'm cocksure you can't make cider out of dried apples, and as far as taste for the business of selling pig is concerned, I'm threaded on a string from the rafters. I really think it's time that the family name was taken out of trade. Where would the 400 be if the Astors and Vanderbilts and the rest of the aristocracy had stuck to the business that made them rich? It's actually indecent for the wealthy to parade the source of their prosperity to the populace. May I venture a suggestion? Why not capitalize the Graham plant? You can do this at a figure about 4 times its worth, sell almost half of the stock, keep the rest and own the plant after all is done. If this isn't kicking the gizzard out of the old proverb that you can't eat your cake and have it too, I'm a Dutchman. Besides, when you are an incorporated company, or in a merger, you're respectable. The grease don't come off dividend checks. Then if, as a clincher, you give away some of your surplus to educational institutions, you've headed your family along the highway which leads to seeing your name in another part of the newspapers than the court calendar. You certainly owe something to your descendants, for upon them depends the future of your own reputation. The original money grabber of a great family may have dug clams and robbed widows and orphans, but his memory swells into gigantic proportions when his multimillionaire great-grandchildren know that he is so generally forgotten as to be talked about with impunity. You may not take kindly to this, but Mother has social aspirations. She will probably never get any farther, personally, than an extremely pink tea, but she would be encouraged if she had some hope of being pointed to in her portrait as the grandmother of people to whom trade will be only a despised heirloom, to be stored in the garret with the haircloth sofa. I presume that you are to stay at the Waldorf Astoria while you linger in New York. Let me, as a dutiful son, give you a tip as to your bearing in that hostelry. Don't let on that you are a pork packer from Chicago, if you value the contents of your pocketbook. They'll skin you, dress you and salt you while you wait, if they find out your profession. And don't tell the clerk that you're the father of Pierrepont Graham who stopped at his hotel for a while, a little over a year ago. I believe there's still a little something due for extras from that visit of mine, and I am considerate enough not to want to get you into any muss about that robber baron bill. You are somewhat of a stranger in New York, and I want to caution you against traveling around town exposing your massive gold chain with the hog-watch charm you affect. Somehow a sucker is viewed by the amount of yellow metal he displays on his vest, and I don't want to hear that you have been treated to knockout drops or tapped on the cranium with a sandbag, just because you look like a guy with an inflated wallet. All I ask of you is, that you get back safe to Chicago to straighten out the business. Since I have assumed control of the lard department there have been 2 strikes and 1 lockout in our branch of the business, and I don't know whether to close down the department altogether or to raise everybody's wages and make it up on the quality of the lard. Even Ma is beginning to kick, for she says she has a life interest in the business and she can't see why your rheumatism should be allowed to cut her dividends in 2. I read her your excellent advice as to the sin of worrying, but it had no effect on her. She says that any woman who has a gallivanting husband and a fool son has the right to worry, and that she will keep right at it until you drive up to the door, when she will give you a welcome home that you will remember. Perhaps you had better come in by the back entrance and let her discover you in bed suffering the tortures of the damned, as they say in novels. Nothing disarms a woman like a man keeled over by disease. In any event, don't tell her the truth about your European trip and its little enjoyments. If you do, you may have something like the experience of Henry Bagshot. As you, I have reason to believe, no, Bagshot is an habitual poker player, one of the kind who'd rather sit up all night saying, "That's good," than make 50,000 by a coup on the exchange. In 27 years of married life, it seems he has concealed from Mrs. B his feverish anxiety to draw 1 card for the middle, and has always had some good excuse for his late sessions. But about a month ago he had a bad attack with his heart and the doctor who pulled him through warned him that life was not eternal in his case any more than with the rest of us. It gave Bagshot a creepy feeling to see the gates ajar, and for a couple of weeks, when his fingers itched for the chips, he let it go at scratching. When he fell there was a terrible thud and it was 4 a.m. when he crawled into the family mansion. Mrs. B was sitting up. She had feared the worst. A compunction of conscience, due to the graveyard suggestion of his medical advisor, struck Bagshot when the lady of his choice propounded the usual conundrum and he weakened. His carefully prepared explanation stuck in his throat and he blurted out, "Very sorry, my dear, but the fact is I got into a game of poker at the club and I won 85. Here they are, buy yourself something." And he dropped the greenbacks into Mrs. B's lap. Then there was a scene. She didn't believe him and could not be induced to do so. "Henry Bagshot," she cried, "in 27 years you've never stayed away from home to play poker. It was not cards, but some awful hussy." And she had hysterics till daylight and it cost Bagshot $2,500 for a new broom and a span of horses before he could get away to breakfast. Whatever happens, no husband should tell the truth to his wife. Either she'd not believe him or the shock would kill her. Your cautious son. Paraponte. P.S. I wrote George Damon congratulations on his marriage to Verbena Philpott, the girl, you remember, whose father insisted that I should be his son-in-law. The letter evidently followed him to Europe, where the happy couple appear to have gone, for the other day I received this cablegram. Letter received. Congratulations belong to you. Number 19. Father. From John Graham, at the New York House of Graham and Company, to his son, Paraponte, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago. The old man, on the voyage home, has met a girl who interests him and who in turn seems to be interested in Mr. Paraponte. New York, November 4, 1890-something. Dear Paraponte, who is this Helen Heath, and what are your intentions there? She knows a heap more about you than she ought to know if they're not serious, and I know a heap less about her than I ought to know if they are. Hadn't got out of sight of land before we'd become acquainted somehow, and she's been treating me like a father clear across the Atlantic. She's a mighty pretty girl, and a mighty nice girl, and a mighty sensible girl. In fact, she's so exactly the sort of girl I'd like to see you marry that I'm afraid there's nothing in it. Of course, your salary isn't a large one yet, but you can buy a whole lot of happiness with $50 a week when you have the right sort of a woman for your purchasing agent. And while I don't go much on love in a cottage, love in a flat, with $50 a week as a starter, is just about right, if the girl is just about right. If she isn't, it doesn't make any special difference how you start out, you're going to end up all wrong. Money ought never to be the consideration in marriage, but it always ought to be a consideration. When a boy and a girl don't think enough about money before the ceremony, they're going to have to think altogether too much about it after. And when a man's doing sums at home evenings, it comes kind of awkward for him to try to hold his wife on his lap. There's nothing in this talk that two can live cheaper than one. A good wife doubles a man's expenses and doubles his happiness, and that's a pretty good investment if a fellow's got the money to invest. I have met women who had cut their husband's expenses in half, but they needed the money because they had doubled their own. I might add, too, that I've met a good many husbands who had cut their wives' expenses in half, and they fit naturally into any discussion of our business, because they are hogs. There's a point where economy becomes a vice, and that's when a man leaves its practice to his wife. An unmarried man is a good deal like a piece of unimproved real estate. He may be worth a whole lot of money, but he isn't of any particular use except to build on. The great trouble with a lot of these fellows is that they're made land, and if you dig down a few feet you strike ooze and booze under the layer of dollars that their daddies dumped in on top. Of course, the only way to deal with a proposition of that sort is to drive 40-foot piles clear down to solid rock and then to lay railroad iron and cement till you've got something to build on. But a lot of women will go right ahead without any preliminaries and wonder what's the matter when the walls begin to crack and tumble about their ears. I never come across a case of this sort without thinking of Jack Carter, whose father died about 10 years ago and left Jack $1 million, and left me as trustee of both until Jack reached his 25th birthday. I didn't relish the job particularly, because Jack was one of these Charlotte Russe boys, all whipped cream and sponge cake and high-priced flavoring extracts, without any filling qualities. There wasn't any special harm in him, but there wasn't any special good, either, and I always feel that there's more hope for a fellow who's an out-and-out cuss than for one who's simply made up of a lot of little trifling meannesses. Jack wore mighty warm clothes and mighty hot vests, and the girls all said that he was a perfect dream, but I've never been one who could get a great deal of satisfaction out of dreams. It's mighty seldom that I do an exhibition mile, but the winter after I inherited Jack, he was 23 years old then, your ma kept after me so strong that I finally put on my fancy harness and let her trot me around to a meet at the Ralstons one evening. Of course, I was in the Percheron class, and so I just stood around with a lot of heavy old draft horses, who ought to have been resting up in their stalls, and watched the 3-year-olds prance and cavort round the ring. Jack was among them, of course, dancing with the youngest Churchill girl, and holding her a little tighter, I thought, than was necessary to keep her from falling. Had both ends working at once, never missed a stitch with his heels and was turning out a steady stream of fancy work with his mouth. And all the time he was looking at that girl as intent and eager as a Scotch terrier at a rat hole. I happened just then to be pinned into a corner with 2 or 3 women who couldn't escape, Edith Curzon, a great big brunette whom I knew Jack had been pretty soft on, and little Mabel Moore, a nice roly-poly blonde, and it didn't take me long to see that they were watching Jack with a hair-pulling itch in their fingertips. In fact, it looked to me as if the young scamp was a good deal more popular than the facts about him, as I knew them, warranted him in being. I slipped out early, but next evening, when I was sitting in my little smoking room, Jack came charging in, and, without any sparring for an opening, burst out with, "Isn't she a stunner, Mr. Graham?" I allowed that Miss Curzon was something on the stun. "Miss Curzon, indeed," he sniffed. "She's well enough in a big, black way, but Miss Churchill, and he began to paw the air for adjectives. But how was I to know that you meant Miss Churchill? I answered. It's just a fortnight now since you told me that Miss Curzon was a goddess, and that she was going to reign in your life and make it a heaven, or something of that sort. I forget just the words, but they were mighty beautiful thoughts, and did you credit? Don't remind me of it, Jack groaned. It makes me sick every time I think what an ass I've been. I allowed that I felt a little nausea myself, but I told him that this time, at least, he'd shown some sense, that Miss Churchill was a mighty pretty girl and rich enough so that her liking him didn't prove anything worse against her than bad judgment, and that the thing for him to do was to quit his foolishness, propose to her, and dance the heel, toe, and a 1, 2, 3 with her for the rest of his natural days. Jack hemmed and hawked a little over this, but finally he came out with it. That's the deuce of it, says he. I'm in a beastly mess. I want to marry her, she's the only girl in the world for me, the only one I've ever really loved, and I've proposed, that is, I want to propose to her, but I'm engaged to Edith Curzon on the quiet. I reckon you'll marry her, then, I said, because she strikes me as a young woman who's not going to lose $1 million without putting a tracer after it. And that's not the worst of it, Jack went on. Not the worst of it. What do you mean? You haven't married her on the quiet, too, have you? No, but there's Mabel Moore, you know. I didn't know, but I guessed. You haven't been such a double-barreled donkey as to give her an option on yourself, too? No, but I've said things to her which she may have misconstrued, if she's inclined to be literal. You bet she is, I answered. I never saw a nice, fat, blonde girl who took $1 million offer as a practical joke. What is it you've said to her? I love you, darling, or something about as foxy and noncommittal. Not that at all, but she may have stretched what I said to mean that. Well, sir, I just laid into that fellow when I heard that, though I could see that he didn't think it was refined of me. He'd never made it any secret that he thought me a pretty coarse old man, and his face showed me now that I was jarring his delicate works. I suppose I have been indiscreet, he said, but I must say I expected something different from you, after coming out this way and owning up. Of course, if you don't care to help me. I cut him short there. I've got to help you. But I want you to tell me the truth. How have you managed to keep this Curzon girl from announcing her engagement to you? Well, and there was a scared grin on Jack's face now, I told her that you, as trustee under father's will, had certain unpleasant powers over my money, in fact, that most of it would revert to Sis if I married against your wishes, and that you disliked her, and that she must work herself into your good graces before we could think of announcing our engagement. I saw right off that he had told Mabel Moore the same thing, and that was why those two girls had been so blamed polite to me the night before. So I rounded on him sudden. You're engaged to that Miss Moore, too, aren't you? I'm afraid so. Why didn't you come out like a man and say so at first? I couldn't, Mr. Graham. Some ways it seemed like piling it up so, and you take such a cold-blooded, unsympathetic view of these things. Perhaps I do, yes, I'm afraid I do. How far are you committed to Miss Churchill? Jack cheered right up. I'm all right there, at least. She hasn't answered. Then you've asked? Why, so I have, at least she may take it for something like asking. But I don't care, I want to be committed there, I can't live without her, she's the only. I saw that he was beginning to foam up again, so I shut him off straight at the spigot. Told him to save it till after the ceremony. Set him down to my desk, and dictated 2 letters, one to Edith Curzon and the other to Mabel Moore, and made him sign and seal them, then and there. He twisted and squirmed and tried to wiggle off the hook, but I wouldn't give him any slack. Made him come right out and say that he was a yellow pup, that he had made a mistake, and that the stuff was all off, though I worded it a little different from that. Slung in some fancy words and high-toned phrases. You see, I had made up my mind that the best of a bad matter was the Churchill girl, and I didn't propose to have her commit herself, too, until I'd sort of cleared away the wreckage. Then I reckoned on copper riveting their engagement by announcing it myself and standing over Jack with a shotgun to see that there wasn't any more nonsense. They were both so light-headed and light-waisted and light-footed that it seemed to me that they were just naturally mates. Jack reached for those letters when they were addressed and started to put them in his pocket, but I had reached first. I reckon he'd decided that something might happen to them on their way to the post office, but nothing did, for I called in the butler and made him go right out and mail them then and there. I'd had the letters dated from my house, and I made Jack spend the night there. I reckoned it might be as well to keep him within reaching distance for the next day or two. He showed up at breakfast in the morning looking like a calf on the way to the killing pens, and I could see that his thoughts were mighty busy following the postman who was delivering those letters. I tried to cheer him up by reading some little odds and ends from the morning paper about other people's troubles, but they didn't seem to interest him. They must just about have received them, he finally groaned into his coffee cup. Why did I send them? What will those girls think of me? They'll cut me dead, never speak to me again. The butler came in before I could tell him that this was about what we'd calculated on their doing, and said, "Beg pardon, sir, but there's a lady asking for you at the telephone." "A lady?" says Jack. "Tell her I'm not here. Talk to one of those girls, even from a safe distance." He guessed not. He turned as pale as a hog on ice at the thought of it. "I'm sorry, sir," said the man, "but I've already said that you were breakfasting here." She said it was very important. I could see that Jack's curiosity was already getting the best of his scare. After all, he threw out, "Feeling me, it might be best to hear what she had to say." I thought so, too, and he went to the instrument and shouted hello. In what he tried to make a big, brave voice, but it wobbled a little all the same. I got the other end of the conversation from him when he was through. "Hello. Is that you, Jack?" chirped the Curzon girl. "Yes. Who is that?" "Edith," came back. "I have your letter, but I can't make out what it's all about. Come this afternoon and tell me, for we're still good friends, aren't we, Jack?" "Yes, certainly," stammered Jack. "And you'll come?" "Yes," he answered, and cut her off. He had hardly recovered from this shock when a messenger boy came with a note, addressed in a woman's writing. "Now for it," he said, and breaking the seal read. "Jack dear, your horrid note doesn't say anything, nor explain anything. Come this afternoon and tell what it means too. Mabel." "Here's a go," exclaimed Jack, but he looked pleased in a sort of sneaking way. "What do you think of it, Mr. Graham?" "I don't like it." "Think they intend to cut up?" he asked. "Like a sausage machine, and yet I don't see how they can stand for you after that letter." "Well, shall I go?" "Yes, in fact I suppose you must go, but Jack, be a man. Tell 'em plain and straight that you don't love 'em as you should to marry 'em. Say you saw your old girl a few days ago and found you loved her still, or something from the same trough, and stick to it. Take what you deserve. If they hold you up to the bull ring, the only thing you can do is to propose to take the whole bunch to Utah, and let 'em share and share alike. That'll settle it. Be firm as a rock, sir." I made Jack come downtown and lunch with me, but when I started him off, about 2 o'clock, he looked so like a cat padding up the backstairs to where she knows there's a little canary meat, scared, but happy, that I said once more, "Now be firm, Jack." "Firm's the word, sir," was the resolute answer. "And unyielding. As the old guard." And Jack puffed himself out till he was as chesty as a pigeon on a barn roof, and swung off down the street looking mighty fine and manly from the rear. I never really got the straight of it, but I pieced together these particulars later. At the corner there was a flower store. Jack stepped inside and sent a box of roses by special messenger to Miss Curzon, so there might be something to start conversation when he got there. 2 blocks farther on he passed a second florist's, turned back and sent some lilies to Miss Moore, for fear she might think he'd forgotten her during the hour or more before he could work around to her house. Then he chased about and found a third florist, from whom he ordered some violets for Miss Churchill, to remind her that she had promised him the first dance at the Blairs that night. Your ma told me that Jack had nice instincts about these little things which women like, and always put a good deal of heavy thought into selecting his flowers for them. It's been my experience that a critter who has instincts instead of sense belongs in the bushes with the dicky birds. No one ever knew just what happened to Jack during the next 3 hours. He showed up at his club about 5 o'clock with a mighty conceited set to his jaw, but it dropped as if the spring had broken when he caught sight of me waiting for him in the reading room. "You here?" he asked as he threw himself into a chair. "You bet," I said. "I wanted to hear how you made out. You settled the whole business, I take it?" But I knew mighty well from his looks that he hadn't settled anything. Not exactly, that is to say, entirely, but I've made a very satisfactory beginning. Began it all over again, I suppose. This hit so near the truth that Jack jumped, in spite of himself, and then he burst out with a really swear. "I couldn't have been more surprised if your ma had cussed. Damn it, sir, I won't stand any more of your confounded meddling. Those letters were a piece of outrageous brutality. I'm breaking off with the girls, but I've gone about it in a gentler and, I hope, more dignified way. Jack, I don't believe any such stuff and guff. You're tied up to them harder and tighter than ever." I could see I'd made a bull's eye, for Jack began to bluster, but I cut him short with, "Go to the devil your own way," and walked out of the club. I reckon that Jack felt mighty disturbed for as much as an hour, but a good dinner took the creases out of his system. He'd found that Miss Moore didn't intend to go to the Blairs, and that Miss Curzon had planned to go to a dance with her sister somewheres else, so he calculated on having a clear track for a trial spin with Miss Churchill. I surprised your ma a good deal that evening by allowing that I'd go to the Blairs myself, for it looked to me as if the finals might be trotted there, and I thought I'd better be around, Because, while I didn't see much chance of getting any sense into Jack's head, I felt I ought to do what I could on my friendship account with his father. Jack was talking to Miss Churchill when I came into the room, and he was tending to business so strictly that he didn't see me bearing down on him from one side of the room, nor Edith Curzon's sister, Mrs. Dick, a mighty capable young married woman, bearing down on him from the other, nor Miss Curzon, with one of his roses in her hair, watching him from a corner. There must have been a council of war between the sisters that afternoon, and a change of their plans for the evening. Mrs. Dick beat me stalking Jack, but I was just behind, a close second. He didn't see her until she got right up to him and rapped him on the arm with her fan. "Dear Jack," she says, all smiles and sugar, "Dear Jack, I've just heard. Edith has told me, though I'd suspected something for a long, long time, you rogue," and she fetched him another kittenish clip with the fan. Jack looked about the way I once saw old Miss Curley, the president of the Good Templars back in our town in Missouri, look at a party when she half swallowed a spoonful of her ice cream before she discovered that it was flavored with liquor. But he stammered something and hurried Miss Churchill away, though not before a fellow who was going by had wrung his hand and said, "Congratulations, old chap. Just heard the news." Jack's only idea seemed to travel, and to travel far and fast, and he dragged his partner along to the other end of the room, while I followed the band. We had almost gone the length of the course, when Jack, who had been staring ahead mighty hard, shied and balked, for there, not 10 feet away, stood Miss Moore, carrying his lilies, and blushing and smiling at something young Blakely was saying to her. I reckon Jack guessed what that something was, but just then Blakely caught sight of him and rushed up to where he was standing. "I congratulate you, Jack," he said. "Miss Moore's a charming girl." And now Miss Churchill slipped her hand from his arm and turned and looked at Jack. Her lips were laughing, but there was something in her eye which made Jack turn his own away. "Oh, you lucky Jack," she laughed. "You twice lucky Jack." Jack simply curled up. "Wretched mistake somewhere," he mumbled. "Awfully hot here, get you a glass of water," and he rushed off. He dodged around Miss Moore, and made a flank movement which got him by Miss Curzon and safely to the door. He kept on, I followed. I had to go to New York on business next day. Jack had already gone there, bought a ticket for Europe, and was just loafing around the pier trying to hurry the steamer off. I went down to see him start, and he looked so miserable that I'd have felt sorry for him if I hadn't seen him look miserable before. "Is it generally known, sir, do you think?" he asked me humbly. "Can't you hush it up somehow?" "Hush it up. You might as well say shoo. To the limited and expect it to stop for you. Mr. Graham, I'm simply heartbroken over it all. I know I shall never reach Liverpool. I'll go mad on the voyage across, and throw myself overboard. I'm too delicately strung to stand a thing of this sort. Delicate rats. You haven't nerve enough not to stand it," I said. "Brace up and be a man, and let this be a lesson to you. Goodbye." Jack took my hand sort of mechanically and looked at me without seeing me, for his grief-dimmed eyes, in straying along the deck, had lit on that pretty little southern baggage, Fanny Fairfax. And as I started off he was leaning over her in the same old way, looking into her brown eyes as if he saw a full-course dinner there. "Think of your being on board," I heard him say. "I'm the luckiest fellow alive, by Jove, I am." I gave Jack up, and an ex-grass widow is keeping him in order now. I don't go much on grass widows, but I give her credit for doing a pretty good job. She's got Jack so tame that he eats out of her hand, and so well trained that he don't allow strangers to pet him. I inherited one Jack, I couldn't help that. But I don't propose to wake up and find another one in the family. So you write me what's what by return. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 19. Son. Barrépont tells the governor what's what about Helen Heath and cites an example of matrimonial felicity secured by peculiar methods pursued by the husband. Chicago, November 7, 1890-something. Dear Father. You want to know who's Helen Heath and what's what about her? Well, sir, I can tell you right off the reel that she's the dearest girl on earth, and that she has promised to be my life antidote against the hog trade. She's the daughter of old General Heath, who hasn't a red cent to his name, and she hasn't a prospect in the world other than that of being your daughter-in-law, which is about as near to a settled fact as anything this side of heaven. That's who she is and that's what's what. But what she is, I can't begin to tell you, and I don't believe you'd care to read it if I did. I find that a year and a half in Graham and Company has sadly dulled my once radiant and classic vocabulary, and that the things I want to say about Helen keep getting tainted with the aroma of the trying out vats and the smell of gloomy, grey sausages. It's no use, Father, love and pork packing never did go together and never will. And you probably know without my telling you one article of food that will never appear on my Helen's table. But of course you do not need any rhapsody from me, for you know Helen already, and you admit that she's a peach, which is a pretty extreme thing for a man of your strength of mind to do. You say she treated you like a father on the voyage home. She had her cue, and I'm glad to find that our little game worked. Of course I wrote to London, where she has been staying for a month or two, giving her a tip on the steamer you were to take. I knew that if I broached the subject of Helen to you in the regular, orthodox way, you would fly into a tantrum and swear that no son of yours should ever marry the daughter of a penniless old lush like the General, no matter how sweet and worthy she herself might be. So I told Helen to get next you in a casual way, sparing no sugar in the process. From what you say, I should think she had used molasses instead, and if a man could reasonably be jealous of his own father, you'd certainly be the Cassio of our little play. Your observation that love in a flat with 50 a week isn't very bad, is interesting and no doubt true, but it's open to correction. Suppose we amend it by substituting the word 75 for 50, and then pass it without a dissenting vote. And the House gives notice that the Governor need not object, because we shall certainly pass the bill over his head if he does. Of course, as you say, a wife doubles a man's expenses, but she doesn't begin to increase them as a best girl does. I think that's why a good many men marry young, especially those with a provident streak in them. They want to get to saving money as soon as possible. Flowers and candy and books and theaters and carriages and suppers are pretty apt to average more than rent, frugal board and modest clothes. Of course, my wife is going to look decent, but there are a few things around which I'm going to draw a good strong line. I shall lay down the proposition that a woman's hat ought not to cost more than 4 times what I pay for mine, which lasts a good deal longer. However, I believe Helen has a knack toward millinery which it will be well to encourage. If you tell your wife she's artistic, she'll work her fingers off to prove it to you. I have some very decided ideas on the conduct of the matrimonial partnership, and I propose to see that they are carried into effect. I do not mean to be a martinet, but I've kept my eyes open at home and abroad, especially at home, and I think I can say without egotism that I know a thing or two about married life. There is always an easy way for a man to be master in his own house. Although Dame Nature has not given me the same physical handicap as Homer Aristotle Eaton, the stockbroker, I fancy there is a good tip in his methods of home rule. Eaton, as you know, is a very little man, and, by one of the freaks of Cupid, he is married to a particularly fine specimen of the genus Amazon. Indeed, when they go out driving together, their outfit looks like one of those newspaper puzzle pictures, Find the Missing Man, you know. But although Mrs. E. is a masterful sort of woman, whose look would seem enough to annihilate the remaining 16th of their domestic unit, it is common knowledge that Homer Aristotle Eaton is the boss of his family ward. I used to think that this might be awe of the portentous name with which his parents cursed him, but his junior partner, Giles Corey, let the Angora out of the suitcase the other night at a heart party, one of those affairs where hearts are the souvenirs and the play is to get as few of them as possible. Yes, said Giles, in a pause for refreshments, Eaton's high card in his deck. He's pretty fussy and wants things his own way. And he's had them so for his 11 years of married life. With that queenly woman, cried one of the party. She could annihilate him with a look, said another. Ah, that's just it, was Giles' reply. He don't give her a chance. You see, fellows, it's this way. The first time, years ago, that there was a difference between them, Eaton dropped the subject and came downtown. 2 or 3 hours later he called Mrs. E. on the phone. He was in the booth fully 3/4 of an hour, and when he came out his face was as red as a boiled lobster. But, as I happen to know, he won his point. It was about inviting a certain man and his wife to dinner. Mrs. Eaton objected because they were not in her set. Eaton wanted them because the man was nibbling at his bait and a big deal. They went to the dinner. As there were several married men in the gathering, Corey was bombarded with questions as to his partner's secret. At last he said, "Well, I'll tell you, if you'll never quote me as your authority. As you, father, can be depended upon for secrecy, I am not violating confidence." "You see," said Corey, "Homer has a big bass voice and he could argue the Sphinx out of the sand or a New Yorker out of his conceit. The combination of voice and argument is irresistible, through the telephone, and Mrs. Eaton always wilts when he's held the line for a few minutes. Meek as Moses at home, he's a tyrant over his private wire. I honestly think that he has Mrs. E hypnotized and that the sound of his ring puts her in a receptive mood. Homer confessed as much to me one day when he said, 'Giles, my boy, the puny little man with a bass voice finds his best friend in the telephone.' Although I am not in the lightweight class, and favor in voice gene rather than Edward de Risk, I think I can see a valuable suggestion in the Homer Aristotle Eaton method. An argument conducted from a distance certainly cannot end in woman's last resource and most potent argument, tears. I trust you will not fancy that I anticipate any domestic infelicity. I am only following your rule of being well prepared for all emergencies. I certainly intend to be a kind, loving, and, within my rights, pliable husband. Helen is a sweet-natured girl, but I don't expect her to be all sugar cane and molasses. She'll scarcely equal in complacence the wife of a few very unhappy years, who, when her friends advised her to leave the husband who neglected and abused her, stood up in his defense and insisted that he was far kinder than they thought. Why, she said, it was only a few months ago that he celebrated the anniversary of our marriage, our wooden wedding. This was too much for her sister, who had spent several weeks with her at the time, to stand. Wooden wedding, indeed. She cried, the only wooden wedding you had was when your brute of a husband came home and knocked you down with a chair. It is surprising what a different thing the world becomes when a fellow is in love. I don't want to be a silly ass just because the prettiest, dearest girl on the footstool said yes instead of the no I really deserved, but I must tell somebody how happy I am. If I had money enough and was a sort of czar at whom people couldn't laugh without arrest for lèse majesté, I'd have all the church bells rung, fire salutes on the lakefront and send up balloons with Helen's name on 'em in 27-foot letters. Until I met Helen Heath I thought I should never marry. In fact, I considered myself immune. But I hadn't seen her 3 times before she had me under her thumb, and the minute a girl has a fellow there, he, strangely enough, wants her hand. And I'm to have it and her heart with it, and she, well, she's to have me and the 50 per that you dole out to me. Occasionally I have the blues, declare that I'm not fit for her and feel as I felt on the road when I finally buncoed some confiding grocer to order a bill of our goods. I'm in a pretty tough dilemma, anyway, and unless you help me out I'll have difficulty in keeping my footing. When a fellow's head over heels in love and up to his ears in debt, it's certainly time for somebody to throw him a life preserver. You, my dear father, can knock the cork jackets off all the Coast Guards in the service in this particular branch of the life-saving business, by just getting your fountain pen busy over a checkbook. And how you would be repaid. We, and ours, would bless you far down the thundering ages. Think it over and cut your Boston visit short. I'm afraid for you in the hub, anyway. You are very likely to get into trouble. Do you know, for instance, that it is believed by the best Boston families that capital punishment is a very light penalty for committing a solecism? Pray be careful. I do not wish to inherit through a tragedy. You will find me more serious than I used to be. Perhaps this is due in part to my realization of the responsibility that I am about to assume in the way of a father-in-law. General Heath is very friendly, indeed, I may say that we are on a very intimate understanding. I have already grown to know him so well that I am usually able to anticipate his wishes, that is, when I have the price. I confess it is hard work to affect an interest in the story of the only battle in which he appears to have participated, on hearing it for the 14th time. But every rose has its thorn, and Helen Heath has the general. I have a friend or two at Washington, and, as you have several more, perhaps between us we shall be able to prove to him that republics are not always ungrateful. I think a South American or Pacific Island consulate would express the nation's gratitude with agreeable significance. When I put a plain gold ring under the diamond that I gave Helen, and which, I regret to say, is not yet paid for, I do not propose to marry her distinguished but slightly disheveled pater. The constant recital of that battle story might not destroy domestic felicity, but it would certainly give it an unsettled feeling. You might send him on the road if the government proves unmindful of its debt to him. He is fond of traveling, and he could scarcely sell less goods than I did. Of course, I'm glad you think Helen pretty and nice, but now that you know my intentions I shall rely upon your sense of good taste and the fitness of things to moderate your raptures. I agree with you that there is nothing in the theory that 2 can live cheaper than 1. I wouldn't have one, that is, the one, live on what I have been receiving since I accepted a position with your house. I intend that my wife shall feel that she is the real thing. While there are many signs to prove that Helen is not extravagant, thanks to the general, she's had no practice, she must not be pointed out on the street as your daughter-in-law and comments made in this vein. How can that rich John Graham let her dress like that or live so? You will not allow that, I know, for, with all your abstruse theories about economy and self-help, you'll appreciate that it is due to you to see to it that your only daughter is a credit to you. It would be a pretty bad advertisement for the business to have a dowdy daughter-in-law living in a dowdy neighborhood, now wouldn't it? And if we must be identified with the pork industry, there should be compensation. But we can discuss these things better when we are face to face. Your enamored son. Paraponte. P.S. I'm so happy and at peace with all the world that if I thought it would please him I'd invite Milligan to be my best man. Number 20. Father. From John Graham, at the Boston House of Graham and Company, to his son, Paraponte, at the Union Stockyards in Chicago. Mr. Paraponte has told the old man what's what and received a limited blessing. Boston, November 11th, 1890-something. Dear Paraponte, if that's what, it's all right. And you can't get married too quick to suit the old man. I believe in short engagements and long marriages. I don't see any sense in a fellow sitting around on the mourner's bench with the sinners, after he's really got religion. The time to size up the other side's strength is before the engagement. Some fellows propose to a girl before they know whether her front and her back hair match, and then holler that they're stuck when they find that she's got a cork leg and a glass eye as well. I haven't any sympathy with them. They start out on the principle that married people have only one meal a day, and that of fried oysters and tutti frutti ice cream after the theater. Naturally, a girl's got her better nature and her best complexion along under those circumstances, but the really valuable thing to know is how she approaches ham and eggs at 7 a.m., and whether she brings her complexion with her to the breakfast table. And these fellows make a girl believe that they're going to spend all the time between 8 and 11 p.m., for the rest of their lives, holding 140 pounds, live weight, in their lap, and saying that it feels like a feather. The thing to find out is whether, when one of them gets up to holding a 10-pound baby in his arms, for 5 minutes, he's going to carry on as if it weighed a ton. A girl can usually catch a whisper to the effect that she's the showiest goods on the shelf, but the vital thing for a fellow to know is whether her ears are sharp enough to hear him when he shouts that she's spending too much money and that she must reduce expenses. Of course, when you're patting and petting and feeding a woman, she's going to purr, but there's nothing like stirring her up a little now and then to see if she spits fire and heaves things when she's mad. I want to say right here that there's only one thing more aggravating in this world than a woman who gets noisy when she's mad, and that's one who gets quiet. The first breaks her spell of temper with the crockery, but the second simmers along like a freight engine on the track beside your berth, keeps you scared and ready to jump for fear she's going to blow off any minute, but she never does and gets it over with, just drizzles it out. You can punch your brother when he plays the martyr, but you've got to love your wife. A violent woman drives a fellow to drink, but a nagging one drives him crazy. She takes his faults and ties them to him like a tin can to a yellow dog's tail, and the harder he runs to get away from them, the more he hears of them. I simply mention these things in a general way, and in the spirit of the preacher at the funeral of the man who wasn't a professor, because it's customary to make a few appropriate remarks on these occasions. From what I saw of Helen Heath, I reckon she's not getting any the best of it. She's what I call a mighty eligible young woman, pretty, bright, sensible, and without any fortune to make her foolish and you a fool. In fact, you'd have to sit up nights to make yourself good enough for her, even if you brought her $1 million, instead of 50 a week. I'm a great believer in women in the home, but I don't take much stock in them in the office, though I reckon I'm prejudiced and they've come to stay. I never do business with a woman that I don't think of a little incident which happened when I was first married to your ma. We set up housekeeping in one of those cottages that you read about in the storybooks, but that you want to shy away from, when it's put up to you to live in one of them. There were nice climbing roses on the front porch, but no running water in the kitchen. There were plenty of old-fashioned posies in the front yard, and plenty of rats in the cellar. There was half an acre of ground out back, but so little room inside that I had to sit with my feet out a window. It was just the place to go for a picnic, but it's been my experience that a fellow does most of his picnicking before he's married. Your ma did the cooking, and I hustled for things to cook, though I would take a shy at it myself once in a while and get up my muscle tossing flapjacks. It was pretty rough sailing, you bet, but one way and another we managed to get a good deal of satisfaction out of it, because we had made up our minds to take our fun as we went along. With most people, happiness is something that is always just a day off. But I have made it a rule never to put off being happy till tomorrow. Don't accept notes for happiness, because you'll find that when they're due they're never paid, but just renewed for another 30 days. I was clerking in a general store at that time, but I had a little weakness for livestock, even then, and while I couldn't afford to plunge in it exactly, I managed to buy a likely little shoat that I reckoned on carrying through the summer on credit and presenting with a bill for board in the fall. He was just a plain pig when he came to us, and we kept him in a little sty, but we weren't long in finding out that he wasn't any ordinary root and grunt pig. The first I knew your ma was calling him Toby, and had turned him loose. Answered to his name like a dog. Never saw such a sociable pig. Wanted to sit on the porch with us. Tried to come into the house evenings. Used to run down the road squealing for joy when he saw me coming home from work. Well, it got on towards November and Toby had been making the most of his opportunities. I never saw a pig that turned corn into fat so fast, and the stouter he got the better his disposition grew. I reckon I was attached to him myself, in a sort of a sneaking way, but I was mighty fond of hog meat, too, and we needed Toby in the kitchen. So I sent around and had him butchered. When I got home to dinner next day, I noticed that your ma looked mighty solemn as she set the roast of pork down in front of me, but I strayed off, thinking of something else, as I carved, and my wits were awful gathering sure enough when I said, "Will you have a piece of Toby, my dear?" Well, sir, she just looked at me for a moment, and then she burst out crying and ran away from the table. But when I went after her and asked her what was the matter, she stopped crying and was mad in a minute all the way through. Called me a heartless, cruel cannibal. That seemed to relieve her so that she got over her mad and began to cry again. Begged me to take Toby out of pickle and to bury him in the garden. I reasoned with her, and in the end I made her see that any obsequies for Toby, with pork at 8 cents a pound, would be a pretty expensive funeral for us. But first and last she had managed to take my appetite away so that I didn't want any roast pork for dinner or cold pork for supper. That night I took what was left of Toby to a storekeeper at the crossing, who I knew would be able to gaze on his hams without bursting into tears, and got a pretty fair price for him. I simply mentioned Toby in passing, as an example of why I believe women weren't cut out for business, at least for the pork packing business. I've had dealings with a good many of them, first and last, and it's been my experience that when they've got a weak case they add their sex to it and win, and that when they've got a strong case they subtract their sex from it and deal with you harder than a man. They're simply bound to win either way, and I don't like to play a game where I haven't any show. When a clerk makes a fool break, I don't want to beg his pardon for calling his attention to it, and I don't want him to blush and tremble and leak a little brine into a fancy pocket handkerchief. A little change is a mighty soothing thing, and I like a woman's ways too much at home to care very much for them at the office. Instead of hiring women, I try to hire their husbands, and then I usually have them both working for me. There's nothing like a woman at home to spur on a man at the office. A married man is worth more salary than a single one, because his wife makes him worth more. He's apt to go to bed a little sooner and to get up a little earlier, to go a little steadier and to work a little harder than the fellow who's got to amuse a different girl every night, and can't stay at home to do it. That's why I'm going to raise your salary to $75 a week the day you marry Helen, and that's why I'm going to quit writing these letters. I'm simply going to turn you over to her and let her keep you in order. I bet she'll do a better job than I have. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 20. Son. Parapon's philosophy on matrimony is somewhat colored by the fact that he is a Benedict, and it is evident that henceforth he will be too busy to write letters. Chicago, November 13, 1890-something. Dear Father. The $75 a week that you promised me and yours of the 11th inst. Are already mine, for there isn't any Helen Heath now. There is a Mrs. Parapont Graham, whose first name is Helen, and I guess you'll find her pretty nearly the same young woman who took you into camp so neatly on the voyage to New York. She reached Chicago 5 days ago, and her glowing reports about your subjugation, backed up by your promise to raise me to 75 on the day I married Helen Heath, decided us to plunge into the sea of matrimony before we stopped to find whether the water was cold or not. It wasn't, as it happened, but that's another affair. Our wedding was a quiet affair, and would have pleased you by its utter lack of ostentation. We took a carriage at Helen's house and drove to the home of old Dr. Ramage, the superannuated Methodist parson, who is glad to eke out his stipend by marrying and no questions asked. Somehow General Heath got wind of what was going forward, and he sent out a line of scouts to reconnoiter our movements. One of his men intersected our line at Clark Street, and an orderly was immediately dispatched on a streetcar to the general with the news in cipher. The gallant old commander mounted a hansom and proceeded on the double-quick to our temporary camp, otherwise the parlor of Dr. Ramage. He moved on us in good order, and charged our entrenchments just as the doctor was asking Helen if she would love, cherish and obey. He was in high good spirits. In fact, I should say that good spirits were high in him by the change in the atmosphere after he arrived, and he insisted that the ceremony be begun all over again, so that he shouldn't lose a single syllable. I am glad to find that the old boy is highly pleased by my alliance with his noble family. He cracked a joke to the effect that his side of the house had the blood and ours the pork, and that the combination would be irresistible, but I was too much absorbed in my own happiness just then to feel hurt. He wanted to know when you were coming home, as he had a very important business scheme to propose to you. If I were you, I'd let him have 10 or 15,000 for the sake of Helen, who is a dear girl, and takes after her mother. The going home to Ma was something of a trial, and if Helen hadn't been a mighty sensible girl, she'd have declined to stay in the house a single night. Ma cut up badly because there had been no bridesmaids nor wedding cake, and when I quoted your endorsement of a speedy marriage, she said you were an old fool, who, if you had stopped to think, would probably never have got married yourself. I couldn't just see where she complimented herself very much by that, but I didn't try to show her the errors of her logic just then. I just bucked up and gave her a tremendous steer about the romance that must be in her nature, although perhaps long dormant from the force of circumstances. This veiled allusion to you mollified Ma a good deal, and pretty soon she calmed down completely and asked us to come in and stay as long as we liked. We made a very merry little party after all. Ma sent out to a caterer's for a good spread and produced some champagne in some mysterious manner. I'd no idea there was any in the house. Pretty soon the general turned up and Ma was wonderfully cordial. She even brought him a bottle of your 1830 private stock, and the way stock went down would have tickled the bears on change half to death. The general was good enough to say, before we escorted him to his chamber, that your taste in such things was impeccable. That was his very word, impeccable, sir. I can't refrain from telling you that he made a deep impression on Ma, and I think if I were you I wouldn't linger in Boston too long. Do you know that your last letter, so full of philosophy as applied to matrimony, has set me to wondering what has made you such an expert on wives? You talk of nagging women, and sulky women, and violent women, quite as if by the book. Where your vast experience in such matters has come from I can't quite make out. At any rate I want it distinctly understood that it mustn't be taken as reflecting on Ma. Ma is now ace high with Mr. and Mrs. Pierrepont Graham, having proven herself a true thoroughbred. She has cleaned the house entirely of Graham food products, sending them all to the home for half-orphans, has hired a decent cook in place of your Scandinavian horror, and allows that she likes the smell of cigars in the drawing room. From this on, my vote is for Ma, no matter what office she may run for. I may mention in passing that Ma said a rather curious thing the other day, which you may be able to explain. I had made some foolish remark about getting a divorce because of something Helen had said, and Ma reproved me for it. I laughed and said to Helen, "Mother never could take a joke." This evidently displeased Ma, for she replied, "You seem to have forgotten, Pierrepont, that I married your father. Women are queer creatures, anyhow. You are everlastingly right, father, in what you say about the undesirability of having them in places of business." I took Helen to the packing house today, intending to show her through the establishment. But one glance at the luckless hogs traveling into dry salt at the rate of one a minute, as you once so poetically expressed it, drove all idea of further investigation out of her pretty head. She said she'd take for granted all the wonderful facts of sausage and lard, and proposed lunch at the Palmer House instead. So you see, my little experiment took some valuable time out of the house. Helen goes further than either of us in this distaste for women in business and says she doesn't think we ought to have girl typewriters. That was after she caught sight of mine, who isn't the worst ever, as you know. But, so far, I am pleased to state, the honeymoon has not waned an atom. We are keeping pretty close to the house, for what a shock it would be to society if they knew we had been married without hustling off on a wedding tour. The bridal trip business has always struck me as nonsensical. The way people act after the minister gives the word, you would think that they hated the place where they determined upon the irrevocable step. After you get home and certain matters are adjusted, I think I would like to go to Europe. You see, Helen has been there and no man likes to be at a disadvantage with his wife. You may feel more friendly towards this foreign tour when I tell you that since Helen forsook her native heath she has become very confidential with me and has told me some of the particulars of her first meeting with you. I just naturally am pleased with the details, for it is extremely gratifying to a man to feel that his father corroborates his good taste in the selection of the girl of his choice. It is certainly most creditable to the largeness of your paternal heart that you should have paid her so much attention in the first few days out of Liverpool. It was a great courtesy for you to arrange her tray for her on deck and to relieve her of the necessity of feeing the stewards. Equally kind was your aid in adjusting her wrap on the windy afternoon that you sat alone with her in the lee of the smokestack. But it was unfortunate, was it not, that your forgetfulness in not withdrawing your arm from the back of her steamer chair was called to your attention by Helen's chance remark that she was acquainted with me? Mother has never been abroad, so I have not told her of your gallantry to your fellow passenger. She might not understand steamer conventions. Helen, perhaps, might mention the matter to her casually. If we go abroad, as I suggest to you, I will take special pains to destroy her entire recollection of the trip with you. Oh, by the way, it occurs to me to tell you that Cy Willoughby, the widower, not his brother Seth, has disinherited his son Arthur, because he married a typewriter. It was not because of the mésalliance, but it was because it was the father's typewriter that Arthur married. Possibly, when I think of Helen, I should have more than the dictates of filial affection as a reason for gratitude that Ma did not succumb a year ago last winter to pneumonia and the 6 doctors you insisted on having. As you so succinctly express it, Helen is not getting any the best of it in marrying me. Her pater may not be very much of a financial proposition, and more of a bottle than a battle-scarred warrior, but he can talk about his great-grandfather, and that's more than you care to do, I fancy. Blood may not amount to much, except in racehorses, but when you balance things up, by and large, neither of the two families need to take off their hats to the other. I'm glad Helen has a family whose pictures she's not afraid to show, for it sort of evens things up for our money. I note that I have omitted the why before our, but you will understand that it belongs there. I gather from your last letter that your curiosity is aroused as to how I proposed. I did it in person. It happened at a dance. I told Helen the other day that she really paved the way for my proposal, but I saw by the look on her face that it would not be safe to pursue the subject, so I turned it off with a jest. You will judge. When it came time to dance the cotillion she said she was tired, and that, anyway, she knew a better step than any that would be danced. So we went out into the hallway and she showed me the step, which was on the stairs, and we sat there till the cotillion was over. When we returned to the ballroom she had me guessing as to where I would get the engagement ring, for though love is blind, it's not stone blind, not if the stone is a diamond. As for what I said, well, I wouldn't repeat it, even if I remembered it. I guess I must have talked a lot of rot. I referred to it once in a casual way and Helen burst out laughing. I recall that she didn't laugh at the time. She probably realized that laughter is apt to scare away fish. I am very happy, for I have discovered that your daughter-in-law is not perfect, and that makes the inequality between us seem a trifle less. She cried yesterday, and said I was unkind, and all because when we were planning the house that I have decided you shall build for us, I suggested that she lay out the clothes closets and have the architect draw his plans around them. It is evident that repartee is not always appreciated in the family circle. I was interrupted yesterday by a call to settle a dispute between Helen and Ma, as to whether it is good form for a young married woman to invite lady friends who are strangers to her husband to call informally before they have been introduced to him. What could I do? I looked wise and said it was a grave point. I said I would consult the society editor of the Ladies' Home Journal and went out, ostensibly to send a wire to Bach. When I returned I found my wife in tears, second crop. She had read the concluding pages of this letter, justified her conduct by the observation that there should be no secrets between husband and wife. She takes exceptions to what I have written you about my proposal. I am finishing this letter downtown. I am now going to phone Helen to see if I can come home to dinner. Your Benedict's son. Paraponte. P.S. You need not consider it necessary to continue your advisory letters to me. I can see that I will receive all the advice I need from Mrs. Paraponte. Number 21. From John Graham, head of the House of Graham & Company, Pork Packers, in Chicago, familiarly known on 'change as Old Gorgon Graham, to his son, Paraponte, at the Union Stock Yards. The old man is laid up temporarily for repairs, and Paraponte has written asking if his father doesn't feel that he is qualified now to relieve him of some of the burden of active management. Carlsbad, October 4, 1890-something. Dear Paraponte, I'm sorry you ask so many questions that you haven't a right to ask, because you put yourself in the position of the inquisitive bullpup who started out to smell the third rail on the trolley right of way. You're going to be full of information in a minute. In the first place, it looks as if business might be pretty good this fall, and I'm afraid you'll have your hands so full in your place as assistant manager of the lard department that you won't have time to run my job, too. Then I don't propose to break any quick promotion records with you, just because you happen to be born into a job with the house. A fond father and a fool son hitch up into a bad team, and a good business makes a poor family carry-all. Out of business hours I like you better than any one at the office, but in them there are about 20 men ahead of you in my affections. The way for you to get first place is by racing fair and square, and not by using your old daddy as a springboard from which to jump over their heads. A man's son is entitled to a chance in his business, but not to a cinch. It's been my experience that when an office begins to look like a family tree, you'll find worms tucked away snug and cheerful in most of the apples. A fellow with an office full of relatives is like a sow with a litter of pigs, apt to get a little thin and peaked as the others fat up. A receiver is next of kin to a businessman's relatives, and after they are all nicely settled in the office they're not long in finding a job for him there, too. I want you to get this firmly fixed in your mind, because while you haven't many relatives to hire, if you ever get to be the head of the house, you'll no doubt marry a few with your wife. For every man that the Lord makes smart enough to help himself, He makes two who have to be helped. When your two come to you for jobs, pay them good salaries to keep out of the office. Blood is thicker than water, I know, but when it's the blood of your wife's second cousin out of a job, it's apt to be thicker than molasses, and stickier than glue when it touches a good thing. After you have found 99 sound reasons for hiring a man, it's all right to let his relationship to you be the 100th. It'll be the only bad reason in the bunch. I simply mention this in passing, because, as I have said, you ain't likely to be hiring men for a little while yet. But so long as the subject is up, I might as well add that when I retire it will be to the cemetery. And I should advise you to anchor me there with a pretty heavy monument, because it wouldn't take more than 2 such statements of manufacturing cost as I have just received from your department to bring me back from the graveyard to the stockyards on the jump. And until I do retire you don't want to play too far from first base. The man at the bat will always strike himself out quick enough if he has forgotten how to find the pitcher's curves, so you needn't worry about that. But you want to be ready all the time in case he should bat a few hot ones in your direction. Some men are like oak leaves, they don't know when they're dead, but still hang right on, and there are others who let go before anything has really touched them. Of course, I may be in the first class, but you can be dead sure that I don't propose to get into the second, Even though I know a lot of people say I'm an old hog to keep right along working after I've made more money than I know how to spend, and more than I could spend if I knew how. It's a mighty curious thing how many people think that if a man isn't spending his money their way he isn't spending it right, and that if he isn't enjoying himself according to their tastes he can't be having a good time. They believe that money ought to loaf, I believe that it ought to work. They believe that money ought to go to the races and drink champagne, I believe that it ought to go to the office and keep sober. When a man makes a specialty of knowing how some other fellow ought to spend his money, he usually thinks in millions and works for hundreds. There's only one poorer hand at figures than these over the left financiers, and he's the fellow who inherits the old man's dollars without his cents. When a fortune comes without calling, it's apt to leave without asking. Inheriting money is like being the second husband of a Chicago grass widow, mighty uncertain business, unless a fellow has had a heap of experience. There's no use explaining when I'm asked why I keep on working, because fellows who could put that question wouldn't understand the answer. You could take these men and soak their heads overnight in a pailful of ideas, and they wouldn't absorb anything but the few loose cuss words that you'd mixed in for flavoring. They think that the old boys have corralled all the chances and have tied up the youngsters where they can't get at them, when the truth is that if we all simply quit work and left them the whole range to graze over, they'd bray to have their fodder brought to them in bales, instead of starting out to hunt the raw material, as we had to. When an ass gets the run of the pasture he finds thistles. I don't mind owning up to you, though, that I don't hang on because I'm indispensable to the business, but because business is indispensable to me. I don't take much stock in this indispensable man idea, anyway. I've never had one working for me, and if I had I'd fire him, because a fellow who's as smart as that ought to be in business for himself, and if he doesn't get a chance to start a new one, he's just naturally going to eat up yours. Any man can feel reasonably well satisfied if he's sure that there's going to be a hole to look at when he's pulled up by the roots. I started business in a shanty, and I've expanded it into half a mile of factories. I began with 10 men working for me, and I'll quit with 10,000. I found the American hog in a mud puddle, without a beauty spot on him except the curl in his tail, and I'm leaving him nicely packed in fancy cans and cases, with gold medals hung all over him. But after I've gone some other fellow will come along and add a postgraduate course in pork packing, and make what I've done look like a country school just after the teacher's been licked. And I want you to be that fellow. For the present, I shall report at the office as usual, because I don't know any other place where I can get 10 hours fun a day, year in and year out. After 40 years of close acquaintance with it, I've found that work is kind to its friends and harsh to its enemies. It pays the fellow who dislikes it his exact wages, and they're generally pretty small, but it gives the man who shines up to it all the money he wants and throws in a heap of fun and satisfaction for good measure. A broad-gauged merchant is a good deal like our friend Doc Graver, who'd cut out the washerwoman's appendix for $5, but would charge $1,000 for showing me mine. He wants all the money that's coming to him, but he really doesn't give a cuss how much it is, just so he gets the appendix. I've never taken any special stock in this modern theory that no fellow over 40 should be given a job, or no man over 60 allowed to keep one. Of course, there's a deadline in business, just as there is in preaching, and 50's a good, convenient age at which to draw it, but it's been my experience that there are a lot of dead ones on both sides of it. When a man starts out to be a fool, and keeps on working steady at his trade, he usually isn't going to be any Solomon at 60. But just because you see a lot of bald-headed sinners lined up in the front row at the show, you don't want to get humorous with every bald-headed man you meet, because the first one you tackle may be a deacon. And because a fellow has failed once or twice, or a dozen times, you don't want to set him down as a failure, unless he takes failing too easy. No man's a failure till he's dead or loses his courage, and that's the same thing. Sometimes a fellow that's been batted all over the ring for 19 rounds lands on the solar plexus of the proposition he's tackling in the 20th. But you can have a regimen of good business qualities, and still fail without courage, because he's the colonel, and he won't stand for any weakening at a critical time. I learned a long while ago not to measure men with a foot rule, and not to hire them because they were young or old, or pretty or homely, though there are certain general rules you want to keep in mind. If you were spending $1 million a year without making money, and you hired a young man, he'd be apt to turn in and double your expenses to make the business show a profit, and he'd be a mighty good man. But if you hired an old man, he'd probably cut your expenses to the bone and show up the money saved on the profit side, and he'd be a mighty good man, too. I hire both and then set the young man to spending and the old man to watching expenses. Of course, the chances are that a man who hasn't got a good start at 40 hasn't got it in him, but you can't run a business on the law of averages and have more than an average business. Once an old fellow who's just missed everything he's sprung at gets his hooks in, he's a tiger to stay by the meat course. And I've picked up 2 or 3 of these old man-eaters in my time who are drawing pretty large salaries with the house right now. Whenever I hear any of this talk about carting off old fellows to the glue factory, I always think of Doc Hoover and the time they tried the dead line at 50 racket on him, though he was something over 80 when it happened. After I left Missouri, Doc stayed right along, year after year, in the old town, handing out hell to the sinners in public, on Sundays, and distributing cornmeal and side meat to them on the quiet, weekdays. He was a boss shepherd, you bet, and he didn't stand for any church rows or such like nonsense among his sheep. When one of them got into trouble, the Doc was always on hand with his crook to pull him out, but let an old ram try to start any stampede and follow the leader over the precipice foolishness, and he got the sharp end of the stick. There was one old billy goat in the church, a grocer named Deacon Wiggleford, who didn't really like the elder's way of preaching. Wanted him to soak the Amalekites in his sermons, and to leave the grocery business alone. Would holler amen when the parson got after the money changers in the temple, but would shut up and look sour when he took a crack at the short-weight prune sellers of the 19th century. Said he went to church to hear the simple gospel preached, and that may have been one of the reasons, but he didn't want it applied, because there wasn't any place where the Doc could lay it on without cutting him on the raw. The real trouble with the deacon was that he'd never really got grace, but only a pretty fair imitation. Well, one time after the deacon got back from his fall trip north to buy goods, he tried to worry the Doc by telling him that all the ministers in Chicago were preaching that there wasn't any superheated hereafter, but that each man lived through his share of hell right here on earth. Doc's face fell at first, but he cheered up mightily after nosing it over for a moment, and allowed it might be so, in fact, that he was sure it was so, as far as those fellows were concerned, they lived in Chicago. And next Sunday he preached hell so hot that the audience fairly sweat. He wound up his sermon by deploring the tendency to atheism which he had noticed among those merchants who had recently gone up with the caravans to Babylon for spices. This was just his high-toned way of describing Deacon Wiggleford's trip to Chicago in a day coach for groceries, and hoped that the goods which they had brought back were better than the theology. Of course, the old folks on the mourners' bench looked around to see how the deacon was taking it, and the youngsters back on the gigglers' bench tittered, and everybody was happy but the deacon. He began laying for the Doc right there. And without meaning to, it seems that I helped his little game along. Doc Hoover used to write me every now and then, allowing that hams were scarcer in Missouri and more plentiful in my packing house than they had any right to be, if the balance of trade was to be maintained. Said he had the demand and I had the supply, and he wanted to know what I was going to do about it. I always shipped back a tierce by fast freight, because I was afraid that if I tried to argue the point he'd come himself and take a carload. He made a specialty of seeing that everyone in town had enough food and enough religion, and he wasn't to be trifled with when he discovered a shortage of either. A mighty good salesman was lost when Doc got religion. Well, one day something more than 10 years ago he wrote in, threatening to make the usual raid on my smokehouse, and when I answered, advising him that the goods were shipped, I enclosed a little check and told him to spend it on a trip to the Holy Land which I'd seen advertised. He backed and filled over going at first, but finally the church took it out of his hands and arranged for a young fellow not long out of the theological seminary to fill the pulpit, and Doc put a couple of extra shirts in a grip and started off. I heard the rest of the story from C. Perkins next fall, when he brought on a couple of carloads of steers to Chicago, and tried to stick me half a cent more than the market for them on the strength of our having come from the same town. It seems that the young man who took Doc's place was one of these fellows with pink tea instead of red blood in his veins. Hadn't any opinions except your opinions until he met someone else. Preached pretty, fluffy little things, and used eau de cologne on his language. Never hit any nearer home than the unspeakable Turk, and then he was scared to death till he found out that the dark-skinned fellow under the gallery was an Armenian. The Armenian left the church anyway, because the unspeakable Turk hadn't been soaked hard enough to suit him, didn't preach much from the Bible, but talked on the cussedness of Robert Elsmere and the low-downness of Trilby. Was always wanting everybody to lead the higher life, without ever really letting on what it was, or at least so anyone could lay hold of it by the tail. In the end, I reckon he'd have worked around to Hoyle's games, just to call attention to their wickedness, of course. The pillars of the church, who'd been used to getting their religion raw from Doc Hoover, didn't take to the bottle kindly, and they all fell away except Deacon Wiggleford. He and the youngsters seemed to cotton to the new man, and just before Doc Hoover was due to get back they called a special meeting, and retired the old man with the title of Pastor Emeritus. They voted him 2 donation parties a year as long as he lived, and elected the higher lifer as the permanent pastor of the church. Deacon Wiggleford suggested the Pastor Emeritus extra. He didn't quite know what it meant, but he'd heard it in Chicago, and it sounded pretty good, and as if it ought to be a heap of satisfaction to a fellow who was being fired. Besides, it didn't cost anything, and the deacon was one of those Christians who think that you ought to be able to save a man's immortal soul for 2 bits. The pillars were mighty hot next day when they heard what had happened, and were for calling another special meeting, but 2 or 3 of them got together and decided that it was best to lay low and avoid a row until the Doc got back. He struck town the next week with a jugful of water from the River Jordan in one hand and a gripful of paperweights made of wood from the Mount of Olives in the other. He was chock full of the joy of having been away and of the happiness of getting back, till they told him about the deacon's goings-on, and then he went sort of grey and old, and sat for a minute all humped up. C. Perkins, who was one of the unregenerate, but a mighty good friend of the Doc's, was standing by, and he blurted right out, "You say the word, Doc, and we'll make the Young People's Society ride this rooster out of town on a rail." That seemed to wake up the elder a bit, for he shook his head and said, "No nonsense now, you see," and then, as he thought it over, he began to bristle and swell up, and when he stood it was to his full 6'4", and it was all man. You could see that he was boss of himself again, and when a man like old Doc Hoover is boss of himself he comes pretty near being boss of every one around him. He sent word to the higher lifer by one of the pillars that he reckoned he was counting on him to preach a farewell sermon the next Sunday, and the young man, who'd been keeping in the background till whatever was going to dropped, came around to welcome him in person. But while the Doc had been doing a heap of praying for grace, he didn't propose to take any chances, and he didn't see him. And he wouldn't talk to anyone else, just smiled in an aggravating way, though everybody except Deacon Wiggleford and the few youngsters who'd made the trouble called to remonstrate against his paying any attention to their foolishness. The whole town turned out the next Sunday to see the Doc step down. He sat beside the higher lifer on the platform, and behind them were the 6 deacons. When it came time to begin the services the higher lifer started to get up, but the Doc was already on his feet, and he whispered to him, "Set down, young man," and the young man sat. The Doc had a way of talking that didn't need a gun to back it up. The old man conducted the services right through, just as he always did, except that when he'd remembered in his prayer everyone in America and had worked around through Europe to Asia Minor, he lingered a trifle longer over the Turks than usual, and the list of things which he seemed to think they needed brought the Armenian back into the fold right then and there. By the time the Doc got around to preaching, Deacon Wiggleford was looking like a fellow who'd bought a gold brick, and the higher lifer like the brick. Everybody else felt and looked as if they were attending the Doc's funeral, and, as usual, the only really calm and composed member of the party was the corpse. "You will find the words of my text," Doc began, "in the revised version of the works of William Shakespeare, in the book, play, of Romeo and Juliet, Act 2, Scene 2, parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say good night till it be morrow," and while the audience was pulling itself together he laid out that text in 4 heads, each with 6 subheads. Began on partings, and went on a still hunt through history and religion for them. Made the audience part with Julius Caesar with regret, and had 'em sniffling at saying goodbye to Napoleon and Jeff Davis. Made 'em feel that they'd lost their friends and their money, and then foreclosed the mortgage on the old homestead in a "this is very sad but I need the money" tone. In fact, when he had finished with parting and was ready to begin on sweet sorrow, he had not only exhausted the subject, but left considerable of a deficit in it. They say that the hour he spent on sweet sorrow laid over anything that the town had ever seen for sadness. Put him through every stage of grief from the snuffles to the snorts. Doc always was a pretty noisy preacher, but he began work on that head with soft pedal tremolo stop preaching and wound up with a peroration like a steamboat explosion. Started with his illustrations dying of consumption and other peaceful diseases, and finished up with railroad wrecks. He'd been at it 2 hours when he got through burying the victims of his last illustration, and he was just ready to tackle his 3rd head with 6 subheads. But before he took the plunge he looked at his watch and glanced up sort of surprised. "I find," he said, "that we have consumed more time with these introductory remarks than I had intended. We would all, I know, like to say goodbye till tomorrow, did our dear young brother's plans permit, but alas! He leaves us on the 2:17. Such is life, today we are here, tomorrow we are in St. Louis, to which our young friend must return. Usually, I don't approve of traveling on the Sabbath, but in a case like this, where the reasons are very pressing, I will lay aside my scruples, and with a committee of deacons which I have appointed see our pastor emeritus safely off." The Doc then announced that he would preach a series of 6 Sunday night sermons on the 6 best-selling books of the month, and pronounce the benediction while the higher lifer and Deacon Wiggleford were trying to get the floor. But the committee of deacons had him by the coattails, and after listening to their soothing arguments the higher lifer decided to take the 2:17 as per schedule. When he saw the whole congregation crowding round the Doc, and the women crying over him and wanting to take him home to dinner, he understood that there'd been a mistake somewhere and that he was the mistake. Of course the Doc never really preached on the 6 best-selling books. That was the first and last time he ever found a text in anything but the Bible. C. Perkins wanted to have Deacon Wiggleford before the church on charges. Said he'd been told that this pastor emeritus business was Latin, and it smelt of popery to him, but the Doc wouldn't stand for any foolishness. Allowed that the special meeting was illegal, and that settled it, and he reckoned they could leave the deacon's case to the Lord. But just the same, The small boys used to worry Wiggleford considerably by going into his store and yelling, "Mother says she doesn't want any more of those Pastor Emeritus eggs," or, "She'll send it back if you give us any more of that Deadline butter." If the doc had laid down that Sunday, there'd probably have been a whole lot of talk and tears over his leaving, but in the end, the higher lifer or some other fellow would have had his job, and he'd have become one of those nice old men for whom everyone has a lot of respect but no special use. But he kept right on, owning his pulpit and preaching in it, until the great call was extended to him. I'm a good deal like the doc, willing to preach a farewell sermon whenever it seems really necessary, but some other fellows. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 22. From John Graham, at the Schweizerzenhof, Carlsbad, to his son, Pierrepont, at the Union Stockyards, Chicago. The head of the lard department has died suddenly, and Pierrepont has suggested to the old man that there is a silver lining to that cloud of sorrow. Carlsbad, October 20th, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, I've cabled the house that you will manage the lard department, or try to, until I get back, but beyond that I can't see. 4 weeks doesn't give you much time to prove that you are the best man in the shop for the place, but it gives you enough to prove that you ain't. You've got plenty of rope. If you know how to use it you can throw your steer and brand it. If you don't, I suppose I won't find much more than a grease spot where the lard department was, when I get back to the office. I'm hopeful, but I'm a good deal like the old deacon back in Missouri who thought that games of chance were sinful, and so only bet on sure things, and I'm not betting. Naturally, when a young fellow steps up into a big position, it breeds jealousy among those whom he's left behind and uneasiness among those to whom he's pulled himself up. Between them he's likely to be subjected to a lot of petty annoyances. But he's in the fix of a dog with fleas who's chasing a rabbit. If he stops to snap at the tickling on his tail, he's going to lose his game dinner. Even as temporary head of the lard department you're something of a pup, and where there's dog there's fleas. You've simply got to get used to them, and have sense enough to know that they're not eating you up when they're only nibbling a little at your hide. And you don't want to let anyone see that a flea bite can worry you, either. A pup that's squirming and wriggling and nosing around the seat of the trouble whenever one of his little friends gets busy, is kicked out into the cold, sad night in the end. But a wise dog lies before the fire with a droop in his ear and a dreamy look in his eyes until it gets to the point where he can't stand him any longer. Then he sneaks off under the dining room table and rolls them out into the carpet. There are 2 breeds of little things in business, those that you can't afford to miss and those that you can't afford to notice. The first are the details of your own work and those of the men under you. The second are the little tricks and traps that the envious set around you. A trick is always so low that a high stepper can walk right over it. When a fellow comes from the outside to an important position with a house he generally gets a breathing space while the old men spar around taking his measure and seeing if he sizes up to his job. They give him the benefit of the doubt, and if he shows up strong and shifty on his feet they're apt to let him alone. But there isn't any doubt in your case, everybody's got you sized up, or thinks he has, and those who've been over you will find it hard to accept you as an equal, and those who've been your equals will be slow to regard you as a superior. When you've been billed to a man, it comes awkward for him to call you Mr. He may do it to your face, but you're always Bill again when you've turned the corner. Of course, everybody's going to say you're an accident. Prove it. Show that you're a regular head-on collision when anything gets in your way. They're going to say that you've got a pull. Prove it, by taking up all the slack that they give you. Back away from controversy, but stand up stubborn as a mule to the fellow who's hunting trouble. I believe in ruling by love, all right, but it's been my experience that there are a lot of people in the world whom you've got to make understand that you're ready to heave a brick if they don't come when you call them. These men mistake kindness for weakness and courtesy for cowardice. Of course, it's the exception when a fellow of this breed can really hurt you, but the exception is the thing that you always want to keep your eye skinned for in business. When it's good growing weather and the average of the crop is 95, you should remember that old Satan may be down in Arizona cooking up a sizzler for the Corn Belt, or that off Cuba ways, where things get excited easy, something special in the line of tornadoes may be ghost dancing and making ready to come north to bust you into bits, if it catches you too far away from the cyclone cellar. When a boy's face shines with soap, look behind his ears. Up to this point you've been seeing business from the seat of the man who takes orders, now you're going to find out what sort of a snap the fellow who gives them has. You're not even exchanging one set of worries for another, because a good boss has to carry all his own and to share those of his men. He must see without spying, he must hear without sneaking, he must know without asking. It takes a pretty good guesser to be a boss. The first banana skin which a lot of fellows step on when they're put over other men is a desire to be too popular. Of course, it's a nice thing to have everyone stand up and cheer when your name is mentioned, but it's mighty seldom that happens to anyone till he's dead. You can buy a certain sort of popularity anywhere with soft soap and favors, but you can't buy respect with anything but justice, and that's the only popularity worth having. You'll find that this world is so small, and that most men in it think they're so big, that you can't step out in any direction without treading on somebody's corns, but unless you keep moving, the fellow who's in a hurry to get somewhere is going to fetch up on your bunion. Some men are going to dislike you because you're smooth, and others because you have a brutal way of telling the truth. You're going to repel some because they think you're cold, and others will cross the street when they see you coming because they think you slop over. One fellow won't like you because you've got curly hair, and another will size you up as a stiff because you're bald. Whatever line of conduct you adopt, you're bound to make some enemies, but so long as there's a choice, I want you to make yours by being straightforward and just. You'll have the satisfaction of knowing that every enemy you make by doing the square thing is a rascal at heart. Don't fear too much the enemy you make by saying no, nor trust too much the friend you make by saying yes. Speaking of being popular naturally calls to mind the case of a fellow from the north named Binder, who moved to our town when I was a boy, and allowed that he was going into the undertaking business. Absalom McGoffin, who had had all the post-mortem trade of the town for 40 years, was a queer old cuss, and he had some mighty aggravating ways. Never wanted to talk anything but business. Would buttonhole you on the street, and allow that, while he wasn't a doctor, he had had to cover up a good many of the doctor's mistakes in his time, and he didn't just like your symptoms. Said your looks reminded him of Bill Shorter, who went off sudden in the 50s, and was buried by the Masons with a brass band. Asked if you remembered Bill, and that peculiar pasty look about his skin. Naturally, this sort of thing didn't make Ab any too popular, and so Binder got a pretty warm welcome when he struck town. He started right out by saying that he didn't see any good reason why an undertaker should act as if he was the next of kin. Was always stopping people on the streets to tell them the latest, and yelling out the point in a horse laugh. Everybody allowed that jolly old Binder had the right idea, and that McGoffin might as well shut up shop. Everyone in town wanted to see him officiate at a funeral, and there was a lot of talk about encouraging new enterprises, but it didn't come to anything. No one appeared to have any public spirit. Seemed as if we'd never had a healthier spring than that one. Couldn't fetch a nigger, even. The most unpopular man in town, Miser Dosher, came down with pneumonia in December, and everyone went around saying how sad it was that there was no hope, and watching for Binder to start for the house. But in the end Dosher rallied and went back on the town, as C. Perkins put it. Then the Hoskins bustard crowds took a crack at each other one court day, but it was mighty poor shooting. Hem Hoskins did get a few buckshot in his leg, and that had to come off, but there were no complications. By this time Binder, though he still laughed and cracked his jokes, was beginning to get sort of discouraged. But C. Perkins used to go round and cheer him up by telling him that it was bound to come his way in the end, and that when it did come it would come with a rush. Then, all of a sudden, something happened. Yellow Jack dropped in from down New Orleans way, and half the people in town had it inside a week and the other half were so blamed scared that they thought they had it. But through it all Binder never once lost his merry, cheery ways. Luckily it was a mild attack and everybody got well, but it made it mighty easy for Doc Hoover to bring Sinner's Tinder conviction for a year to come. When it was all over Binder didn't have a friend in town. Leaked out little by little that as soon as one of the men who'd been cheering for jolly old Binder got Yellow Jack, the first thing he did was to make his wife swear that she'd have McGoffin do the planting. You see, that while a man may think it's all foolishness for an undertaker to go around solemn and sniffling, he'll be a little slow about hiring a fellow to officiate at his funeral who's apt to take a sense of humor to it. C. Perkins was the last one to get well, and the first time he was able to walk as far as the store he made a little speech. Wanted to know if we were going to let a Connecticut Yankee trifle with our holiest emotions. Thought he ought to be given a chance to crack his blank New England jokes in Hades. Allowed that the big locust in front of Binder's store made an ideal spot for a jolly little funeral. Of course C wasn't exactly consistent in this, but, as he used to say, it's the consistent men who keep the devil busy, because no one's ever really consistent except in his cussedness. It's been my experience that consistency is simply a steel hoop around a small mind, it keeps it from expanding. Well, C hadn't more than finished before the whole crowd was off whooping down the street toward Binder's. As soon as they got in range of the house they began shooting at the windows and yelling for him to come out if he was a man, but it appeared that Binder wasn't a man, leastways, he didn't come out, and investigation showed that he was streaking it back for Connecticut. I simply mention this little incident as an example of the fact that popularity is a mighty uncertain critter and a mighty unsafe one to hitch your wagon to. It'll eat all the oats you bring it, and then kick you as you're going out of the stall. It's happened pretty often in my time that I've seen a crowd pelt a man with mud, go away, and, returning a few months or a few years later, and finding him still in the same place, throw bouquets at him. But that, mark you, was because first and last he was standing in the right place. It's been my experience that there are more cases of hate at first sight than of love at first sight, and that neither of them is of any special consequence. You tend strictly to your job of treating your men square, without slopping over, and when you get into trouble there will be a little bunch to line up around you with their horns down to keep the wolves from cutting you out of the herd. Your affectionate father. John Graham. Number 23. From John Graham, at the Schweitzerksenhof, Carlsbad, to his son, Pierrepont, at the Union Stockyards, Chicago. A friend of the young man has just presented a letter of introduction to the old man, and has exchanged a large bunch of stories for a small roll of bills. Carlsbad, October 24, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, yesterday your old college friend, Clarence, blew in from Monte Carlo, where he had been spending a few days in the interests of science, and presented your letter of introduction. Said he still couldn't understand just how it happened, because he had figured it out by logarithms and trigonometry and differential calculus and a lot of other high-priced studies that he'd taken away from Harvard, and that it was a cinch on paper. Was so sure that he could have proved his theory right if he'd only had a little more money that it hardly seemed worthwhile to tell him that the only thing he could really prove with his system was old Professor Darwin's theory that men and monkeys began life in the same cage. It never struck me before, but I'll bet the professor got that idea while he was talking with some of his students. Personally, I don't know a great deal about gambling, because all I ever spent for information on the subject was $2.75 my fool horse broke in the stretch, and that was 40 years ago, but first and last I've heard a lot of men explain how it happened that they hadn't made a hog killing. Of course, there must be a winning end to gambling, but all that these men have been able to tell about is the losing end. And I gather from their experiences that when a fellow does a little gambling on the side, it's usually on the wrong side. The fact of the matter is, that the racehorse, the pharaoh tiger, and the poker kitty have bigger appetites than any healthy critter has a right to have, and after you've fed a tapeworm, there's mighty little left for you. Following the horses may be pleasant exercise at the start, but they're apt to lead you to the door of the poorhouse or the jail at the finish. To get back to Clarence, he took about an hour to dock his cargo of hard luck, and another to tell me how strange it was that there was no draft from his London bankers waiting to welcome him. Naturally, I haven't lived for 60 years among a lot of fellows who've been trying to drive a cold chisel between me and my bank account, without being able to smell a touch coming a long time before it overtakes me, and Clarence's intentions permeated his cheery conversation about as thoroughly as a fertilizer factory does a warm summer night. Of course, he gave me every opportunity to prove that I was a gentleman and to suggest delicately that I should be glad if he would let me act as his banker in this sudden emergency, but as I didn't show any signs of being a gentleman and a banker, he was finally forced to come out and ask me in coarse commercial words to lend him $100. Said it hurt him to have to do it on such short acquaintance, but I couldn't see that he was suffering any real pain. Frankly, I shouldn't have lent Clarence $1 on his looks or his story, for they both struck me as doubtful collateral, but so long as he had a letter from you, asking me to do anything in my power to oblige him, or to make his stay in Carlsbad pleasant, I let him have the money on your account, to which I have written the cashier to charge it. Of course, I hope Clarence will pay you back, but I think you will save bookkeeping by charging it off to experience. I've usually found that these quick, glad borrowers are slow, sad payers. And when a fellow tells you that it hurts him to have to borrow, you can bet that the thought of having to pay is going to tie him up into a bow knot of pain. Right here I want to caution you against giving away your signature to every Clarence and Willie that happens along. When your name is on a note it stands only for money, but when it's on a letter of introduction or recommendation it stands for your judgment of ability and character, and you can't call it in at the end of 30 days, either. Giving a letter of introduction is simply lending your name with a man as collateral, and if he's no good you can't have the satisfaction of redeeming your endorsement, even, and you're discredited. The first thing that a young merchant must learn is that his brand must never appear on a note, or a ham, or a man that isn't good. I reckon that the devil invented the habit of endorsing notes and giving letters to catch the fellows he couldn't reach with whiskey and gambling. Of course, letters of introduction have their proper use, but about 9 out of 10 of them are simply a license to some Clarence to waste an hour of your time and to graft on you for the luncheon and cigars. It's getting so that a fellow who's almost a stranger to me doesn't think anything of asking for a letter of introduction to one who's a total stranger. You can't explain to these men, because when you try to let them down easy by telling them that you haven't had any real opportunity to know what their special abilities are, they always come back with an, "Oh, that's all right, just say a word and refer to anything you like about me." I give them the letter then, unsealed, and though, of course, they're not supposed to read it, I have reason to think that they do, because I've never heard of one of those letters being presented. I use the same form on all of them, and after they've pumped their thanks into me and rushed around the corner, they find in the envelope, "This will introduce Mr. Gallister." While I haven't had the pleasure of any extended acquaintance with Mr. Gallister, I like his nerve. It's a mighty curious thing, But a lot of men who have no claim on you, and who wouldn't think of asking for money, will panhandle both sides of a street for favors that mean more than money. Of course, it's the easy thing and the pleasant thing not to refuse, and after all, most men think, it doesn't cost anything but a few strokes of the pen, and so they will give a fellow that they wouldn't ordinarily play on their friends as a practical joke, a nice sloppy letter of introduction to them, or hand out to a man that they wouldn't give away as a booby prize, a letter of recommendation in which they crack him up as having all the qualities necessary for an A1 Sunday school superintendent and bank president. Now that you are a boss, you will find that every other man who comes to your desk is going to ask you for something. In fact, the difference between being a sub and a boss is largely a matter of asking for things and of being asked for things. But it's just as one of those poets said, you can't afford to burn down the glue factory to stimulate the demand for glue stock, or words to that effect. Of course, I don't mean by this that I want you to be one of those fellows who swell out like a ready-made shirt and brag that they never borrow and never lend. They always think that this shows that they are sound, conservative businessmen, but, as a matter of fact, it simply stamps them as mighty mean little cusses. It's very superior, I know, to say that you never borrow, but most men have to at one time or another, and then they find that the never borrow never lend platform is a mighty inconvenient one to be standing on. Be just in business and generous out of it. A fellow's generosity needs a heap of exercise to keep it in good condition, and the hand that writes out checks gets cramped easier than the hand that takes them in. You want to keep them both limber. While I don't believe in giving with a string tied to every dollar, or doing up a gift in so many conditions that the present is lost in the wrappings, it's a good idea not to let most people feel that money can be had for the asking. If you do, they're apt to go into the asking business for a living. But these millionaires who give away 100,000 or so, with the understanding that the other fellow will raise another 100,000 or so, always remind me of a lot of boys coaxing a dog into their yard with a hunk of meat, so that they can tie a tin can to his tail. The pup edges up licking his chops at the thought of the provisions and hanging his tail at the thought of the hardware. If he gets the meat, he's got to run himself to death to get rid of the can. While we're on this subject of favors, I want to impress on you the importance of deciding promptly. The man who can make up his mind quick, makes up other people's minds for them. Decision is a sharp knife that cuts clear and straight and lays bare the fat and the lean. Indecision, a dull one that hacks and tears and leaves ragged edges behind it. Say yes or no, seldom perhaps. Some people have such fertile imaginations that they will take a grain of hope and grow a large definite promise with bark on it overnight, and later, when you come to pull that out of their brains by the roots, it hurts, and they holler. When a fellow asks for a job in your department, there may be reasons why you hate to give him a clear-cut refusal, but tell him frankly that you see no possibility of placing him, and while he may not like the taste of the medicine, he swallows it and it's down and forgotten. But you say to him that you're very sorry your department is full just now, but that you think a place will come along later and that he shall have the first call on it, and he goes away with his teeth in a job. You've simply postponed your trouble for a few weeks or months. And trouble postponed always has to be met with accrued interest. Never string a man along in business. It isn't honest and it isn't good policy. Either's a good reason, but taken together they head the list of good reasons. Of course, I don't mean that you want to go rampaging along, trampling on people's feelings and goring everyone who sticks up ahead in your path. But there's no use shilly-shallying and doddering with people who ask questions and favors they have no right to ask. Don't hurt anyone if you can help it, but if you must, a clean, quick wound heals soonest. When you can, it's better to refuse a request by letter. In a letter you need say only what you choose, in a talk you may have to say more than you want to say. With the best system in the world you'll find it impossible, however, to keep a good many people who have no real business with you from seeing you and wasting your time, because a broad-gauged merchant must be accessible. When a man's office is policed and everyone who sees him has to prove that he's taken the 3rd degree and is able to give the grand hailing sign, he's going to miss a whole lot of things that it would be mighty valuable for him to know. Of course, the man whose errand could be attended to by the office boy is always the one who calls loudest for the boss, but with a little tact you can weed out most of these fellows, and it's better to see 10 bores than to miss one buyer. A house never gets so big that it can afford to sniff at a 100-pound sausage order, or to feel that any customer is so small that it can afford not to bother with him. You've got to open a good many oysters to find a pearl. You should answer letters just as you answer men, promptly, courteously, and decisively. Of course, you don't ever want to go off half-cocked and bring down a cow instead of the buck you're aiming at, but always remember that game is shy and that you can't shoot too quick after you've once got it covered. When I go into a fellow's office and see his desk buried in letters with the dust on them, I know that there are cobwebs in his head. Foresight is the quality that makes a great merchant, but a man who has his desk littered with yesterday's business has no time to plan for tomorrow's. The only letters that can wait are those which provoke a hot answer. A good hot letter is always foolish, and you should never write a foolish thing if you can say it to the man instead, and never say it if you can forget it. The wisest man may make an ass of himself today, over today's provocation, but he won't tomorrow. Before being used, warm words should be run into the cooling room until the animal heat is out of them. Of course, there's no use in a fool's waiting, because there's no room in a small head in which to lose a grievance. Speaking of small heads naturally calls to mind a gold brick named Solomon Saunders that I bought when I was a good deal younger and hadn't been buncoed so often. I got him with a letter recommending him as a sort of happy combination of the 3 wise men of the East and the 9 muses, and I got rid of him with one in which I allowed that he was the whole dozen. I really hired Saul because he reminded me of someone I'd known and liked, though I couldn't just remember at the time who it was, but one day, after he'd been with me about a week, it came to me in a flash that he was the living image of old Bucker, a billy goat I'd set a heap of store by when I was a boy. That was a lesson to me on the foolishness of getting sentimental in business. I never think of the old homestead that Echo doesn't answer, give up, or hear from it without getting a bill for having been born there. Saul had started out in life to be a great musician. Had raised the hair for the job and had kept his fingernails cut just right for it, but somehow, when he played My Old Kentucky Home, nobody sobbed softly in the 4th row. You see, he could play a piece absolutely right and meet every note just when it came due, but when he got through it was all wrong. That was Saul in business, too. He knew just the right rule for doing everything and did it just that way, and yet everything he did turned out to be a mistake. Made it twice as aggravating because you couldn't consistently find fault with him. If you'd given Saul the job of making over the earth, he'd have built it out of the latest textbook on how to make the world better, and have turned out something as correct as a spike-tail coat, and every one would have wanted to die to get out of it. Then, too, I never saw such a cuss for system. Other men would forget costs and prices, but Saul never did. Seemed he ran his memory by system. Had a way when there was a change in the price list of taking it home and setting it to poetry. Used Ring Out, Wild Bells, by A. Tennyson, for a bull market. Remember he began at Ring Off, Wild Bulls and Break, 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 for a bare one. It used to annoy me considerable when I asked him the price of pork tenderloins to have him mumble through 2 or 3 verses till he fetched it up, but I didn't have any real kick coming till he got ambitious and I had to wait till he'd hummed half through a grand opera to get a quotation on pickled pig's feet in kits. I felt that we had reached the parting of the ways then, but I didn't like to point out his way too abruptly, because the friend who had unloaded him on us was pretty important to me in my business just then, and he seemed to be all wrapped up in Saul's making a hit with us. It's been my experience, though, that sometimes when you can't kick a man out of the back door without a row, you can get him to walk out the front way voluntarily. So when I get stuck with a fellow that, for some reason, it isn't desirable to fire, I generally promote him and raise his pay. Some of these weak sisters I make the assistant boss of the machine shop and some of the bone meal mill. I didn't dare send Saul to the machine shop, because I knew he wouldn't have been there a week before he'd have had the shop running on Götterdämmerung or one of those other cuss word operas of Wagner's. But the strong point of a bone meal mill is bone dust, and the strong point of bone dust is smell, and the strong point of its smell is its staying qualities. Naturally it's the sort of job for which you want a bald-headed man, because a fellow who's got nice thick curls will cheat the house by taking a good deal of the product home with him. To tell the truth, Saul's hair had been worrying me almost as much as his system. When I hired him I'd supposed he'd finally molted along with his musical tail feathers. I had a little talk with him then, in which I hinted at the value of looking clear-cut and trim and of giving 16 ounces to the pound, but the only result of it was that he went off and bought a pot of scented Vaseline and grew another inch of hair for good measure. It seemed a pity now, so long as I was after his scalp, not to get it with the hair on. Saul had never seen a bone meal mill, but it flattered him mightily to be promoted into the manufacturing end, where a fellow could get ahead faster, and he said goodbye to the boys in the office with his nose in the air, where he kept it, I reckon, during the rest of his connection with the house. If Saul had stuck it out for a month at the mill I'd have known that he had the right stuff in him somewhere and have taken him back into the office after a good rub-down with pumice stone. But he turned up the second day, smelling of violet soap and bone meal, and he didn't sing his list of grievances, either. Started right in by telling me how, when he got into a streetcar, all the other passengers sort of faded out, and how his landlady insisted on serving his meals in his room. Almost foamed at the mouth when I said the office seemed a little close and opened the window, and he quoted some poetry about that being the most unkindest cut of all. Wound up by wanting to know how he was going to get it out of his hair. I broke it to him as gently as I could that it would have to wear out or be cut out, and tried to make him see that it was better to be a bald-headed boss on a large salary than a curly-headed clerk on a small one, but, in the end, he resigned, taking along a letter from me to the friend who had recommended him and some of my good bone meal. I didn't grudge him the fertilizer, but I did feel sore that he hadn't left me a lock of his hair, till someone saw him a few days later, dodging along with his collar turned up and his hat pulled down, looking like a new clipped lamb. I heard, too, that the fellow who had given him the Wise Men Muse's letter to me was so impressed with the almost exact duplicate of it which I gave Saul, and with the fact that I had promoted him so soon, that he concluded he must have let a good man get by him, and hired him himself. Saul was a failure as a musician because, while he knew all the notes, he had nothing in himself to add to them when he played them. It's easy to learn all the notes that make good music and all the rules that make good business, but a fellow's got to add the fine curves to them himself if he wants to do anything more than beat the bass drum all his life. Some men think that rules should be made of cast iron. I believe that they should be made of rubber, so that they can be stretched to fit any particular case and then spring back into shape again. The really important part of a rule is the exception to it. Your affectionate father, John Graham. P.S. Leave for home tomorrow. Number 24. From John Graham, at the Hotel Cecil, London, to his son, Pierrepont, at the Union Stockyards, Chicago. The old man has just finished going through the young man's first report as manager of the lard department, and he finds it suspiciously good. London, December 1st, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, your first report looks so good that I'm a little afraid of it. Figures don't lie, I know, but that's only because they can't talk. As a matter of fact, they're just as truthful as the man who's behind them. It's been my experience that there are two kinds of figures, educated and uneducated ones, and that the first are a good deal like the people who have had the advantage of a college education on the inside and the disadvantage of a society finish on the outside. They're apt to tell you only the smooth and the pleasant things. Of course, it's mighty nice to be told that the shine of your shirt front is blinding the floor manager's best girl, but if there's a hole in the seat of your pants you ought to know that, too, because sooner or later you've got to turn your back to the audience. Now don't go off half-cocked and think I'm allowing that you ain't truthful, because I think you are, reasonably so, and I'm sure that everything you say in your report is true. But is there anything you don't say in it? A good many men are truthful on the installment plan, that is, they tell their boss all the good things in sight about their end of the business and then dribble out the bad ones like a fellow who's giving you a list of his debts. They'll yell for a week that the business of their department has increased 10%, and then own up in a whisper that their selling cost has increased 20%. In the end, that always creates a worse impression than if both sides of the story had been told at once or the bad had been told first. It's like buying a barrel of apples that's been decaned. After you've found that the deeper you go the meaner and wormier the fruit, you forget all about the layer of big, rosy, wax-finished pippins which was on top. I never worry about the side of a proposition that I can see. What I want to get a look at is the side that's out of sight. The bugs always snuggle down on the underside of the stone. The best year we ever had, in our minds, was one when the superintendent of the packing house wanted an increase in his salary, and, to make a big showing, swelled up his inventory like a poisoned pup. It took us 3 months to wake up to what had happened, and a year to get over feeling as if there was sand in our eyes when we compared the second showing with the first. An optimist is as bad as a drunkard when he comes to figure up results in business, he sees double. I employ optimists to get results and pessimists to figure them up. After I've charged off in my inventory for wear and tear and depreciation, I deduct a little more just for luck, bad luck. That's the only sort of luck a merchant can afford to make a part of his calculations. The fellow who said you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear wasn't on to the packing business. You can make the purse and you can fill it, too, from the same critter. What you can't do is to load up a report with moonshine or an inventory with wind, and get anything more substantial than a moonlight sail toward bankruptcy. The kittens of a wildcat are wildcats, and there's no use counting on their being angoras. Speaking of educated pigs naturally calls to mind Jake Salzenheimer and the lard that he sold half a cent a pound cheaper than anyone else in the business could make it. That was a long time ago, when the packing business was still on the bottle, and when the hogs that came to Chicago got only a common school education and graduated as plain hams and sides and lard and sausage. Literature hadn't hit the hog business then. It was just Graham's hams or Smith's lard, and there were no poetical brands or high art labels. Well, sir, one day I heard that this Jake was offering lard to the trade at half a cent under the market, and that he'd had the nerve to label it driven snow leaf. Told me, when I ran up against him on the street, that he'd got the name from a song which began, "Once I was pure as the driven snow," said it made him feel all choky and as if he wanted to be a better man, so he'd set out to make the song famous in the hope of its helping others. Allowed that this was a hard world, and that it was little enough we could do in our business life to scatter sunshine along the way, but he proposed that every can which left his packing house after this should carry the call to a better life into some humble home. I let him lug that sort of stuff to the trough till he got tired, and then I looked him square in the eye and went right at him with, "Jake, what you been putting in that lard? because I knew mighty well that there was something in it which had never walked on 4 feet and fattened up on 50-cent corn and then paid railroad fare from the Missouri River to Chicago. There are a good many things I don't know, but hogs ain't one of them. Jake just grinned at me and swore that there was nothing in his lard except the pure juice of the hog, so I quit fooling with him and took a can of driven snow around to our chemist. It looked like lard and smelt like lard. In fact, it looked better than real lard, too white and crinkly and tempting on top. And the next day the chemist came down to my office and told me that driven snow must have been driven through a candle factory, because it had picked up about 20% of paraffin wax somewhere. Of course, I saw now why Jake was able to undersell us all, but it was mighty important to knock out driven snow with the trade in just the right way, because most of our best customers had loaded up with it. So I got the exact formula from the chemist and had about 100 sample cans made up, labeling each one Wandering Boy leaf lard, and printing on the labels, "This lard contains 20% of paraffin." I sent most of these cans, with letters of instruction, to our men through the country. Then I waited until it was Jake's time to be at the livestock exchange, and happened in with a can of Wandering Boy under my arm. It didn't take me long to get into conversation with Jake, and as we talked I swung that can around until it attracted his attention, and he up and asked, "What you got there, Graham?" "Oh, that," I answered, slipping the can behind my back, "that's a new lard we're putting out, something not quite so expensive as our regular brand." Jake stopped grinning then and gave me a mighty sharp look. "Lemme have a squint at it," says he, trying not to show too keen an interest in his face. I held back a little, then I said, "Well, I don't just know as I ought to show you this. We haven't regularly put it on the market, and this can ain't a fair sample of what we can do, but so long as I sort of got the idea from you I might as well tell you. I've been thinking over what you said about that lard of yours, and while they were taking a collection in church the other day the soprano up and sings a mighty touching song. It began, 'Where's my wandering boy tonight?' And by the time she was through I was feeling so mushy and sobby that I put a 5 instead of a 1 into the plate by mistake. I've been thinking ever since that the attention of the country ought to be called to that song, and so I've got up this missionary lard, and I shoved the can of Wandering Boy under his eyes, giving him time to read the whole label. "H.L., he said. "Yes," I answered, "that's it. Good lard gone wrong, but it's going to do a great work." Jake's face looked like the Lost Tribes, the whole bunch of 'em, as the thing soaked in, and then he ran his arm through mine and drew me off into a corner. "Graham," said he, "let's drop this cussed foolishness. You keep dark about this and we'll divide the lard trade of the country." I pretended not to understand what he was driving at, but reached out and grasped his hand and wrung it. Yes, Jake," I said, "we'll stand shoulder to shoulder and make the lard business one grand sweet song," and then I choked him off by calling another fellow into the conversation. It hardly seemed worthwhile to waste time telling Jake what he was going to find out when he got back to his office, that there wasn't any lard business to divide, because I had hogged it all. You see, my salesmen had taken their samples of Wandering Boy around to the buyers and explained that it was made from the same formula as driven snow, and could be bought at the same price. They didn't sell any boy, of course, that wasn't the idea, but they loaded up the trade with our regular brand, to take the place of the driven snow, which was shipped back to Jake by the car lot. Since then, when anything looks too snowy and smooth and good at the first glance, I generally analyze it for paraffin. I've found that this is a mighty big world for a square man and a mighty small world for a crooked one. I simply mention these things in a general way. I've confidence that you're going to make good as head of the lard department, and if, when I get home, I find that your work analyzes 75%, as pure as your report, I shall be satisfied. In the meanwhile I shall instruct the cashier to let you draw $100 a week, just to show that I haven't got a case of faith without works. I reckon the extra 25 per will come in mighty handy now that you're within a month of marrying Helen. I'm still learning how to treat an old wife, and so I can't give you many pointers about a young one. For while I've been married as long as I've been in business, and while I know all the curves of the great American hog, your ma's likely to spring a new one on me tomorrow. No man really knows anything about women except a widower, and he forgets it when he gets ready to marry again. And no woman really knows anything about men except a widow, and she's got to forget it before she's willing to marry again. The one thing you can know is that, as a general proposition, a woman is a little better than the man for whom she cares. For when a woman's bad, there's always a man at the bottom of it, and when a man's good, there's always a woman at the bottom of that, too. The fact of the matter is, that while marriages may be made in heaven, a lot of them are lived in hell and end in South Dakota. But when a man has picked out a good woman he holds 4 hearts, and he needn't be afraid to draw cards if he's got good nerve. If he hasn't, he's got no business to be sitting in games of chance. The best woman in the world will begin trying out a man before she's been married to him 24 hours, And unless he can smile over the top of a four-flush and raise the ante, she's going to rake in the breeches and keep them. The great thing is to begin right. Marriage is a close corporation, and unless a fellow gets the controlling interest at the start, he can't pick it up later. The partner who owns 51% of the stock in any business is the boss, even if the other is allowed to call himself president. There's only two jobs for a man in his own house, one's boss and the other's office boy, and a fellow naturally falls into the one for which he's fitted. Of course, when I speak of a fellow's being boss in his own home, I simply mean that, in a broad way, he's going to shape the policy of the concern. When a man goes sticking his nose into the running of the house, he's apt to get it tweaked, and while he's busy drawing it back out of danger, he's going to get his leg pulled, too. You let your wife tend to the housekeeping and you focus on earning money with which she can keep house. Of course, in one way, it's mighty nice of a man to help around the place, but it's been my experience that the fellows who tend to all the small jobs at home never get anything else to tend to at the office. In the end, it's usually cheaper to give all your attention to your business and to hire a plumber. You don't want to get it into your head, though, that because your wife hasn't any office hours she has a soft thing. A lot of men go around sticking out their chests and wondering why their wives have so much trouble with the help, when they are able to handle their clerks so easy. If you really want to know, you lift two of your men out of their revolving chairs, and hang one over a 40-horsepower cook stove that's booming along under forced drafts so that your dinner won't be late, with a turkey that's gobbling for basting in one oven, and a cake that's gone back on you in a low, underhand way in another, and 16 different things boiling over on top and mixing up their smells. And you set the other at a 12-hour stunt of making all the beds you've mussed, and washing all the dishes you've used, and cleaning all the dust you've kicked up, and you boss the whole while the baby yells with colic over your arm. You just try this with two of your men and see how long it is before there's roughhouse on the Wabash. Yet a lot of fellows come home after their wives have had a day of this and blow around about how tired and overworked they are, and wonder why home isn't happier. Don't you ever forget that it's a blamed sight easier to keep cool in front of an electric fan than a cook stove, and that you can't subject the best temper in the world to 500 degrees Fahrenheit without warming it up a bit. And don't you add to your wife's troubles by saying how much better you could do it, but stand pat and thank the Lord you've got a snap. I remember when old Doc Hoover, just after his wife died, bought a mighty competent nigger, Aunt Tempe, to cook and look after the house for him. She was the boss cook, you bet, and she could fry a chicken into a bird of paradise just as easy as the doc could sizzle a sinner into a pretty tolerable Christian. The old man took his religion with the bristles on, and he wouldn't stand for any Sunday work in his house. Told Tempe to cook enough for 2 days on Saturday and to serve 3 cold meals on Sunday. Tempe sniffed a little, but she'd been raised well and didn't talk back. That first Sunday Doc got his cold breakfast all right, but before he'd fairly laid into it Tempe trotted out a cup of hot coffee. That made the old man rage at first, but finally he allowed that, seeing it was made, there was no special harm in taking a sup or two, but not to let it occur again. A few minutes later he called back to Tempe in the kitchen and asked her if she'd been sinful enough to make 2 cups. Doc's dinner was ready for him when he got back from church, and it was real food, that is to say, hot food, sizzling and smoking from the stove. Tempe told around afterward that the way the old man went for her about it made her feel mighty proud and set up over her new master. But she just stood there dripping perspiration and good nature until the doc had wound up by allowing that there was only one part of the hereafter where meals were cooked on Sunday, and that she'd surely get a mention on the bill of fare there as dark meat, well done, if she didn't repent, and then she blurted out. "Law, Chili, you go long and tend to yo preaching and I'll tend to my cookin', yo can't fight the devil with snowballs." And what's more, the doc didn't, not while Aunt Tempe was living. There isn't any moral to this, but there's a hint in it to mind your own business at home as well as at the office. I sail tomorrow. I'm feeling in mighty good spirits, and I hope I'm not going to find anything at your end of the line to give me a relapse. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 25. From John Graham, at the Waldorf Astoria, New York, to his son, Pierrepont, at the Union Stockyards, Chicago. The young man has hinted vaguely of a quarrel between himself and Helen Heath, who is in New York with her mother, and has suggested that the old man act as peacemaker. New York, December 8, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, I've been afraid all along that you were going to spoil the only really sensible thing you've ever done by making some fool break, so as soon as I got your letter I started right out to trail down Helen and her ma. I found them hived up here in the hotel, and Miss Helen was so sweet to your poor old pa that I saw right off she had a stick cut for his son. Of course, I didn't let on that I knew anything about a quarrel, but I gradually steered the conversation around to you, and while I don't want to hurt your feelings, I am violating no confidence when I tell you that the mention of your name aroused about the same sort of enthusiasm that Bill Bryan's does in Wall Street, only Helen is a lady and so she couldn't cuss. but it wasn't the language of flowers that I saw in her eyes. So I told her that she must make allowances for you, as you were only a half-baked boy, and that, naturally, if she stuck a hat pin into your crust she was going to strike a raw streak here and there. She sat up a little at that, and started in to tell me that while you had said some very, very cruel things to her, still, but I cut her short by allowing that, sorry as I was to own it, I was afraid you had a streak of the brute in you, and I only hoped that you wouldn't take it out on her after you were married. Well, sir, the way she flared up, I thought that all the 4th of July fireworks had gone off at once. The air was full of trouble in set pieces and bombs and sissy rockets and 16-ball Roman candles, and all pointed right at me. Then it came on to rain in the usual way, and she began to assure me between showers that you were so kind and gentle that it hurt you to work at my horrid pig-sticking business, I forget which, and I begged her pardon for having misjudged you so cruelly, and then the whole thing sort of simmered off into a discussion of whether I thought you'd rather she wore pink or blue at breakfast. So I guess you're all right. Only you'd better write quick and apologize. I didn't get at the facts of the quarrel, but you're in the wrong. A fellow's always in the wrong when he quarrels with a woman, and even if he wasn't at the start he's sure to be before he gets through. And a man who's decided to marry can't be too quick learning to apologize for things he didn't say and to be forgiven for things he didn't do. When you differ with your wife, never try to reason out who's in the wrong, because you'll find that after you've proved it to her she'll still have a lot of talk left that she hasn't used. Of course, it isn't natural and it isn't safe for married people, and especially young married people, not to quarrel a little, but you'll save a heap of trouble if you make it a rule never to refuse a request before breakfast and never to grant one after dinner. I don't know why it is, but most women get up in the morning as cheerful as a breakfast food ad, while a man will snort and paw for trouble the minute his hoofs touch the floor. Then, if you'll remember that the longer the last word is kept the bitterer it gets, and that your wife is bound to have it anyway, you'll cut the rest of your quarrels so short that she'll never find out just how much meanness there is in you. Be the silent partner at home and the thinking one at the office. Do your loose talking in your sleep. Of course, if you get a woman who's really fond of quarreling there isn't any special use in keeping still, because she'll holler if you talk back and yell if you don't. The best that you can do is to pretend that you've got a chronic case of earache, and keep your ears stuffed with cotton. Then, like as not, she'll buy you one of these things that you hold in your mouth so that you can hear through your teeth. I don't believe you're going to draw anything of that sort with Helen, but this is a mighty uncertain world, especially when you get to betting on which way the kitten is going to jump. You can usually guess right about the cat, and things don't always work out as planned. While there's no sure rule for keeping out of trouble in this world, there's a whole set of them for getting into it. I remember a mighty nice, careful mother who used to shudder when slang was used in her presence. So she vowed she'd give her son a name that the boys couldn't twist into any low, vulgar nickname. She called him Algernon, but the kid had a pretty big nose, and the first day he was sent to school with his long lace collar and his short velvet pants the boys christened him Snooty, and now his parents are the only people who know what his real name is. After you've been married a little while you're going to find that there are two kinds of happiness you can have, home happiness and fashionable happiness. With the first kind you get a lot of children and with the second a lot of dogs. While the dogs mind better and seem more affectionate, because they kiss you with their whole face, I've always preferred to associate with children. Then, for the first kind of happiness you keep house for yourself, and for the second you keep house for the neighbors. You can buy a lot of home happiness with a mighty small salary, but fashionable happiness always costs just a little more than you're making. You can't keep down expenses when you've got to keep up appearances, that is, the appearance of being something that you ain't. You're in the fix of a dog chasing his tail, you can't make ends meet, and if you do it'll give you such a crick in your neck that you won't get any real satisfaction out of your gymnastics. You've got to live on a rump steak basis when you're alone, so that you can appear to be on a quail on toast basis when you have company. And while they're eating your quail and betting that they're cold storage birds, they'll be whispering to each other that the butcher told their cook that you lived all last week on a soup bone and 2 pounds of hamburger steak. Your wife must hog it around the house in an old wrapper, because she's got to have 2 or 3 of those dresses that come high on the bills and low on the shoulders, and when she wears them the neighbors are going to wonder how much you're short in your accounts. And if you've been raised a shouting Methodist and been used to hollering your satisfaction in a good hearty glory, or a hallelujah, you've got to quit it and go to one of those churches where the right answer to the question, what is the chief end of man, is dividend, and where they think you're throwing a fit and sick the sexton onto you if you forget yourself and whoop it up a little when your religion gets to working. Then, if you do have any children, you can't send them to a plain public school to learn reading, writing, and arithmetic, because they've got to go to a fashionable private one to learn hog Latin, hogwash, and how much the neighbors are worth. Of course, the rich children are going to say that they're pushing little kids, but they've got to learn to push and to shove and to butt right in where they're not wanted if they intend to herd with the real Angora billy goats. They've got to learn how to bow low to everyone in front of them and to kick out at everyone behind them. It's been my experience that it takes a good 4-year course in snubbing before you can graduate a first-class snob. Then, when you've sweat along at it for a dozen years or so, you'll wake up some morning and discover that your appearances haven't deceived anyone but yourself. A man who tries the game is a good deal like the fellow who puts on a fancy vest over a dirty shirt. He's the only person in the world who can't see the egg spots under his chin. Of course, there isn't any real danger of your family's wearing a false front while I'm alive, because I believe Helen's got too much sense to stand for anything of the sort, but if she should, you can expect the old man around with his megaphone to whisper the real figures to your neighbors. I don't care how much or how little money you make, I want you to understand that there's only one place in the world where you can live a happy life, and that's inside your income. A family that's living beyond its means is simply a business that's losing money, and it's bound to go to smash. And to keep a safe distance ahead of the sheriff, you've got to make your wife help. More men go broke through bad management at home than at the office. And I might add that a lot of men who are used to getting only $1 worth of food for a $5 bill downtown, expect their wives to get $5 worth of food for a $1 bill at the corner grocery, and to save the change toward a pair of diamond earrings. These fellows would plant a tin can and kick because they didn't get a case of tomatoes. Of course, some women put their husband's salaries on their backs instead of his ribs, but there are a heap more men who burn up their wives' new sealskin sacks and 2-bit cigars. Because a man's a good provider, it doesn't always mean that he's a good husband, it may mean that he's a hog. And when there's a cuss in the family and it comes down to betting which, on general principles, the man always carries my money. I make mistakes at it, but it's the only winning system I've ever been able to discover in games of chance. You want to end the wedding trip with a business meeting and talk to your wife quite as frankly as you would to a man whom you'd taken into partnership. Tell her just what your salary is and then lay it out between you. So much for joint expenses, the house and the housekeeping, so much for her expenses, so much for yours, and so much to be saved. That last is the one item on which you can't afford to economize. It's the surplus and undivided profits account of your business, and until the concern accumulates a big one, it isn't safe to move into offices on Easy Street. A lot of fool fathers only give their fool daughters a liberal education in spending, and it's pretty hard to teach those women the real facts about earning and saving, but it's got to be done unless you want to be the fool husband of a fool wife. These girls have an idea that men get money by going to a benevolent old party behind some brass bars and shoving a check at him and telling him that they want it in 50s and 100s. You should take home your salary and actual money for a while, and explain that it's all you got for sweating like a dog for 10 hours a day, through 6 long days, and that the cashier handed it out with an expression as if you were robbing the cash drawer of an orphan asylum. Make her understand that while those that have gets, when they present a check, those that haven't gets it in the neck. Explain that the benevolent old party is only on duty when Papa's daughter has a papa that Bradstreet rates AA, and that when Papa's daughter's husband presents a $5 check with a 10-cent overdraft, he's received by a low-browed old brute who calls for the bouncer to put him out. Tell her right at the start the worst about the butcher, and the grocer, and the iceman, and the milkman, and the plumber, and the gas meter, that they want their money and that it has to come out of that little roll of bills. Then give her enough to pay them, even if you have to grab for your lunch from a high stool. I used to know an old Jew who said that the man who carved was always a fool or a hog, but you've got to learn not to divide your salary on either basis. Make your wife pay cash. A woman never really understands money till she's done that for a while. I've noticed that people rarely pay down the money for foolish purchases, they charge them. And it's mighty seldom that a woman's extravagant unless she or her husband pays the bills by check. There's something about counting out the actual legal tender on the spot that keeps a woman from really wanting a lot of things which she thinks she wants. When I married your ma, your grandpa was keeping 18 niggers busy seeing that the family did nothing. She'd had a liberal education, which, so far as I've been able to find out, means teaching a woman everything except the real business that she's going into, that is, if she marries. But when your ma swapped the big house and the 18 niggers for me and an old mammy to do the rough work, she left the breakfast in bed, fine lady business behind her and started right in to get the rest of the education that belonged to her. She did a mighty good job, too, all except making ends meet, and they were too elastic for her at first, sort of snapped back and left a deficit just when she thought she had them together. She was mighty sorry about it, but she'd never heard of any way of getting money except asking Papa for it, and she'd sort of supposed that everyone asked Papa when they wanted any, and, why didn't I ask Papa? I finally made her see that I couldn't ask my Papa, because I hadn't any, and that I couldn't ask hers, because it was against the rules of the game as I played it, and that was her first real lesson in high finance and low finances. I gave her the second when she came to me about the 20th of the month and kissed me on the ear and sent a tickly little whisper after it to the effect that the household appropriation for the month was exhausted and the pork barrel and the meal sack and the chicken coop were in the same enfeebled condition. I didn't say anything at first, only looked pretty solemn, and then I allowed that she'd have to go into the hands of a receiver. Well, sir, the way she snuggled up to me and cried made me come pretty close to weakening, but finally I told her that I reckoned I could manage to be appointed by the court and hush up the scandal so the neighbors wouldn't hear of it. I took charge of her little books and paid over to myself her housekeeping money each month, buying everything myself, but explaining every move I made, until in the end I had paid her out of debt and caught up with my salary again. Then I came home on the first of the month, handed out her share of the money, and told her that the receiver had been discharged by the court. But she was pleased. And then she paid me out for the scare I'd given her by making me live on side meat and cornbread for a month, so she'd be sure not to get the sheriff after her again. Of course, I had to tell her all about it in the end, and though she's never forgotten what she learned about money during the receivership, she's never quite forgiven the receiver. Speaking of receiving, I notice the receipts of hogs are pretty light. Hold your lard prices up stiff to the market. It looks to me as if that Milwaukee crowd was getting under the February delivery. Your affectionate father, John Graham. P.S. You've got to square me with Helen. Number 26. From John Graham, at the Waldorf Astoria, New York, to his son, Pierrepont, at the Union Stockyards, Chicago. The young man has written describing the magnificent wedding presents that are being received, and hinting discreetly that it would not come amiss if he knew what shape the old man's was going to take, as he needs the money. New York, December 12, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, these fellows at the branch house here have been getting altogether too blamed refined to suit me in their ideas of what's a fair day's work, so I'm staying over a little longer than I had intended, in order to ring the rising bell for them and to get them back into good Chicago habits. The manager started in to tell me that you couldn't do any business here before 9 or 10 in the morning, and I raised that boy myself. We had a short season of something that wasn't exactly prayer, but was just as earnest, and I think he sees the error of his ways. He seemed to feel that just because he was getting a fair share of the business I ought to be satisfied, but I don't want any half-sports outgunning with me. It's the fellow that settles himself in his blind before the ducks begin to fly who gets everything that's coming to his decoys. I reckon we'll have to bring this man back to Chicago and give him a beef house where he has to report at 5 before he can appreciate what a soft thing it is to get down to work at 8. I'm mighty glad to hear you're getting so many wedding presents that you think you'll have enough to furnish your house, only you don't want to fingermark them looking to see it $100,000 check from me ain't slipped in among them, because it ain't. I intend to give you a present, all right, but there's a pretty wide margin for guessing between $100,000 and the real figures. And you don't want to feel too glad about what you've got, either, because you're going to find out that furnishing a house with wedding presents is equivalent to furnishing it on the installment plan. Along about the time you want to buy a go-kart for the twins, you'll discover that you'll have to make Tommy's busted old baby carriage do, because you've got to use the money to buy a Tutti Frutti ice cream spoon for the young widow who sent you a doormat with welcome on it. And when she gets it, the young widow will call you that idiotic Mr. Graham, because she's going to have 16 other Tutti Frutti ice cream spoons, and her doctors told her that if she eats sweet things she'll have to go in the front door like a piano, sideways. Then when you get the junk sorted over and your house furnished with it, you're going to sit down to dinner on some empty soapboxes, with the soup in cut glass finger bowls, and the fish on a hand-painted smoking set, and the meat on dinky, little eggshell salad plates, with ice cream forks and fruit knives to eat with. You'll spend most of that meal wondering why somebody didn't send you one of those 116-piece $5.98 marked down from 6 sets of china. While I don't mean to say that the average wedding present carries a curse instead of a blessing, it could usually repeat a few cuss words if it had a retentive memory. Speaking of wedding presents and $100,000 checks naturally brings to mind my old friend Hamilton Huggins, Old Ham they called him at the yards, and the time he gave his son, Percival, $1 million. Take him by and large, Ham was as slick as a greased pig. Before he came along, the heft of the beef hearts went into the fertilizer tanks, but he reasoned out that they weren't really tough, but that their firmness was due to the fact that the meat in them was naturally condensed, and so he started putting them out in his celebrated condensed mincemeat at 10 cents a pound. Took his pig's livers, too, and worked them up into a genuine Strasbourg pâté de foie gras that made the wild geese honk when they flew over his packing house. Discovered that a little chopped cheek meat at 2 cents a pound was a blamed sight healthier than chopped pork at 6. Reckon that by running 25% of it into his pork sausage he saved 100,000 people every year from becoming cantankerous old dyspeptics. Ham was simply one of those fellows who not only have convolutions in their brains, but kinks and bow knots as well, and who can believe that any sort of a lie is gospel truth just so it is manufactured and labeled on their own premises. I confess I ran out a line of those pig's liver pâtés myself, but I didn't do it because I was such a patriot that I couldn't stand seeing the American flag insulted by a lot of Frenchmen getting $1 for a 10-cent article, and that's simply because geese have smaller livers than pigs. For all old Ham was so shrewd at the yards, he was one of those fellows who begin losing their common sense at the office door, and who reach home doddering and blithering. Had a fool wife with the society bug in her head, and as he had the one of our leading citizens bug in his, they managed between them to raise a lovely warning for a Sunday school superintendent in their son, Percival. Percy was Mommer's angel boy with the sunny curls, who was to be raised a gentleman and to be shielded from the vulgar surroundings and coarse associations of her husband's youth, and he was proud Popper's pet, whose good times weren't going to be spoiled by a narrow-minded old brute of a father, or whose talents weren't going to be smothered in poverty, the way the old man's had been. No, siree, Percy was going to have all the money he wanted, with the whiskey bottle always in sight on the sideboard and no limit on any game he wanted to sit in, so that he'd grow up a perfect little gentleman and know how to use things instead of abusing them. I want to say right here that I've heard a good deal of talk in my time about using whiskey, and I've met a good many thousand men who bragged when they were half loaded that they could quit at any moment, but I've never met one of these fellows who would while the whiskey held out. It's been my experience that when a fellow begins to brag that he can quit whenever he wants to, he's usually reached the point where he can't. Naturally, Percy had hardly got the pap rag out of his mouth before he learned to smoke cigarettes, and he could cuss like a little gentleman before he went into long pants. Took the 4-year sporting course at Harvard, with a postgraduate year of draw poker and natural history, observing the habits and the speed of the ponies in their native haunts. Then, just to prove that he had paresis, Oldham gave him $1 million outright and a partnership in his business. Percy started in to learn the business at the top, absorbing as much of it as he could find room for between 10 and 4, with 2 hours out for lunch, but he never got down below the frosting. The one thing that Oldham wouldn't let him touch was the only thing about the business which really interested Percy, the speculating end of it. But everything else he did went with the old gentleman, and he was always bragging that Percy was growing up into a big, broad-gauged merchant. He got mighty mad with me when I told him that Percy was just a ready-made success who was so small that he rattled round in his seat, and that he'd better hold in his horses, as there were a good many humps in the road ahead of him. Old Ham was a sure-thing packer, like myself, and let speculating alone, never going into the market unless he had the goods or knew where he could get them, but when he did plunge into the pit, he usually climbed out with both hands full of money and a few odd $1,000 bills sticking in his hair. So when he came to me one day and pointed out that prime steam lard at 8 cents for the November delivery, and the West alive with hogs, was a crime against the consumer, I felt inclined to agree with him, and we took the bare side of the market together. Somehow, after we had gone short a big line, the law of supply and demand quit business. There were plenty of hogs out west, and all the packers were making plenty of lard, but people seemed to be frying everything they ate, and using lard in place of hair oil, for the prime steam moved out as fast as it was made. The market simply sucked up our short sales and hollered for more, like a 6-month shoat at the trough. Pound away as we would, the November option moved slowly up to 8.5, to 9, to 9.5. Then, with delivery day only 6 weeks off, it jumped overnight to 10, and closed firm at 12 1/4. We stood to lose a little over $1 million apiece right there, and no knowing what the crowd that was under the market would gouge us for in the end. As soon as change closed that day, Oldham and I got together and gave ourselves one guess apiece to find out where we stood, and we both guessed right, in a corner. We had a little over a month to get together the lard to deliver on our short sales or else pay up, but we hadn't had enough experience in the paying up business to feel like engaging in it. So that afternoon we wired our agents through the west to start anything that looked like a hog toward Chicago, and our men in the east to ship us every tierce of prime steam they could lay their hands on. Then we made ready to try out every bit of hog fat, from a grease spot up, that we could find in the country. And all the time the price kept climbing on us like a nigger going up a persimmon tree, till it was rising 17 cents. So far the bull crowd had managed to keep their identity hidden, and we'd been pretty modest about telling the names of the big bears, because we weren't very proud of the way we'd been caught napping, and because Old Ham was mighty anxious that Percy shouldn't know that his safe old father had been using up the exception to his rule of no speculation. It was a near thing for us, but the American hog responded nobly, and a good many other critters as well, I suspect, and when it came on toward delivery day we found that we had the actual lard to turn over on our short contracts, and some to spare. But Ham and I had lost a little fat ourselves, and we had learned a whole lot about the iniquity of selling goods that you haven't got, even when you do it with the benevolent intention of cheapening an article to the consumer. We got together at his office in the Board of Trade building to play off the finals with the bull crowd. We'd had inspectors busy all night passing the lard which we'd gathered together and which was arriving by boatloads and trainloads. Then, before change opened, we passed the word around through our brokers that there wasn't any big short interest left, and to prove it they pointed to the increase in the stocks of prime steam in store and gave out the real figures on what was still in transit. By the time the bell rang for trading on the floor we had built the hottest sort of a fire under the market, and 30 minutes after the opening the price of the November option had melted down flat to 12 cents. We gave the bulls a breathing space there, for we knew we had them all nicely rounded up in the killing pens, and there was no hurry. But on toward noon, when things looked about right, we jumped 20 brokers into the pit, all selling at once and offering in any sized lots for which they could find takers. It was like setting off a pack of firecrackers, biff. Bang. Bang. Our brokers gave it to them, and when the smoke cleared away the bits of that busted corner were scattered all over the pit, and there was nothing left for us to do but to pick up our profits, for we had swung a loss of millions over to the other side of the ledger. Just as we were sending word to our brokers to steady the market so as to prevent a bad panic and failures, the door of the private office flew open, and in bounced Mr. Percy, looking like a hound dog that had lapped up a custard pie while the cook's back was turned and is hunting for a handy bed to hide under. Had let his cigarette go out, he wore one in his face as regularly as some fellows wear a pink in their buttonhole, and it was drooping from his lower lip, instead of sticking up under his nose in the old sporty, sassy way. "Oh, governor," he cried as he slammed the door behind him, "the market's gone to hell." "Quite so, my son, quite so," nodded Oldham approvingly, "it's the bottomless pit today, all right, all right. I saw it coming, but it came hard." Percy sputtered and stuttered and swallowed it once or twice, and then it broke loose in. "And oh, governor, I'm caught in a horrid hole, you've got to help me out." "Eh? What's that?" exclaimed the old man, losing his just after a hearty meal expression. "What's that, caught, speculating, after what I've said to you? Don't tell me that you're one of that bull crowd, don't you dare do it, sir." "Yees," and Percy's voice was scared back to a whisper, "yes, and what's more, I'm the whole bull crowd, the great bull they've all been talking and guessing about." Great Scott! But I felt sick. Here we'd been, like two pebbles in a rooster's gizzard, grinding up a lot of corn that we weren't going to get any good of. I itched to go for that young man myself, but I knew this was one of those holy moments between father and son when an outsider wants to pull his tongue back into its cyclone cellar. And when I looked at Ham, I saw that no help was needed, for the old man was coming out of his 25 years trance over Percy. He didn't say a word for a few minutes, just kept boring into the young man with his eyes, and though Percy had a cheek like brass, Ham's stare went through it as easy as a 2-inch bit goes into boilerplate. "Then, take that cigarette out of your mouth," he bellered. "What do you mean by coming into my office smoking cigarettes?" Percy had always smoked whatever he blamed pleased, wherever he blamed pleased before, though Oldham wouldn't stand for it from anyone else. But because things have been allowed to go all wrong for 25 years, it's no reason why they should be allowed to go wrong for 25 years in one day, and I was mighty glad to see Oldham rubbing the sleep out of his eyes at last. "But, governor," Percy began, throwing the cigarette away, "I really... Don't you but me, I won't stand it. And don't you call me governor. I won't have your low-down street slang in my office. So you're the great bull, eh? You bull pup. You bull in a china shop. The great bull calf, you mean. Where'd you get the money for all this cussedness? Where'd you get the money? Tell me that. Spit it out, quick, I say." "Well, I've got $1 million, Percy dribbled out. "Had $1 million, and it was my good money," the old man moaned. "And an interest in the business, you know." "Yep, I oughter. I suppose you hawked that." "Not exactly, but it helped me to raise a little money." "You bet it helped you, but where'd you get the rest? Where'd you raise the money to buy all this cash lard and ship it abroad? Where'd you get it? You tell me that." "Well, the banks loaned me a good deal." "On your face." "Not exactly that, but they thought, inferred, that you were interested with me, and without." Percy's tongue came to a full stop when he saw the old man's face. "Oh. They did, eh? They did, eh?" Hem exploded. "Tried to bust your poor old father, did you? Would like to see him begging his bread, would you, or piking in the bucket shops for $5 bills? Wasn't satisfied with soaking him with his own million. Couldn't rest when you'd swatted him with his own business. Wanted to bat him over the head with his own credit. And now you come whining around. But, Dad. Don't you dad me, Dad fetch you, don't you try any Absalom business on me. You're caught by the hair, all right, and I'm not going to chip in for any funeral expenses." Right here I took a hand myself, because I was afraid Ham was going to lose his temper, and that's one thing you can't always pick up in the same place that you left it. So I called Ham off, and told Percy to come back in an hour with his head broker and I'd protect his trades in the meanwhile. Then I pointed out to the old man that we'd make a pretty good thing on the deal, even after we'd let Percy out, as he'd had plenty of company on the bull side that could pay up, and anyway, that the boy was a blamed sight more important than the money, and here was the chance to make a man of him. We were all ready for Mr. Percy when he came back, and got right down to business. "Young man, I've decided to help you out of this hole," he began. Percy chippered right up. "Thank you, sir," he said. "Yes, I'm going to help you," the old man went on. "I'm going to take all your trades off your hands and assume all your obligations at the banks." "Thank you, sir. Stop interrupting when I'm talking. I'm going to take up all your obligations, and you're going to pay me $3 million for doing it. When the whole thing's cleaned up, that will probably leave me a few $100,000 in the hole, but I'm going to do the generous thing by you." Percy wasn't so chipper now. "But, father," he protested, "I haven't got $3 million, and you know very well I can't possibly raise any $3 million. "Yes, you can," said Ham. "There's the $1 million I gave you, that makes $1 million. There's your interest in the business, I'll buy it back for $1 million, that makes $2 million. And I'll take your note at 5%, for the third $1 million. A fair offer, Mr. Graham?" "Very liberal, indeed, Mr. Huggins," I answered. "But I won't have anything to live on, let alone any chance to pay you back, if you take my interest in the business away," pleaded Percy. "I've thought of that, too," said his father, "and I'm going to give you a job. The experience you've had in this campaign ought to make you worth $25 a week to us in our option department. Then you can board at home for $5 a week, and pay $10 more on your note. That'll leave you $10 per for clothes and extras." Percy wriggled and twisted and tried tears. Talked a lot of flip-flap-flub-doodle, but Ham was all through with the proud pauper business, and the young man found him as full of knots as a hickory root, and with a hide that would turn the blade of an axe. Percy was simply in the fix of the skunk that stood on the track and humped up his back at the Lightning Express. There was nothing left of him except a deficit and the stink he'd kicked up. And a fellow can't dictate terms with those assets. In the end, he left the room with a ring in his nose. After all, there was more in Percy than cussedness, for when he finally decided that it was a case of root hog or die with him, he turned in and rooted. It took him 10 years to get back into his father's confidence and a partnership, and he was still paying on the $1 million note when the old man died and left him his whole fortune. It would have been cheaper for me in the end if I had let the old man disinherit him, because when Percy ran that mess pork corner 3 years ago, he caught me short a pretty good line and charged me $2 a barrel more than anyone else to settle. Explained that he needed the money to wipe out the unpaid balance of $1 million note that he'd inherited from his father. I simply mentioned Percy to show why I'm a little slow to regard members of my family as charitable institutions that I should settle endowments on. If there's one thing I like less than another, it's being regarded as a human meal ticket. What is given to you always belongs to someone else, and if the man who gave it doesn't take it back, some fellow who doesn't have to have things given to him is apt to come along and run away with it. But what you earn is your own, and apt to return your affection for it with interest, pretty good interest. Your affectionate father, John Graham. P.S. I forgot to say that I had bought a house on Michigan Avenue for Helen, but there's a provision in the deed that she can turn you out if you don't behave. Number 27. From John Graham, at the Union Stock Yards, Chicago, to his son, Pierrepont, at Yemassee on the Tallahassee. The young man is now in the third quarter of the honeymoon, and the old man has decided that it is time to bring him fluttering down to earth. Chicago, January 17, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, after you and Helen had gone off looking as if you'd just bought seats on change and been baptized into full membership with all the sample bags of grain that were handy, I found your new mother-in-law out in the dining room, and, judging by the plates around her, she was carrying in stock a full line of staple and fancy groceries and delicatessen. When I struck her, she was crying into her third plate of ice cream, and complaining bitterly to the butler because the mold had been opened so carelessly that some salt had leaked into it. Of course, I started right in to be sociable and to cheer her up, but I reckon I got my society talk a little mixed. I'd been one of the pallbearers at Josh Burton's funeral the day before, and I told her that she must bear up and eat a little something to keep up her strength, and to remember that our loss was Helen's gain. Now, I don't take much stock in all this mother-in-law talk, though I've usually found that where there's so much smoke there's a little fire, but I'm bound to say that Helen's ma came back at me with a sniff and a snort, and made me feel sorry that I'd intruded on her sacred grief. Told me that a girl of Helen's beauty and advantages had naturally been very, very popular, and greatly sought after. Said that she had been received in the very best society in Europe, and might have worn strawberry leaves if she'd chosen, meaning, I've since found out, that she might have married a duke. I tried to soothe the old lady, and to restore good feeling by allowing that wearing leaves had sort of gone out of fashion with the Garden of Eden, and that I liked Helen better in white satin, but everything I said just seemed to enrage her the more. Told me plainly that she'd thought, and hinted that she'd hoped, right up to last month, that Helen was going to marry a French nobleman, the Count de something Arino or other, who was crazy about her. So I answered that we'd both had a narrow escape, because I'd been afraid for a year that I might wake up any morning and find myself the father-in-law of a crystal slipper chorus girl. Then, as it looked as if the old lady was going to bust a corset string in getting out her answer, I modestly slipped away, leaving her leaking brine and acid like a dill pickle that's had a bite taken out of it. Good mothers often make bad mothers-in-law, because they usually believe that, no matter whom their daughters marry, they could have gone farther and fared better. But it struck me that Helen's ma has one of those retentive memories and weak mouths, the kind of memory that never loses anything it should forget, and the kind of mouth that can't retain a lot of language which it shouldn't lose. Of course, you want to honor your mother-in-law, that your days may be long in the land, but you want to honor this one from a distance, for the same reason. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll hear a good deal about that French count, and how hard it is for Helen to have to associate with a lot of mavericks from the stockyards, when she might be running with blooded stock on the other side. And if you glance up from your morning paper and sort of wonder out loud whether Corbett or Fitzsimmons is the better man, mother-in-law will glare at you over the top of her specs and ask if you don't think it's invidious to make any comparisons if they're both striving to lead earnest, Christian lives. Then, when you come home at night, you'll be apt to find your wife sniffing your breath when you kiss her, to see if she can catch that queer, heavy smell which mother has noticed on it, or looking at you slant-eyed when she feels some letters in your coat, and wondering if what mother says is true, and if men who've once taken chorus girls to supper never really recover from the habit. On general principles, it's pretty good doctrine that two's a company and three's a crowd, except when the third is a cook. But I should say that when the third is Helen's ma, it's a mob, out looking for a chance to make roughhouse. A good cook, a good wife and a good job will make a good home anywhere, but you add your mother-in-law, and the first thing you know you've got two homes, and one of them is being run on alimony. You want to remember that, beside your mother-in-law, you're a comparative stranger to your wife. After you and Helen have lived together for a year, you ought to be so well acquainted that she'll begin to believe that you know almost as much as mama, but during the first few months of married life there are apt to be a good many tie votes on important matters, and if mother-in-law is on the premises she is generally going to break the tie by casting the deciding vote with daughter. A man can often get the best of one woman, or 10 men, but not of 2 women, when one of the 2 is mother-in-law. When a young wife starts housekeeping with her mother too handy, it's like running a business with a new manager and keeping the old one along to see how things go. It's not in human nature that the old manager, even with the best disposition in the world, shouldn't knock the new one a little, and you're Helen's new manager. When I want to make a change, I go about it like a crab, get rid of the old shell first, and then plunge right in and begin to do business with the new skin. It may be a little tender and open to attack at first, but it doesn't take long to toughen up when it finds out that the responsibility of protecting my white meat is on it. You start a woman with sense to making mistakes and you started her to learning common sense, but you let someone else shoulder her natural responsibilities and keep her from exercising her brain, and it'll be fat-witted before she's 40. A lot of girls find it mighty handy to start with mother to look after the housekeeping and later to raise the baby, but by and by, when mama has to quit, they don't understand that the butcher has to be called down regularly for leaving those heavy ends on the steak or running in the shoulder chops on you, and that when Willie has the croup she mustn't give the little darling a stiff hot scotch, or try to remove the phlegm from his throat with a buttonhook. There are a lot of women in this world who think that there's only one side to the married relation, and that's their side. When one of them marries, she starts right out to train her husband into kind old Carlo, who'll go downtown for her every morning and come home every night, fetching a snug little basket full of money in his mouth and wagging his tail as he lays it at her feet. Then it's a pat on the head and nice doggy. And he's taught to stand around evenings, retrieving her gloves and handkerchief, and snapping up with a pleased licking of his chops any little word that she may throw to him. But you let him start in to have a little fun scratching and stretching himself, or pawing her, and it's charge, Carlo. And bad doggy. Of course, no man ever believes when he marries that he's going to wind up as kind Carlo, who droops his head so that the children can pull his ears, and who sticks up his paw so as to make it easier for his wife to pull his leg. But it's simpler than you think. As long as fond fathers slave and ambitious mothers sacrifice so that foolish daughters can hide the petticoats of poverty under a silk dress and crowd the doings of cheap society into the space in their heads which ought to be filled with plain, useful knowledge, a lot of girls are going to grow up with the idea that getting married means getting rid of care and responsibility instead of assuming it. A fellow can't play the game with a girl of this sort, because she can't play fair. He wants her love and a wife, she wants a provider, not a lover, and she takes him as a husband because she can't draw his salary any other way. But she can't return his affection, because her love is already given to another, and when husband and wife both love the same person, and that person is the wife, it's usually a life sentence at hard labor for the husband. If he wakes up a little and tries to assert himself after he's been married a year or so, she shudders and sobs until he sees what a brute he is, or if that doesn't work, and he still pretends to have a little spirit, she goes off into a rage and hysterics, and it usually brings him to heel again. It's a mighty curious thing how a woman who has the appetite and instincts of a turkey buzzard will often make her husband believe that she's as high-strung and delicate as a canary bird. It's been my experience that both men and women can fool each other before marriage, and that women can keep right along fooling men after marriage, but that as soon as the average man gets married he gets found out. After a woman has lived in the same house with a man for a year, she knows him like a good merchant knows his stock, down to any shelf-worn and slightly damaged morals which he may be hiding behind fresher goods in the darkest corner of his immortal soul. But even if she's married to a fellow who's so mean that he'd take the pennies off a dead man's eyes, not because he needed the money, but because he hadn't the change handy for a 2-cent stamp, she'll never own up to the worst about him, even to herself, till she gets him into a divorce court. I simply mention these things in a general way. Helen has shown signs of loving you, and you've never shown any symptoms of hating yourself, so I'm not really afraid that you're going to get the worst of it now. So far as I can see, your mother-in-law is the only real trouble that you have married. But don't you make the mistake of criticizing her to Helen or of quarreling with her. I'll attend to both for the family. You simply want to dodge when she leads with the right, take your full 10 seconds on the floor, and come back with your left cheek turned toward her, though, of course, you'll yank it back out of reach just before she lands on it. There's nothing like using a little diplomacy in this world, and, so far as women are concerned, diplomacy is knowing when to stay away. And a diplomatist is one who lets the other fellow think he's getting his way, while all the time he's having his own. It never does any special harm to let people have their way with their mouths. What you want to do is to keep mother-in-law from mixing up in your family affairs until after she gets used to the disgrace of having a pork packer for a son-in-law, and Helen gets used to pulling in harness with you. Then mother'll mellow up into a nice old lady who'll brag about you to the neighbors. But until she gets to this point, you've got to let her hurt your feelings without hurting hers. Don't you ever forget that Helen's got a mother-in-law, too, and that it's someone you think a heap of. Whenever I hear of a fellow's being found out by his wife, it always brings to mind the case of Dick Hodgkins, whom I knew when I was a young fellow, back in Missouri. Dickie was one of a family of 12, who all ran a little small any way you sized them up, and he was the runt. Like most of these little fellows, when he came to match up for double harness, he picked out a 6-footer, Kate Miggs. Used to call her Honey Bunch, I remember, and she called him Doodums. Honey Bunch was a good girl, but she was as strong as a 6-mule team, and a cautious man just naturally shied away from her. Was a pretty free stepper in the mazes of the dance, and once, when she was balancing partners with Doodums, she kicked out sort of playful to give him a love pat and fetched him a clip with her tootsie that gave him water on the knee pan. It ought to have been a warning to Doodums, but he was plumb infatuated, and went around pretending that he'd been kicked by a horse. After that the boys used to make Honey Bunch mighty mad when she came out of dark corners with Doodums, by feeling him to see if any of his ribs were broken. Still he didn't take the hint, and in the end she led him to the altar. We started in to give them a lovely shivaree after the wedding, beginning with a sort of yell which had been invented by the only fellow in town who had been to college. As I remember, it ran something like this. Hun, hun, hunch. Bun, bun, bunch. Funny, funny. Honey, honey. Funny Honey Bunch. But as soon as we got this off, and before we could begin on the dishpan chorus, Honey Bunch came at us with a couple of bed slats and cleaned us all out. Before he had married, Doodums had been one of half a dozen half-baked sports who drank cheap whiskey and played expensive poker at the Dutchman's, and after he'd held Honey Bunch in his lap evenings for a month, he reckoned one night that he'd drop down street and look in on the boys. Honey Bunch reckoned not, and he didn't press the matter, but after they'd gone to bed and she'd dropped off to sleep, he slipped into his clothes and down the waterspout to the ground. He sat up till 2 o'clock at the Dutchman's, and naturally, the next morning he had a breath like a gasoline runabout, and looked as if he'd been attending a successful coon hunt in the capacity of the coon. Honey Bunch smelt his breath and then she smelt a mouse, but she wasn't much of a talker and she didn't ask any questions of him. But she had brother Jim make some inquiries, and a few days later, when Doodums complained of feeling all petered out and wanted to go to bed early, she was ready for him. Honey Bunch wasn't any invalid, and when she went to bed it was to sleep, so she rigged up a simple little device in the way of an alarm and dropped off peacefully, while Doodums pretended to. When she began to snore in her upper register and to hit the high C, he judged the coast was clear, and leapt lightly out of bed. Even before he'd struck the floor he knew there'd been a horrible mistake somewhere, for he felt a tug as if he'd hooked a 100-pound catfish. There was an awful ripping and tearing sound, something fetched loose, and his wife was sitting up in bed blinking at him in the moonlight. It seemed that just before she went to sleep she'd pinned her nightgown to his with a safety pin, which wasn't such a bad idea for a simple, trusting, little village maiden. Was you wantin' anything, Ducky Doodums? she asked in a voice like the running of sap in maple sugar time. Nothin' but a drink of water, honey bunch sweetness," he stammered back. "You're sure you ain't mistooken your thirst and that it ain't a sudden cravin' for liquor, and that you ain't sort of pintin' down the waterspout for the Dutchman's, Ducky Doodums?" "Surely not, honey bunch darlin'," he finally fetched up, though he was hardly breathing. "Because your ma told me that you was given to somnambulisticatin in your sleep, and that I must keep you tied up nights or you'd wake up some mornin' at the foot of a waterspout with your head bust open and a lot of good liquor spilt out on the grass. Don't you love your Doodums anymore?" Was all Dickie could find to say to this, but Honey Bunch had too much on her mind to stop and swap valentines just then. "You wouldn't deceive your Honey Bunch, would you, Ducky Doodums?" "I surely would not." "Well, don't you do it, Ducky Doodums, because it would break my heart, and if you should break my heart I'd just naturally bust your head. Are you listenin', Doodums?" Doodums was listening. "Then you come back to bed and stay there." Doodums never called his wife Honey Bunch after that. Generally it was Kate, and sometimes it was Kitty, and when she wasn't around it was usually Kitty Cat. But he minded better than anything I ever met on less than 4 legs. Your affectionate father, John Graham. P.S. You might tear up this letter. Number 28. From John Graham, at the Union Stock Yards, Chicago, to his son, Pierrepont, at Yemassee on the Tallahassee. In replying to his father's hint that it is time to turn his thoughts from love to lard, the young man has quoted a French sentence, and the old man has been both pained and puzzled by it. Chicago, January 24, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, I had to send your last letter to the fertilizer department to find out what it was all about. We've got a clerk there who's an Oxford graduate, and who speaks 7 languages for $15 a week, or at the rate of something more than $2 a language. Of course, if you're such a big thinker that your ideas rise to the surface too fast for one language to hold 'em all, it's a mighty nice thing to know 7. But it's been my experience that 7 spread out most men so thin that they haven't anything special to say in any of them. These fellows forget that while life's a journey, it isn't a palace car trip for most of us, and that if they hit the trail packing a lot of weight for which they haven't any special use, they're not going to get very far. You learn men and what men should do, and how they should do it, and then if you happen to have any foreigners working for you, you can hire a fellow at 15 per to translate hustle to 'em into their own fool language. It's always been my opinion that everybody spoke American while the Tower of Babel was building, and that the Lord let the good people keep right on speaking it. So when you've got anything to say to me, I want you to say it in language that will grade regular on the Chicago Board of Trade. Some men fail from knowing too little, but more fail from knowing too much, and still more from knowing it all. It's a mighty good thing to understand French if you can use it to some real purpose, but when all the good it does a fellow is to help him understand the foreign cuss words in a novel, or to read a story which is so tough that it would make the Queen's English or any other ladylike language blush, he'd better learn Hog Latin. He can be just the same breed of yellow dog in it, and it don't take so much time to pick it up. Never ask a man what he knows, but what he can do. A fellow may know everything that's happened since the Lord started the ball to rolling, and not be able to do anything to help keep it from stopping. But when a man can do anything, he's bound to know something worthwhile. Books are all right, but dead men's brains are no good unless you mix alive ones with them. It isn't what a man's got in the bank, but what he's got in his head, that makes him a great merchant. Rob a miser's safe and he's broke, but you can't break a big merchant with a jimmy and a stick of dynamite. The first would have to start again just where he began, hoarding up pennies. The second would have his principal assets intact. But accumulating knowledge or piling up money, just to have a little more of either than the next fellow, is a fool game that no broad-gauged man has time enough to sit in. Too much learning, like too much money, makes most men narrow. I simply mention these things in a general way. You know blame well that I don't understand any French, and so when you spring it on me you are simply showing a customer the wrong line of goods. It's like trying to sell our pickled luncheon tidbits to a fellow in the black belt who doesn't buy anything but plain dry salt hog in hunks and slabs. It makes me a little nervous for fear you'll be sending out a lot of letters to the trade someday, asking them if their stock of Porcus Americanus isn't running low. The world is full of bright men who know all the right things to say and who say them in the wrong place. A young fellow always thinks that if he doesn't talk he seems stupid, but it's better to shut up and seem dull than to open up and prove yourself a fool. It's a pretty good rule to show your best goods last. Whenever I meet one of those fellows who tells you all he knows, and a good deal that he doesn't know, as soon as he's introduced to you, I always think of Bill Harkness, who kept a temporary home for broken-down horses, though he didn't call it that, back in Missouri. Bill would pick up an old critter whose par value was the price of one horsehide, and after it had been pulled and shoved into his stable, the boys would stand around waiting for crepe to be hung on the door. But inside a week Bill would be driving down Main Street behind that horse, yelling "Whoa!" at the top of his voice while it tried to kick holes in the dashboard. Bill had a theory that the 10 Commandments were suspended while a horse trade was going on, so he did most of his business with strangers. Caught a northerner nosing round his barn one day, and inside of 10 minutes the fellow was driving off behind what Bill described as the purtest piece of ginger and cayenne in Pike County. Bill just made a free gift of it to the Yankee, he said, but to keep the transaction from being a piece of pure charity he accepted $50 from him. The stranger drove all over town bragging of his bargain, until someone casually called his attention to the fact that the mare was stone blind. Then he hiked back to Bill's and went for him in broken Bostonese, winding up with, "What the skip 2 and carry 1 do you mean, you old hold your breath and take 10 swallows, by stealing my good money? Didn't you know the horse was blind? Why didn't you tell me?" "Yep," Bill bit off from his piece of store plug, "I reckon I knew the hoss was blind, but you see the feller I bought her of," and he paused to settle his chaw, "asked me not to mention it. You wouldn't have me violate a confidence as affected the reputation of a poor dumb critter, and her of the opposite sect, would you?" And the gallant Bill turned scornfully away from the stranger. There were a good many holes in Bill's methods, but he never leaked information through them, and when I come across a fellow who doesn't mention it when he's asked not to, I come pretty near letting him fix his own salary. It's only a mighty big man that doesn't care whether the people whom he meets believe that he's big, but the smaller a fellow is, the bigger he wants to appear. He hasn't anything of his own in his head that's of any special importance, so just to prove that he's a trusted employee, and in the confidence of the boss, he gives away everything he knows about the business, and, as that isn't much, he lies a little to swell it up. It's a mighty curious thing how some men will lie a little to impress people who are laughing at them, will drink a little in order to sit around with people who want to get away from them, and will even steal a little to go into society with people who sneer at them. The most important animal in the world is a turkey cock. You let him get among the chickens on the manure pile behind the barn, with his wings held down stiff, his tail feathers stuck up starchy, his wishbone poked out perky, and gobbling for room to show his fancy steps, and he's a mighty impressive fowl. But a small boy with a rock and a good aim can make him run a mile. When you see a fellow swelling up and telling his firm's secrets, holler cash. And you'll stampede him back to his hall bedroom. I dwell a little on this matter of loose talking, because it breaks up more firms and more homes than any other one thing I know. The father of lies lives in hell, but he spends a good deal of his time in Chicago. You'll find him on the Board of Trade when the market's wobbling, saying that the Russians are just about to eat up Turkey, and that it'll take 20 million bushels of our wheat to make the bread for the sandwich, and down in the street, asking if you knew that the cashier of the 10th National was leading a double life as a single man in the suburbs and a singular life for a married man in the city, and out on Prairie Avenue, whispering that it's too bad Mabel smokes Turkish cigarettes, for she's got such pretty curly hair, and how sad it is that Daisy and Dan are going to separate, but they do say that hush, here she comes. Yet, when you come to wash your pan of dirt, and the lies have all been carried off down the flume, and you've got the color of the few particles of solid, 18-karat truth left, you'll find it's the Sultan who's smoking Turkish cigarettes, and that Mabel is trying cubebs for her Qatar, and that the cashier of the 10th National belongs to a whist club in the suburbs and is the superintendent of a Sunday school in the city, and that Dan has put Daisy up to visiting her mother to ward off a threatened swoop down from the old lady, and that the Tsar hasn't done a blame thing except to become the father of another girl baby. It's pretty hard to know how to treat a lie when it's about yourself. You can't go out of your way to deny it, because that puts you on the defensive, and sending the truth after a lie that's got a running start is like trying to round up a stampeded herd of steers while the scare is on them. Lies are great travelers, and welcome visitors in a good many homes, and no questions asked. Truth travels slowly, has to prove its identity, and then a lot of people hesitate to turn out an agreeable stranger to make room for it. About the only way I know to kill a lie is to live the truth. When your credit is doubted, don't bother to deny the rumors, but discount your bills. When you are attacked unjustly, avoid the appearance of evil, but avoid also the appearance of being too good, that is, better than usual. A man can't be too good, but he can appear too good. Surmise and suspicion feed on the unusual, and when a man goes about his business along the usual rut, they soon fade away for lack of nourishment. First and last, every fellow gets a lot of unjust treatment in this world, but when he's as old as I am and comes to balance his books with life and to credit himself with the mean things which weren't true that have been said about him, and to debit himself with the mean things which were true that people didn't get onto or overlooked, he'll find that he's had a tolerably square deal. This world has some pretty rotten spots on its skin, but it's sound at the core. There are two ways of treating gossip about other people, and they're both good ways. One is not to listen to it, and the other is not to repeat it. Then there's young Buck Puddin's wife's way, and that's better than either. When you're dealing with some of these old heifers who browse over the range all day, stuffing themselves with gossip about your friends, and then round up at your house to chew the cud and slobber fake sympathy over you. Buck wasn't a bad fellow at heart, for he had the virtue of trying to be good, but occasionally he would walk in slippery places. Wasn't very sure-footed, so he fell down pretty often, and when he fell from grace it usually cracked the ice. Still, as he used to say, when he shot at the bar mirrors during one of his periods of temporary elevation, he paid for what he broke, cash for the mirrors and sweat and blood for his cussedness. Then one day Buck met the only woman in the world, a mighty nice girl from St. Joe, and she was hesitating over falling in love with him, till the gossips called to tell her that he was a dear, lovely fellow, and wasn't it too bad that he had such horrid habits? That settled it, of course, and she married him inside of 30 days, so that she could get right down to the business of reforming him. I don't, as a usual thing, take much stock in this marrying men to reform them, because a man's always sure of a woman when he's married to her, while a woman's never really afraid of losing a man till she's got him. When you want to teach a dog new tricks, it's all right to show him the biscuit first, but you'll usually get better results by giving it to him after the performance. But Buck's wife fooled the whole town and almost put the gossips out of business by keeping Buck straight for a year. She allowed that what he'd been craving all the time was a home and family, and that his rare-ups came from not having him. Then, like most reformers, she overdid it, went and had twins. Buck thought he owned the town, of course, and that would have been all right if he hadn't included the saloons among his real estate. Had to take his drinks in pairs, too, and naturally, when he went home that night and had another look at the new arrivals, he thought they were quadruplets. Buck straightened right out the next day, went to his wife and told her all about it, and that was the last time he ever had to hang his head when he talked to her, for he never took another drink. You see, she didn't reproach him, or nag him, simply said that she was mighty proud of the way he'd held on for a year, and that she knew she could trust him now for another 10. Man was made a little lower than the angels, the good book says, and I reckon that's right, but he was made a good while ago, and he hasn't kept very well. Yet there are a heap of women in this world who are still right in the seraphim class. When your conscience doesn't tell you what to do in a matter of right and wrong, ask your wife. Naturally, the story of Buck's final celebration came to the gossips like a 1,000-barrel gusher to a drilling outfit that's been finding dusters, and they went one at a time to tell Mrs. Buck all the dreadful details and how sorry they were for her. She would just sit and listen till they'd run off the story, and hemstitched it, and embroidered it, and stuck fancy rosettes all over it. Then she'd smile one of those sweet baby smiles that women give just before the hair pulling begins, and say, "Law, Mrs. Wiggleford the deacon's wife was the one who was condoling with her at the moment. People will talk about the best of us. Seems as if no one is safe nowadays. Why, they lie about the deacon, even. I know it ain't true, and you know it ain't true, but only yesterday somebody was trying to tell me that it was right strange how a professor and a deacon got that color in his beak, and while it might be inflammatory veins or whatever he claimed it was, she reckoned that, if he'd let someone else tend the alcohol barrel, he wouldn't have to charge up so much of his stock to leakage and evaporation." Of course, Mrs. Buck had made up the story about the deacon, because everyone knew that he was too mean to drink anything that he could sell, but by the time Buck's wife had finished, Mrs. Wiggleford was so busy explaining and defending him that she hadn't any further interest in Buck's case. And each one that called was sent away with a special piece of home scandal which Mrs. Buck had invented to keep her mind from dwelling on her neighbor's troubles. She followed up her system, too, and in the end it got so that women would waste good gossip before they'd go to her with it. For if the pastor's wife would tell her as a true friend that the report that she had gone to the theater in St. Louis was causing a scandal, she'd thank her for being so sweetly thoughtful, and ask if nothing was sacred enough to be spared by the tongue of slander, though she, for one, didn't believe that there was anything in the malicious talk that the doc was cribbing those powerful Sunday evening discourses from a volume of Beecher's sermons. And when they'd press her for the name of her informant, she'd say, no, it was a lie, she knew it was a lie, and no one who sat under the dear pastor would believe it, and they mustn't dignify it by noticing it. As a matter of fact, no one who sat under Doc Pottle would have believed it, for his sermons weren't good enough to have been cribbed, and if Beecher could have heard one of them he would have excommunicated him. Buck's wife knew how to show goods. When Buck himself had used up all the cuss words in Missouri on his conduct, she had sense enough to know that his stock of trouble was full, and that if she wanted to get a hold on him she mustn't show him stripes, but something in cheerful checks. Yet when the trouble hunters looked her up, she had a full line of samples of their favorite commodity to show them. I simply mention these things in a general way. Seeing would naturally be believing, if cross-eyed people were the only ones who saw crooked, and hearing will be believing when deaf people are the only ones who don't hear straight. It's a pretty safe rule, when you hear a heavy yarn about anyone, to allow a fair amount for tear, and then to verify your weights. Your affectionate father, John Graham. P.S. I think you'd better look in at a few of the branch houses on your way home and see if you can't make expenses. Number 29. From John Graham, at the Union Stock Yards, Chicago, to his son, Pierrepont, care of Graham and Company's brokers, Atlanta. Following the old man's suggestion, the young man has rounded out the honeymoon into a harvest moon, and is sending in some very satisfactory orders to the house. Chicago, February 1st, 1890-something. Dear Pierrepont, judging from the way the orders are coming in, I reckon that you must be lavishing a little of your surplus ardor on the trade. So long as you are in such good practice, and can look a customer in the eye and make him believe that he's the only buyer you ever really loved, you'd better not hurry home too fast. I reckon Helen won't miss you for a few hours every day, but even if she should, it's a mighty nice thing to be missed, and she's right there where you can tell her every night that you love her just the same, while the only way in which you can express your unchanged affection for the house is by sending us lots of orders. If you do that, you needn't bother to write and send us lots of love. The average buyer is a good deal like the heiress to $1 million who's been on the market for 8 or 10 years, not because there's no demand for her, but because there's too much. Most girls whose capital of good looks is only moderate, marry young, because they're like a fellow on change who's scalping the market, not inclined to take chances, and always ready to make a quick turn. Old maids are usually the girls who were so homely that they never had an offer, or so good-looking that they carried their matrimonial corner from one option to another till the new crop came along and bust them. But a girl with $1 million isn't a speculative venture. She can advertise for sealed proposals on her 50th birthday and be oversubscribed like an issue of 10%. Government bonds. There's no closed season on heiresses, and, naturally, a bird that can't stick its head up without getting shot, it becomes a pretty wary old fowl. A buyer is like your heiress, he always has a lot of nice young drummers flirting and fooling around him, but mighty few of them are so much in earnest that they can convince him that their only chance for happiness lies in securing his particular order. But you let one of these dead in earnest boys happen along, and the first thing you know he's persuaded the heiress that he loves her for herself alone, or has eloped from town with an order for a carload of lard. A lot of young men start off in business with an idea that they must arm themselves with the same sort of weapons that their competitors carry. There's nothing in it. Fighting the devil with fire is all foolishness, because that's the one weapon with which he's more expert than anyone else. I usually find that it's pretty good policy to oppose suspicion with candor, foxiness with openness, indifference with earnestness. When you deal squarely with a crooked man, you scare him to death, because he thinks you're springing some new and extra deep game on him. A fellow who's subject to cramps and chills has no business in the water, but if you start to go in swimming, go in all over. Don't be one of those chappies who prance along the beach, shivering and showing their skinny shapes, and then dabble their feet in the surf, pour a little sand in their hair, and think they've had a bath. You mustn't forget, though, that it's just as important to know when to come out as when to dive in. I mention this because yesterday someone who'd run across you at Yemisi told me that you and Helen were exchanging the grip of the third degree under the breakfast table, and trying to eat your eggs with your left hands. Of course, this is all very right and proper if you can keep it up, but I've known a good many men who would kiss their wives on the honeymoon between swallows of coffee and look like an ass a year later when she chirruped out at the breakfast table, "Do you love me, darling?" I'm just a little afraid that you're one of those fellows who wants to hold his wife in his lap during the first 6 months of his married life, and who, when she asks him at the end of a year if he loves her, answers sure. I may be wrong about this, but I've noticed a tendency on your part to slop over a little, and a pail that slops over soon empties itself. It's been my experience that most women try to prove their love by talking about it, and most men by spending money. But when a pocketbook or a mouth is open, too often nothing but trouble is left in it. Don't forget the little attentions due your wife, but don't hurt the grocer's feelings or treat the milkman with silent contempt in order to give them to her. You can hawk your overcoat before marriage to buy violets for a girl, but when she has the run of your wardrobe you can't slap your chest and explain that you stopped wearing it because you're so warm-blooded. A sensible woman soon begins to understand that affection can be expressed in porterhouse steaks as well as in American beauties. But when Charlie, on $25 a week, marries a fool, she pouts and says that he doesn't love her just the same because he takes her to the theater now in the streetcars, instead of in a carriage, as he used to in those happy days before they were married. As a matter of fact, this doesn't show that she's losing Charlie's love, but that he's getting his senses back. It's been my experience that no man can really attend to business properly when he's chased to the office every morning by a crowd of infuriated florists and livery men. Of course, after a girl has spent a year of evenings listening to a fellow tell her that his great ambition is to make her life one grand, sweet song, it jars her to find the orchestra grunting and snoring over the sporting extra some night along 6 months after the ceremony. She stays awake and cries a little over this, so when he sees her across the liver and bacon at breakfast, He forgets that he's never told her before that she could look like anything but an angel, and asks, "Gee, Mame, what makes your nose so red?" And that's the place where a young couple begins to adjust itself to life as it's lived on Michigan Avenue instead of in the storybooks. There's no rule for getting through the next 6 months without going back to mama, except for the brute to be as kind as he knows how to be and the angel as forgiving as she can be. But at the end of that time, a boy and girl with the right kind of stuff in them have been graduated into a man and a woman. It's only calf love that's always bellowing about it. When love is full grown, it has few words, and sometimes it growls them out. I remember, when I was a youngster, hearing old Mrs. Hoover tell of the trip she took with the doc just after they were married. Even as a young fellow, the doc was a great exhorter. Knew more scripture when he was 16 than the presiding elder. Couldn't open his mouth without losing a verse. Would lose a chapter when he yawned. Well, when Doc was about 25, he fell in love with a mighty sweet young girl, Layla Hardin, who everyone said was too frivolous for him. But the Doc only answered that it was his duty to marry her to bring her under Christian influences, and they set off down the river to New Orleans on their honeymoon. Mrs. Hoover used to say that he hardly spoke to her on the trip. Sat around in a daze, scowling and rolling his eyes, or charged up and down the deck, swinging his arms and muttering to himself. Scared her half to death, and she spent all her time crying when he wasn't around. Thought he didn't love her anymore, and it wasn't till the first Sunday after she got home that she discovered what had ailed him. Seemed that in the exaltation produced by his happiness at having got her, he'd been composing a masterpiece, his famous sermon on the horrors of hell, that scared half of Pike County into the fold, and popularized dominoes with penny points as a substitute for dollar limit draw poker among those whom it didn't quite fetch. Curious old cuss, the Doc. Found his wife played the piano pretty medium rotten, so when he wanted to work himself into a rage about something, he'd sit down in the parlor and make her pound out the Maiden's Prayer. It's a mighty lucky thing that the Lord, and not the neighbors, makes the matches, because Doc's friends would have married him to Deacon Doty's daughter, who was so chock full of good works that there was no room inside her for a heart. She afterward eloped with a St. Louis drummer, and before he divorced her she'd become the best lady poker player in the state of Missouri. But with Layla and the Doc it was a case of give and take from the start, that is, as is usual with a good many married folks, she'd give and he'd take. There never was a better minister's wife, and when you've said that you've said the last word about good wives and begun talking about martyrs, because after a minister's wife has pleased her husband she's got to please the rest of the church. I simply mentioned Doc's honeymoon in passing as an example of the fact that two people can start out in life without anything in common apparently, except a desire to make each other happy, and, with that as a platform to meet on, keep coming closer and closer together until they find that they have everything in common. It isn't always the case, of course, but then it's happened pretty often that before I entered the room where an engaged couple were sitting I've had to cough or whistle to give them a chance to break away, and that after they were married I've had to keep right on coughing or whistling for the same couple to give them time to stop quarreling. There are mighty few young people who go into marriage with any real idea of what it means. They get their notion of it from among the clouds where they live while they are engaged, and, naturally, about all they find up there is wind and moonshine, or from novels, which always end just before the real trouble begins, or if they keep on, leave out the chapters that tell how the husband finds the rent and the wife the hired girls. But if there's one thing in the world about which it's possible to get all the facts, it's matrimony. Part of them are right in the house where you were born, and the neighbors have the rest. It's been my experience that you've got to have leisure to be unhappy. Half the troubles in this world are imaginary, and it takes time to think them up. But it's these oftener than the real troubles that break a young husband's back or a young wife's heart. A few men and more women can be happy idle when they're single, but once you marry them to each other they've got to find work or they'll find trouble. Everybody's got to raise something in this world, and unless people raise a job, or crops, or children, they'll raise Cain. You can ride 3 miles on the trolley car to the stockyards every morning and find happiness at the end of the trip, but you may chase it all over the world in a steam yacht without catching up with it. A woman can find fun from the basement to the nursery of her own house, but give her a license to gad the streets and a bunch of matinee tickets and she'll find discontent. There's always an idle woman or an idle man in every divorce case. When the man earns the bread in the sweat of his brow, it's right that the woman should perspire a little baking it. There are 2 kinds of discontent in this world, the discontent that works and the discontent that wrings its hands. The first gets what it wants, and the second loses what it has. There's no cure for the first but success, and there's no cure at all for the second, especially if a woman has it, for she doesn't know what she wants, and so you can't give it to her. Happiness is like salvation, a state of grace that makes you enjoy the good things you've got and keep reaching out for better ones in the hereafter. And home isn't what's around you, but what's inside you. I had a pretty good illustration of this whole thing some years ago when a foolish old uncle died and left my cellar boss, Mike Shaughnessy, $1 million. I didn't bother about it particularly, for he'd always been a pretty level-headed old Mick, and I supposed that he'd put the money in pickle and keep right along at his job. But one morning, when he came rooting and grunting into my office in a sort of casual way, trying to keep a plug hat from falling off the back of his head, I knew that he was going to fly the track. Started in to tell me that his extensive property interests demanded all his attention now, but I cut it short with, "Mike, you've been a blamed good seller boss, but you're going to make a blamed bad millionaire. Think it over." Well, sir, I'm hanged if that fellow, whom I'd raised from the time he was old enough to poke a barrel along the runways with a pointed stick, didn't blow a cloud of cigar smoke in my face to show that he was just as big as I was, and start tight in to regularly cuss me out. But he didn't get very far. I simply looked at him, and said sudden, "Git, you Mick," and he wilted back out of the office just as easy as if he hadn't had 10 cents. I heard of him off and on for the next year, putting up a house on Michigan Avenue, buying hand-painted pictures by the square foot and paying for them by the inch too, for his wife had decided that they must occupy their proper station in society, and generally building up a mighty high rating as a good thing. As you know, I keep a pretty close eye on the packing house, but on account of my rheumatism I don't often go through the cellars. But along about this time we began to get so many complaints about our dry salt meats that I decided to have a little peek at our stock for myself, and check up the new cellar boss. I made for him and his gang first, and I was mightily pleased, as I came upon him without his seeing me, to notice how he was handling his men. No hollering, or yelling, or cussing, but every word counting and making somebody hop. I was right upon him before I discovered that it wasn't the new foreman, but Mike, who was bossing the gang. He half ducked behind a pile of extra short clears when he saw me, but turned, when he found that it was too late, and faced me bold as brass. "A nice state you've let things get in while I was away, sore," he began. It was Mike, the cellar boss, who knew his job, and no longer Mr. Shaughnessy, the millionaire, who didn't know his, that was talking, so I wasn't too inquisitive, and only nodded. "Small wonder," he went on, "that crime's increasing in cotton crops decreasing in the Black Belt, when you're sending such mate to the poor niggers. Why don't you get a cellar man that's been raised with the hogs, and'll treat 'em right when they're dead?" "I'm looking for one," says I. "I know a likely lad for you," says he. "Report to the superintendent," says I, and Mike's been with me ever since. I found out when I looked into it that for a week back he'd been paying the new cellar boss $10 a day to lay around outside while he bossed his job. Mike sold his old masters to a saloon keeper and moved back to Packingtown, where he invested all his money in houses, from which he got a heap of satisfaction, because, as his tenants were compatriots, he had plenty of excitement collecting his rents. Like most people who fall into fortune suddenly, he had bought a lot of things, not because he needed them or really wanted them, but because poorer people couldn't have them. Yet in the end he had sense enough to see that happiness can't be inherited, but that it must be earned. Being a millionaire is a trade like a doctor's. You must work up through every grade of earning, saving, spending and giving, or you're no more fit to be trusted with a fortune than a quack with human life. For there's no trade in the world, except the doctor's, on which the lives and the happiness of so many people depend as the millionaires, and I might add that there's no other in which there's so much malpractice. Your affectionate father, John Graham. Number 30. From John Graham, at Mount Clematis, Michigan, to his son, Pierrepont, at the Union Stockyards, Chicago. The young man has done famously during the first year of his married life, and the old man has decided to give him a more important position. Mount Clematis, January 1, 1900. Dear Pierrepont, since I got here, my rheumatism has been so bad mornings that the attendant who helps me dress has had to pull me over to the edge of the bed by the seat of my pajamas. If they ever give way, I reckon I'll have to stay in bed all day. As near as I can figure out from what the doctor says, the worse you feel during the first few days you're taking the baths, the better you really are. I suppose that when a fellow dies on their hands they call it a cure. I'm by the worst of it for today, though, because I'm downstairs. Just now the laugh is on an old boy with benevolent side whiskers, who's sliding down the balusters, and a fat old party, who looks like a bishop, that's bumping his way down with his feet sticking out straight in front of him. Shy away from these things that end in an ism, my boy. From skepticism to rheumatism they've an ache or a pain in every blame joint. Still, I don't want to talk about my troubles, but about your own. Barton leaves us on the 1st, and so we shall need a new assistant general manager for the business. It's a $10,000 job, and a $9,999 man can't fill it. From the way in which you've handled your department during the past year, I'm inclined to think that you can deliver that last dollar's worth of value. Anyway, I'm going to try you, and you've got to make good, because if you should fail it would be a reflection on my judgment as a merchant and a blow to my pride as a father. I could bear up under either, but the combination would make me feel like firing you. As a matter of fact, I can't make you general manager, all I can do is to give you the title of general manager. And a title is like a suit of clothes, it must fit the man who tries to wear it. I can clothe you in a little brief authority, as your old college friend, Shakespeare, puts it, but I can't keep people from laughing at you when they see you swelling around in your high-water pants. It's no use demanding respect in this world, you've got to command it. There's old Jim Wharton, who, for acting as a fourth-class consul of a fifth-class king, was decorated with the Order of the Garter or the Suspender or the Eagle of the sixth class, the kind these kings give to the cook when he gets just the right flavor of garlic in a fancy sauce. Jim never did a blame thing in his life except to inherit $1 million from a better man, who happened to come over on the Cunard line instead of the Mayflower, but he'd swell around in our best society, with that ribbon on his shirt front, thinking that he looked like Prince Rupert by Louis XIV and Lady Clara Vere de Vere, instead of the fourth assistant to the floor manager at the plumber's ball. But you take Tom Lipton, who was swelled up into Sir Thomas because he discovered how to pack a genuine Yorkshire ham in Chicago, and a handle looks as natural on him as on a lard pail. A man is a good deal like a horse, he knows the touch of a master, and no matter how lightly the reins are held over him, he understands that he must behave. But let a fellow who isn't quite sure of himself begin sawing on a horse's mouth, and the first thing you know the critter bucks and throws him.